Hello everyone and welcome to part 2 of What If Quirkless Deku Had He Omnitrix. While making this video, I realized that I forgot to make an outro for the previous video. Well, it doesn't matter. Before we begin, don't forget to like, comment, share and subscribe, and let's jump straight into the video. Thank you for the help, sweetie. Izuku smiles warmly at the kind old woman he offered to carry groceries to her home. You're very welcome, ma'am. With a friendly wave, Izuku went off on his merry way. For a good portion of the day, he's just gone about strolling through Mizudafu. He has no particular plan other than helping those he can. And why shouldn't he? Now that he's completely cleaned up Dagoba Beach, he has officially completed his training with 13. And he couldn't feel any more pride for himself than now. Also, the newly developed muscles didn't hurt either. Seriously, the all-American dream plan really worked better than he ever expected it to. Of course, there is still more to learn, especially about his aliens and powers, but he can focus on that stuff at UA, assuming he'll make it in. For now, he'll just help those he can. He's already done so much, such as using feedback to help a little girl get her cat down from a tree, give a nice elderly gentleman direction, and he even picked up some trash around the park as ditto. It feels nice to do those good deeds. And the beautiful weather really helps his mood. The sun is out, but it's not too hot or humid. A nice breeze gently moves his hair, and the bird songs only help to raise his spirits. Ping. That was his phone. He pulls it out, seeing one new message from Ochako Uraraka. They've stayed in contact, especially after what took place nearly 8 months ago, and especially what happened afterwards. #flashback Uraraka. I'm so sorry. Streams of tears are just gushing out from Izuku's eyes. So much so that Ochako has to shield herself from the splashes. Whatever for? The dam closes up very briefly, enough so Izuku can reply. If it weren't for me, you'd have never been kidnapped. The dam opens back up and the tears resume to act like geysers. So much so that tears begin to pool at their feet. Ochako so desperately try to calm the poor greenette down before he draws any more attention to themselves. Luckily, the Tatooine train station is void of crowds, especially at this hour. It's nearly dusk and the orange tint to the sky only confirms this. It took a while for the police to get their statements from Ochako about the villain and the events that led up to her kidnapping. They seemed to be rather lax and sensitive to her, especially since she was only defending herself, and with the villain, identified as Rojo, now in custody, they saw this as a case closed. So, they didn't push too hard with their questions. That said, 13 did remain nearby to make sure nothing led to talks about the Omnitrix, aliens, or the alien tech. Ochako herself kept things to a minimum, such as not mentioning that Izuku had broken into the store to help her. She was afraid of what they would do to him, since it's illegal to use your quirks without a license, and that he snuck past the police. When all was said and done, even after some more pros approached Ochako with offers, the police escorted her to the train station on her insistence, since Izuku sent her a quick text to meet there. 13 generously gave Izuku a ride to the train station so he could meet up with his friend. Now here they are at said train station, Izuku crying his heart out with apologies, and Ochako can do nothing but smile sheepishly for his sincerity. All the while 13 keeps to themselves, watching from afar as to not disturb them. Deku, really, it's fine. I don't blame you for anything. Izuku sniffs, his tears calming to a drip. Ah, really? Ochako can't help but chuckle at his somewhat cute and funny expression. Yes. It was the villain, Rojo, that ruined our day out, not you. Izuku fidgets with the hem of his shirt. So, all is forgiven? Ochako gives him a warm, soft smile to help reassure him. Of course. Ah, thank goodness. Ochako nods in confirmation. It's true. She doesn't see this as Izuku's fault in any way. But Rojo really wanted to get her hands on his watch thing, the Omnifix, no, the Omnitrix, but why? It should only work with Izuku's quirk, one-man army, right? Perhaps she wanted to use it for something else? Maybe Deku knows why. Maybe she should ask? Yeah, there shouldn't be any harm in asking. Hey Deku. Izuku tilts his head to the side, a naive smile on his face. HMP? What is the Omnitrix? His reaction is not what she's expecting. Izuku is shocked so much so that he nearly stumbles over in surprise. The Omnitrix? His eyes dart towards 13, but they are too far away to have heard the question. 13 notices Izuku's distress and begins to make their way over to assist their student. But for now, Izuku is on his own. The omnitrix is my watch, just like I said earlier. I know that. Ochako eyes the black and green device with much curiosity. But what I mean is, why was Rojo after it? What should he say? Should he tell her how the omnitrix is level 20 alien technology that can give its user access to alien quirks? I don't know. He hates how easily he was able to lie like that, especially after what happened last time he lied to a friend. Ochako tilts her head slightly with a raised eyebrow. Really, Rojo made it sound like she would be more powerful after she got it. Ochako notices that 13 has approached them, but they seem to respect that Ochako is the one speaking and doesn't want to interrupt. Maybe she thought it could do something for her. 13 decides to chime in. Or maybe she was trying to retrieve it for someone else. After all, the past drones were all after the omnitrix as well. Perhaps whomever is controlling them went with a different approach. But that still doesn't answer my question. Why would anyone be after his watch? Does it do something else? Izuku and 13 share a nervous look. Well, at least Izuku does. Ochako finally realizes how incredibly rude and nosy she's being right now. I mean, you don't have to tell me, but I mean my life was at risk because of it, but still. Izuku's eyes cast downward in shame. She's right, after all, her life was in danger because of him, because of the device on his arm. He needs to make it right, but what about 13? Will they be alright with him filling her in? Uraraka, you see, well, my watch is special, but dash. Why don't we discuss this at a later time? 13 calmly interjects before Izuku could continue any further. Both teens give the adult odd looks. Wah! Ochako looks uncomfortable, but she speaks up anyway. I'm sorry, 13, and I don't mean to be rude, but I was talking to Deku. I'm sorry too, Miss Uraraka, but I'm afraid this matter does concern me. Also, I want to apologize for deceiving you. 13 gestures to the quivering greenette beside them. But Midoriya and I have known each other for some time now. What? Ochako stares at the equally surprised Deku, although he's surprised because 13 was the one to spill the truth. Why would you keep the fact that you know a pro-hero a secret? Before Izuku could reply, 13 continues their explanation. Miss Uraraka, please understand that the omnitrix is a highly sensitive matter. The brunette gaps in shock as the worst comes to mind. Oh my gosh, it's a government secret, isn't it? Oh no, now you have to silence me, hide my body, and erase my files to the point that I never existed. What? We don't do that. We don't just make our problems disappear or send them away. Most of the time. 13 coughs the last part into their hand. Hopefully the girl didn't hear that part. Izuku, however, did catch it. What do they mean by that? What I mean is we need special permission to share that information with you. 13's eyes shift towards Izuku before back at the brunette. After that, we'll be happy to share what we know with you. Wow. This must be really serious. Ochako thinks. Really? It's not too much trouble, is it? It's not. 13 really sounds both professional and sympathetic, which is good since both teens seem like they are both nervous about something or other. But please keep in mind that this secret could change your perspective on things. Just keep that in mind. Alright? Ochako easily picks up the warning tone of 13's voice. Alright. 13 instantly brightens, clapping their hands together as a means to signal the end of the conversation. Great. Well, I think you two have earned yourselves a nice long rest. Wouldn't you say? Izuku's eyes widen as he finally takes note of how late it is. They can almost see the stars begin to emerge as the sun slowly disappears in the horizon. Oh yeah. Ochako checks her phone, noticing the time and the texts from her parents. Right, I should get going. I wouldn't want to worry my parents any more than I have already. Izuku nods. Same. 13 pats Izuku's shoulder. How about I see you home, Midoriya? Sure. The greenette turns to Ochako. I'll let you know if we can tell you anything, and... He bows, his back straight and his eyes shut. I'm sorry for keeping secrets. Ochako blushes from the display. It's fine. Everyone has their secrets. And if you can't tell me, then I understand. Even if I really want to know. She rubs her head, flashing him a sheepish smile. Thanks. I'm grateful. In that moment, the speakers across the station turn on. Attention all commuters, the last train to Endori will be departing shortly. Oh, that's me. Text me later. Alright? Ochako grips her backpack and takes off for the train. She can't afford to miss it. Take care. Izuku calls back to her. Right, see ya. 13 and Izuku watch as Ochako enters the station and makes a beeline for her train. Without looking away, Izuku decides now is the time to bring something up to the plumber. Are we really going to ask permission to tell Uraraka about everything? That depends. 13 turns and looks directly into Izuku's green shimmering eyes, and with all seriousness they ask, do you really want to tell her? What? But I thought you said we needed permission to do that. Midoriya, understand that I have all the authority to let those that I see as necessary to know about my work. And you are part of it, also with the number of plumbers on Earth being so low we need as much help as we can get. That said, we can't go around telling everyone we think can keep a secret. If Uraraka accepts our terms, then I see no reason to not bring her into the fold. Plus, she's already proven herself well against those alien robots. So, it's up to me? 13 nods. I trust you. He has to think about this. This is what he wanted, isn't it? He doesn't have to keep lying to her. Unsure, Izuku watches as Ochako boards the train. She hops on, making it seem like she just barely made it. But the train's doors haven't even closed yet. She turns and with a cheery smile she waves back at them. Yeah, I think we should. Okay. I'll prepare what's needed to help convince her. I wonder what that entails. Finally, there's only one more thing weighing on his mind. Hey, 13. Yes. Something else has been bothering me. How did Rojo get her hands on the robot in the first place? Rather than wait to think about how and why, 13 already has an answer to that question. I already looked into it. She stole the robot from a transport vehicle being driven by the Hero Association. Izuku internally gasps. Do they know? He means, do they know about aliens and the plumbers? The organization as a whole, no. Izuku visibly relaxes. But the leaders do. Izuku's eyes widen in astonishment. And they sometimes go behind my back to take alien contraband, specifically alien technology. Is that bad? Yes, they wish to unlock new technology, but like I said, that could lead to catastrophe. I'll have to give them a call and make sure that it doesn't happen again. The train's whistle decides to interject itself to allow all those that hear it to know that the train will be leaving now. You don't have to worry about that, thou. I made sure to collect all that was left of the evidence this time. The train doors closed. Izuku and 13 watch on as Ochako sits down near the large window with her back towards the duo. Even from their position they can see her ease into her seat, letting exhaustion take her over. 13 is glad. It seems that his young protege really took his advice about finding someone to confide in. Someone he can trust and help ease his troubles. She's a good one. Huh. I mean, as a friend. She's a good friend. She seems like a good person you can confide in. Right? Yeah. Izuku watches as the train begins to ease itself forward onto the tracks. He watches as his friend's train car begins to move as well. He thinks about what 13 said and he has to agree. Ochako really has become someone he can see as a friend. A real friend at that. For now, he can only wonder about what will happen next and how well she will handle the truth about the Omnitrix. And him. Just as Ochako's train car leaves his direct line of sight, Izuku spots only a single other person sitting in the same car on the opposite side of the car from her. Sitting with their back towards the window, there is a skinny blonde-haired man with an overly sized white shirt. Was that? No, it must have been my imagination. I've had a long day after all. Yeah, that's it. After all, why would All Might be heading to Endori, in Mei Prefecture, when his agency is in Tokyo? Oh well, it wasn't him anyway. Now time to get home before Mom cries herself to dehydration. #end flashback #. Izuku unlocks his phone and he is greeted by a selfie from Ochako Uraraka with the caption. Whoa. My training regimen is tough, but I think it'll be well worth it. Izuku smiles at the photo. It was taken recently. He can tell from how much light is in the photo. It's of her in exercise clothes, her face is dirty and slightly scraped up, and she's sweating that much he can tell, but despite that she's smiling and giving him a big thumbs up from within the photo. Judging from the background, she appears to be in a forest near her home, which makes sense all things considered. According to earlier conversations, she was able to find a trainer that was willing to help her to develop her quirk and her physical capabilities as well. He tried to ask who her trainer was, but all she said was that it was a personal connection of her dad's construction company. Either way, it's good that she's working hard to achieve her dreams. He sends her a quick response. Keep up the hard work. Let's try to meet up before the UA entrance exam next month. Sounds good to me. Great. How about we go to this new mochi place that opened up? Yes, yes, yes. I must have mochi. Laughing face. I mean, sure. Why not? Izuku laughs at Ochako's silliness. "'Kay. I'll send you the address later. Cool, see you then. Talk to you later. Space Cadet. Same to you, fellow Space Cadet." Izuku chuckles warmly at the stupid nickname she dubbed them with. Well, it's certainly better than yelling out Plumber or Space Hero. After all, neither of them has earned those titles quite yet. But one day they just might. The thought makes Izuku grin like there's no tomorrow. They did make a promise to each other all those months ago, and he has no intention of ever breaking that promise. Hashtag flashback hashtag. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. I mean, what if she freaks out or has a mental breakdown? She might think I'm some kind of freak. What if she regrets this decision? This can go badly in so many different ways. I bet she freaks out at the first sight of them. She might freak out, but from your muttering more likely. 13 deadpants in slight annoyance. They're never going to get used to Izuku's muttering habit. Huh. Oh right, sorry. I'm just so nervous. Izuku gazes up at the large warehouse standing behind them. Uraraka isn't the only person's reaction that I'm worried about. Izuku shudders with nervousness. 13 lazily texts away on their phone, oblivious to Izuku's worries. It's no big deal. Just relax. 13 pockets their phone, eyeing the slightly shaking teen. You trust her, right? Of course. Izuku answers with little to no hesitation. Then you have nothing to worry about. Izuku smiles softly before turning away to keep an eye out for Ochako. While he's distracted, 13 gently taps a hidden device in his pocket. Besides, I could use this to erase her memories in case this doesn't go as planned. It's such a convenient device, they don't actually get to use it that often these days, which is a shame since it was such a great gift from some friends from out of town. You ready? Honestly, no. Oh, well, that's too bad. 13 states rather carelessly. Why? Rather than answer, 13 holds up 3 fingers. Izuku watches on in confusion as 13 begins to silently count down to 1. And when they get to 0, the pro hero simply points a finger towards the front of the warehouse yard. Deku. 13. Uraraka waves, overtaking off into a jog towards them. Izuku freezes up. You Uraraka. 13's not ashamed to admit that they feel rather smug right now. Right on time. 13 smiles at the brunette as she approaches them. Thanks for agreeing to meet us here. I know it's rather inconvenient for you to make the trip all the way out here. No, it's fine, I completely understand. Besides, now I get to check out your secret government facility. Ochako smiles with joy, waving her fists up and down with little stars glimmering in her eyes as the anticipation within her heart begins to swell up. I bet it's nearby. It must have a super cool secret entrance, laser guns, retinal scans, and secret agent gadgets. Oh, I just can't wait. 13 sweat drops from Ochako's apparent overexcitement. She's had too much time to think about this. Izuku mimics his mentor's expression as he presses his index fingers together. Now I feel like she's going to be disappointed. 13 sighs, reclaiming the teen's attention. All right, I think it's best if we just wipe off this band-aid. 13 takes a deep calming breath, preparing themselves for the possibly disastrous outcome that may unfold. Miss Uraraka, once again I have to be utterly clear with you, but what we are about to share with you cannot only affect you personally but the entire world as we know it. So, please understand that you can never share what you learn here with anyone. Do we have your word? Ochako's gaze falls as she ponders the question. In all honesty, I've already been entrusted with one earth-shattering secret this week alone, and that one was a lot to take in. So, how mind-blowing could this next one be? Ochako inhales, summoning all the courage and fortitude she can muster. Yes. Good, Midoriya, why don't you explain what you can to her? For a split second, Izuku looks like he's gonna pass out, but he composes himself just as fast, albeit with a shaky smile that fails to be comforting or convincing. Right, so, I'm an alien. Ochako stares at the greenette as if he spontaneously grew a second head. 13 facepalms themselves. Never have they been more embarrassed for someone other than themselves in their entire life. Maybe this was a bad idea. Izuku can't help but feel somewhat betrayed. See, I told you. 13 sighs in defeat, stepping forward to take the lead. You know what, I'll just take the lead. Miss Uraraka. That snaps Ochako out of her daze. The first thing you should know is that Midoriya here is actually quirkless. With pride, 13 affectionately pats Izuku on the shoulder, feeling proud that they can say that a quirkless boy can be a hero. Izuku can hear the blatant pride in 13's voice, and it makes his chest swell up too. The moment doesn't last long though, namely because of the bewildered expression Ochako is giving them. I know. Hard to believe, right? But not when you consider the possibility that the watch, or rather the omnitrix, has the ability to give Midoriya various powers. Okay, that's a lot more to take in than I was expecting. Ochako looks over at Izuku, who's too busy sweating and clamming up in place. He's clearly uncomfortable with where the situation has gone. Could 13 be serious? Is Deku really quirkless? She unsure, but she decides to see where this goes for now. Let's just say if I did believe you, then I would have to say that it's all pretty incredible. Izuku straightens up slightly. Perhaps she will accept the truth in a positive light. Especially, considering that you're quirkless, that just makes it. Izuku curls in on himself as if expecting to be hit hard by an insensitive remark. Even more amazing. Well, he certainly wasn't expecting that. Ochako brightens up, letting her good nature and elation bubble up. Seriously, that'd be super cool, a quirkless hero who with a brief change of fate has the opportunity to live out their dream. That kind of stuff only happens in movies and comic books, and seeing it in real life would be amazing. Her expression falls. But we don't live in a comic book, so I don't fully understand how a little device could give someone multiple quirks. 13 sticks a finger into the air. And that segues us into the next and most important part. 13's demeanor becomes serious. They carry an air of professionalism that a pro hero in a disaster situation would conduct themselves during planning phases. Do you believe in extraterrestrial life? Izuku's not sure if he should cry or laugh right now. Come on, 13. I thought you'd take a more subtle approach than that. Absolutely. Ochako seems to be radiating a cheery light. Her eyes look like a child who was just given a whole bowl of candy on Halloween.
Jove aboy.
Seriously? I do. Ochako practically cheers with enthusiasm. After all, there are like a gazillion stars in our galaxy alone. The odds of there being no other life out in the universe is impossible. Who knows what's out there? Just imagine what they must be like. I can only imagine what they're like. I bet they're slimy, creepy, fast, and strong. They're every shape and size. Ochako, disturbingly, begins to chat away to herself in a storm of muttering, much like what Izuku does whenever he talks about heroes and quirks. That fact is not lost on said teen as he stares wide-eyed at an excitedly muttering Ochako. He finally understands why everyone else is so put off when he himself does this. So, that's what it feels like. Ochako becomes stock still as her face drains of all color. She finally realized how much of her geeky side she just displayed. Sorry, I'm kind of a space nerd. No way. Ochako grabs her face, turning away to hide her embarrassment. She frantically shakes her hand at him as if to wave him away. Oh, gosh, this is so embarrassing. Ochako gasps, remembering something from before. Wait, she points two-finger guns at Izuku. So, your Quirk one-man army is actually a cover for the Omnitrix. She steps closer as if being closer would help her to sniff out any lies. And if that's the case, then are you trying to say that the Omnitrix is actually an alien device that can alter your DNA to that of other sentient beings? 13 blinks a few times, processing what just transpired. Wow, you got that on the first try. Ochako coughs, trying to save grace. But even if all of that was true, no matter how much I wish it was, I don't think I actually believe anything you're saying. And that's why we're here. 13 waves a hand at the giant warehouse as if it was a magical place of majesty. Ochako, however, is not impressed by the crummy-looking building with barbed wire fencing, broken windows, and rusted doorway. It's here where Izuku finally decides to air his grievance. About that, Izuku strolls over to 13, waving a finger at them. He tries to keep his composure while negative thoughts flow through his head. Is it possible we could do this anywhere else but here? He jabs a thumb at the warehouse, acting like there's something inside that he's dreading. Midoriya, we talked about this. This is the safest and most appropriate place to conduct this. Ochako says nothing. She just watches on as Izuku and 13 have their little discussion. What is Deku so worried about? 13 grabs the door bar before turning to face the pink-cheeked girl. This is it, Miss Uraraka. This is your last chance to back out. Ochako gives the pro-hero the best confident look she can muster. I'm not backing out. I want to know and help out in any way that I can. 13 nods. They turn back to the door, and with some hesitation 13 slowly begins to push the large metal doors open. The anticipation is torture on her. Just what is inside that has Deku so scared? Could it be a hive of brain-eating aliens? Is it a spaceport that's housing UFOs? Or maybe it's the entranceway to an underground city full of aliens. Welcome to Mr. Bowman's store for the far-traveled and newly localized. The look on Ochako's face, with a stupid grin and wide eyes, would be comical if it wasn't for the dazed and far-off look in her eye. It's unclear if she's reacting this way thanks to her exaggerated expectations, or the number of other worldly beings, goods, and atmosphere of the facility. Probably the latter. 13 leads the way, gesturing Ochako inside. It takes a soft nudge from Izuku to get her moving. She remains stiff even as she slowly marches along, like she's literally walking on eggshells. The brunette stiffly rotates her head here, and they're observing what she can while trying to process the overwhelming flow of new information. Everything and everyone here are clearly an alien. Sure, most can obviously be passed off as humans with mutant-type quirks, but amongst the unearthly food, products, and other beings it's clear what they truly are. A group of aliens that look like crabs with big yellow eyes and large red pincers are gorging themselves on pieces of scrap metal. A purple bipedal sloth with a skull-like face and insect antennas is browsing a selection of oddly colored fruits. Nearby, a green slug-like alien with a tubular mouth disgustingly spits out what looks like a spitball that's made of boogers and vomit. Ochako looks like she's going to throw up at the mere sight of the revolting thing. She can even smell it from their distance. During the entire walk, Izuku has been gagging Ochako's reactions, and from what he can tell none of this is going as planned. There's no thought that if they continue, she's going to have a mental breakdown. There has to be something he can do to fix this. Hey Uraraka, are you all right? She doesn't reply right away, she doesn't even turn to face him, but she does react by freezing in place. Deku! Izuku flinches. Here comes the explosion of emotions and outrage. Meanwhile, 13 finally notices that the two teens have stopped moving. I'm fantastic! Her eyes light up like Christmas lights, full of wonder and passion. Izuku certainly wasn't expecting that as a reaction. This is so amazing. I've only ever dreamed of this kind of stuff. I mean, look at that alien. She points towards a young alien that looks like a literal sea monkey on legs and wearing overalls. Or that one. She excitedly points to another alien. This one looks like a purple squid wearing a glass tube as a helmet to breathe a noxious gas. Ochako spins around, admiring everything in sight, from the grotesque to the fascinating. This place is my greatest fantasy come true. Well, it would be if there was a mountain of mochi. Sorry, but we don't sell human food here. A highly annoyed voice responds. Izuku begins to sweat profusely. He can never mistake that voice with all its irritation and anger. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman, the elderly and grouchy store owner, marches towards the odd trio with as much dominance as possible. Izuku winces as Mr. Bowman leers down at him. Izuku Midoriya, What are you doing in my store? Izuku blanches. Oh man, this is the last thing he wanted today. Mr. Bowman's scolding always puts him off. Oh, well dash. Nice to see you, Mr. Bowman. Leave it to 13 to come to the rescue. Mr. Bowman's expression softens, not by much, but it's enough to draw attention away from Izuku, allowing the boy to catch his breath. Same to you. Now would you care to explain why you brought this menace into my store? Mr. Bowman points a finger at Izuku. However, he's so close and aggressive about it that he actually jams his finger into Izuku's cheek. 13, even with their helmet, gives the store owner a friendly smile. Ah, yes, we are conducting some possible recruitment today, and your store is the best place to get our points across. Recruitment. Mr. Bowman raises an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Am I to assume it's the human girl that's busy disturbing my customers? Ha! Both Izuku and 13 look over to Ochako to realize what he meant. She's gone. Izuku, on the verge of panicking, swivels around frantically trying to spot her. 13 also looks around, but with much more composure. They spot her all right. She's enthusiastically running about the store, interacting with everything and everyone she encounters. She shakes hands or tentacles with an alien that looks like a cross between a swamp monster and a blue octopus. She rudely taps on the metal exoskeleton of a robotic-like alien with blue skin and yellow eyes who happen to be going through an alien sock aisle. She even tries to take a bite out of something that looks like an orange with purple spots, only to have the piece of fruit to try and take a literal bite out of her. Her antics seem to be putting some of the other shoppers on edge. Seeing a strange human girl running around isn't exactly something one sees around here all that often. 13 gives the elderly gentleman a slight bow. My apologizes, Mr. Bowman, she doesn't mean any harm. Mr. Bowman crosses his arms, sticking his nose upward. Funny, that's what most people say about this one. He gestures to Izuku, who finally looks away from watching Ochako run about the store. But I know the truth. Izuku's shoulders slump, feeling dejected. Harsh. 13 pats Izuku on the shoulder, trying to show sympathy. Don't worry. We'll be out of your hair before you know it. Mr. Bowman takes a moment to ponder. All right. But the moment this one does anything that will harm my business, I'm kicking you all out. Fair enough. Satisfied, especially after letting Izuku know who's boss, Mr. Bowman stomps away, deciding that he needs to finish restocking his pyramid of canned vegetables. He really hates me. Izuku grumbles, glad that the tension has been cut. Yup. Izuku can't help but think that 13 agreed to that statement way too quickly. Now let's go get Uraraka before she accidentally offends someone. The duo walk off to resume their search. They eventually find her amongst an aisle of cleaning products. She appears to be talking to a rather odd duo, a short alien and an even shorter robot. The alien is a stereotypical little green man from outer space, including thin antennae. He has large bug-like ruby eyes and green skin. He's wearing a red tunic-like garment with 3 black stripes and a triangular pink collar and sleeves, as well as black boots, leggings, and gloves. He also has an ovular light gray pack on his back. The gray robot is just as weird-looking. It's 2 feet tall with a large head, thin arms, triangular legs, large circular eyes that illuminate in a teal color, and a cross-hatched mouth. Ochako happily looks down at the short alien. She's thoroughly enthralled by their conversation. This little guy is really interesting. So, what exactly are your plans for planet Earth? The little green alien eyes Ochako warily, but despite his reserves, he indulges her curiosity anyway, either out of custody or arrogance. My plans for conquest are beyond your puny comprehension, filthy human Earth girl. There's going to be tacos. The tiny robot interjects, sounding like it just gave the most obvious answer. Yes. Oh, such tacos will I give. The alien pauses, realizing his blunder. Wait, no. There will be no tacos. He glares at his robot servant, who gleefully and naively smiles back at his master. It takes a moment for it to process that his request was denied. And thus, the little robot begins to randomly scream out as if in pain, cry out in despair as it brainlessly begins to flail about on the floor, acting like a child who just lost their favorite toy. After a few awkward minutes, the robot randomly pops back up onto its feet, acting like nothing ever happened. Okay, he states with so much cheer that it's infectious. The little robot then begins to run in a circle. Judging by the stupid grin on its face, it is clearly having the best time of its life. Silence. At its master's command, the robot does silence itself. But it doesn't stop running in a circle, its arms waving frantically at its sides. As for your question, the alien eyes Ochako, who has been patiently waiting for him to continue. Although it is beneath me to even speak to you as seen that you are part of an inferior species, I will humor you. My ingenious plan will result in your entire worthless and ugly species becoming slaves to me and my people. You will serve us chocolates, clean our toilets, and bow to your supreme warlord, me. He takes a deep breath before entering into a fit of deranged and maniacal laughter. Mwahahaha. I see. Ochako nods seemingly like she completely understands where the little creep is coming from. Izuku and 13, meanwhile, watch as the little alien eventually begins to choke on his own ego, thus ruining his own moment. Izuku blinks. He's unsure how to react to the little invader's declaration. Should we be concerned? 13 casually waves off his concern. Nah, he's been plotting world domination since 2001. Wow. He's been trying to take over the world for centuries, huh? Yeah, I should arrest him, but I think he's entertaining. In that weird and disturbed kind of way. Ochako leaves behind the odd duo who are now busy gathering as much cleaning supplies as they can, in preparation for their purge against germs. I agree, he is rather silly. I think it's great. Nice to see that you're enjoying yourself. Ochako nods with a joyful smile on her face. HMP. Izuku approaches her worried that she may be hurt. That's good. But you should be more careful. You don't know what anybody is capable of. 13 full-heartedly agrees. He's right. Although most aliens in Japan are well-meaning people, there are some unsavory characters mixed in. From the corner of their eye, 13 thinks they see something with gray fur try and pocket a pack of food into their orange jacket. Speaking of unsavory characters, 13 turns leering at the thief. You better be behaving yourself, Argit. A large rat with long spiky black hair freezes in place, having been caught red-handed trying to steal food. His eyes dart over to 13. After realizing who called him out, he tries to be coy. 13. Long time no see, buddy. You look good. Been working out. Save the act for the suckers you swindle credits off of. I don't need to hear it. The two teens eye the alien rodent warily, but it's Izuku who decides to speak up. 13. Who's this? This is one of the biggest rats in all of Mizudafu, both in the literal and metaphorical sense of the word. Izuku is unsure what they mean. He's a con artist. 13 explains. Argit interrupts, feeling somewhat offended. I prefer the term entrepreneur. 13 gives the rodent a nasty glare. Argit appropriately takes a few steps back, erring on the side of caution. Hey, come on, now. I mean, a rat's gotta make a living, you know? The plumber's glare intensifies tenfold. Ochako decides to risk her well-being by speaking up. I don't mean to step on your toes, 13, but shouldn't you arrest him? Argit gulps, but he keeps his composure despite the situation. He pauses. They wouldn't dare, not without good cause. Plus I am following intergalactic law because He pauses to think. Business dealings in no way compromise the well-being of my fellow space travelers. 13's glare somehow becomes even more terrifying. Argit sighs in defeat. I'm also a part-time snitch and informant for the Red Spot. He gestures towards 13. 13 sticks a finger out towards the rat, threatening to use their quirk. Argit flinches, he's sweating now. The situation is getting increasingly worse for him. He has to correct himself. I mean the plumbers. Mercifully, Argit's cell phone rings, alerting him of a new message. Argit sneaks a peek to quickly read the text. Meet me at the construction site. We need to talk about meeting your partner. Seeing an out, Argit is quick to take it. I hate to run, but I promised a friend that I'd meet up with him today, so see ya. And with that, Argit scurries away for the exit like the rat he is leaving behind a trail of disturbed dust. Izuku's sweat drops watching the rat make his escape from the store. He's quick to make an escape, isn't he? 13 deadpants. At times like these they could really go for some Advil. You have no idea. While Izuku and 13 have their little discussion, Ochako can't help but look around again. Although this time she decides that it's better to stay in place. This is amazing. I'm so grateful that I could be here, that I can know the truth. Gosh, there's so much I need to know. There are just so many different kinds of aliens here. I had no idea that not only is there life in the universe, but they're already among us. I have so many questions that I need to ask. Ochako excitedly turns to the other two humans. Hey guys, dash. Before she can get a word out, something small, fast, and blue streaks past her legs, zooming by in a blur. Whoa, what is that? The blue blur zips by again behind Izuku, nearly tripping him over. Ah! The blur continuous, zipping around them, leaving behind trails of blue streaks. 13 tries to reach for the teens before anything bad occurs. Look out! Ochako braces herself as the speedy attacker continues to zip past them. She can feel it rush by, wiping her hair and nearly making her lose her balance a few times. What's going on? As if reacting to her question, the blur crashes into her chest. Oomph! Ochako gasps, falling backwards, landing onto the tile floor with a thud. Ow! That really hurt, and something is weighing on her stomach. That looked like it hurt. That voice sounds like it's coming from a little girl. That said, it does sound more amused than concerned with her pain. Ochako groans, lift her head up to glare up at the little girl, using her as a chair. Yeah, it did. In all honesty, Ochako was expecting a little human girl, which she shouldn't considering their location, but instead sitting on her is a little reptilian alien that looks very similar to Izuku's XLR8 form. Izuku blinks as the little alien hops off Ochako with a mischievous smirk. She's a Kinoceleran. No wonder that explains the little blue streak zooming around them. It was just a little girl playing around. You need to work on your reflexes, dummy. The little Kinoceleran places her hands at her sides, trying to look impressive while looking down on the much taller human girl. The Kinoceleran child's head has a similar helmet-like feature as XLR8. She of course has blue skin, white eyes, and a black striped tail. She's wearing a white and pink jacket that stretches past her tiny knees. Ochako frowns, leering at the little creature as she stands back up. And you need to work on your manners. The Kinoceleran, for some reason, takes offense to that. Oh yeah? Well, your face is too round. Ochako's cheeks puff out in annoyance. A part of her wants to be immature and throw insults back, but she's better than that. Yes, mature. At least that's what she tells herself. Well, you may think so, but that's just part of my charm, see? Without any provocation, Ochako poses like the cute anime girl she is, with her fingers pressed against her blushing cheeks. They help accentuate my cuteness. She completes the look with a cute girlish giggle. Izuku turns away, hiding his extremely red face while clutching at his heart. She's too cute. While Izuku has an episode, the Kinoceleran girl, however, sees this action as if a gauntlet has been thrown down. And she is more than ready to accept the challenge. I'm cute too, watch. The child takes a shy stance with a hand over her mouth and the other behind her back. She fidgets in place, acting shy and insecure. Aided by her big innocent eyes, she just radiates innocence. Izuku claps his hands together as if praying. Adorable. At least someone is enjoying this showdown, because the two involved certainly aren't. The two are glaring daggers at each other while also trying to pull off the cutest pose with the most charm. After nearly a minute of holding the same pose, Ochako breaks down, gasping for air as she bends over, pressing down on her knees in defeat. Oh, I admit defeat. Ha, I win. The Kinoceleran proclaims happily, proud of her victory. Yeah, I guess you do. The two remain like that, one hunched over and the other with their chest puffed out. After a moment, Ochako begins to chuckle lightly, finding the situation rather humorous. Before long, she begins to outright laugh at herself. Just look at her, she just had a cute off against a 5-year-old and lost. Now that's hilarious. Said 5-year-old seems to realize it too. After blinking at the strange laughing human, she too begins to laugh along with her. Ha ha ha. I guess you're not so bad either. Ha ha. Thanks, and neither are you. Ochako reaches over petting the little girl on the head. It surprises her how smooth and cool the helmet-like feature really is. MLE. A woman's voice calls out from the other side of a nearby aisle. Ochako looks around for the source of the voice. MLE? Yeah, that's my name. The Kinesillarin, MLE, pronounced as Emily, explains. That's an adorable name. Emily, there you are. What appears to be Emily's mother rounds the corner and spotting her daughter. Emily's mother, obviously a Kinesillarin as well, is wearing a green headscarf over her head along with a matching mini green jacket, a long dark green dress, and white gloves. Emily waves her arms up, glad to see her parental figure. Mommy, and where have you been, young lady? I was playing, Emily states as if it was obvious. The Kinesillarin sighs. She then realizes that they have company. One of note is the plumber on duty. Oh, my 13. I'm so sorry if my daughter caused you any trouble. She bows with much remorse, hoping that her daughter hadn't done anything to disturb the hard-working hero. 13 chuckles, alleviating her worries. No, ma'am. A hyperactive child is nothing new for me. Now that hurts. Izuku can practically feel a giant arrow stab him in the head over that remark. The alien mother must have picked up on Izuku's discomfort, and she finally notices the two other humans invading the store. Oh, who are these two? Right, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's a new recruit, and she's... 13 gestures toward Ochako, who doesn't pick up right away that she's supposed to introduce herself. Oh, hi. I'm Ochako Uraraka. A pleasure. The mother smiles and bows in greeting before grabbing her daughter's hand. Thank you for finding my daughter. She just loves to run off on her own. Everyone can't help but have the same response. That seems like an understatement. The mother is oblivious to their inner thoughts. Thanks again, perhaps we'll see you around sometime. If so, don't hesitate to say hello. Ochako gives her a grateful smile, nodding her head in agreement. Satisfied with her response, she leads her young one away for the register. While being led away, Emily waves back at the smiling brunette. Bye, Oken. Ochako's heart flutters for a second. Her smile grows as she waves the adorable child off. 13 chuckles at her reaction. Seems like someone made a new friend. Ochako nods, seeing no reason to argue or get embarrassed by her newest achievement, becoming friends with an alien. Hopefully, with no more interruptions, 13 can finally ask what's really on their mind. Uraraka, tell me, what do you think of all of this so far? What do I think? What does she think of all this? What does she think of the bizarre yet colorful aliens? Today has been such an experience for me. In just a few minutes I've seen things that most people would never believe. Heck, they'd probably have an episode. And yet here I am. No words can really describe how she's feeling, so there's only one thing she can really say. It's all just so amazing. I'm really glad to hear you say that. Same. Izuku smiles. Her reaction is really better than what he thought would happen. That said, 13 cuts in on the moment, becoming rather somber in tone. I hope you can understand the gravity of the situation. Ochako cups her chin with a questioning look on her face. What do you mean? The dangers of if you were to let anyone know what you've learned here. What do they mean? Oh, right, it's so obvious. People, or rather humans. Human beings are instinctually wary of the unknown, and what's more unknown than outer space and alien life? And the fear that can rise from that could prove to be tragic. I do understand, and... Her mind flashes to the child she just befriended, Emily. I would hate to bother any of these people. That's the truth. If she slips up, Emily and her family may get hurt, imprisoned, and experimented on the government. People, or villains, may come after them for possible knowledge and alien technology. She can't let that happen to them. It's just like what she promised All Might. If she's not careful, those she cares about could be targeted and put into harm's way. If I want to be a hero, then I need to respect all living beings no matter where they come from. That's right, this is just one more secret she has to keep from the public's knowledge. Now time to address the third secret she is willing to bear. And that's the same for you, Deku. I promise to never reveal the truth about the omnitrix. Really? Although he always expected her to keep that part quiet, he is none the less appreciative of the gesture. Yes, I trust you, and it doesn't matter that you're quirkless, because with that thing you are definitely a hero. The cinnamon bun can't help but let tears prick his eyes. That's so kind of her to say. No one, not even his own family, have been able to look him in the eyes and say those words. Thank you, Uraraka. He sniffs, but he doesn't even bother to try and stop the tears. Thank you, thank you. Oh, come on now. There's no need to cry. 13 smiles softly to themselves as Ochako tries to cheer up the sniveling boy. It seems Midoriya was right about this one. They wait until Izuku finally calms down enough that the tears stop and he's able to wipe his face clean. Now on to the third reason you're here today. Ochako draws her attention back to the pro-hero. In case you haven't guessed it for yourself already, I am part of a covert law enforcement organization that monitors, regulates, and manages the alien population on Earth. Whoa, that's so cool. Ochako awes in amazement. She turns to Izuku, who nearly laughs at her expression of amazement. Are you part of this organization too, Deku? Izuku smiles humbly, not afraid to admit the facts. Not officially, but I'm working hard to make it in. He sheepishly rubs the back of his head. But there's a lot I need to learn first. 13 nods in agreement. You sure do. 13 agrees before eyeing the other possible trainee. The both of you. Now that throws Ochako for a loop. The both of us? Yes, Uraraka. If you don't mind, I would like to formally request for you to join our team. 13 holds a hand out to her as to literally reach out for her to accept the request. Join? Yes. It'd be great to have someone like you at our side, and I believe you have what it takes to become one of us. A space hero? That would be amazing. It almost seems too good to be true. Gosh, when did she become so lucky? First, she's entrusted with the future of Japan, but now she might just be entrusted with the fate of the whole world. That should scare her, it should terrify her, but it doesn't. Instead, she can feel the resolve swelling up within her. No, this is no burden, it is an honor. How could she look at herself in the mirror and call herself a hero when she turned her back on those that need her? But what if she's not cut out for this? Perhaps she's taking on too much. What if everyone is wrong about her? This is so much all at once. I don't know what to say. It's so much responsibility, and I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this. Izuku. He understands more than he cares to admit. After all, it was dumb luck that he got the omnitrix in the first place. Who's to say that he deserves to have it? It was only from the praise and faith from others that he could even begin to think of the omnitrix as his own. Uraraka, you are more than capable. It's true, she is more than worthy to be here with them. And now it's his turn to show someone else their true potential. You said that I'm a hero. Well, the same is true for you. Ochako gasps, not out of shock, but surprise. You have so much courage, you're so kind and selfless, and his confidence he started with is gone, but he has to say this. He has to tell her the truth. You're the first real friend that I've had in a long time. It hurts quite a bit to admit that, but it is of course the obvious truth. Kaken can't even view him as a human being, and Nezu, you care about others, and these aliens, these people, they need someone like you, like us, to help them. To allow them to live their lives with smiles on their faces and without worry. Ochako's eyes widen. Something in her heart resonates from within her. You're right. Of course, he is. That's why she dreams of being a hero, why she accepted All Might's legacy, and now this as well. 13. Yes. 13 snaps out of their lull. Shamefully, they went quiet while Ochako and Izuku each had their piece, and they figured it wasn't their place to interrupt. I accept your offer. Izuku's face lights up as if Christmas came early. Really? Yeah. Let's do it, Deku. She shoots her fist into the air. We'll get into UA and then we'll become space heroes. And I promise that I'll never tell a soul about anything I learned here. Not the truth about the Omnitrix, aliens, or your secret organization. There's no doubt in her mind that she made the right choice today. And I promise to work hard. Her enthusiasm is so contagious. She even gets Izuku's blood pumping for some action. So will I. He shoots his fist into the air, mimicking her movements. Ochako grins with anticipation. And our first step will be getting into UA. They both cry out in unison. They exchange smiles, knowing full well that they'll both will most certainly make it to the top hero school in all of Japan. Ochako giggles in delight. I guess that makes us space cadets now. What? You know, space cadets, that's what we'll call ourselves. Izuku isn't too sure. But what's the harm? Sure. Oh, by the way. Ochako tilts her head to the side, curious about something. Does your organization have a name? Izuku blanches. Oh yeah, we sort of looked over that. I was hoping she wouldn't notice. Yeah. Oh, what is it? Seeing their K-13 proudly steps in, and as if an imaginary banner suddenly appeared behind them, they proudly proclaim their alias. We're known as the Plumbers. They are so full of conviction that one can practically touch it. No, seriously, what is it? She says this with such a deadpanned expression. Izuku smiles in embarrassment as 13 instantly begins ranting away at the teen girl, feeling rather insulted by her comment. Things just became a whole lot more interesting. ## end flashback ##. Izuku smiles with fondness of the memory. It really was a good day. It's been great having Ochako in on the secret. It's nice to have someone his age to bounce his thoughts on aliens, the omnitrix, and quirks off of. Plus, it helps that she too is very passionate when it comes to the topic of anything related to aliens and outer space. It's so nice to see that other people can have a nerdy side too. It makes Izuku feel less like a freak and more like a normal human with normal feelings and tendencies. Of course, they did have to clear up a few things here and there. For example, he did of course have to explain how he came across the omnitrix in the first place and why it won't come off his arm no matter what. 13 was excited to have someone else to train, but it would prove rather difficult since she lives a fair distance away. As it turns out, by mere luck, she had just acquired a new personal trainer. Apparently, it was some retired pro hero from America. Izuku was instantly on her, begging to know who it was and what was their quirk. But she was quick to deny him, stating that said hero would rather stay on the down low as to live their retirement in peace. Izuku wasn't convinced, but he didn't want to pry, so he let it go. Speaking of not knowing certain things, those unknown robots that kept coming after him seemingly have stopped coming. It's been months since the last one showed up. I wonder why. Maybe whoever was sending them just gave up or something. Screech. I may have spoken too soon. Man, and just when he thought he was in the clear, another robot appears. The sound of screeching tires intensifies. Izuku turns around and spots a runaway delivery truck tearing its way down the street. As the speeding truck zooms by, Izuku spots the driver inside. He's panicking, screaming at the top of his lungs while trying to hit the brakes. But they're not working. Analyzing the situation quickly, Izuku realizes the issue. The other problem, however, is that there are no heroes present to stop the truck. It's up to him to stop it. He grips the omnitrix looking for the right alien. It may not be a robot, but it's no less an emergency. And it just got so much worse. Further down the street, a group of 3 people, it looks to be an older sister and her 2 much younger siblings, are strolling along the sidewalk, blissfully unaware of the out-of-control vehicle. And it just got a whole lot worse. Without a second to lose, Izuku's feet begin to move forward on their own. Sure, there's no way his own capabilities will get him there in time. There is, of course, an alternate route. Knowing this himself, Izuku activates his trusty omnitrix and thus becoming the best-suited alien for the job. The older sister, after getting distracted by her baby sister's antics, looks up, and although she doesn't outwardly express her surprise, anyone can see the shock of dread course through after noticing the dangerously fast approaching truck. While in a panic, the driver sticks his head out the window while screaming out at the top of his lungs. Get out of the way! The sister doesn't panic. Not now. Not when her siblings are depending on her to save them. She lashes out her frog-like tongue, wrapping it around her siblings. The truck is way too close, there's no way she can get them all out of the way in time. Despite the low chance of success, she squats down, but why is she going to jump over the truck? Guess they'll never know. Because there's no time to spare. Just before tragedy strikes, XLR8 runs into action. And as if in slow motion, he grabs the frog-like girl just as she's about to launch herself and her siblings up. In a blink of an eye, XLR-8 carries the three away from the threat, dropping them off further up the street where the runway truck can't get to them. The older sister blinks, unsure of what just happened. XLR-8 wipes away imaginary sweat from his brow. Phew, that was a close one, huh? Screech. Oops, still got one more thing to take care of. He flashes the trio a toothy grin. Take care of yourselves. Now I gotta run. He zips away after the delivery truck, silently praising himself not only for saving their lives but for his great line. Haha, nailed it. Was that supposed to be funny? The frog-like girl tilts her head to the side as she watches the blue lizard man sprint away. A few questions pop into her mind. Just who was that? She curiously watches on as a blue blur spins around the delivery truck. After a few seconds, the wheel pops right off and the truck drops down, its bottom grinding against the pavement as sparks fly out from its sides. The driver still continues to scream like a maniac even as the truck comes to a complete stop. Eventually reality settles in and the driver passes out. He's exhausted after this crazy ordeal. His heart clearly can't take it. XLR-8 chuckles to himself on a job well done. Another day, saved. Now I'm off to do more good deeds. And with a step to the side, he's off again to who knows where, with no plan other than to look for trouble and help those in need of it. Now this is what I've been working for, and now in less than a month I will be taking the UA entrance exam. He zigs and zags his way from road to road, leaving a trail of wind, disturbed papers and leaves, and a few smiling faces from people he helped out, from painting a fence in less than 3 seconds, catching a rogue baseball before it can smash into a windshield, and distributing lost cat posters before finding and delivering the same cat back to her owner's arms. I will pass the exam, and when I do, then I'll really be on the right path to become a hero. The little girl gives him one of the biggest smiles he's ever seen as she holds her kitty closer to her chest. But for now, I'll happily settle for this. Yeah, the future is definitely looking up. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Gah, where is he? In an abandoned construction project, a dark figure is throwing a tantrum, smashing his fists into several support beams. The sound of the bending iron echoes throughout the dark and damp basement, scaring away a few rats, including the big one in an orange jacket. Argit nearly falls from his perch atop a barrel. Chill, man. He'll be here. He better be. The figure growls in annoyance. I'm tired of waiting. This guy better be worth it, especially after making me wait for months just so I can talk to him. My apologies for making you wait. A cool, collected voice full of mirth decides to let itself be known, followed by the tapping of expensive dress shoes against the cold concrete floor. But nonetheless, thank you for your patience. A middle-aged man of moderate height and slight build, with eyebrows that appear to be drawn up with notably squinted-looking pink eyes, approaches the duo. He has short gray hair parted to his right with side bangs hanging above his eyes, along with a small mustache and goatee on his chin, and one of his front teeth seems to be missing, leaving a gap in his grin. He's also wearing a pair of dress pants and a matching blazer, along with plain black shoes and a shirt which he leaves partially unbuttoned at the top. He has a thick, golden tube-like necklace along. He's also sporting a pair of circular glasses on his face. He pulls out a cigarette from his pocket, sticking it into his mouth. Please understand that I am a very busy man. He pulls out a lighter, igniting the end of his smoke. I have quite a lot of clients, and each one of them needs my attention. Be quiet. The figure snarls in annoyance. And don't act all polite, I know the type of things you deal with. The figure glares daggers at the much taller man, trying to intimidate him. And the type of people you deal with, too. The man humorously smiles at the figure, his eyes wary yet full of interest. Nonetheless, I did take time to meet with you, did I not? He puffs out some smoke as he speaks. The figure doesn't find the man's sarcasm amusing. Not whatsoever. Quite bullshitting me, old man. Old man, huh? I'm somewhat insulted by that. And yet has a grin on his face. Very well, the truth is I had to do some prior research on ya. He takes out the smoke, grinning like a murderer going in for the kill. Henzu Uichi. Henzu turns and glares at Argit, his eyes screaming that he's tear the rat a new one for ratting him out. I told you not to tell him who I am. Wah! I didn't promise. Argit scurries behind his perch, hopping the flimsy wood will protect him from Henzu's wrath. The man chuckles, regaining their attention. No need to blame the rat, although I can't say I blame ya. Argit gaps at the man. Why is he always getting blamed for shit like this? The man continues. After all, I did some personal research of my own. Henzu eyes the man warily. And what did you learn? A lot. Jiren smiles, anticipating a reaction. And a lot of it was interesting. For example, you're an orphan, delinquent, and now a runaway with a versatile quirk to boot. You're really something, aren't ya? Henzu's fist balls up. He really hates it when people pry into his business. So, shall we get down to business? Just why did you make me come all the way down to this? He eyes the crumbling site. Fine establishment? I want in. Henzu states simply no ifs, whats, or buts about it. The man's smile falters, but he recovers, trying to pull off his friendlier facade. In? I'm afraid I don't follow. Just what is this kid after? Don't play dumb. Henzu smirks, knowing full well that he's in control now. After all, you're not the only one who did their research, Jiren. Jiren's smile drops. He doesn't bother disguising it either, letting the delinquent and the rat know that they are truly beginning to conduct their business. Over these past few months, I've been keeping myself busy learning some new tricks. Henzu rubs his arm. He can feel his muscles and vein bulge underneath his fingertips as a portion of his new strength flows through. But I've also become more aware of Japan's crime world. And did you know a good number of criminals here in Mizudafu has been going silent, as if they've all just disappeared? Jiren tenses up. Just how much does this kid know? I know it was you. You've been recruiting criminals from all over. Jiren clears his throat before speaking. Even if I was, how would you even know about it? Henzu outright scoffs at the question. I have my ways, namely my newly acquired skills. Yeah, that tiny frog guy is way more useful than he originally thought. And what luck he accidentally spotted Jiren talking to some lowlife in an abandoned building. So now what? I already told you, I want in on whatever it is you're doing. He points a finger at Jiren as if to make sure he's listening. More specifically, I want to meet whomever it is you're working for. What? You said it yourself, you have a lot of clients. Am I wrong to assume one of them hired you to do some recruitment? Jiren scowls. Just what is this kid's deal? If so, with the large number of criminals you've already gathered, it's got to be for some big operation, right? Henzu seems almost too excited about this. Meanwhile, Argit watches on while silently becoming more and more nervous. It's possible things might go south and quick, especially when Henzu is involved. And if it is? Jiren's voice softened. He's a bit wary now of this punk. Well, I think my skills will greatly benefit your employer. Osmosis, that's your quirk, right? It definitely has its uses, but I can't guarantee an audience. That is the truth. Most of the guys he found haven't even met their leader yet. They just happen to fear the true mastermind. I wasn't talking about osmosis. Henzu interrupts. Now that's a surprise. Without a word, Henzu's whole entire right arm changes, morphing into something inhuman. It becomes gray with scales. A narrow fin shoots out from his elbow, and his finger become razor-sharp claws. With no provocation, Henzu swerves around, digging his claws right through another metal support beam, slashing it, leaving a massive gap in its side. What the hell was that? Did he absorb some weird metal or something? Henzu continues. This time his arm becomes black in color, but a red-like shell encases his forearm, leading up to sharp gray fingers. He takes aim and fires out a powerful stream of water at the wall. After a few seconds, he cuts off the water to reveal a crater inside his target. Jiren pulls out another cigarette and sticks it between his teeth, letting this new piece of information to process. Now that changes things. He lights the smoke, enjoying its flavor. You got it, kid. I'll get you your audience. That was so good. Ochako holds her cheeks, her tongue sticking up to the side, savoring the flavor left in her mouth after a delicious breakfast of mochi. Probably not the best thing to have, especially after her crazy workout regimen. But she deserves a cheat day every now and then. Izuku smiles, although it is a rather pained smile. Yup. He grips his wallet, peering inside to how desolate its interior really is. My poor wallet. Why did I offer to pay? Why does he always seem to run out of money when it comes to his friends? Currently, the pair of teens are making their way towards their future UA. However, they made sure to stop first at a new mochi place that's not too far from the school. Their morning has been pretty good so far. It's been quiet and peaceful. Izuku can't help but feel like it's only the calm before the storm though. The anticipation for the test is already starting to well up inside him. Ping. That was his phone, wasn't it? He pulls it out to check, and sure enough he's got a new message from 13 that reads the following. Good luck you two. I'm rooting for you both. Hey Uraraka. Read this. Izuku holds his phone out to her as to let her sneak a peek. Ochako leans over. Her smile seems to become even more tender after reading it. Ah, that sure was nice of them. Sure was. Ochako straightens herself back up, enjoying their nice stroll towards the Hero Academy. Even though it's still winter, the lack of a breeze and with the sun shining down on them, it's actually a rather warm day. Even though they're moving at a good pace, there is a hint of excitement with each step she takes. Sheesh. I'm so nervous and yet I can't wait for the exam to start. I know what you mean. We both worked so hard for this day. I honestly can't wait to see how our hard work pays off. Even now they can see the results of their training. They just seem to be holding themselves up a bit taller like they have something to be proud of. And they do, heck, their physical abilities are leaps and bounds above from what they used to be. Guess clearing that beach over time really did do its intended purpose. Thank you, All-American Dream Plan, and whomever wrote you. Ochako steals a glance at Izuku who is oblivious to her staring. Something's been on her mind for a while now, but she keeps putting it off namely because she doesn't know where to even begin. After everything he was so willing to show her, to trust her with, she can't help but feel a little guilty about keeping secrets from him. Especially, a secret so great that even the #1 hero can't afford to let others know about it. I wonder if it's okay if I tell him. After all Might put his faith in her, so he should trust her to tell those that she herself can trust as well, right? #flashback #. Phew, finally I'm home. Well, sort of. Ochako still has to make her way from the train station to her actual home. Ochako inhales, taking a whiff of the fresh air of her hometown of Endori. Even with the sun down, the building lights can't outshine the stars that are twinkling like fireflies. It's a decently sized town. It's nowhere near the size of other cities, but it has a big enough population that pro-heroes do decide to station themselves here. Surrounding Endori is a sea of forests, and of course Lothale Mountain stands nearby as if watching over the people like a guardian. The singing mountain breeze hauntingly sounds like the howl of wolves that once populated the region centuries ago. But rather than a terrifying screech, it plays more like a harmonious yet eerie song that somehow calms the nerves. She's got a bit of a walk before she can call it a night. Luckily, she called her parents on the train to not let them worry. She stretches, raising her arms and pulling them back, getting ready for the trek down the hill and towards home. She pulls her head back, stretching. The lamp light blinds her, making her wince. Gah! My eyes! That wasn't very smart. She whines, rubbing her eyes. Maybe it was thanks to her exhaustion, but Ochako failed to notice that she was not in fact the only person at the station. A large and firm yet thin hand plants itself onto her shoulder from behind, spooking the poor girl. Stranger danger! Ochako flips out. She grabs her bag by the straps and swings it around like a bludgeon. Her backpack slams into a skeletal blonde man's side. Gah! Oh, God. She hit him so hard that he's spitting up blood. Oh my gosh! Ochako is panicking. Sure, she was only defending herself from a possible creep, but she didn't mean to hurt him that badly. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. The man's is rubbing his side, wincing in pain as blood drips from his mouth. Cough, no, it's all right. Cough, my apologies, miss. Cough, it was completely my fault. I shouldn't have approached you from behind. The blood finally stops as the blonde skeleton rubs his head in embarrassment, his sunken eyes pleading for forgiveness. Anyway, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Yagi Tashinori. Ochako's not sure what to make of this man. His skinny and sickly figure isn't helping his cause, not to mention he surprised her in a barren place at night. But that said, he seems approachable enough. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Maybe this man just needs help, like directions, to a hospital. If you don't mind me asking, is there something you needed from me? Yes, I just want to talk to you. Talk to me? Yes. Yagi suddenly becomes shy as if he saw something he wasn't supposed to. You see, I saw what you did today. Against the villain. He's referring to how Rojo kidnapped her, but she was able to rescue herself. Ochako smiles sheepishly. Oh, you did? Yes. And I just wanted to say that I was quite impressed by your resolve and capability. Thank you. That said, I have a single question for you, and I would greatly appreciate an honest answer. Yagi replays the recent events from earlier that day. Most importantly, he remembers what she declared to the world when she brought down the villain single-handedly. I can be a hero, and I will keep everyone safe. Her words, her actions, spoke to him and drive him to, admittedly, follow her here, hoping he could have a word with her and find out for himself whether she is worthy or not. Why do you want to become a hero? Well, she certainly wasn't expecting that. But it is a good question. Why? It doesn't take long for her to have her answer. I want to be a hero because I want to bring smiles to people's faces. Smiles that let everyone know that they are safe, happy, and living their lives without worry. The thoughts of those future smiles, including her parents, classmates, and even Deku, float through her mind. She smiles, finding the images both fond and inspiring. That's why I want to become a hero. Yagi grins as if he just found the one thing that he's been searching for decades. I knew it. Excuse me. Ochako tilts her head to the side, unsure what the strange man means. You knew what? Young Uraraka. He needs to do this. Plus he's running out of time. He can't afford putting off finding a successor any longer. And she is most definitely worthy. She's got a good handle on her quirk, is very capable, brave, and she has a great motive. I believe you're worthy of inheriting my power. Ochako's expression of dazed confusion is so hilarious that Yagi has to bite his tongue to prevent himself from outright laughing. I don't understand. Perhaps I should have led with this. And I should also make it clear, but we've actually met once before already. Inhaling a deep breath, Yagi's form disappears behind a poof of smoke, only for a towering titan of a man to stand before her in all his power and glory. I am here. All Might flashes her his signature grin, posing like the pro-hero he is as to accentuate his point. Oh my gosh, you're All Might. The last time they met was at the Kamino Mall, but it was so brief she didn't get a chance to fangirl a bit. She figured that one out fairly quickly. Yes, it is I, All Amaifu, and in a puff of smoke, All Might is back to being Yagi Toshinori. Ah! Ochako gawks at the sudden change, her mind still trying to process everything. They take a seat on a nearby bench and Yagi tries his best to explain how and why he ended up in his current condition. Of course, being sure to skip over a few minor, important details here and there. He tells her about how he's become weaker, slower, and because of that he's even begun to fail to save the day. The sludge villain incident is the first to come to mind. He tells her that because of his shortcomings he's been actively trying to resolve as many situations as he can while he still can, and that led him to Rojo holding her hostage and him witnessing her conviction. There you have it, that's why I had to sort you out. That's a lot to take in, but I still don't quite understand how this involves me. I'm sorry, but I'm still lost here. Right, there's still another matter I need to discuss with you. Here goes nothing. You see, I wasn't actually born with my quirk. I'm not a natural-born hero, my power was given to me. Wah-dash! Just before she could scream out in shock, All Might claps a hand over her mouth, saving his eardrums from excruciating pain. Please, let me finish. He removes his hand, allowing the girl to breathe. As I was saying, my quirk was passed down to me by someone else. No way. Yes way. For you see, young Uraraka. The glint in All Might's eyes hardens as his resolve shines through. My quirk, the quirk that was transferred to me, is known as One for All. So that's his quirk. The significance of this revelation is not lost on her. She is well aware of how secretive and elusive All Might can be whenever people try and find out what exactly his quirk is. And yet here he is the man himself, revealing the truth to her. 1. For all. Yagi stands up, his arms outstretched at his sides. The first person cultivates the power and then passes it to another. The next refines it and passes it on again. In this way, those crying out to be saved and those with brave and true hearts link to form a crystalline network of power. There's no right way to respond to this. All she can feel is a great awe and confusion. Why? Why are you telling me all this? Yagi looks her right in the eye, not wanting her to mix his words in any way. I'm in need of a successor that's willing to take up my mantle and my power. He holds his hand out to her, hoping that she will take his offer. And I fully believe that you're worthy of receiving my quirk. Me worthy of All Might's quirk? I don't know. This has got to be a dream or something. Maybe my mind is playing a trick on me. This can't be real. There's no way All Might, the symbol of peace, would take me of all people under his wing and make me his successor. I just don't think I'm the right fit. All Might can tell that the girl is having some inner conflict. Young Uraraka, what you did today took not only courage but great resolve. And from your words, I can tell that you meant what you said about wanting to bring smiles to people's faces. Smiles that let everyone know that they are safe. Because of all this I know, without a shadow of a doubt, that you can become a great hero. Tears begin to prick at Ochako's eyes, as a smile is on the edge of forming. Is this real? Yes, I think it is. All Might really thinks I'm capable. He believes in me. I ask you again, young Uraraka, do you accept the responsibility and the honor of receiving my quirk, making it your own, and becoming the next pillar of peace and justice? Become the next pillar of peace and justice. Can I really do it? Well, if All Might think so. But what about my family? What about Deku? Would they think I'm worthy? My parents work so hard for so little, and Deku has really inspired me to chase after my dreams. Then maybe I should accept, but not for myself but for them, so that I can show everyone my thanks, that their faith in me wasn't a waste. Because someday I will become the #1 hero that brings a smile to everyone's face. With a grin that could rival All Might's one day, she gives a resounding response. Yes. #end flashback #. And so, began her 8 months of training under All Might's supervision, or as she calls it, 8 months of torture. Curse All Might and his all-American dream plan, the Lady Liberty version. But she survived, and she's really come a long way. Now look at her, she's really developed well-toned muscles, making her body the perfect vessel for one for all. While walking, Ochako cups her mouth, feeling slightly queasy. I just wish there was some other way to accept his quirk. We're here. Ochako snaps out of her pondering, and sure enough, Izuku is right. Standing before them is the entirety of UA. A 15-story building with shining windows, grand arches, and protective walls stand proudly as a symbol of bright futures that await those who enter its doors. This remarkable place has produced some of the world's greatest heroes, and now it's their turn. This is it. Ochako raises her fist into the air, declaring to the world that she is here. Get ready, UA, because Deku and I are here. Yeah. Izuku pumps his fist into the air, mimicking Ochako's stance as well. Can you blame him though? Ochako's energy is just contagious. Unfortunately, the moment, along with Izuku's confidence, is cut way too short by a rather annoyed growl. What the hell are you so excited about, stupid Deku? Izuku recognizes the voice instantly, and he quickly reverts back to his normally shy and spineless self. Kaken! He spins around, and sure enough, Katsuki Bakugo is there with an angry snarl on his face. Gee, good to see you. Let's all do our best today. Bakugo scoffs, brushing past his terrified classmate. Just stay out of my fucking way. Izuku nervously nods while also fighting the urge to run away. Ochako watches on with uncertainty, debating whether Izuku was friends with this guy or was being threatened by him. When Bakugo is eventually out of sight, Izuku finally relaxes, sighing in relief. That's Kaken. Although, Ever since the sludge villain incident, he has been tamer than usual. He hasn't even been on Izuku's case all too much these recent months. Perhaps having to be shown up and rescued by an unknown hero or vigilante was a good humbling experience. Maybe one day, we can finally be friends again. Maybe I shouldn't get my hopes up. Ochako taps his shoulder. You know him? Izuku's eyes nearly pop out. For a minute there, he had forgotten she was even there. Why yeah, that's Katsuki Bakugo and he's a friend, Ochako gives him a deadpan look, not taking him seriously. After all, doesn't he remember his last friend, Nezu? Deku, you really have bad taste in friends, excluding me of course. Deciding to move on from the subject that is Katsuki Bakugo, she strides forward with purpose and gusto. All right, shall we? Sure. Come on. There's no reason to be nervous. Besides, with your transformations, there's no way you won't pass. So what could go wrong? Izuku gives her a grateful smile. He really needed that right now. You're right. He walks forward, taking a step towards his future. This is one small step for Izuku Midoriya, and one embarrassing fall for his self-worth, as he trips over his own feet, plummeting face first onto the hard ground. Deku. Oh gosh. Is he okay? If only I was standing next to him, I could have saved him. ####, you can do this. You can do this. You can do this. You can do this. You can dash. Ochako sweat drops, placing a hand onto Izuku's shoulder. Deku, you're freaking me, and everyone else out. Oh, my bad. Sorry? Izuku takes a breath before rolling up the sleeves of his light green jacket, making sure the omnitrix is free for him to activate. He can't afford to get distracted now, not when the UA exam entrance is going to start. Right now, both him, Ochako, and a number of other examinees are gathered in front of a giant metal doorway that's supposed to lead into a fake empty city. According to Present Mike, the pro hero that oversaw the explanation of the exam, they'll be battling against villain robots that give them a certain number of points when they're destroyed. Ochako's expression softens in understanding. It's okay. We're lucky to end up in the same testing facility. Yeah, lucky? A thought crosses Izuku's mind. He's been considering it for a little while now, and now's going to be the last chance to say something. But I think we should go about this on our own. Ochako's jaw drops as a jolt of shock runs through her heart. Is this what it's like to be rejected? Worried that he may have upset her, Izuku quickly tries to save the situation. What I mean is, I want to see how far I've come. We've both worked so hard, and I want to use this test as a way to gauge how much I've improved. The color returns to her face. Oh, I gotcha. Well, in that case, she gives her friend a big thumbs up. Then let's do it.
Izuku smiles.
I'm glad you agree. You too. A loud, stern voice interjects itself into their conversation. Izuku and Ochako spot a tall navy blue-haired boy with glasses striding towards them, swinging his arms out at his side like a robot. Tell me why you are here? He karate chops the air, demanding an answer. Are you hoping to interfere and prevent the rest of us from passing? Izuku internally gasps. Is this how everyone sees him? No, of course not. Meanwhile, Ochako finds the taller teen's accusations insulting. It's not right, he shouldn't just jump to conclusions. Hey, don't be mean. You two ought to know better. This exam is for those that strive to earn the great honor of becoming heroes. I will not stand for two degenerates to interfere with anyone's chances. Ochako's expression hardens. There's no way she's taking this lying down. Listen, we're dash. And begin. Present Mick's voice rings out in full force, although it's difficult to say if that was over the intercoms or he shouted that out loud instead. Izuku blinks, looking towards the radio tower the pro hero is currently stationed in. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners. You're wasting your time here. It finally dawns on them. Without a moment to waste, the entire group of examinees charges forward into the fake city, including Izuku, Ochako, and the stern blue-haired teen. Despite the stampede of charging bodies of people, Izuku manages to call out to Uraraka. Good luck, Space Cadet Uraraka. Back at ya, Space Cadet Deku. And with that, the two split up in different directions, doing as they said they would, complete this test on their own. Izuku grips his omnitrix. The dial shoots up, providing his roster of aliens. All right, omnitrix. Let's do this right. Thinking in a professional sense, UA is considered to be All Might's alma mater. That said, it stands to reason that UA probably prefers students with similar power/strength type quirks. Meaning in order to ensure a spot he needs to appeal to the judges, and who better than Four Arms, who personifies strength. Izuku grins, dialing up the Tetraman DNA. A green 1-point robot bursts out from between two buildings, its single red eye dialing in on the greenette. Target sighted. Eliminate. Izuku grins with confidence. Let's go, Four Arms. He slams the dial down, and a flash of green eerie light engulfs him just as the robot charges. From within the flash of green, a black tendril lashes out, latching itself onto the robot before draining said robot of all its power, successfully shutting it down. Feedback. Feedback gazes down at his slim, tall alien form. Ah man, I really wanted to smash the robots, not fry them. His tendrils drop down in disappointment. Another robot, this time a 2-pointer, leaps out from above, readying to tackle the tall examinee. Feedback takes him, firing a ray of lighting. The blast not only fries the bot, but propels it, causing it to crash into the side of a building. Feedback's grins. He's honestly enjoying himself a little bit right now. Okay, Omnitrix, I admit it. Maybe Feedback was the right choice. Another robot, a 3-pointer, rounds the corner. It hasn't spotted him yet. Feedback leaps forward, his tendrils embedding themselves into the robot's exterior. The robot sputters as it loses power. A smiling Feedback turns his head, and the sight before him is both terrifying yet thrilling. This street looks like a battlefield with participants and robots fighting it out all over the place. Not wanting to miss out on points or action, Feedback rushes in, his tendrils ready to strike and his hands ready to fire out beams of electricity at a moment's notice. Feedback tears it up, draining villain robots of their power and blasting others into heaps of burnt metal. He keeps at it as much as he can, keeping track of his points. He blasts apart a 3-point villain just as it was charging at him. 45 points. Phew, I better keep going. Not sure what the threshold is for a passing grade here. I better get as much as I can. Nearby, a blonde-haired teen with a slim build and a rather feminine face is firing out lasers from a large special belt around his waist. After blasting a 2-pointer, the teen cuts off his laser, taking a moment to rest. Unbeknownst to him, a 3-pointer is readying an attack from behind. Look out! Feedback lashes out, his tendril wrapping itself around the teen's waist before pulling him away from the attack. The teen yelps in surprise as he's yanked off his feet, and a beam of electricity flies past him and into the 3-pointer. That was a close one, huh? Feedback places the teen down, who is quick to compose himself as if he was a fabulous prince. Ha! Thank you for the save, mon ami. But I believe you could have done it with a little more panache. After flashing the alien a pompous smile, the teen takes off running to find another robot. You're welcome, I guess. Oh well, at least he's up to 48 points now. Get ready, you dumb robots. Because Feedback's going to come out on top. Bleep. Oh no, was that? Feedback looks down, and sure enough, the Omnitrix is flashing red. Has it really been 10 minutes already? Oh, please not now. In a flash of red light, Izuku finds himself quirkless, helpless, and surrounded by brawling examinees and robots. This is just my luck. Grumbling to himself, Izuku slouches forward. Eliminate! Izuku freezes up. One of the robots has spotted him and had quickly decided to target him. Oh! The robot is nearly on top of him when several firm grips grab him and pull him back, allowing the robot to race by. You need to be more aware of your surroundings, says a calm male voice. Izuku blinks up at his savior, his eyes widening when he recognizes him. The person who saved him is the same guy that helped him out when he lost Rojo after she kidnapped Uraraka months ago. It's hard to forget someone like him, namely because of his odd mutation quirk that gives him multiple limbs. As of now, each end of his limbs has a different body part growing out of them. Eyeballs, ears, and hands. Hey, it's you, Izuku proclaims as the multi-limbed rescuer puts him down. Yeah. Anyway, be careful, these robots aren't going to go easy on us. The guy takes off, noticing a lone three-pointer not that far away. He's right. I already have 48 points, that should be enough, so for now I just need to survive the rest of the exam. That's easier said than done, though. I wonder how Uraraka's doing. Suddenly, there's a loud boom as the ground begins to shake violently. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Everybody run! Izuku's totally lost, frozen in place, amongst the sudden panic and confusion as other examinees run past him. Run? Run from what? There's another booming crash as an entire building is knocked out of the way of a giant. Uraraka, wherever you are, I hope you're having better luck than me. ####. Meanwhile, taking place a little bit after Izuku and Ochako first split up. Release. A one-pointer crashes into the ground after being suspended in midair by Ochako's zero-gravity. Alright, that brings me to 32. Ochako swipes her arm across her head, wiping away sweat and dust. She takes a few deep breaths, trying to push back the feeling of nausea that's starting to plague her. After splitting up from Deku, she was quick to find a horde of robots, after which she touched as many as she could to make them float, so she could release her quirk in one go rather than one at a time. She has not yet tried to use All Might's quirk. To be honest, the idea of her limbs popping off like balloons isn't exactly comforting. Besides, she only just received it last night, and she certainly doesn't feel any different than before. Meat bag detected. Eliminate. Another three-pointer seemingly lunges of a pile of rubble like an energized zombie. Meat bag. Ochako readies herself, waiting for the robot to get close so she can use her quirk. I'll show you. She wouldn't get the chance, however, because the tall blue-haired teen leaps out of nowhere. His leg, which she now notices has an engine embedded into it, smashes against the robot's head, breaking it into bits. That brings me to 45. The surprise on Ochako's face is very apparent. 45. The teen with glasses seems to notice Ochako's state. You better get into high gear, he calls out. His engine legs spurt out steam as he speeds forward, smashing a two-pointer with a mighty kick. Or you'll never succeed. Ochako's expression hardens. With a shake to her senses, she runs off looking for more robots. He's right. I need to pass because my parents, Deku, and All Might all believe in me, and I can't let them down. I worked too hard for this. I won't fail. ###flashback ###. Near the top of Lothale Mountain, there is a decently sized crater that's surrounded by large boulders and filled with coniferous trees, making the crater look like a cove but filled with trees and grasses. This tree canopy is dense, allowing little to no light to puncture through the grove's forest floor. It's too heavy. Ochako is really struggling. How the hell is she supposed to haul this load of logs when a super buff pro hero is sitting on top of them? Ochako falls forward, releasing the rope she was using to pull the logs. She groans as she flips herself over, her face covered in sweat and dirt. This would be a lot easier if I used my quirk. All Might bursts out laughing from atop his perch. Ha ha ha. I'm sure it would. He pulls out his phone, snapping a few photos of the downed and dejected girl. But seriously, that would defeat the purpose. Ochako sits up, her legs crossed as she gives the number 1 hero a suspicious look. And that would be? We need to work on your physical capabilities. Or, in other words, you need to get ripped. All Might shoots himself off the logs and flexes, demonstrating his point. What for? Seriously, what purpose does this serve other than to make sure she's physically fit? Then again, does anybody really need a reason to have abs? All Might suddenly becomes shy, rubbing his neck as he begins to break into a cold sweat. Well, your body, and don't take this the wrong way, but your body isn't ready. What? Oh God. She had suspected, but she never thought it was obvious. She knew she put on a little more weight recently, but that was because of stress eating, and that was because of those horrible robots and mutant monsters. What I mean is, your body won't be able to handle the full power of One for All. Your limbs would most likely explode when you try to use it. Is that really true? Sure is. Now that isn't the only reason you're here. Back before quirks, heroes were considered to be those that served their communities. But in more recent days it's all about resolving the most conflicts, especially against villains. All Might marches over to the thickest tree in the grove. He knocks his fist against it as if to test how thick it really is. I did some research about this mountain, and I found that although it's quite scenic, not a lot of people actually hike up here. That's why. Without warning, he begins to grapple with the large tree, prying up at its base. It will be your job to turn this spot into a beautiful scenic view. Ochako can hear the roots snapping away as All Might rips the tree right out the ground. Sunlight breaks through the canopy, shining down on All Might like a spotlight. When you've completed this, then and only then will your training be complete. His blue eyes shine in the light as he leans the tree against his shoulder, making him look like a mighty titan of the forest. That's great and all, but will this really help build up my strength? I'm glad you asked. All Might drops the tree and pulls out a folder seemingly out of nowhere. That's why I have this. Ochako takes the folder and begins to flip through its pages. This is your All-American Dream Plan, the Lady Liberty version. In it I have marked down every aspect of your daily routine, from diet, exercises, and sleep. Wow, it's so detailed. And damn was he thorough. He has sheets of healthy foods, detailed stretches, and even notes on how to have undisturbed rest. But why the Lady Liberty version? Oh, a coworker of mine actually asked me to make one for them first as to help their own student. So, this one is a more refined copy. Wow, someone else willingly decided to go through with this crazy schedule too. Huh? Well, looks like I have no excuse to not do it then. Ochako gives All Might a nervous yet determined smile. So, when do we start? All Might's grin widens. Right now. What followed was probably the most excruciating yet most rewarding experience in all of Ochako Uraraka's life. Every day for the next 8 months she was on Lothale Mountain pushing herself to her limits, while All Might was nearly always there lending his support and coaching. Every day her body ached all over, since she not only had to chop down trees with no assistance but then haul the timber down the mountain. If the wood was too rotten or unfit for lumber, All Might made sure she did different exercises to remove the debris so she could work on various muscle groups. As for the rest, she'd carry the timber to a local lumber yard near the base of the mountain. The lumber yard is a rustic little place run by a family of mutant-type Quirk users that look like living teddy bears. Her dad often goes to them for his company's lumber and woodcraft needs. Funny enough, she brought them up to 13, who explained that the family of teddy bears were actually aliens called Ewoks. Go figure. Anyway, every trip down the mountain Ochako made, she made the same trip back up, but this time with a load of prepared and trimmed pieces of lumber that she'd have to haul up like a sled dog. There were so many times she just wanted to use her quirk and be done with the agony, but All Might often joined her on these treks to make sure she kept true to the workout. Although, most of the time he would be using a rental at V, so he wouldn't actually have to make the trek himself. After several trips up and down the mountain, Ochako would remain there till nearly dusk. Why? Because after stockpiling a good number of lumber, both her and All Might got to work on constructing a nice rest stop for hikers. Even though her father never wanted her to take part in his construction projects, she did pick up quite a few things over the years. They started by building a wooden platform. This also meant she had to dig through clay and rock to set the boards evenly. Eventually they were able to move on to making a split-rail fence, benches across the trails, and install steps and platforms where they were needed. They even had to build a little bridge across a stream. Predictably, there were times when it would become way too much. Oof! Yagi stops the ATV. Taking off his helmet, he turns around and sees that Ochako has collapsed face first onto the ground. The load of which she was pulling slowly begins to slide back down the slope. Come on, now. This is no time to give up. I'm not giving up. Ochako picks her head up. That's all she can move since her entire body aches of pain from the strain on her muscles. Don't assume that because my body quit, that I did too. Yagi bulks up, his signature grin on in full force as he steps off the ATV, which is way too small for him now. Ha ha ha. He picks Ochako up by the scruff of her jacket, much like a mother lion would her cub. You have spirit, young Uraraka, that will get you far. I can promise you that. For now, relax. This old man will get you home where you can rest. Old? Just how old are you, All Might? He never did answer her question, but that's not important. What is important is that with All Might's support, her parents' love, and even talking to Deku got her through it, until all of the hard work and support finally paid off. In less than 24 hours, the UA entrance exam will take place. Currently, Yagi is strolling his way up the now very familiar mountain just as the sun is about to set. He's been unavailable since Nezu called him away to help prepare for the exam, and thus he's missed out on Ochako's training for the last week or so. So, he's here to see if she's okay and how far she's progressed since he's been gone. He's almost there. He can see where the canopy finally begins to open up, allowing what little sunlight there is to shine into his eyes. Victory! What greets him is a true sight to behold. Ochako is standing atop of the split-rail fence overlooking the valley below. The setting sun paints the sky with a beautiful hue of colors. The town on Endori slowly begins to light up as the residents turn their lights on. The mountain wind howls a melodic song. Whoa! She did it! Damn! She did an incredible job. Just look at that view. Amazing! It really is a beautiful view. The grove is now the perfect hiking destination with a sturdy balcony that overlooks the mountainside. A stable split-rail fence, masterfully crafted benches, and even a little wooden awning to provide some shade. Not to mention the wooden steps, platforms, and benches that are strewn about the trails, allowing hikers an easier and more comfortable experience. You finished in time, and you exceeded my expectations. It's wonderful. Yagi pops into his muscular form, shouting the last part loudly. The loud booming voice surprises Ochako from her thin perch. She spins around to see who's snuck up on her, but in doing so she slips. But she has no need to worry. In a blink of an eye, All Might grabs her and places her onto the ground. Great job, young Uraraka. Ochako blinks up, her eyes expanding in surprise and slight embarrassment. Did he hear her scream out in victory? All Might. Finished. You sure did. It's astounding. All Might digs through his coat pocket, pulling out his cell phone. He scrolls through it looking for a specific image. Here, take a look at this. He holds up the phone screen. Ochako peers at it. The photo is of her. She's on the ground, her face covered with dirt, looking weak and pathetic. Is that me? Yup, from 8 months ago. Back then you were so frail and meek, barely able to hike up and down this mountain. Hey! Ochako's cheeks puff out in anger. All Might continues, choosing to ignore her outburst. Now look at yourself. You've really become the perfect vessel. Ochako gazes down at her body, raising her arm up, flexing it as she observes the newly developed muscles. Holy shit, what happened to her body? She has muscles, very real muscles. And abs, yes. In all seriousness though, her physique is nothing like it used to be. Sure, she was never close to being overweight or anything, and she always did fairly well during school athletic tests, but this is a whole other level. Her body is that of an Olympic swimmer with her arms well developed, her stomach is well toned, and her legs are well built. A faint smile forms. She grips her arm. This is real, she did it, she really did it. She can't stop the tears that begin to leak out from the corners of her eyes. It feels like, I don't really deserve any of this. She tries and fails to wipe away the tears. I've had so much support from you, my family, and my friends. I just don't think I earned anything. You're wrong, this is because of your own efforts. All Might directs her to the stunning view. The sun is officially gone and was replaced by a sea of stars. Endori's buildings illuminate below like Christmas lights, giving the valley a celebratory atmosphere. Ochako's eyes shine like the stars. Who knew the view was this amazing? Guess that's why All Might chose this spot for her training. All Might plucks a single strand of hair from his head, holding on to it like a prize he can't afford to lose. Someone wise told me this once. There's a big difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, the other an reward. Never get the two mixed up. Ochako stares up at the hero, letting his words sink in. Take that to heart, young lady, because this gift you earned it with your own valiant efforts. With watery eyes and a determined smile, Ochako is ready to receive one for all and become the next symbol of peace. Despite his grin, an air of disgust and shame radiates off of the number one hero as he presents the strand of blonde hair. Eat this. Huh. You got to ingest some of my DNA. That's how it works. What? No way. Yes way. Now eat it. ## end flashback ##. At least I was able to get home to rest and get some much-needed mouthwash. Ochako covers her mouth, trying not to throw up. Hey, at least this time, it's not her quirk that's making her nauseous. Slapping the sides of her face, she finds newfound resolve. Can't get distracted, not now. I have All Might's quirk. I can do this. She takes a deep breath before declaring to the world. Nothing can stop me now. A building collapses in the distance. An earth-shaking crash follows as the building crumbles away, and a gust of wind whips at her hair and clothes. Ochako shakily turns around, and only a few blocks away is a behemoth of a robot. It's a hulking green mass, easily bigger and heavier than any of the fake buildings. No way! Her jaw drops. Is that the zero-pointer? What is UA thinking? Plus Ultra, I guess. Ochako's not the only one freaking out. Most of the other examinees are in a panic. Realization finally set it that some of them will get hurt or worse during this exam. They stampede past the stunned brunette, choosing to save themselves. The zero-pointer moves forward, pushing past the buildings on its side, causing chunks of rubble to break off. One piece of rubble is flung so far forward it nearly crushes Ochako, but she was able to stay calm and move out of the way in time. This is crazy. Someone could get hurt. Move it or lose it, people. Ah! It was faint, but she heard it. It was a scream, a familiar scream. Quickly scanning for the source, she spots something that makes her heart stop. Izuku is down, his leg pinned down by a pile of debris. And he's not alone. Someone, a tall examinee, with white hair and way too many arms, is trying to lift the rubble off of her friend. But the zero-pointer is right over them. There's no way they'll get out of the way in time. But she can give them time. With literally no time to spare, Ochako charges straight towards danger, ignoring the looks of shock and worry that crosses the faces of other examinees, including that rather rude engine boy in glasses. She has no plan, no strategy, just a motive. Save them. The muscular, multi-limbed examinee is finally able to lift up the rubble just enough to allow Izuku to slip out. Thanks. He gives the taller teen a grateful nod, who kindly returns the gesture. Their moment of relief is short-lived as a dark looming shadow towers above them. The two are stunned as they gaze up at the metal menace. How could they possibly get away in time? What could they possibly do? Ochako is so close. She's so close. Suddenly, a powerful surge of strength and energy courses through her body, like someone just opened the floodgates to a hidden inner strength. Her instincts take over. She still has no plan in mind, only to stop the behemoth at all costs. If she had looked down, she would have seen her legs emitting a pink aura. But instead she jumps high into the air, launching herself straight at the monstrosity like a rocket. There's no time to comprehend what's going on, or how she did that. Only one thing requires her focus. Coming face to face with the faux villain, Ochako reels back her fist as an elegant pink aura surrounds her entire arm, and with a mighty roar, she smashes her fist against the hulking mass face. To those watching the magnificent display of power, it looked like they witnessed a pink shooting star rocketing itself into the giant tank of metal. The faux villain is knocked back as if it ran face first into an impenetrable wall, with its head caved in on itself, and its hulking body begins to break apart as it begins to descend backwards, crashing onto the street. I did it! I saved them! With a soft yet pained smile, Ochako passes out midair, the feeling of nausea, exhaustion, and pain coursing through her limbs being too much for her. Without her zero gravity to assist her, she begins to plummet back down to earth. Meanwhile, Izuku quickly picks up that something is wrong. She's not moving. If he doesn't do something, she's going to become street pizza. He grips his omnitrix, trying to activate it, but all he gets is the infuriating beeping and the illuminating red light as the omnitrix recharges. I need to help her somehow. By some miracle, he is able to hold back his panic so he can take in his options. He looks at his rescuer's bulging muscles and multiple arms, and an idea quickly forms in his head. Quick, throw me! The tall examinee snaps out of his daze, having witnessed Ochako's amazing feat. Pardon. Throw me now. Izuku points at Ochako's falling form. Understanding what he's getting at, the much taller guy grabs Izuku by his arm and leg. He spins him around and swings his arms out, throwing Izuku as hard as he can right at their savior. The wind wipes at his face, making him tear up, but he refuses to blink. He's not going to risk losing sight of her unconscious form. The guy's throw was stronger than he thought because he quickly reaches Ochako's still form and latching onto her like a lifeline. While in midair, Izuku repositions them so his back is towards the ground. Perhaps he can soften her landing by using his body instead. He only has a few seconds. From behind her back, he wriggles the omnitrix in his fingers, trying to get it to work. But the red light is still present. The ground is so close now, with no other choice, Izuku wraps himself around Ochako as much as he can at the very least. She'll be okay. God. His heart is pounding, beating so hard that it hurts his ears. Pure adrenaline and fear courses through his veins as the wind harshly wheezes past his ears as they pick up momentum. With no warning, and before the appropriate recharge time, the Omnitrix's faceplate turns without any provocation, its dial changing from red to green. Only a meter away from the asphalt, both teens are surrounded by a blinding green light followed by a hollow thunk hitting the ground. Out of reflex, Terraspin tucks his head in while keeping his large flippers secured around Ochako to protect her. Terraspin's shell bounces off the ground, even flipping them over a few times, before finally they come to a much-needed stop. Terraspin sighs, allowing himself to relax. Ugh. I'm definitely going to feel that in the morning. He looks up, taking note that he's stuck on his back with Ochako laying atop his stomach. Thank goodness she's unconscious. The last thing he needs is for her to see his blushing red face. Ah! She's SOC close. I didn't mean to do this. He lifts up his flippers as to not risk touching something that he shouldn't. That's when he notices the damage to her body. The sleeves around both her legs and her right arm are torn, revealing her very red and swollen limbs underneath. Her knuckles are bleeding from the impact and her shoes are nowhere to be seen. Luckily, nothing seems to be broken, but the strain on her muscles must be painful. What was that anyway? How did Present Mick's voice booms through the arena. Time's up. The exam is over. Already? The multi-limbed guy approaches, having just witnessed some of the most daring acts of heroism and recklessness in his entire life. You okay? I'm fine. Thanks for the assist, by the way. That's for ya. He's referring to the Rojo incident, saving him from a robot, freeing him from the rubble, and throwing him to save Ochako. Oh, well, you see, an elderly woman's voice makes itself known. Pardon me, dearies. Please let me through. Terraspin tries to twist his head so he can see who's approaching. He gasps, his eyes gleaming with nerdy excitement. Oh my gosh. You're the youthful heroine? Recovery girl. Your quirk allows you to heal others to complete health. You're really the backbone of this school and why it can get away with such dangerous and admittedly life-threatening exercises. You and your quirk are truly amazing. Recovery girl chuckles, finding the sight of an excited turtle rather endearing. My, aren't you sweet? Now let's fix this young lady back to the way she was. She puckers her lips, before her mouth lunges out, planting a kiss on Ochako's head. Smooch. Terraspin watches on in amazement as Ochako's limbs magically begin to recover. She visibly relaxes as her limbs go from red and swollen to her normal coloration. All right, she's all better now. Recovery girl taps her giant syringe of a cane against Terraspin's shell. Do you need any attention, dearie? No, I'm good, thanks. He blinks, considering the offer. Although there is something. What is it? Can someone flip me over? A palpable silence befalls everyone who was in earshot. I'm stuck. The request is odd but understandable. After all, turtles always have a tough time flipping themselves upright. With a sigh, the taller teen steps forward. I got you. Thanks. That's 5 now. While Terraspin is pushed back onto his feet, the other examinees have finally calmed down. They decided to head back and see what resulted of the robot and its conquerors. Now that things have settled down, they let their opinions flow unfiltered. Man, those guys are insane. Did you see what she did? How could I not? But why risk the exam to help each other? It doesn't make sense. Maybe they got so many points already they didn't need to get any more. Still doesn't make sense. Not like they could get any points for taking down that monster. Listening in, the teen with engines in his legs can't help but be bothered by their statements. Don't they get it? They didn't do this for the exam. They chose to be selfless. They chose to help each other. He's shaking with frustration. If this wasn't an exam, then, of course, I would have done the same. Something important pops into his head. His breath hitches with the revelation. Hang on. The judges, they saw that, didn't they? The rather stern young man's gaze drifts away as Recovery Girl leads the large bipedal turtle, who is carrying the unconscious but healed brunette girl, to the infirmary. Perhaps those two are more disciplined than I initially thought. Hashtag. After an hour of being stuck in a hospital bed, Izuku and Ochako are finally free to head home. Izuku yawns, still feeling the effects of Recovery Girl's quirk. Finally, I thought we'd never leave. Who knew Recovery Girl's quirk drained the victim's own stamina? Gosh, I'm tired. Funny enough, after he carried Ochako all the way to the infirmary room, that's when he finally noticed the pain in his leg. And just in time too, because he turned back to human. Unfortunately, he nearly gave Recovery Girl a heart attack thanks to the flash of light. Anyway, Izuku finally remembered that his ankle was recently pinned under a pile of rubble, leaving behind a nasty bruise. Not wanting to risk letting him go, Recovery Girl opted to use her quirk on him, just to make sure he was truly okay. Well, she did, after which she bonked him on the head and demanded to know how he couldn't have noticed such a thing. To let the lesson sink in, she refused to heal the very bump that she gave him. After adjusting his backpack, Izuku rubs said bump. Thankfully it's gone down. For someone that specializes in healing, she sure is violent. But no need to worry about that. For now he'll just concentrate on getting home to his bed and his mom's cooking. He dusts off the omnitrix, inspecting it for dust and scratches. It of course doesn't have any. Why did it recharge so quickly? Did it get an upgrade? No, it didn't, because I was still terraspin for 10 minutes and it took another 10 minutes for it to recharge afterwards. I'll bring it up to 13 next time I see them. You have no sense of self-preservation, do you? Excuse me? Izuku snaps out of his lull, blinking in surprise. To his right, Ochako is leering at him, her arms tucked in, and her cheeks puffed out in frustration. She didn't take hearing about how he saved her well, namely him having no plan, only succeeded because the omnitrix happened to recharge quickly, for some reason. Better bring that up to 13 later. Izuku has the decency to look away in shame, but his mouth has other ideas. I could say the same about you, Ochako growls. What was that? Nothing. Izuku replies, trying to sound innocent, despite the obvious nervous sweat dripping down his face. The pink-cheeked girl sighs, deciding to let it go for now. Well, in any case, she smiles. Thanks for the save. Anytime, besides you saved me from the 0-pointer first. So, thanks for that. Ochako beams in gratitude, but her smile wavers as she rubs her arm. Although it's fully healed, she can still somewhat feel the strain on her muscles. I know All Might warned me about the risks, but I thought that's why we trained. So why did I still end up getting hurt? Was I not ready? Was All Might wrong choosing me? Hey, Uraraka. What's up, Deku? What was that today? That thing you did to the 0-pointer, was that your quirk? Oh yeah, that. Ochako's eyes drift away. Oh no. What do I tell him? What can I say? All Might never did expresses a real need for secrecy, but this quirk just seems a little too important not to keep it a secret. But this is Deku. He has to keep his quirklessness and the existence of aliens a secret, so if there's anyone that would understand, it would be him. Ochako looks up at Izuku, considering her options. Not sure what she's thinking, Izuku offers her a soft, comforting smile. I'll tell him what I can for now and ask All Might later about what more I can tell him. She exhales, readying herself for the possible fallout. Hey, Deku, about that. What if told you that? She averts her eyes. I go Tanather quirk from Samiya Niels. Izuku sticks a finger into his ear as if to clean it. I'm sorry, what was that? She takes a deep breath, trying to lower her blood pressure. I said, I got another quirk from someone else. She flinches, expecting an outburst. When there is none, she continues. When there's no verbal response, she opens one eye to look upon the results of her revelation. What she sees is both horrifying yet hilarious. Izuku is frozen stiff as if someone had pressed pause on him, a stupid smile still plastered to his face. Oh no, I can practically see his brain short-circuiting. Okay, stay calm, Ochako. Be ready for when he flips out. Oh, that's cool. And with that, Izuku continues his stroll towards home. Wait! Ochako nearly crashes into him as she sprints past him. That's it. I say something mind-blowing and you just smile and wave it off. Izuku leans his head to the side. Well, considering that there's all sort of quirks in the world, it's not exactly impossible. Oh, good point. Also, I can't really judge. I mean, I wear an alien watch that turns me into different aliens. Heck, learning that aliens exist was probably the most mind-blowing revelation I've ever had. So, anything else in comparison is sort of watered down. Ochako chuckles softly. Ha! Yeah, I guess so. She sighs in relief. God, this could have been worse. But still she feels rather guilty for still withdrawing some information. Izuku seems to pick up on her distress. I'm still willing to hear you out if you want. Ochako looks him dead in the eye. This is it. Keep in mind, I'm not actually sure how much I can tell you, but I very recently got a second quirk from someone that could transfer it to me. Don't ask me who or how. I still need to ask them permission, so don't be mad if they say no. Izuku chuckles at Ochako's apparent nervousness. Is this what he's like when he's scared about something? Uraraka. Relax, I understand. Why you do? Of course. And your secret is safe with me. Thanks, Deku. You're welcome, and thanks for trusting in me. Now then, can I ask you some questions about your new quirk? I suppose so. I just can't tell you its name and who gave it to me. Cool, in that case. Almost like magic, Izuku's quirk analysis notebook appears in his hands. How does your new quirk work? Is an emitter, mutation, or transformation type? Why did you get hurt when using it? What else can you do with it? The onslaught of questions makes her head spin, but she can't refuse his enthusiastic and nerdy smile. Oh, well, not sure. I thought transformation, but it might be an emitter. It's too strong for me, and I still have to find out. Izuku scribbles away in a frenzy like a maniac that just learned an important weakness about their prey. Amazing, I wonder how it'll affect your zero-gravity quirk. Maybe you can combine them. Who knows? I guess we'll find out with time and experience. And we'll get plenty of that. Izuku gestures towards the UA building. Have they really not left the campus yet? Yeah. Ochako gazes up at the magnificent school, the very one that will lead them to the road of becoming heroes. We sure will. ####. Meanwhile, in a surveillance room filled with monitors that are all replaying videos of the day's exams. Each one is displaying a different hero candidate, each one with their own unique quirks, resolves, and ambitions. Watching the video feed is nearly all of UA's staff members. A woman leans forward in her seat, watching as a girl with pink skin melts a robot with her acid. We have quite an impressive batch of candidates this year. A man wearing a cowboy hat nods in agreement. Quiet, some of them are well adapted to combat. He's watching the video of Bakugo taking down an entire horde of three-pointers. A cherry mousy voice changes the image of the center screen. I'm more impressed by this odd duo. The main screen displays two sets of videos, one of feedback and the other of Ochako, both of which are running around and taking down groups of robots. Yagi Toshinori can't move his gaze away from the monitor. Pride swells in his chest, making him sit up straighter at the sight of his pupil proving her worth as a hero. The image changes. This time the screen only shows one image, and it's of Terraspin saving Ochako. Yagi quickly recognizes the bipedal turtle from the mutant monster attack from 8 months ago. He must have a transformation-type quirk. Yagi watches as the video feed replays once again, starting from the beginning when feedback first appeared on the scene, until, in a flash of red light, a plain-faced boy with messy green hair appears in the being's place. Why does that boy seem so familiar? Yagi turns to the person to his left. Pardon, but who is that young man? Before anyone could answer, Sitting behind All Might is 13, who is quick to reply. Oh, that's Izuku Midoriya. There's a slight hint of pride in their voice, but everyone's attention is on the screen and thus nobody seems to have noticed. Midoriya. That's why he's so familiar. He's the boy whose dream I unjustly crushed. The guilt in his heart comes back, just like every time his mind wanders back to the depressing and shameful memory. He had always wondered what happened to him afterward. Guess he got his answer, but I thought he said that he didn't have a quirk. Yagi watches on. The video changes, this time displaying Izuku saving Ochako, and this time Yagi doesn't miss how the boy transforms into Terraspin. Does he have multiple quirk? The video replays again, displaying feedback running around the fake city, electrifying a legion of robots. Just who are you? Izuku Midoriya. And how did you get a quirk? Standing against the opposite wall is a strange reclusive man that looks like he hasn't gotten a good night's rest in a while. He's a slender, pale-skinned man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that partially hangs in front of his face. His facial hair is unkempt, and his black eyes look tired and flat. He sports a ragged black outfit that consists of a long-sleeved shirt and matching pants that are tucked into his boots. He also wears a utility belt, and a strange long gray scarf is wrapped around his neck and shoulders. This man is also observing the phenomenons known as Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Looks like this school year is going to cost me a lot of sleep. He sighs in defeat, dreading all the future headaches these two problem children are guaranteed to give him. ###Tsukima. Play Bill Connie gonna fly now. A few weeks before Ochako completed the Grove, All Might had a great idea for the next part of her training. Ochako, dressed in sweatpants, a pink hoodie, and a beanie, takes a jog across the outskirts of Endori. Later, during the busiest time of the day, she jogs through the main street where the local market is. She's keeping a decent pace, while keeping her breath even, as her neighbors and classmates watch on in curiosity. One of the friendlier fruit vendors tosses her an apple. Ochako catches it, and flashes him a grateful smile. He's always so nice, giving her family extra fruit. After all, they did build his little shop for him. After jogging all across town, Yagi takes her to the local gym. There he coaches Ochako how to properly throw a punch. He's keeping the punching bag in place as Ochako tries to work on her form. Come on. Put all your weight behind it. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Ochako glares at the offending punching bag, taking a mighty swing at it. The hit is so fast and hard that Yagi can actually feel the impact. It's so strong he begins to cough up blood. Oh my gosh. Are you okay? Afterwards, he has her doing push-ups as fast as she can, yelling in her ear, motivating her to do better, especially when it seems her arms are going to give out from under her. Come on. You call that a push-up? I've seen old men move faster than you. At least Gran Torino could keep up a fast pace. He keeps it up, pushing her through sit-ups and pull-ups. After every moment of struggle, she pushes through, refusing to give in. Finally, when she got to the point of completing the exercises with little signs of failure, the duo jog from one side of town to the other before reaching their final obstacle, Lothale Mountain. Together the two jog their way up, passing by the Ewoks' lumber yard, past a few hikers, and up at every staircase before finally reaching their destination, the grove that they've been clearing out for months. With their blood pumping and full of euphoria, Ochako and All Might raise both of their fists into the air, celebrating their great achievement, as if they just won a grueling battle against an impossible foe. But in reality, it is so they can prepare themselves for a grueling challenge taking place in the near future. All Might's grin widens, watching the sun begin to set in the distance. Soon she will be ready to receive one for all, and she will pass the UA entrance exam. Hey, All Might! What is it, young Uraraka? All Might turns, hoping to gaze upon his pupil's elated expression. Why are we doing this? Stop the music. Well, that ruined the mood. All Might begins to sweat as his face turns slightly red from embarrassment. Well, he twiddles his two index fingers together, trying not to make direct eye contact in fear of her reaction. I always wanted to be part of a training montage. Seriously. Don't judge me. What if I didn't pass? No, don't think like that. I've worked too hard and waited so long for this. There's no way I failed. I walked away with 48 points. That has to be more than enough. But what if it wasn't? Hundreds of people took the exam, and only 40 will make it in. That's such a tiny margin. There's no way I made it. No, calm down, Izuku. Just relax. Just relax. Just relax. It's been about a week since the UA entrance exam, and Izuku has done nothing but wait and ponder about his results. There's been no word from 13 either other than a quick text saying they are going to be too busy the next coming weeks. Both of these circumstances have not been beneficial for his nerves. After all hundreds of potential candidates try and go for the hero course, there's no guarantee that he'll make it in. And you know what they say, there's always someone better. Izuku. His mother, Izuku Midoriya, bursts into his room flailing her hands. Your letter from UA. It's here. She holds out the letter. It's large with the UA sigil stamped onto it, and something bulky is hidden inside. Hesitantly, Izuku takes the letter, taking note of how heavy it really is, probably thanks to whatever's inside. Izuku decided it would be best to leave him to it alone, so she leaves as silently as she can, but she can't help but worry. After everything he's endured thanks to his quirk awakening so late, she hopes his trials and tribulations would have been worth it. Izuku sits there on his bed staring at the letter, observing the sharp edges and slightly wrinkled corner from where his mom was holding it. No point in wondering anymore. Time to rip off the band-aid. Here goes nothing. He grips the letter, ripping in half, nearly falling back when the letter rips in two and something drops to the floor. Almost instantly, as a strange disc-like device plops onto the ground, a maniacal yet cheery laugh invades Izuku's bedroom. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, a holographic screen is projected up, displaying the UA logo. What is this? On the projection, a small figure jumps into view, waving its hand up in greeting. Why, hello there. Nice to meet you. Izuku blinks, unsure about what he's seeing. On the projection, there is a short man that looks like some kind of combination of a dog, a mouse, and a bear. There's a large scar over the bear dog thing's right eye. He has relatively square-shaped ears with pale pink insides slanting outwards from the top of his head, and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur is white and has large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He is sporting a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat, and that match his dress pants. The Chimera bows, introducing himself. My name is Nezu and I'm the principal of UA. Nezu's smile is bright and cheerful, proclaiming his position with much pride and gusto. Izuku's hand grazes his quirk analysis notebook as if ready to draw it out for reference. I've heard of him before. The pre-recording doesn't wait for Izuku to process the outburst of a greeting before Principal Nezu straightens himself. Now on to your results. You did quite well on your written exam, and thus you've qualified for general studies. But that's not what you want to hear now, is it? I'm sure you would like to know about the hero course exam. But before that, I would like to go over this with you. From the corner of the projection, a video appears displaying a clip of Izuku as feedback running about the arena. The video changes this time to Izuku transforming into Terraspin. The video stops and then it changes to displaying two parallel photos, one of feedback and the other of Terraspin. Nezu eyes the photos curiously. I must say, you have quite a fascinating quirk, Mr. Midoriya. Nezu peers down, seemingly lost in thought with a far-off gaze in his dark eyes. Reminds me of another quirk I knew back in the day. After a deep somber sigh, Nezu turns back to the camera, tilting his head to the side much like an animal that spotted something of interest. Izuku mimics the motions, but not in interest but in confusion. I wonder what kind of quirk he's thinking of? Nezu smiles before reaching for something off-screen. A moment later, he is holding a portfolio. He flips it open, tracing the words with his finger/paw. According to your quirk registry, your quirk, One-Man Army, allows you access to a variety of quirks by transforming your entire body into different forms. It is odd how you waited so long to update it, considering you were classified as quirkless for so long. Almost like you gained a quirk overnight. Although Nezu states this as a joke, there is a clear underlining hint that he means more than what he's letting on. Izuku pulls on his shirt collar, feeling very sweaty all of the sudden. Does he know? No, he probably just saw me use the omnitrix and figures it's for my quirk. I did write into my Quirk registry that the watch helps me sort through my transformations as well as a timer. But that is none of my concern. For now, I'll just say that I am looking forward to seeing what other tricks you have up your sleeve, Mr. Midoriya. Nezu raises his left arm and with his right paw he pats his left wrist. Izuku eyes widen. Look forward. Does he mean? That's right, with a battle score of 48 points, you've more than reached a passing grade. Yes. Izuku fist pumps into the air in celebration, a giant grin plastered to his face. However, battle points weren't the only criteria we searched for. What is he talking about? The photos change into two separate videos. One a feedback, but this time he's saving the pompous blonde teen, and the other plays the scene of Terraspin rescuing Ochako, starting with the multi-limbed guy tossing Izuku up into the air. You've proven yourself worthy of the hero course through your ability to adapt to your situation, cooperate with others, and your passionate selflessness to save others. For that we have awarded you 45 rescue points, bringing you to a total of 93 points for the entire exam. 93 points? Izuku's jaw drops in disbelief. No way. That's insane. According to Kaelin, he had gotten 77 points. Does this mean I beat him? Not only that, you've skyrocketed your way to first place among all other examinees. Congratulations! A barrage of confetti shoots out from outside the screen, surrounding the pieces of paper fluttering around Nezu like a swarm of colorful bees. First place? Mr. Midoriya, you've more than shown us that you are ready for UA, and I would like to welcome you to your Hero Academia. Hooray! Izuku is up on his feet with one of the biggest and brightest grins on his face. This is real, very, very real. He's going to UA. Nothing can ruin this moment. I look forward to watching your progress. The next part is rather strange. Either some weird editing was done or Nezu can move at the speed of light, but either way his face is directly in front of the camera. His dark round eyes peering through the screen as if he can see through the camera and right at Izuku. It doesn't help that, with the light now to his back, his face is shadowed over, and his ever-present smile makes it all that more uncomfortable. I bet it will be fascinating. Mwahahaha. The recording freezes as it reaches the end, leaving Nezu's looming figure on screen and his maniacal laughter hanging in the air. A part of Izuku is outright freaking out. He should definitely be concerned, but that is nothing but a whisper compared to the emotions flooding his system. Pure euphoria and excitement. He's going to UA. How could he not be happy? All his life he's dreamed of going to UA and becoming a hero, and now he's just been accepted to begin ascending the stairs that will lead him to his dream. Before that, though, there's something he should do first. Just outside his bedroom, Inko is pacing across the hallway, stricken with worry. She prays and prays that her baby's efforts have paid off. Izuku's bedroom door swings open. Inko is quick to react. The anticipation is really getting to her. It doesn't help he could hear yelling from the other side of the door. Izuku walks out looking rather calm and somber. He blinks up, glancing at his dear, loving caretaker, who is silently begging to know how he's holding up. Without a word, Izuku flashes her a bright and worry-free smile. The message is clear. Inko's eyes well up with tears of joy. My baby got into UA. So, begins the infamous Midoriya waterworks, with geysers of tears pouring out of the dotting mother's eyes. Izuku tries and fails to calm her. Mom, if you keep crying, you're going to flood the apartment.
I'm sorry.
I'm just so proud. Wah! These tears are just his mother's way of showing her love and support, albeit her cooking his favorite dinner would work just as well. Izuku sighs. Mom. Even though he can feel his socks becoming damp from the excess amount of tears, Izuku can't help but smile, embracing his mother in a comforting hug. Thanks for all of your support. Between her sniveling, Inko manages to get a word out. I'll always support you. Her hold tightens around him, enjoying the warmth of her dear baby boy. I promise, Izuku, no matter what happens, I will give you as much support as I can. Just know that I will always love you, and I'm sure your father does too. ####. Meanwhile, in Endori, the Uraraka family find themselves at their dinner table. Their home is small with 2 bedrooms, a single kitchen/dining area, and 1 bathroom. Their dinner table is small and low to the floor, so they have to kneel around the table in order to eat their meals. Speaking of meals, Ochako is busy stirring hers around her bowl with a far-off look in her eyes. Why hasn't he contacted me? A week. It's been a week since All Might's even said a word to her. The last one was just a quick text saying, "Good job," after she texted him how many points she earned. Maybe I didn't do as well as I thought. Maybe he'd want his quirk back. Ochako sniffs, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. I'm sorry, Deku. Looks like I won't be going to UA with you. Ochako's mother holds up a large dish filled with nori. Ochako, would you like more nori? No thanks. You can have it. Ochako eyes the nori she has left in her bowl with slight disdain. She turns her gazes to the table. There's hardly any food for their first servings, let alone seconds. Now, because she's failed the UA entrance exam, this will continue to be the norm for her poor parents, starving themselves just to see her with a smiling face and a full belly. They don't deserve this situation. Ochako's mother's instincts seem to detect that something is bothering her daughter. Ochako. Ochako slowly raises her head, trying her best to give her mother her full attention. Her mother shares a look with her husband, who is quick to understand her intentions, nodding his head in confirmation. Ochako's mother takes a deep breath before speaking. We just wanted to say how proud we are of you for chasing your dream, and no matter the result, we couldn't be prouder. Ochako perks up a bit, not a lot, but it's definitely a positive reaction. Really? Of course. Her father is the one to continue reaching over and planting a gentle yet firm pat to her hand. We love you, sweetie, and no matter what happens, as long as we support and love each other, then everything is bound to work out. Both he and his loving wife beam at their daughter, letting her know that that is the truth. They truly believe that as long as their daughter was happy, then that's all they really needed. Ochako's eyes begin to water. Despite their abysmal financial situation, she has to ask herself, how did I get so lucky to have them as parents? Clink. That was the mailbox. Something must have just arrived. Ochako blinks away the forming tears, shaking her head. She stands up, flashing a grateful smile to her parents. I better get that. Her folks flash her loving smiles as she passes them by. Even though she takes her time exiting the tiny kitchen, she is quick to arrive at their front door, which is only around the corner. There on the floor at the foot of the door is a letter, one with the UA insignia stamped on it. And just like that, the color drains from her face as she shakily bends down and picks it up between her fingers. With her eyes locked onto the letter, she makes her way towards her room, passing by the kitchen area. She glances towards her parents as she walks by. They spot the letter and give her encouraging grins. Her mother nods, gesturing for Ochako to head to her room to open it. Beside her is Ochako's father, giving her a thumbs up. Knowing her parents have her back, Ochako enters her room. It's small, just enough for her bed and a desk to sit next to it, facing towards the only window. On her desk sits one of the most expensive items. She owns a high-powered telescope perfect for stargazing. She had to save up her money for years in order to purchase it. Over her bed are an assortment of space-themed posters. One is a complete overlook of the solar system. Another poster is in the shape of a yield sign with the image of a UFO and the words UFO crossing on it. The last poster is a protesting for Pluto to be classified as a planet again. On the ceiling are carefully laid out glow-in-the-dark stars that map out the constellations. At the head of her bed, sitting on top of her pillow, is a large stuffed toy. It's a blue koala. Well, if koalas had 4 arms and a pair of antennas on their heads. Ochako takes a seat on her bed. It creaks as she sits down because it's never been replaced since they got it. At least her sheets are nice and soft. Here goes nothing. She grabs a pair of scissors, cutting open the top of the envelope. Inside, there's a disc-like device and a letter. Curiously, Ochako picks up the disc, eyeing it with interest before placing it onto her bed. She grips the letter, scanning it to see if it states whether she passed or not. Without warning, a booming voice bursts out as a strange light source lets their presence known. I am here in the projection. Ochako nearly jumps out of her own skin in surprise. All Might. But how? I thought this was a letter from UA. The pre-recording continues on. Young Uraraka, I apologize for not reaching out to you sooner. Unfortunately, There was a lot more paperwork involved than I had thought. Anyway, you're probably wondering why I am coming to you as a pre-recorded message. Ochako nods. Somehow, she hasn't realized that All Might can't actually see her. The reason being I've recently accepted a teaching position here at UA. No way. And as the newest member of the UA staff, I have many responsibilities such as distributing the results of the exam. Ochako visibly tenses up. Here it comes the moment of truth. Let's begin. Staring with the written portion of the exam, you got an average score. Noticeably, All Might begins to shake slightly with embarrassment. Sorry. I guess I should have dedicated more time to your studies. Ha ha ha. Thinking back on it, he did leave very little time dedicated to studying in the All-American Dream Plan, the Lady Liberty version. Ochako sweat drops, glaring at the projection of All Might with annoyance. Sure, he can laugh something like that off. It's not his grades that are being the ones affected. Now on to the practical exam. You scored 32 points against the robots. Well done. But the good news doesn't end there. What is he talking about? Here's a video for your viewing pleasure. All Might points to the upper right side of the screen just as a video begins to play. The video is a recording of her pushing her way through the stampede of other examinees and sprinting straight towards the gigantic zero-point robot. Ochako watches in amazement as the recording of herself is surrounded by a pink aura. Is that one for all? She gasps in surprise as her recorded self is seemingly propelled off the ground before she slammed her fist into the robot's head. She's unable to look away as she watches Izuku fly and grabbing onto her before transforming into his Terraspin, saving both himself and her in the process while the zero-pointer crashes as a pile of heat behind them. During this exam, we were not just looking for combat points. All Might turns away from the video. So, tell me, how can we possibly reject a potential student, and one that exemplifies the true nature of being a hero? Ochako's eyes widen. Is he saying what I think he's saying? In this job, you risk your life for those that cannot protect themselves. That's what it means to be a hero. That's why we have rescue points. All Might puffs out his chest, standing tall with his fists at his sides. And you, Ochako Uraraka, have gained 60 rescue points for your efforts, bringing your total to a whopping 92, more than what's required to pass. His grin, despite its already massive size, somehow becomes even more expansive as he beams with pride and joy. Tears prick at her eyes, threatening to spill out. Young Uraraka, all of your efforts have not failed you. He reaches out towards her, ready for her to step forward. So, let me be the first to say welcome. Welcome to your hero academia. Ochako grips the letter tighter, her arms are shaking as a giant smile begins to form. I did it. She's still processing the information, but before she can, her thoughts are interrupted by her door being flung open. Hooray! That's my girl. Ochako's mother and father, respectively, let themselves in with grins on their faces and their arms outstretched over their heads in celebration. Were they eavesdropping? Before she knows it, Ochako is wrapped up by two separate pairs of arms as her parents practically scream into her ears. We're so proud of you. Mom, Dad. The brunette struggles to break free, wiggling her body, but it's no use. Eventually she sighs in defeat, accepting her fate. From the side of her vision, she notices that the projection has changed. All Might has disappeared and has been replaced by a list showcasing the exam rankings. From within the hug cocoon, she notices that Izuku has made first place, beating her out by exactly 1 point. Way to go, Deku. I knew you'd make it. Ochako can't help but smile. Both her and her friend have made it into UA. Not only that, they just happened to snag the top spots for themselves. There's no doubt that all of their hard work and determination was truly well worth their time and effort. This is really it, isn't it? It's official now. I'm chasing after my dreams. As she settles in her parents' arms, with a soft smile, she doesn't notice her phone lighting up on her desk. There on the screen is a single voicemail from Yagi Tashinori. ####. It's a rather quiet morning atop Lothale Mountain. The sun is just starting to rise in the distance as the earth itself begins to awaken in the sunlight. Ochako jogs her way up the familiar path with relative ease. As she arrives at the grove, she spots Yagi Tashinori sitting on a bench enjoying the soft mountain breeze. Her excitement is too much to bear. As she arrives, she can't help but scream at the top of her lungs. "How are you, All Might?" She's so loud that her voice echoes across the valley. Yagi deadpants. "Why not call the news media while you're at it?" At least Ochako has the sense to feel shame. Bowing her head in apology. "Sorry." "Well, anyway." Yagi raises his hand for a high five. "Congrats on passing the exam." Ochako returns the gesture, her hand clapping against his. "For full disclosure, you should know that I haven't told the school about our relationship. So, don't worry about favoritism of any kind. And I wasn't a judge, so I had no say in how many rescue points you could have received." That's actually really nice to hear. It only confirms that she earned her spot fair and square. "Thanks, All Might. I appreciate it." Now that the formalities are out of the way, there's been something she's been wanting to bring up since last night. "So, you're going to be a teacher, huh? Makes sense really cause of your time limit and all." "Well," Yagi peers up at the sky just as a songbird soars overhead. "That's certainly part of it. But mostly I figured I could take the job at UA and search for a successor." Ochiko's smile falls as she considers Yagi's words. That makes a whole lot of sense. He was going to choose from amongst the students. He was going to choose someone with an amazing quirk and raw talent. She stares at her hands, the hands that can not only call upon zero gravity but one for all as well. "During the exam, I tried and failed to use one for all. There was so much backlash after just a single punch. I can't wield it properly, even after all the work we did." "Don't let that get you down. That's just how it is. Nobody expected you to fully control it on the first try." She can't help but notice the way he phrased his sentence. "Wait, you knew this would happen?" Ochako yells out, feeling scandalous and slightly betrayed. Yagi grips his neck, trying to find the right words to justify his lack of instructions. "Well, there wasn't enough time. But, hey, everything worked out in the end." Yagi bends down, grabbing hold of a small but thick branch off the rocky ground. "For now, it's all or nothing. But once you figured out how to regulate your power output, you should have no issues." Ochako isn't sure what he means exactly. He needs a better way to explain this. Right now, your body is capable of containing one for all, but it still needs to become more tempered, more balanced, as to allow you better control of the power you now wield. He flexes his skinny arm, holding up the branch. When that happens, with a pop, All Might bulks up while snapping the branch in two with his mighty grip. "It will be a snap for you to control." Ochako gazes up in awe of the symbol of peace before once again contemplating her own worthiness. This power is borrowed, but one day she may just make it her own. Understand this, young Uraraka. Like passing an Olympic flame. I have only given you a small portion of one for all, but as time moves forward, and you gain experience, that tiny flame will become a giant inferno that you can manipulate to your will. All Might looks out to the horizon as the sun fully reveals itself. "Soon my time will come as my flame slowly dies out, but I have no doubt that a new shining fire will outshine even me." "Hey, All Might, what is it?" Ochako fidgets around, twiddling her hands together as she looks away with a slight blush of nervousness. All Might coughs into his fist. "Cute. There's something I've been meaning to ask you concerning one for all." "Okay. I was wondering if I could tell a good friend of mine about it." All Might tilts to the side, waiting for her to explain further. "You see, my friend has really stuck their neck out for me. They've inspired and shown me so much, and, admittedly, it feels sort of wrong to keep all of this a secret from them." This person sounds important to you." All Might considers the prospect. He, after all, has people he trusts with this secret, but he's known them for decades now. He can't afford to be too liberal with not only his quirk but his situation as a whole. "Well, I should start with telling you something I probably should have told you months ago, about one for all." Ochako stiffens with all of her attention on her mentor. One for all is a heavily guarded secret, and it must remain as such. Even with his happy-go-lucky grin, Ochako can't ignore the underlying serious tone of the pro-hero's voice. If people were to find out that either you or I were given such a power rather than being born with it will put the world on its head and possible chaos would ensue as individuals all vie for this ever-growing power. A wave of dread washes over her like a flood of Arctic water, making her freeze in place. What has she done? She may have unknowingly plastered a target not on herself. But Izuku. He already has so much he's striving to protect, and now this. I really screwed up. She grips her face as shame and regret flow through her veins. Although I didn't tell them about one, for all I did tell them that I gained a second quirk from someone else. Don't worry, I didn't say who. And they promised not to say a word to anyone else. All Might understands her worries far more than what she thinks or what he's even willing to tell. That's awfully risky, but I'll trust your judgment for now. All Might lightly rubs her head, messing up her hair. The gesture is enough to get his young successor to smile. However, you must be more careful in the future. Understand? And a firm nod seals the promise. Good. Now all that is said, I would like to meet this friend of yours first before I can safely say that it's all right to share the full extent of this legacy onto them. I think he'll understand just fine. Ochako chuckles at her own inner joke. Perfect. You can meet him at UA. He's going to be a new student too. Really? Then pray tell, what is his name? Izuku Midoriya. A jolt of surprise pierces All Might's heart. Oh, yes. He's the one that can transform, correct? Ochako nods, assuming that All Might must have witnessed Izuku's display of abilities during the UA entrance exam. Yup, you actually met him before. But Deku can be rather shy at times, right? Of course, he's already realized this for himself. It's hard to forget a large bipedal turtle, especially one he mistook for a mutant monster. Yes, I thought I recognized him. So, you've known him for a while now. Ochako chuckles sheepishly. Well, actually I met him the same exact day as you. I guess you really bond with people when you're forced to fight alongside them. You have no idea. All Might coughs, trying not to be conspicuous about his true feelings. Well, he sounds like a fine young man. I can't wait to officially meet him. Trust me, he would love nothing more. She's seen his notes, and far too many of them are about the number one hero. Ochako's phone begins to buzz from her pocket. She flips it open, finding a call coming in from 13. She points at her phone for All Might to see. Sorry, I have to take this. She turns away, saying hello. While Ochako's caller chats away, All Might's thoughts begin to wonder. Izuku Midoriya. Seems like your reach is far greater than I had first imagined. Just how did you gain such a quirk? Was it from him? No, he is no longer a threat, but still. All Might eyes Ochako, admiring her cheerful and naive smile. I must be on guard. If I'm not, there could be dire consequences for not only myself, but Uraraka as well. The call ends as Ochako hangs up. Sorry, All Might, but I actually have to meet up with Deku sooner rather than later. Something important just came up last minute. Very well, allow me to accompany you. I actually need to head into UA for some more paperwork. The young girl smiles brightly, accepting the offer. And with that, the duo start making their way down the mountain. I must look into the enigma that is Izuku Midoriya. I just hope that my concerns are unfounded. Hashtag. Ochako jogs up to the meeting spot that 13 had set up for them. Already waiting there is Izuku, tapping his foot, waiting for the others to arrive. She waves while calling out to him. Yo, Deku. Izuku snaps to attention, waving back at Ochako. Hi, Uraraka. Congrats on making it into UA. Her grin widens, finally reaching her destination. Thanks, and to you as well. She punches his shoulder. And way to go on snagging the first place spot. Izuku rubs his arm. Her punches are surprisingly strong. Ha! Yeah. That was a bit of a surprise. So, do you know why 13 called us here? No idea. Izuku peers up at the hillside ahead of them. Currently they are in the part of Mizudafu that's south of UA itself. Heck, they can somewhat see the outline of the school from here. But the vast hill and thick woods are blocking their view. Behind them is a row of buildings, but rather than have them meet up at a restaurant or the little rundown tea shop nearby, 13 told them to meet at this specific location. In front of the hiking trail leading up towards UA. Ochako eyes said trail, wondering where it could possibly lead. Do you think they meant to send us to UA instead? Maybe. Ah, there you two are. Speak of the devil. Both teens beam with glee. 13 casually strolls up. They are clearly in no rush. Good to see you, future heroes in the making. They give a friendly wink. Congrats on passing the exam, by the way. I never doubted either of you for a second. Ochako fans her face. She's unable to stop blushing from the comment. Thanks. Izuku is equally embarrassed. It was nothing. 13 chuckles in response. Don't let Principal Nezu hear you say that. He'll take that as a challenge. Even though it was a joke, Izuku freezes up in fear. His mind flashes back to how intimidating Nezu was during the recording. Ochako seems to notice Izuku's reaction. Curiously, she taps a finger against his stiff form, trying to see if he's all right. Well, anyway, to commemorate the both of passing the exam, I have a little surprise for the both of you. Ochako gasps, completely forgetting about Izuku's condition. Oh, what is it? She absolutely loves surprises, especially if they're free. You'll see. 13's voice sounds rather excited, like a kid who's more than willing to share a juicy secret. 13 walks over to the start of the trail, waving for them to follow, to which they do with no hesitation. The trail is easy to walk, the slope isn't at all steep, but after a few short minutes the buildings are completely gone from their view of vision thanks to the thick woods. Izuku and Ochako are walking behind 13, wondering the same things over and over in their heads. Where are they taking us? What's the surprise? We're here. The teens instantly perk up, peering around the plumber's back so that they can finally lay their eyes upon their surprise. Izuku and Ochako can practically hear a trombone playing Wa Wa Warea to accompany their reactions of shock and disgust. It's an outhouse? It sure is. The hiking path doesn't lead to some grand secret hideaway or some amazing alien ship, but an outhouse. The outhouse is a piece of crap, pun intended, with its creaking panels, leaning frame, and the flies buzz about near the tin roof. The only reason it hasn't collapsed is probably because of its rather large frame, making it wider than most outhouses. 13 swings open the decaying wooden door. Well, come on. 13 can't really expect them to follow, can they? But then again, 13 must have a reason for bringing them here, and they've already came all this way, they might as well continue. They enter, finding it just as disgusting and unkempt as they thought it would be. There's more room inside than they initially thought, which is odd, because only a single high-tank toilet inside with a chain flush dangling in the air. Izuku grimaces at the sight of the moldy toilet bowl. 13. Why are we in here? 13 giggles like a child. They're really enjoying the teen's reactions. You'll see. 13 grabs the cord's handle before tugging down to flush the toilet. But instead of a flush, the floor itself shifts temporarily, throwing the teens off balance. Izuku internally panics. Just what is 13 up to? 13. Patience, Midoriya. Before long the floor begins to sink down, causing the worry in the teens' hearts to grow, especially as the wall begins to rise around them. The walls quickly change from wooden planks to sheen metallic walls. As they continue downward, they pass marker lights that provide momentary moments of bright light. Izuku grabs 13's shoulder. He needs to know what the hell is happening. What's going on? 13 turns to face Izuku, who is unable to read their expression thanks to 13's pitch-black space helmet. Without a word, 13's eyes narrow as if laughing at a personal joke before turning away, ignoring Izuku's question. The floor continues to sink downward like that of an elevator. So, they must be moving downward, but to where? The anticipation is killing them, to the point that neither of them can contain themselves. 13. Why are we here? This is why. On K, the elevator comes to a complete stop in front of a pair of sliding doors. 13 turns to face the duo, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Are you two ready for your surprise? Yes. The howl of their shouts nearly blow away 13's helmet. Hee, right, sorry. Anyway, welcome. With no warning, the doors slide open as blinding neon green lights flood their vision. Welcome to Japan's Plumber base. Ochako and Izuku's jaws drop as they stare in awe of the plumber base. What greets them is a large room illuminated by green neon lights, giving the place a quiet glow to it. Everything in here looks somewhat alien by design, with several rows of metallic desks welded to the floor, large curving pillars supporting the ceiling, as well as strange yet blinking monitors mounted across the walls as if scanning everything in their path. Above them on the ceiling corners are large metallic frames. They are big and bulky, but it's unclear whether they are there for support, aesthetics, or perhaps they aid in security. Izuku watches as Ochako slides her hand across the smooth surface of a desk. It's cool to the touch as she slides her palm across the surface. The main frame lights up and a hologram of what appears to be Japan is projected into midair. So cool. 13 is so glad they like it. You two haven't seen anything yet. Come on. And so, begins their tour of Japan's plumber base. From what 13 refers to the main lobby area, they lead the group toward the back of the large open lobby where there are 3 octagon-shaped tunnels. They take the middle one. The tunnel is long and rather large, so much so that if Izuku wanted to, he'd have enough room as Terraspin to fly right through it without any hindrances. At the end of the tunnel, there is a large set of metal doors. When 13 opens the doors, they see what appears to be a large cargo area, about 30 feet long, 20 feet wide, and 25 foot tall, filled with giant metal crates and containers along the walls. In the middle of the cargo bay, there appears to be a large hydraulic lift with a spaceship sitting on the platform. There's a catwalk overhead that's about 15 feet above the floor of the cargo bay. It follows along the walls with a 3-foot gap between the railing of the catwalk and the wall, thus leaving a large rectangular-shaped gap above their heads. There are a set of stairs on either side of the cargo area against the wall toward the back that allow access to the catwalk. But none of this garners the teens' attention. Nope, all of their focus is singled in on one specific item of interest. Spaceship. They both gush with epic proportions of nerdy energy as they practically worship the magnificent alien craft. The ship size is a bit bigger than that of a van, and like a van, its main hull is rectangular with a triangular cockpit lined with pitch-black windows. On the sides are a pair of wings, and at each end there are highly advanced turbo engines. The loading bay is located at the rear of the ship. Hey, get away from that. I know it's cool, but come on. 13 tries their best to pry them away from it, but they're latched onto it tight, admiring its unearthly metal exterior. They can't really blame them. Logically, they should have seen this reaction coming. Ochako climbs onto the wing so she could gain a different view. 13, can we take a ride in this? It would be so cool. Izuku chirps in as well. Yeah. No. 13 grabs them both by the scruffs of their shirts and dragging them away before they can do something stupid. There will be time for that later. For now, I don't want either of you anywhere near that thing. It's a highly advanced piece of technology that neither of you are ready for. Ochako feet drag against the floor as she slides her arms about at her sides, nearly smacking Deku in the face in the process. But you could just fly it for us, she wails. This spacecraft is not a toy. There will be opportunities to fly it at a later time. Besides, the camouflage projector is broken, so they couldn't take it out even if they wanted to, or else risk being discovered. 13 eventually releases the teens, allowing them to walk by themselves. They then follow the plumber to the back of the large cargo bay. There appears to be a medium-sized oval-shaped door. When the door opens, they see what appears to be a small hallway. On the left end of the hallway, there appears to be a set of stairs to the upper level. The right end of the hallway leads to a small common area with a coffee table surrounded by a few chairs. On the left side of the common area is another door that leads to what seems to be an infirmary. The sick bay is rather large, with clean white cabinets lining the walls filled with all sorts of medicine and other medical supplies. There is a space between the upper and lower cabinets to act as a counter to place different types of medical tools on. The sick bay also has 3 operating tables bolted to the floor with medical lights above each one, all spread out in a row and evenly spaced from one another to allow for easy maneuverability. 13 states that they have all sorts of remedies from all over the galaxy to help treat any and all alien beings on Earth. Behind the common area, there is another hallway lined with what appears to be holding cells with reinforced walls and force field gates. There only seems to be 3 holding cells in the hallway. On the left are 2 medium-sized cells, while on the right a single large cell. However, as they continue down the hallway, there is another door which leads to a larger but still modest underground prison. The prison cells line the walls like honeycombs spiraling downward across 3 levels with force field gates and cold hard walls. Even though there's a good number of cells, not one of them is occupied. 13 chuckles humbly at the sight. Admittedly, not many criminals decide to make a claim on Earth. A single tear leaks out from their eye. I don't get to use them that often. Ochako would like to laugh, but she's more considered by 13 reaction. Isn't that a good thing, though? The group goes back to the common area to take the stairs that lead up to the 2nd level. When they arrive at the 2nd level, they find themselves in the middle of a hallway. This hallway is much narrower than the previous ones and has gray walls and orange lines running in parallel lines across the floor. 13 decides to lead them toward the front of the hallway, which leads to the dining area that seats above the cargo bay. In the middle of the room is a large wooden family table with wooden chairs seated around it. The table rests on a large octagonal-shaped beige rug, and with the soft illuminating lights it gives off a nice homey atmosphere. To their immediate right, there is a circular area that appears to be a cozy lounge area with chairs and couches, and a kitchen to boot. Encasing the entire room, there appear to be small windows that go around the perimeter of the walls, but all there is to see is pure darkness. 13 then lead back the hallway they just came. At the end of the hallway is the generator/engine room where a giant generator is emitting an immense amount of power with orbs of light mounted near the mouth of the machine as sparks of plasma occasionally spark out near the large antennas at the top of the giant generator. 13 proudly taps against the side of the generator. We have to remain off the grid. Hence we have our own energy system. Ochako and Izuku smile at the sight of the generator's immense amounts of energy being discharged. Huh, that's handy. Izuku studies the alien generator as if trying to piece together how it was built and how it runs. This is really amazing. Just you wait. I've saved the best for last. 13 leads them back toward the dining hall and towards the door on the far end of the dining hall. Izuku and Ochako happily follow as they pass through the hallway. This one is a bit longer than the last one, and on a slight incline as they make their way up, they come along another set of doors, but 13 ends up marching right past them as if they didn't exist. Perhaps they didn't notice them. Izuku and Ochako stop to stare at the door. It's different. The doors look like they belong in a bunker with thick metal doors that lock into one another. No windows and even a large circular hitch lodge into its center. Without looking, Ochako reaches for the door so she can try and open it. Hey 13, what's dash?
No.
With record speed, 13 slams their back against the door, their arms outstretched to block their entrance. You two aren't allowed in here. Izuku nearly jumps out of skin in surprise. How come? 13, although tense, tries to relax, pushing themselves off the door's frame. Sorry, but this leads to the armory and contraband. Both of the teens' eyes light up. Ochako smiles, raising her fists in joy. Armory? There's got to be laser guns and cool blasters in there just waiting to be tested out. Oh, Ochako can already imagine herself as a badass sci-fi hero wielding a giant laser cannon as a weapon. Contraband? Izuku smiles in glee, wondering about the different kinds of alien gear and tech that must be hidden behind those doors. Perhaps there's hoverboards, spaceships, or even cool alien armor that grant the wielder powerful abilities. Can we dash? No, 13 doesn't even give him a chance, getting straight to the point with a deadpan tone. But dash. I said no. 13 grabs each of their shoulders before pushing the teens forward and away from the forbidden door. Sorry, but for safety only I can access this area. Now let's get moving. After nearly tripping a few times from being pushed from behind, they quickly arrive at another oval-shaped door. But unlike the others, this door proudly displays a large glowing red dot. 13 pulls out their plumber's badge, a white metal badge with an exact replica of the glowing red on the door. They hold it up to the door's red light, both devices flash in recognition, and the door slides away. 13 stands to the side, allowing their guests to have a better view. Now, this is where the magic happens. This is the heart of our operation. This is our top-of-the-line surveillance and monitoring system. Izuku scans the large white room, noticing how it's laid out much like a cockpit of a spaceship like the ones you see in movies. There are about 4 workstations, each with their own monitors. The entire front of the curving wall is a pitch-black screen that stretches across the entire length of the space. This screen is what's primarily used for observing the monitored aliens of Earth. At the base of the monitor is an oval-shaped console with a circular port at the top of it. The port looks to be big enough to fit a soccer ball inside. 13 must manage this all on their own. I mean, this place is just void of people right now. Izuku fidgets, trying to think of the best way to word his question. Just how can you do all this while maintaining your duties as a teacher and a pro hero? Oh, well, I have a pretty good assistant. Before 13 could explain further, a rather small but cheery voice makes itself known. 13, is that you? Did you bring guests? It is immediately accompanied by a similar sounding voice, but this one sounds much drier and more somber. You should have warned me, I would have cleaned up. This place is such a pigsty. Well, I think it's homey. You would a carrot. Just where are those voices coming from? Izuku scans the surveillance room, but there's nobody else in here other than the 3 of them. Ochako gasps, cupping her face as a giant grin forms on her face. Oh my god, it's a robot! Izuku spins around to where she's pointing, and there sure is a robot sitting right on top the nearest workstation. With its short stature and white coating that matches the desk, it's no wonder they overlooked it when they first entered. And it's certainly not what he expected an alien robot to look like. The robot is more like a small white orb with 4 stubby legs, and a black band running vertically around its spherical body. Between the electronic black band are 2 pairs of tiny white circles, which are meant to be the robot's eyes. The ball-shaped robot leers up at Ochako. I prefer sentient mechanical being. Its voice drips with dry sarcasm. The robot holds one of its tiny legs at itself, its voice changing to a cheerful tone. But you can just call me 1-. 1. Izuku smiles warily of 1. Apparently the little guy has 2 voices, a glad one and a sad one. He wonders why that is. Perhaps it was a programming error. 1 blinks up at the brunette. And who are you? Ochako smiles kindly. I'm Dash. Are you a spy? Glad one asks with a hint of suspicion. What? Glad one repeats the question. Are you a spy? No. Then you've come to bring me the sweet release of death. Even if it's a bit morbid, Ochako gives a nervous chuckle in response, breaking the tension. Also no. Ochako looks to 13, hoping for some sort of explanation. 13 laughs at 1's antics. Sorry about him, 1 can be a bit odd at times. Ochako nods in understanding before picking up 1's small frame. Well, nice to meet you, 1. I'm Ochako Uraraka, and this is Deku. She turns 1 so he can see the green-haired boy for himself. Izuku feels a bit uncomfortable about how Ochako introduced him. It's one thing for her to call him Deku, but it's another thing when it comes to someone/thing else. He never gets to voice his complaint. A pleasure to meet you, Mississippi Uraraka and Mr. Deku. I've heard so much about you both. I'm glad we're finally able to meet. I hope we can be good friends. Or mortal enemies. Either way is fine with me. Izuku raises an eyebrow, looking to 13 with a very confused and slightly concerned look. 13 shrugs. Yeah, he has a literal split personality. What do you mean by literal? To demonstrate, 1 splits into 2 halves. Each half falls out of Ochako's grip before landing on the ground with a soft thud. Each half is a half-circle shape with the black electronic band running along the bottom. Each has only 1 white eye, and their stubby legs also divided, giving each pair 4 tiny limbs. I feel so exposed. Ochako awes as glad 1 scampers around her feet while sad 1 simply stands by. It's twice the robot for the price of 1. 13 walks towards the main monitor. That's not all he can do. 1, why don't you show our guests? They stop near a strange console at the base of the monitors. Embedded into the console is a circular indent big enough for 1 to fit himself into. You got it. Yay, but I really don't want to. 1-1 puts himself back together before using his round boy to roll himself over to the strange console. With cat-like mobility, the little round bot jumps up and embeds himself into the round slot. White light begins to surround the bot as a powerful surge of energy flows into his tiny but highly advanced system. The entire base seems to react as the lights become brighter, sounds of the generator roar through the halls, and the surveillance room hauntedly comes to life as various monitors and screen flash on. A hologram of the planet Earth is projected into the middle of the room, and the large area of seemingly black space is flooded with hundreds of video surveillance of Japan's resident aliens. Ochako awes at the screens. Just look at all those aliens. Whoa! Without prying his eyes away from the hundreds of videos, Izuku questions 13. What is this? This is how we monitor any and all alien activity in Japan. Izuku's eyes wander the entire space, taking in how each monitor seems to have its own task. One monitor is scrolling through a list of what appears to be wanted alien criminals of the galaxy. Another looks like is meant for communication since it's receiving messages from other plumbers on Earth, and another monitor seems to be scanning through the plumber base's status and conditions. This is amazing. Ochako points at one of the small video recordings playing. Look, it's MLE. Sure enough, there on the screen is the little Kinecellarin girl they met a while back. She's holding her mother's hand as they stroll through a park. One clip catches Izuku's attention. Hey, that's Mr. Bowman's store. One camera must have constant surveillance on Mr. Bowman's store. 13 nods, enjoying their positive reactions. Pretty cool, huh? They teens nod in agreement. Oh yeah, although they can't help but feel this is sort of a breach in privacy. 13 pats the console that 1-1 is embedded in. This system specifically locks in on any and all DNA signatures of all alien beings that are registered into the Plumber database. This of course includes registered criminals, but they don't get too many of those around here. You'll find that a lot of our programs and regulations involve identifying one's DNA. In fact, to prevent anyone from just entering this base, their DNA has to be recognized by the system first. A worrying thought pops into Ochako's head. Wait, if we were able to enter, then that must mean you already have our DNA in the system, right? That is correct. Okay, so, how did you get our DNA? It doesn't matter. I kinda does. 13 clears their throat before deciding to move on. And none of this would be possible without 1-1 here, since he's able to process all incoming surveillance at 10 times the speed. Ochako sends the hero a nasty look, but they don't even take notice. Don't ignore my question. 1-1 pops out of the console. The entire base calms down as he ejects himself from the circular port. Carrot, aw, thank you. Carrot. Carrot, don't patronize me. Carrot. He's also the main reason why I can also hold up as a pro hero and a teacher. Basically, 1-1 is a one-man crew. He even keeps maintenance over the entire base. Izuku smiles, petting the smooth, round surface of the bot's form. Huh, that's handy. With him, you wouldn't need any other plumbers. 1-1 nods his entire body as if to agree. Meanwhile, 13 waves a so gesture. Sort of sure 1-1 is a great help, but he's not designed or fit to aid in combat or missions other than providing information. Carrot hee. Yup, I'm more of a lover than a fighter, and I even have a heart to prove it. Carrot. Carrot, even if that heart is actually made up of cold, soulless wires and circuits, a carrot. My point is that now that the both of you are going to be part of the hero course, my plan is that as you gain experience, I hope to take you all out on more missions. Ochako gasps with worry and a bit of thrill, oddly enough. Does that mean? Combat? Well, yes and no. I'm certainly not against you assisting, but we have to keep any and all combat on the down low since illegal quirk usage still applies. At least until your second years and you get your provisional licenses. 13 sticks a finger near Ochako's face, making her nervous. That said, school will come first. If your grades slip, then forget about your extracurricular activities. Am I clear? 13 sends them a warning look. They both reply, Crystal. Good, other than that you guys now have full range of this entire base. Minus the armory and contraband, of course. This is all so much. Izuku grips the omnitrix, feeling its cool, smooth surface under his fingers. They're giving us access to all of this. and after using up so much of their time to help me, to help train my powers. There's absolutely no way I would be here without 13's help and guidance. And now they're trusting me with an entire alien base. Doesn't he deserve this? Perhaps he does. It was his efforts that also got him this far, not just 13's. 13. Izuku looks 13 right in the eye as he speaks. Thank you for putting your faith in me. Without your guidance, I would have never gotten as far as I have. Keeping his back straight, he bows as low as he can in gratitude and respect. Thank you. 13 smiles with appreciation, petting Izuku's hair, ruffling it up a bit. Believe me, Midoriya, the honor is all mine. You'll be an excellent hero someday. That I'm certain of. Wow, 13 is really that great of a person. Aren't they? Uraraka, I want to thank you as well. Ochako is a bit surprised, mainly because she thought this was a moment between the two of them and not her. You were my first real friend in a long time. I can't thank you enough for that. Once again, Izuku is bowing in gratitude to someone else who has been just as kind to him over these long months. A blush rises to her cheeks. This is rather embarrassing for Ochako, having someone else thank them like this. There's no need to thank me. If anything, I should be thanking you. But that said, it's been great getting to know you too, Deku, and I hope that we keep moving forward and getting better together. She holds her fist out. Now let's go become heroes. Izuku fists bumps her hand. Yeah, and plumbers too. Despite her cheery smile, a sweat drop forms on Ochako's head. That's still a stupid name. One decides now is the time to remind everyone of his presence. Hooray, we have new companions to join us in our valiant efforts to upholding the peace on Earth. Sad One is quick to interrupt as he speaks with a very rapid and highly professional tone. By agreeing to be in association with the plumbers, you agree to release this intergalactic body of any liability. This may include mental, emotional, and physical harm, injury, and/or death that may occur while performing your line of duty. It takes a minute for the two teens' minds to process the onslaught of flying information. When they finally comprehend the message, their anxieties take over as they beg for 1-1 to explain why he had to say that. Izuku begs to know what kind of dangers there are, while Ochako hounds the bot for work compensation for possible future injuries. Meanwhile, 13 watches from the side, finding it all entertaining. This is going to be interesting. ####. Interesting. Yagi Toshinori continues scrolling through the school-issued computer. He's currently in UA's staff room, where each staff member has their own work desk and computer to use. And right now, Yagi is using his to read up on one odd green-haired boy. It appears young Midoriya registered his quirk shortly after we met. But why is that? Just what could it mean? Is there a chance I pushed him too far and he ended up making a deal with that devil? No, I took care of that threat a long time ago. What are you looking at? Eek. He nearly has a heart attack, and at his age that's really dangerous. Yagi clutches at his heart, spinning around in his chair so he can get a good look at his almost murder. Oh, it's just you. Leaning over him, his eyes trained on the screen, is a man with long black hair and is in desperate need of a good night's sleep. So, this one caught your attention too, huh? Yagi turns back to the screen. Currently their eyes are locked on a clip of Izuku's performance at the UA entrance exam. You could say that. Yagi clicks on the next video. This one is a recording of the Izuku saving a brown-haired girl with a round face, and vice versa. The tired, slender man sighs as if accepting a fate that's out of his control. I have a feeling these two are going to be major pains. Dread for the future students makes Yagi stiffen up. What exactly are you planning? The man straightens up before making his way for the exit. He slides open the door, probability to go find a quiet place to sleep. Not before he makes his leave. He peers back at Yagi with a single red eye. I'm planning to push them past their limits. ####. In Yokohama, Kamino, there is a seedy little bar that's hidden away in a quiet and unassuming alley. This place was meant to be long abandoned, but yet there are two patrons sitting inside the rather well-kept bar. One man is extremely slim with deathly pale skin and tangled blue-gray hair. His attire is simple, consisting of a black and unkempt long-sleeve shirt, matching pants, and a red pair of sneakers. The most disturbing part of his attire is the severed gray hand latched onto the front of his face, blocking his sour scowl from view. I don't like him. He thinks too high and mighty of himself. It's disgusting. The other patron, the bartender, whose body appears to be made up of a dark purple mist save for his glowing yellow eyes. His attire is definitely that of a bartender, with only the metal brace around his collarbone standing out of place. Please, calm yourself, he could prove useful. PFT. The only reason he's here is thanks to his quirk. And you know that I hate players that use cheat codes. The slim, pale-skinned man scratches at his neck so vigorously that he may just tear off his own skin. Just where did Jiren find this punk? And why the hell does he have more than one quirk? Why indeed? A calm yet dominating voice resonates throughout the bar, silencing the other two patrons. The two look over to a single TV sitting near the end of the bar. The TV isn't displaying a station. Rather, static plays in the background, but someone is using it to communicate through. I'm rather curious about this one as well. With no provocation, a single image appears on screen. It's of Henzuichi. The picture is dark and hard to make out amongst the static, but one can clearly see a teen with messy long dark hair and a paddock lock hanging from his neck. But as for his quirk, it is unclear as of now whether it is similar to my own, or if it's a mere coincidence. I still don't like it. I'd rather just keep him as an NPC that's better served as cannon fodder. You don't need to enjoy his company, but with his array of abilities and weak mind, you can certainly use him to your advantage. He could prove useful to you in the future. I doubt it. I rather see him die in a dark alley. There's a finality to the young man's voice, before he grabs a nearby cup of water and drinks what's left inside with a few sips. The bartender decides to move the conversation on. Master, is the weapon ready? It will be, but our doctor's newest associate is seeing to some rather unique modifications. The blue-gray-haired man finishes his drink. Like what? What could a quack with an animal fetish have to offer? His quirk. His quirk allows him to alter the DNA of animals, and with some modifications to his device we have been able to expand on his capabilities. In other words, we used his skills, knowledge, and quirk to our advantage in order to help serve our own purposes. The pale-skinned man peers through his hand mask, leering at the photo of Henzu. The photo is a bit clear now, and this time he can make out the faint outline of a second pair of arms growing out of the punk's sides. Fine. If he wants to prove himself, then he'll get his chance. He holds up the empty glass, circling it around in front of him. But if he fails? With no warning, he grips the glass within his entire hand. The glass is quick to shatter and break apart, showering down onto the bar in a rain of broken glass and sand-like particles. Then that will be the end of Henzuichi. ####. Tsukima. Takes place a few months back, after Izuku and 13 came up with a cover story to explain the omnitrix and Izuku's new quirk. Izuku and his mother are in their living room, sitting across from each other. Izuku has just explained that his quirk manifested late because it is an extremely rare case of a new mutation of his quirk factor. He also explained that one-man army allows him to transform into monster-like forms with the aid of the special watch. Okay, Mom, I'm going to show you my quirk, but you have to promise that you won't freak out. Inko gives her son a stern look. Honey, please, give me a little more credit. She smiles softly. Besides, I'm just so happy that you gained a quirk. Anyway, I'm ready when you are. Izuku activates the omnitrix, its faceplate shoots up, and the green-haired boy scrolls through the selection of aliens. I don't want to scare her, so I should probably go for my more friendlier-looking forms. Maybe Ditto? Yeah, he'll work. He's small, funny, and not at all threatening. He's perfect. With a few turns, Ditto's DNA is selected. Alright, here goes. Inko has to shield her eyes from the bright, eerie green light as it engulfs her child. She rubs her eyes, recovering from the flash, and finally she opens them to see what kind of quirk her son really has. She's greeted by the sight of Scaly Fiend with a maw of jagged razor teeth that's roaring right in her face. Rarea! Aha! Inko jumps backwards so fast she knocks over the couch. The only reason she stops moving is because she crashes into the wall. She's clutching at her little heart as she hyperventilates at the sight of the freaky fish man. Tears stream out of her eyes in shock and fear. What happened to my baby? Where did this thing come from? Izuku. Meanwhile, Ripjaws is gasping, holding his throat as if choking. Water, I need water. He didn't expect this, although he should have, and because of that the moment he transformed his gasp to breathe came out like that of a roar. He needs water fast. Gasping for oxygen, Ripjaws steps forward toward the kitchen, and that's when he notices how cool and wet his feet feel. Curiously, he blinks down, noticing water flooding the apartment floor. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, he plunges his head forward into the living-saving water. Ah! The pisks Val and sighs in relief as he picks his head out of the water. Sweet relief! But where did all this water come from? He turns and what he discovers is shocking, disturbing, and concerning. His mother is crying so hard with shock that the tears are pouring out of her eyes like geysers, flooding the entire apartment like a swimming pool. Mom! Stop! We don't have flood insurance. Wah! My baby boy has a quirk. This is it. I'm finally going to be part of UA and make my way to becoming a hero. UA somehow looks even more magnificent than from when they were last here. It may be that thanks to the sunny sky is clear, songbirds are about, the smell of watered flowers lingers in the air, and the cherry blossoms are dancing in the wind. Or perhaps it's just because now this magnificent school represents all of their hopes and dreams. Izuku Midoriya, with an excited, happy smile on his face, leans his head to the side, curious about Ochako Urarika's reaction. He tries his best to ignore how nice she looks in the UA school uniform. She's not looking at him, her eyes locked onto the Hero Academy. Presumably she's having the same reaction as him, judging by the expression on her face and the glimmer in her eyes. From out of the corner of her eye she spots Izuku watching her. She flashes him a smile. Let's do this. Let's make our first day a good one. Izuku nods. Yeah. Together they make their way inside, passing by other UA students, whether they're hero course, general, or any other. It doesn't take them long to find their destination. Classroom 1A. Ochako gaps at the giant sliding door. That door is massive. It makes sense though. This school should be accommodating to all sorts of quirks and people. I just hope that those mean guys aren't part of our class. That comment confuses him slightly. Mean guys. He's quick to realize whom she is talking about, and as a result his face drains of color. Oh, she means Kaelin and the blue-haired guy with glasses. Shaking away his fears, Izuku grips his backpack in an attempt to calm his nerves. Maybe we got lucky and neither of them are here. Summoning all of his courage, Izuku rips open the door, not wanting to delay the inevitable. Remove your foot from that desk. Such an action is insulting to those who came to UA before us. Like I care. Hey, what middle school are you from? Izuku is in so much shock and despair he can almost feel his body dissipating into nothingness. The universe must hate me. They're both here. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? Even with his steaming pile of crap personality, there shouldn't have been any doubt that Katsuki Bakugo made it in. Plus, there's only 2 freshman hero course classes, so it was a 50-50 chance that he would be in the same one. Same goes for the stern young man with combed blue hair and glasses. Currently, the stern teen is berating Bakugo, who is seated at his desk with his feet kicked back onto the desk. Even if he's a bit put off by Bakugo's crude reaction, the young man introduces himself anyway. I am from Semi-Private Academy. My name is Tenya Ida. Semi? Bakugo's teeth clatter. You probably think of yourself as high and mighty, huh? I should blow you to bits. Blow me to bits? Tenya is visibly surprised. You're awful. Do you really wish to become a hero? Before either of them could continue, they both spot a terrified green-haired boy and an exasperated round-faced girl watching them from the doorway. Realizing they've been spotted, both Izuku and Ochako freeze up, ready to be either reprimanded by the stern engine-legged teen or cursed at by the angry Pomeranian. With no hesitation or restraint, Ida marches straight towards them, his arms waving like that of a robot's at his sides. Hello? I'm Tenny Dash. Izuku cuts him off by raising a hand. Yeah, we heard you before.
I'm Izuku Midoriya.
Pleased to meet you, Ida. Even though the teen puts him off, he tries his best at a friendly smile. She might as well introduce herself as well. And I'm Ochako Uraraka. Now that Ida has acquired both their names, there's no reason for him not to say what he has to. Midoriya, Uraraka. You both perceived the true nature of the exam far better than I could. He grimaces in shame, grinding his teeth. I completely misjudged you both. I hate to admit it, but you were both far superior candidates than myself. Why is he acting like they're geniuses? Ochako looks to her counterpart for clarification. Deku, do you know what he's talking about? Her counterpart shrugs in response. He's just as confused as she is. Ida waves his arms up and down in a frenzy. How could you not know? He pauses to consider the facts. These two arrived at the same time. One has a nickname for the other, and they seem to carry a sense of familiarity with each other. Could they have? Wait! His outburst makes the two of them jump back in surprise. Were you two already acquainted with each other before the exam? Ochako is the one to answer. Yeah, we were. Unacceptable. They cheated. The exam was designed and organized to force the examinees to work alone, and to ensure that everyone is judged on equal ground. Yet you two managed to bypass this and work together. Were those rescues staged? How could UA allow this? Okay, now that was offensive. Ochako leers at the taller teen. Just what gives him the right to judge them like that? Whoa. We did not cheat. Izuku furiously nods his head in agreement. Yeah, it was just dumb luck we ended up in the same arena. And besides, before the test we agreed to go at it alone. You did? Ida bows, his back bent at a perfect 180-degree angle. My sincerest apologies. I've overstepped and misjudged both of you a second time. Shame on me. Feeling somewhat bad for snapping at him, Ochako tries to wave off his worries. No, it's okay. You didn't know. Not wanting to be on bad terms, either Izuku tries to shrug off the whole ordeal. Yeah, it would seem fishy to anyone. As Ida thanks them for understanding someone else from the entrance exam lets their presence be known. It's nice to see that the two of you made it in as well. Looking upward, Izuku is greeted by the sight of the multi-limbed fellow from the entrance exam as well as the time Rojo kidnapped Ochako. Oh, it's you. You're that handyman. Realizing he said that last part out loud, Izuku shields his face from view. It's red with embarrassment. Oh my god. I'm terrible. It's hard to tell whether he's smiling or not thanks to his face mask, but nonetheless he doesn't sound offended in any way. He seems the type to let things like this slide. My name is Mizo Shoji. Right, sorry. Okay, Izuku, time to salvage the situation. Anyway, it's nice to officially introduce myself to you. My name is Dash. Yeah, I heard you from before. Was that a sarcastic callback? Shoji rises one of his limbs. Attached to the end is a human mouth. When I heard about the rescue points, I knew right away that the two of you would be here. Izuku ignores the mouth to speak with Shoji. He then introduces Ochako to Shoji, explaining to her that he couldn't save her without his help. Ida also takes a moment to introduce himself to Shoji, even though the multi-limbed teen already stated that he overheard them introduce themselves already. Forgotten in the background is Bakugo. He could care less about any of these extras, so he doesn't bother to even attempt to remember their names. Instead, he's too busy glaring at the target of his frustrations. Deku. #flashback #. How wonderful that two of our students have made it into UA. Izuku's middle school teacher turns in his seat to gaze up at both Bakugo and Izuku. Especially you, Midoriya. That's a miracle we never expected. Izuku has no doubt that that is the truth. It was a relatively brief meeting, just a formal congratulations thing. Nothing too fancy or drawn out. So they are released to go home rather quickly. At least Izuku would have liked to. What dirty trick did you pull? You quirkless piece of shit? Bakugo has Izuku by the front of his shirt so tightly that Izuku's shirt squeezes around his neck, making it rather difficult to breathe. Ha! God. He's so pissed off right now. It's a miracle that his hands haven't even begun to spark with mini blasts yet. Izuku flinches back, bracing himself for the inevitable explosion that's going to be sent his way. After being released, Bakugo dragged Izuku to the back of the school building, away from prying eyes and far enough away where his explosions won't be heard. I was supposed to be the first and only one to get into UA from this crummy school. Bakugo has Izuku by his collar, hoisting him up as to better push him around. Not only that, but you somehow stole the first place spot for yourself. Just what the hell did you do? He shoves Izuku against the wall. A bruise is sure to be there in the morning. You just had to fucking screw up my grand plan, didn't ya? You worthless piece of shit. I thought I told you to give up on becoming a hero. Now that crossed a line. Izuku grabs Bakugo's arm. He's heard enough from Bakugo's foul mouth, and there's no way in hell he's going to let this asshole ruin anything for him. The grab tightens around his arm. It doesn't necessarily hurt, but it's enough to throw Bakugo off. Izuku's never done this. He's never fought back before. Well, that changes now. As someone, no, my friends believe in me. That I can become a hero. Izuku finds his footing, allowing him to take a more stable stance. And I know that I can be one, T2. Fish, that's why. His steely eyes lock on to Bakugo's, and for a brief moment Izuku is the dominant one. I'm going to UA no matter what. And you can't stop me. Hashtag 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 and flashback hashtag hashtag hashtag. The school bell rings, signaling the official start of the school day. But it's largely ignored by the entire class, especially the odd group of 4 gathered at the door. Meanwhile, Bakugo continues to simmer in annoyance from his seat, his eyes never leaving Izuku's form. He actually stood up to me. Something smells fishy about all this. Damn it, Deku. Shoji lays a hand on Izuku's shoulder, gaining his attention. By the way, during the exam you said something odd. Izuku tenses up. Huh, I did. Yeah, you mentioned something about owing me for something I apparently did for you. Did we meet before by chance? Oh yeah. I guess he wouldn't have recognized me unless I was 4 arms. Rubbing his head sheepishly, Izuku attempts to explain how Shoji gave him directions so he could find and track down Roho. Oh, well, we did. But you see, if you're here to socialize, then get out. A dreary, tired voice cuts its way through the conversation, not only gaining the group's attention but the entire class at the same time. Izuku and Ochako turn around shakily. The underlying tone of a threat did not go unnoticed. There's a giant yellow slug on the floor. How did they miss something like that? The slug moves, and that when they notice a tired-looking face sticking out from the mouth of the slug. This is the hero course. A hand pops out of the mouth with a juice pouch which the man inside is quick to drink up. A hushed silence falls over the entire classroom as they all have the same exact reaction. There's someone in there? In retrospect, they should have noticed that the slug was actually a sleeping bag from the beginning. Then again, when you live in a society of quirks, you never know what you'll see. With the juice pouch now empty, the man in the sleeping bag tucks it away before opening up the sack. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. He gets up and out of his overly sized sleeping bag. Now that he's in full view, Izuku and the others take a moment to examine this strange stranger. This man is rather slender with pale skin and messy, shoulder-length black hair. His black outfit is ragged. The only items worthy of noting are his utility belt and the strange long gray scarf around his neck and shoulders. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? Izuku continues to obverse this man as he steps out from his cozy cocoon. All of UA's staff are pro-heroes, so he's got to be a pro-hero too, right? But he doesn't look familiar also. What's his deal? I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Most of the class reacts simultaneously. Homeroom teacher? Quickly now. Aizawa reaches into his sleeping bag and pulls out a standard UA gym uniform. Change into your gym clothes and head out to the grounds. The students blink, unsure about their teacher's intentions. But what choice do they have? They might as well go along with it. Who knows, it could be fun. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Yagi Toshinori is busying himself in UA's records room reading through one of his coworkers' files. The system here at UA is like no other. Here the teachers can have free rein when it comes to how they approach their classes. But this is going too far. He can't help but feel sorry for the newest batch of students since their homeroom teacher has been known to expel his students, even entire classrooms. Hell, according to his records, he's already expelled a whopping 154 students before. Yagi grabs at his forehead. He can feel a migraine beginning to form. And of course, she got him of all people as her homeroom teacher. He sighs in defeat. He might as well accept perhaps if worse comes to worse, he could just intervene on Ochako's behalf. Just what is that man thinking? Morning, All Might. 13, morning. How are you today?
I'm all right.
13 spots the file of Aizawa on Yagi's desk. Realizing he's been caught, Yagi shuts it and springs up and out of his seat. Excuse me, I was just leaving. With a stiff form, he marches for the exit, trying and failing to be subtle. Are you going to spy on Class 1A? What gave me away? Oops, he didn't mean to say that out loud.
Yes.
Why do you ask? Thinking rationally, you've never really taught a class before. Am I right? Yagi looks away. A part of his pride doesn't want to admit the truth. 13 picks up Yagi's obvious discomfort. They for one understand. Ha ha ha, it's okay to be nervous, everybody is at the beginning. But since you're so nervous about it, you want to get to know your students as soon as possible so you know how to best deal with them. And Class 1A is going to be your first ever trial as a teacher, so of course you are going to go learn as much as you can about them. Well, that's partly true anyway. Mostly he just wants to see how well Ochako is doing. Also, see what that Midoriya kid's been up to. That's more or less correct. I am rather curious about their abilities. Well, then why don't I join you? Honestly, I'm rather curious about Class 1A myself. 13 turns for the exit. And Aizawa's tests will certainly help us have a better understanding of their capabilities. Wait, what do you mean tests? ##, All Might and 13 find just the right spot to watch Class 1A while remaining out of sight. They don't want to get any closer, believing that their presence, or at least All Might's, might take focus away from Aizawa and his tests. Either way, it's amusing to see a buffed-up All Might hiding himself away like a schoolgirl trying to hide from her crush. Good luck, young Uraraka. 13 tilts their head. I wonder how they'll do. Meanwhile, amongst the entrance of the PE grounds, Class 1A cries out in surprise. A Quirk apprehension test? Ochako, worried, tries to make her concerns heard. What about the entrance ceremony? Or guidance sessions? Aizawa replies, without turning to even face her. No time to waste on that stuff if you want to become heroes. UA is known for its freestyle educational system. He peers back at her, making her freeze up, as he leers at her. That applies to us teachers as well. Just what is his deal? Standard physical tests. You did all these in middle school, yes? A few of the students are just about to answer, but a quick look from their teacher lets them know that the question was rhetorical. This country still insists on prohibiting quirks when calculating the averages of those records. It's not rational. The Department of Education is just procrastinating. He's right. Japan's Department of Education wants students to feel like they are all on equal ground. However, with the inclusion of quirks, that is no longer the reality, and thus many children and to extent adults don't have as much skill or experience to even use their quirks. And sometimes that can lead those with more problematic quirks down a less than ideal path in life. It's important for us to know our limits. That's the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you'll become. That's why we are having this quirk apprehension test. Oh, I get it. A girl with pink skin and curved yellow horns waves her hands in excitement. Ha! This is awesome. Essentially, we get to use our quirks. All we want for this test. A teen with odd elbows grins. For real. Man, the hero course is great. This is so awesome. It's getting me pumped up. The lone redhead of the class pounds his knuckles together in anticipation. Their excitement is short-lived, however. Awesome, you say? Aizawa stares at his hand, his eyes lost in a brief moment of grief as he recalls a sad memory from long ago. Oh, how naive the youth can be. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think it'll be all fun and games. There's underlying darkness to his voice, but it's not so much a threat but a warning. He eyes the students, making sure that he has their full attention. Right? The one who fails to show their potential will be judged as hopeless and will be expelled. Wah! All Might and 13 cry out in outrage, but they quickly cut themselves off and jump back into their hiding place before they are noticed. Luckily, most of the class are too preoccupied with Aizawa's declaration to notice, although those that did weren't fast enough to spot who it was that screamed out. "Your fates are in our hands." Aizawa grins like a cat toying with its prey, brushing up his long back hair over his face. "Welcome. This is the hero course at UA High." There's general worry across most of the class minus those that are confident enough on their skills. That's not fair. Ochako doesn't stop to think before she decides to call out this blatant use of power. It's only the first day. I mean, even if it weren't, that's totally unfair. Unfair? Aizawa's voice cuts through like a knife. Natural disasters, accidents, rampaging villains. Calamity is always right around the corner. I'd say that life is full of unfairness. He sighs. He should be a little lighter, though. After all, he is dealing with children. Heroes are the ones who correct all the unfairness. If you were hoping to spend your time here slacking off, well, I'm sorry to tell you that for the next 3 years. He grins madly, his smile like that of a twisted version of Totoro. UA is going to run you all through the ringer. He flexes a finger as if to gesture them forward to take on the gauntlet that is UA. That's plus ultra. The class's determined expressions are good enough of an answer, as they psych themselves up. As for Izuku, he is having the complete opposite reaction. Oh man. Alright, don't panic, Izuku, you've done plenty of training with 13 in these types of exercises before. It'll be a snap. As long as I don't come in last place, then I'll be fine. But what about? Izuku's eyes drift over to gauge Bakugo's reaction. Bakugo is grinning like a madman that's about to commit a massacre just for fun. Izuku has a feeling that he would be the first one targeted in such a scenario. While Izuku tempers his worries, Ochako is having some issues of her own. This is so not how I imagined my first day would go. Being threatened with expulsion. Oh, but all I can rely on is zero gravity. If I even attempt to use one for all now, all I'll be doing is disabling myself. But Ochako's hand balls up into a fist, her nails digging into the palm of her hand. I can't use that as an excuse. All Might is counting on me, and I won't let him down. I will master one for all, one way or another. Aizawa's eyes scan the group of wannabe heroes. Each one is different with their own unique quirks, personalities, and abilities. But there's only a few that truly stand out to him in this crowd. So, let's begin with the most perplexing of the group. Midoriya. Izuku flinches, not expecting to be singled out already. You scored first place during the entrance exam, so you go first. A soft ball seemingly appears in Aizawa's hand, and he tosses it over to the greenie, who nearly drops it after fumbling with it in midair. Nobody notices the irk mark appearing on Bakugo's head at the mention of Izuku placing first in the exam. How far could you throw in middle school? Oh, about 40 meters. A few snickers are heard amongst the class, much to Izuku's chagrin. Aizawa is clearly not amused or impressed with either the snickers or the abysmal throwing distance. Okay. Try it with your quirk. Do whatever you need to. Just don't leave the circle. Izuku steps forward into a chalk circle of the PE grounds. Ahead of him are parallel lines marking distances across the field. The simple just throw the ball as far as he can with his quirk. There's just one issue with that. Bakugo. Izuku's been trying to avoid eye contact with him all morning, but he knows that the ash blonde has been watching, glaring at him the entire time. As a form of comfort, Izuku grips the omnitrix, allowing its presence alone to help stabilize his nerves. Why does he have to go first? And why expulsion? He was just really hoping he could go about this without his aliens, but that's no longer a possibility. But why would he not want to use them? Simple. It's because what happened the last time he revealed his quirk to a so-called friend. Even though it's been nearly a year now, the confrontation between himself and Henzuichi still weighs on him from time to time. Hell, he hasn't seen either head or tail of his former friend since then. But then again, Henzu's always been a survivor, so something tells him that no matter where he is, he's alive and probably kicking someone's ass. But now he may just relive those terrible events and the inevitable fallout that will most definitely occur. Shit, he knew that he should have packed burn cream before leaving home today. Aizawa is losing his patience. Get a move on already, you're wasting time. Alright, sorry. While Izuku tries to figure out what to do, Bakugo can't help but smirk to himself. Ha! Goodbye, stupid Deku. You'll fuck it up and show everyone how useless you really are. Sadly, Bakugo may not be the only one with similar opinions. What's with this guy? He's taking a while. Maybe his quirk isn't good for this kind of stuff. He lacks style and flair. He looks so innocent though. How did he come in first for the exam? Maybe he cheated. Perhaps he's concentrating, Karo? Ochako heard that. She spins around glaring at the puny kid with purple balls on his head. Her glare is so intense and out of nowhere that the tiny student looks like he's going to pee himself with fright. Shoji steps between Ochako and her quarry. Excuse me, Uraraka. Shoji gestures towards Izuku. Is he okay? I hope so. She frowns. Come on, Deku, you can do it. At her side, Ida remains silent, watching Izuku with interest, wondering why he hasn't transformed into his turtle-like form yet. Meanwhile, from across the grounds, 13 and All Might are anxiously waiting for Izuku to go. What is he waiting for? I'm not sure. Izuku lifts up the omnitrix, admiring the sun shining down on its smooth metallic frame. The way it shines and the green illuminates from it is as if the watch is trying to encourage him forward. I have to do this. Even if Kaken takes it horribly, I can't hold myself back. Not for him. Izuku activates the omnitrix. The sound of it activating is enough to gather everyone's attention. Aizawa's eyes narrow. Izuku finds the proper alien for this job. Before he pushes down on the dial, he looks back straight at Ochako, who gives him a friendly smile and an encouraging nod. That's all he needed. He raises his hand up high and with a mighty swing he slams down onto the omnitrix. Blinding rays of green light envelope around him. The green neon glow causes many of his classmates to shield their eyes. But a few manage not to turn away. Ochako, whose smile could reach the stars. Bakugo, whose shock is very apparent. And Aizawa, who watches on with indifference.
Ludasta.
Lodestar lifts up his pincer like a hand to examine yet. Hey, I got the guy I wanted. Not wanting to delay any further, Lodestar looks out to the open field in front of him. He's ready to take it on. He's not so much as holding the ball, but rather it's floating between his hand thanks to the magnetic pull he's exerting on its center. Looks like he was right about the ball having a metal interior and tracker. With the soft ball in his hand, he reels his arm back behind him and swings his arm to the side forward, thrusting the ball up and away. With the ball released into the air, Lodestar increases the push of his magnetic pulse so that it's strong enough to propel the ball even further into the sky. The ball is really flying now, racing through the air like that of a falcon diving at its prey. He keeps up the magnetic push for as long as he can until eventually the ball is actually pushed out of his reach. At that point, he can do nothing but let gravity do its job. It doesn't take long for the ball to eventually reach the ground. Lodestar releases a breath that he wasn't aware that he was holding. Aizawa peers down at his phone. Took you long enough? But the result speaks for itself. Aizawa turns his phone around, allowing everyone to see the results for themselves. 705.2 meters. The entire class erupts into cheers. Whoa! Way to go, Deku! That was so manly. What was with that light? That certainly had flair. I wonder if he was controlling the air pressure or perhaps gravity. No, maybe he was using magnetism. Even 13 is cheering for Izuku. Yes! All Might blinks, wondering why his coworker is so excited. Perhaps the tension was getting to them. 13 unceremoniously walks back into their hiding spot, trying to not to look All Might in the eye. Shoji and Ida have similar stunned reactions. What just happened? I thought his quirk turns him into a turtle. They are both referring to Terraspin, which was the only transformation either of them witnessed during the UA entrance exam. Aizawa tries to regain the class's attention. Stop chatting, we have work to do. In that brief moment, Aizawa's attention is drawn away from Izuku, and that is a mistake. Deku. That's Lodestar's only warning of his impending doom. D. Bakugo swings his arm forward, ready to blast his ex-friend into oblivion. Lodestar freezes in place, bracing himself for the inevitable, but the fiery inferno never comes. Instead, Bakugo, unintentionally, slams his palm against Lodestar's floating head. The swing is so strong that his head literally flies off his body. The class screams out in horror. Holy shit! Ochako is probably one of the loudest. Deku! She scrambles out of the crowd and after Lodestar's bouncing head. The metallic head comes to a stop. She falls to her knees and gently picks it. Are you okay? Class 1A balk. Why would someone do that? He killed him. Ow, careful. Lodestar blinks, his head is spinning and he's got a major migraine. Anyway, yeah, I think so. Ochako looks like she's going to vomit, and not because of her zero-gravity quirk. But your body. Lodestar tries to turn his neck only to realize that he doesn't currently have one. Oh wow, okay. Just give me a minute to pull myself together. Nanny! Something cold taps her shoulder. Turning around, Ochako gaps at the headless form of Lodestar's body. It's moving on its own? Lodestar's body reaches down and grabs his head out of Ochako's arms before placing it between his horned shoulders. He turns his head like a screw as if to secure it. Ah, there we go, that's much better. Man, the first day and I'm already losing my head. Class 1A, including Ochako, are staring in shock and awe of what they just witnessed. How is that possible? Noticing their apparent disbelief, Lodestar shrugs, trying to come off as humble. What can I say? I'm much more durable than I look. That's not a good enough answer for the brunette. But how'd you do that? Lodestar leans in and whispers. 13 told me that Biosavortion can repair damage to their bodies by pulling in their parts back together, but only as long as their heads remain intact. Good thing he wrote it down in his notebook. Hero Transformations number 1. Oh! Ochako plants her fist into her hand to confirm that she understands. 13 in the meantime is sighing in relief and very happy that they happened to share that tidbit with Izuku. Meanwhile, Bakugo is at a complete loss of words. What the hell? How? How is this possible? There's no way. How could shitty Deku have a quirk? I knew he was hiding something from me. Bakugo's glare hardens.
Hey, de.
A long thin cloth wraps itself around Bakugo's head and upper body before tightening up and restraining him. What the hell? He struggles to break free of the bindings, he flexes his palms, but there's no explosion. What is this? It's a capture weapon made of carbon fibers and special alloy wire. Aizawa's eyes glow red as his hair rises, waving around as if he was underwater. His long gray scarf, the capture weapon, is also floating around him along with his hair. Also, stop trying to use your quirk already. I'm getting a serious dry eye over here. Too bad, that quirk is seriously amazing. Proclaim Class 1A. Lodestar really wants to nerd out right now. Their homeroom teacher is the pro hero Eraserhead. His quirk, Erasure, allows him to cancel out any and all quirks when he looks at someone. He's only ever heard of this hero through online fandoms, so it's great to see him in person. Aizawa tightens his hold on the Mad Bomber. What made you think that was a good idea? Huh? What the hell are you talking about? The pro hero gives the bastard a critical look. Bakugo, knowing not to push his luck, stopped struggling, decided that for now he needs to play by the rules. If you want to be a hero, then you need to do some serious thinking about your actions and your attitude. Bakugo looks like he wants to snap back at their homeroom teacher, but he bites his tongue considering the pro-hero's words. This is way too confusing for him. No teacher has ever bothered to stand up to him, especially when it concerns Deku. But this guy did, and he has a jack-off of a quirk that cancels his. I don't know what beef you have with him, but here, you put that aside or else. Aizawa cuts off his quirk, his hair dropping back down, and the scarf slacks around his shoulders. Now, with your tantrum over with. Aizawa looks over to Izuku, inspecting him for any injuries. Midoriya, how are you holding up? Ochako and Lodestar rejoin the main group. Ochako makes sure to walk between Lodestar and Bakugo, ready to intervene in case he tries anything again. Lodestar rubs his metallic head. I'm fine, sir, and no harm done. Alright. And with that, the scarf completely unravels itself from Bakugo, releasing the feral dog from his leash. Thankfully, said feral dog has enough sense not to do anything that may ruin his record. Aizawa's gonna have to keep an eye on that one too. He has talent, that's for sure. Hopefully he'll grow out of his ego. You've wasted enough of our time. He turns to the rest of the class. If anyone else decides to do something stupid, they'll be the first ones to be expelled from the hero course. His eyes flash red, enhancing his warning. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Good, now let's move on. Ochako grabs Lodestar's arm. Are you sure you can continue? I'm fine. He pushes her hand away and tries to give her a smile. It's small, but it's enough to satisfy her. Lodestar looks over towards Bakugo, who is still standing there in the same spot. Kaelin. For now, he's not going to dwell on it. Bakugo isn't what's important right now. The Quirk apprehension test is, and he's got to focus on it here and now. And so the Quirk apprehension test truly begins. Aizawa leads the students away to start a different exercise instead. Like he said, they can't afford to waste time here. First up is a 50-meter dash across a track with a camera bot stationed near the finish line. Izuku eventually reverts back to normal. Thankfully, there doesn't appear to be any lasting damage from Bakugo's attack, minus a few spots of soot on his clothes and in his hair. Luckily for him, by the time Aizawa gets through his explanation and the students get themselves organized, the omnitrix is back to being fully charged. They'll each go individually, so Izuku places himself in the middle of the line. Tenya Ida's up first, and with his engine quirk perfectly tailored for this test, he walks away with 3.04 seconds. After him, a girl by the name of Tsuyu Azui, a girl with features similar to that of a frog, literally hops across the finish line with a score of 5.58 seconds. Izuku can't help but feel like he's seen her before from somewhere, but he can't seem to recall where or when. A few others go, such as that pompous blonde that Izuku saved at the entrance exam. He uses his naval laser to rocket himself across the track, although he constantly had to stop and refire the laser in order to continue. The girl with pink skin and matching fluffy hair is next, sliding across the track with acid spilling out from the bottom of her feet. Next up is the one and only Ochako Uraraka. Okay, if I concentrate, maybe I can call upon one for all. Her face falls with disappointment. But then again, if I overdo it, then there's no way I'm going to be able to even attempt the next exercises. I guess I'll just have to rely on my physical training rather than one for all. But that doesn't mean she can't rely on her other quirk. I'll just make my clothes weightless. That ought help me out a little. Unbeknownst to her, Aizawa's eyes narrow in response, as if he can tell what Ochako is thinking. The camera bot declares her score. 6.14 seconds. Ochako grins, clapping her hands together. Not bad, all things considered. Next is Bakugo. The way he carries himself suggests that something is weighing on his mind. Whether it's about his near act of murder or Izuku magically possessing a quirk is unclear. Bakugo looks back at the line behind him, his red eyes locking in on Izuku. The green-haired boy looks away in fright, but his eyes drift back towards the ash blonde. Their eyes lock, making Izuku still up before he offers a shaky smile as to be friendly. It fails, epically. Bakugo's pupils shrink back like that of a predator and his usual scowl returns. I'll show you what a real quirk can do, Deku. With his arms outstretched at his sides, Bakugo releases a series of explosions. They're not powerful, but they're strong enough to launch him forward. D. Like a runaway rocket on a runway, Bakugo flies across the track. When he passes the finish line, his feet skid across the ground as he comes to a complete stop. 4.13 seconds. Ha! My quirk is the most versatile one here. A couple of his classmates have the same opinion. What a prick. Eventually, after a few more students go, it's Izuku's turn. All right, Omnitrix, don't screw this up for me. The students that were unfortunate to stand behind Izuku are once again blinded by a green eerie light. XLR8. XLR8 flicks his tail to test if it's true. It is. Ha! Yes, I'm 2 for 2. He's so thrilled about the Omnitrix turning him into the correct alien that he misses his classmates' astonished expressions. After getting into a running stance, XLR8 zips across the 50-meter track, leaving behind a trail of wind, dust, and looks of bewilderment. 1.03 seconds. XLR8 zips by the camera bot leaning against it with his arms crossed. Ah man, I thought I'd be faster. The class bursts out into an uproar. Faster? Even Ida's pride as a speedster is a bit wounded. What the hell? What's with this guy? Just how many quirks does he have? Aizawa's doesn't take his eyes off the blue raptor, examining his features, and all with a face of disinterest. Ochako approaches the transformed Izuku. Why do you do that? Do what? Call out the name of your transformation? She looks around, making sure nobody's listening in. XLR8 all of a sudden becomes bashful. Oh, well, I thought it would be cool. To call out the names of my transformations. Ochako shakes her head. It's not of shame because of the entertained smile on her face. You're such a dork. The very confused crowd watch on before they decide to move on with their own runs. Among them a girl with frog-like features holds a finger to her chin in curiosity. Bakugo is just as if not more confused. What the hell? How could Deku's quirk be so versatile? And why does this shitty blue lizard look so familiar? Luckily for XLR8, there's no time for Bakugo to search or threaten for answers since they must move on with the exercises. Next up is the grip strength. Aizawa leads them indoors for this one, handing out hand dynamometers. Ochako glares at her like it's personally challenging her to an extremely difficult task. Okay, Ochako, you have to do it. Now's the time. You have to use one for all. Or at least a fraction of it. If she can't use it for such a simple task, then there may not be any hope for her to control it. She squeezes the dynamometer with as much strength as she can muster, trying to call upon her new power. The dynamometer sends out a beep when she reaches her max grip strength. She's very disappointed to see that it's only 54 kilograms. Not exactly the world record breaker she wanted. Wow! Ochako's attention snaps over towards Shoji. It appears he's gained a tiny audience. The guy with strange circular elbows grins up at the multi-limbed teen.
540 Kilogramm.
Are you a gorilla or an octopus? A height-challenged boy stares up at Shoji. His face suggestion he's thinking of something that's very, very wrong. I wonder how Deku's doing? Ochako's eyes wander the group before landing on a red mass of muscle.
Uraraka.
For arms waves over to her. In two of his hands are dynamometers. Look, I got 650 kilograms. Shoji and his admirers overhear him. The one with odd elbows deadpants. Upstage much, dude? For arms offers an apologetic smile in return. He winces back when he notices Ochako's face. She's steaming mad. Growling with irritation, a part of just wants to scream out in frustration. Shoji, however, looks like he's just seen a ghost. Oh, now I get it. The boy with odd elbows raises an eyebrow. Get what? We did meet before. For arms trots over. Finally he can properly explain himself. You gave me directions that one time. Indeed I did. I had no idea the same scrawny guy I saved at the exam was you though. For arms grins, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I know, but the hey. Who you calling scrawny? The next event is the standing long jump. Those with quirks that can aid their mobility have a much easier time making it across, such as Bakugo, who once again uses his explosions to rocket himself across. Eventually Izuku's up, and this time as Terra Spin. Both Ida and Shoji both watch on in interest, glad to have some sense of knowing what this form is capable of. Ida cups his chin. Oh, so he does turn into a turtle. Shoji nods in agreement. I suppose so. His quirk is odd, isn't it? A sweat drop forms on Shoji's head, wondering if he of all people should even agree with Ida's statement. Once again with the right alien at his beck and call, this task proves to be a sitch for Izuku. All he does is fly right over the sand pit and to the other side. He even raises his arms up in self-celebration. Both Aizawa and Bakugo are a bit irked by his display of vanity. Ochako is next. She considers using one for all again, but her zero gravity will probably prove just as useful if not better. She backs up and then presses the tips of her fingers against her clothes. She then rolls back her sleeves and crosses her arms, making sure to plant her fingers onto her skin, activating her quirk. With a running start, she floats right over the sandpit, albeit as she nears the end she's moving so slowly that she has to do butterflies in midair in order to make it any further. The fourth event is the sidestepping. Both Izuku and Ochako go about this without aid of their superhuman powers, not fully sure how they could apply them in this situation. Although the same cannot be said for some of their classmates who did manage to find ways incorporate their quirks into the exercise, such as the purple kid making clumps of his purple hair to act as springs, while he bounces off of them at rapid speed. Once everyone completed the sidestepping, Aizawa takes everyone back for the ball throw. Aizawa lets Izuku sit this one out since he's already got the team's score from earlier. Bakugo decides that he'll go first, snatching the ball from his teacher's hand. He eyes Izuku as he stomps his way towards the circle, making the shorter teen quiver. "I'll show you what a real quirk can do." He reels back his arm along with all the anger he has over Izuku's sudden quirk. For sure he's going to address that issue later, and with a mighty roar he chucks the ball into the air, firing off an explosion that equal in strength to the one he attacked Lodestar with. D. Somehow his roar of murder is louder than the actual explosion. The soft ball flies through the air like a runaway meteor until it reaches the other side of the PE grounds. 706.4 meters. Ha! I win, Deku. Wah! He sure did. By 1.1 meters, it's small, but it's enough for Bakugo to feel like he's reasserted his dominance. God, is he going to let Deku have it later, but not while Eraserhead is around though. For now he'll savor this victory, no matter how shallow it is. Ochako observes the stupid grin on the ash-blonde's face. She hates to admit how much she would love to plant her fist against that face, especially after what he did to Deku. But an idea pops into her head. A brilliant idea, one that makes her smirk with evil delight. With a soft ball in hand, she purposely marches in front of Bakugo as he steps away from the circle. Their eyes meet, and for a second the blonde is thrown off by the spiteful glint in her eyes. What's her deal? Ochako looks between the ball and back at Bakugo to ensure that he's watching. He is, but mainly because he doesn't understand why she's looking at him the way she is. The round-faced girl never stops smirking as she grips the ball, letting zero gravity to take hold of it, before she tosses straight towards the sky. The ball soars higher, and higher, and higher. Holy shit! It's not stopping. Whoops! Ochako smirks back at the pile of shit that is Bakugo, sarcasm dripping from her voice. Looks like I threw it too hard. What is she? Bakugo's eyes widen in pure horror, his eyes locked in on Ochako's score. Several members of Class 1A cry out in shock. Infinity? Sure enough, the infinity symbol is on full display upon Aizawa's phone, as he holds it out for them all to witness. Bakugo's reaction, though, is what's important to the gravity girl. She completely blew my score out of the water, and she wasn't even trying. Ochako's smirk becomes even more self-indulgent. His face is priceless. Oh, if only she had a camera. Take that, Bakugo, your quirk isn't the end-all be-all. What the hell? Bakugo stares daggers at Ochako's retreating form. She doesn't even look back at him to acknowledge him. I will not be shown up. Not by Deku and not by some round-faced bitch. During the next event, Bakugo is sure he keeps the lead, especially against Izuku and Ochako. Although the event was an endurance run, so it was somewhat complete overkill to throw thruster explosions into the mix to move faster. But Bakugo will be Bakugo. Despite that both Ochako and Izuku do well, thankfully all of their physical training doesn't allow them to wear out by the time it's done. The final two events are just as easy for them, with them being the seated toe touch and sit UPS. But with no real foreseeable reason to use their quirks, they both decide to rely on their physical capabilities alone. Unbeknownst to them, Aizawa leers at them the entire time they perform the exercises, as if irritated about their lack of something in particular. Perhaps he's irritated by their sense of safety, thinking they're safe from being terminated from the hero course. Nothing irks him more than those that don't take things seriously. And with that, the quirk apprehension test is complete. Here are the results. Aizawa's electronic device lights up and a holographic projector forms in midair, displaying the class rankings. All the students scan the board for their names. Izuku and Ochako find theirs, having earned 6th and 7th place respectively. They both sigh in sweet relief, knowing that they're safe from being expelled from the hero course. although it's too bad for the last-place kid. Now identified as Minoru Mineta, the poor guy looks like he's going to collapse from the shock. Minoru is a very small young man with a large, round head and rather large cheeks. His nose is small and stubby, and it sticks slightly upwards, and he has an unusually distinguishable philtrum, oval-shaped eyes with large, black pupils and notably thin eyebrows. He has 4 large purple and black balls in something resembling a mohawk where his hair should be. Even though it's a tragic scenario, both Izuku and Ochako are just happy that they get to survive their first day of UA. Too bad for him. At least it's not us. Aizawa notices the duo's very relaxed and reassured expression. Midoriya Uraraka? The named teens looks to their teacher in confusion. You two are out, go home. And just like that, their reality shatters around them. Goodbye hopes and dreams. Even All Might's face pales in shock. His usual immortal grin is now that of a gaping fish. 13, however, just looks rather annoyed by all of this. There are outcries amongst the class. An invisible girl, like she's actually invisible, gasps. What? Why? A raven-haired girl with a rather mature physique for her age is visibly depressed. I was wrong? She must have assumed that the expulsion was a ruse. A muscular teen with large lips is completely astonished. Oh, harsh. Standing next to him is Bakugo, who's wearing a stupid satisfied grin on his face. Ha! Take that, Deku. I knew UA would eventually wise up and realize you weren't worthy of being here. A spiky red-haired teen with sharp teeth pushes his way forward through the crowd. Hang on. That's not right, man. Yeah. The teen with a wide grin and black hair nods. I thought that the person that gets last place was the one getting expelled? I never said that. Aizawa eyes the students. Apparently they need to work on their listening skills. I said that the one who fails to show their potential will be judged as hopeless and will be expelled. You were the ones that assumed I meant the one who came in last place. Mineta releases a large sigh. Looks like he's in the clear. Ida, however, will not stand for this outrage. You deceived us. How could a professional as part of UA do such a thing? His right arm waves up and down as if to hammer in every word that comes out of his mouth. Aizawa shrugs uncaringly. I wouldn't get so worked up about it. Aizawa sighs. He might as well come forward. Besides, I only said I would expel someone just to ensure that you all would do your best. The class blinks. Wait? Is he saying what they think he's saying? Yup. Aizawa's Totoro-like smile pops out from behind his scarf. It was a rational deception. He only went through with the lie to see Ochako's and Izuku's faces. Hey, bringing misery to teenagers is one of the main perks of becoming a teacher, and there's no way Aizawa is going to miss out on the fun. The mature, physiqued girl holds hand to her chest as she sighs in relief. Thank goodness I was right. From their hiding spot, 13 eyes at Aizawa with an exasperated look. I knew it, but what's important are the non-expelled students' reactions. A deception? So, that means tears of joy leak from their eyes as they both simultaneously cheer in pure joy at the sky. We're not expelled. Their homeroom teacher's voice cuts right through their moment. I wouldn't be so sure. He turns to the rest of the class. Understand this, at any point if we find any of you unfit to become heroes, any teacher here has the right to expel any of you. He eyes Bakugo specifically. The teen at least has the sense to look somewhat perturbed. Am I understood? Yes, sir. Satisfied with his class answer, Aizawa figures that he's tormented them enough for today. All of you are dismissed, with the exception of you two. He's of course referring to our main duo. Class 1A begins to leave for the locker rooms. Few of them look back in worry for their classmate's situation, wondering what their teacher has to say to them. All Might and 13 continue to watch on from afar. What is he up to? I'm not completely sure. For now, all they can do is watch. Izuku fidgets in place. He really doesn't like this. Just what is their teacher planning? Ochako is equally, if not more worried, if her fidgeting hands are any indication. Aizawa taps away at his phone, probably to prepare for whatever he has planned. Midoriya. Why yes. Why does his reply sound like a yap of a scared little dog? If she wasn't so nervous, Ochako would have giggled at Izuku's yelp. How many of those transformations do you have? 9? Come on, Izuku, be more confident with your answers. And each one has its own abilities? Izuku hesitantly nods his head. All right. From the space between his scarf, he tosses Izuku a softball much like the one from before. I want you to do all the tests again. Izuku tilts his head to the side. What purpose would that serve? I want you to do all the tests again, but this time each one of your transformations, including how you are now, have to complete each and every task. How come, sir? Aizawa is really exasperated now. The point of the Quirk apprehension test was to help not only you all to gauge your capabilities, but for me as well. As your teacher, I need as much info that I can get about my students in order to best prepare all of you for the future. Oh, that makes sense. So he needs as much info not just on Izuku but on his forms as well, since they are technically him as well. Ochako takes a cautious step forward. Her hand is up warily like one would do to ask an embarrassing question. Do I have to do the tests again too? Aizawa tucks his hands into his pockets. Not sure, it depends. Depends. Rather than answer her, the black-haired man turns his attention back to the freckled-faced boy. What are you waiting for? Izuku blinks. I gave you your instructions. He waves the back of his hand as to get the kid moving. And make sure to be quick about it. I couldn't help but notice the apparent time limit you have. We'll have to work on that. Izuku looks down at the softball before scanning the PE grounds. The camera bots are still positioned at the various exercise stations. There's even an extra camera bot, but this one is holding equipment to help with the grip strength, seated toe touch, and sit UPS. Izuku curiously looks back towards his teacher, and the sight makes him blanches. Eraserhead's hair rises up as his eyes flash red. Stop wasting my time. His voice drips with irritation. Out of pure reflex, Izuku salutes in response. All right. Right away, sir. And without looking, he activates and slams down on the omnitrix. Aizawa and Ochako have to cover their eyes. When they are able to look again, a very nervous Feedback is already running over towards the pitching circle. As Feedback begins the tests using his electricity to fire the ball into the air, Ochako is left to suffer in the festering awkward silence between her and her teacher as the watch Feedback race over to the 50-meter dash tax. Mr. Aizawa, you never fully answered my question from before. Aizawa looks on in disinterest, acting like he never heard her. And so they're back to watching Feedback run around the PE grounds from the standing long jump to the endurance run. The stewing silence is really getting to the round-faced girl now. Just how much longer are they just going to stand her? Uraraka! Ochako nearly jumps in surprise. She had gotten so used to the silence that she wasn't expecting Aizawa to say something. Why, yes. Would you care to explain your secondary quirk to me? Total and utter panic. Ochako leaps back as if to get away, waving her arms about in a frenzy as a look of horror adorns her face. Could he have found out about All Might's quirk? Wah! What secondary quirk? What is that anyway? Never heard of one. Where do you get one? I'm not acting weird. You're acting weird. Way to be subtle, Uraraka, he'll never suspect a thing. Aizawa doesn't look at all disturbed by her reaction. In fact, he may have been expecting it. I already know about your zero-gravity quirk thanks to your file. But I'm talking about that quirk you used during the entrance exam. The entrance exam? Oh, right, he means how she punched the zero-pointer's face in. How is she going to explain this? All Might and her never even thought about a cover story. That probably should have been something to prioritize. Even Deku has an alibi to explain the omnitrix. What should I do? Do I tell him the truth? No? Or maybe she should just play along with Aizawa's assumption. To be honest, I didn't become aware of it until the entrance exam. That is pretty much the truth. And I'm not fully sure what it is or what it's capable of, and because of that, I didn't see how updating my quirk registry would be any help. In the background, Feedback flops onto the ground, having completed the endurance run, and now he's onto the seated toe touch. Aizawa scratches at his cheek, his mind replaying what he witnessed during the exam. From what I understand, your zero gravity is pretty straightforward. Press all 5 fingers onto something and it becomes weightless. Pressing your fingers together releases this effect, and if you use it too much you could get nauseous. Am I correct? His eyes drift to her right arm, the arm that she used to demolish the behemoth of a robot. But that power you used, even unintentionally, was not something you could feasibly do with zero gravity, and so my conclusion is, your quirk evolved. Evolved? This may be an out for her, but she has some questions. What do you mean? It's rare, but it does occur, where people experience a dramatic change or facet of their quirks, usually in extremely stressful situations, sort of like a last-minute safeguard. How could that be, though? He shrugs. Not sure, honestly. There's so much we as a society don't understand about quirks. Hell, we can't even say how or why we were given these abilities, yet we have them. Aizawa's eyes drift upward towards the clear blue sky as if it holds the answers, before his gaze falls back towards the PE grounds. Honestly, I thought Midoriya had multiple quirks as well, but from what I've seen he only has one OP quirk, although with a major weakness. Ochako isn't quite sure what he means until she takes a look for herself. He has a time limit. It looks like the omnitrix has timed out and Izuku, as a human, is going through the tests again so Aizawa can compare his basic stats. There are all kinds of quirks out in the world. It's not at all surprising. What do you know? I guess he doesn't know about All Might's quirk. But what is he getting at? Ochako inhales before speaking. But sir, what does this have to do with my quote-unquote expulsion? Just like with Midoriya, we need to understand the limits and capabilities of your latent quirk. So, I need you to run the tests again, but only use the superpowered version of your quirk. That may be an issue. But sir, Ochako gazes at her open hand. I can't fully control it yet. Her frown deepens. Heck, I don't even know how to properly summon it. And if she can't even summon one for all, how could she even consider herself All Might's successor? Aizawa scratches his head. An annoyed expression adorns his face. Ugh. Well, I guess that explains why you never used it in the first place. He exhales. All right. I guess we have a starting point now. He cups his mouth, thinking on how to move on from here. Eventually something comes to mind. Meditate. What? You are going to meditate. I want you to sit and think on your quirk. Aizawa turns, pointing a finger at her head. You need to reflect on how and why your quirk activated. What were you feeling? What was going on in your mind when it appeared? And what do you know about it? Contemplate on all of these things. He moves his finger downward until it's pointing at her heart. When you do, then, and only then, will you truly know how to summon your newfound power. He begins to step away, so he can check up on Izuku's progress. He's currently performing the standing long jump. You have until Midoriya fully completes the tests. That should give you plenty of time. With that final piece of instructions, her homeroom teacher takes his leave. Ochako grips her wrist, her mind repeating Aizawa's instructions. Reflect on how I felt. But what was she feeling, thinking during that moment? It was just so fast she can't recall any of those things. Was she scared? Yes. Happy? No. Angry? Maybe. Sad? No. But what was going through her mind? What was it? Ochako grabs her head in frustration. This may take longer than I thought. And so for the next hour or so this is how things played out. Ochako eventually took a seat under a nearby tree to ponder about how to properly summon one for all. When she thinks she has a breakthrough, she would focus as hard as she can, her hands balled up into tight fists, trying to get one for all to show some kind of response. All attempts end in failure, and her becoming more and more frustrated. It gets so bad at one point that she actually screams out in maddened fury as she rolls around the dirt like a child throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, Izuku wears himself ragged as he goes through transformation after transformation. The only rest is when the omnitrix has to recharge, allowing him to relieve himself and get some much-needed water. For Arms really proved himself during the physical tests for obvious reasons, though he did skip the grip strength mainly because he already did it earlier. Water Hazard also does fairly well, especially on the ball throw and the long jump. For the last one, Izuku took a page out of Bakugo's playbook by rocketing himself up and over the sand pit by blasting water behind him. The sit-ups and seated touches, however, were embarrassing to say the least. As it turns out, Water Hazard isn't exactly flexible. Ditto, though, does really well at the sit-ups considering his diminutive size. Heka Clone was actually holding his feet down for him for this one. The clones also proved useful during the standing long jump and endurance run. Izuku tried to do a human splixen ladder to reach across to the other side, but they ended up tipping over and only made it a quarter of the way, and as for the endurance run, Ditto would create a clone to tag in and continue after a few laps. Stubby short legs are really not meant for this kind of stuff. Terraspin does a fairly average job all things considered, although he messed up on the ball throw. The whirlwind he made ended up throwing the ball off course, and so it didn't reach as far as he thought it would. XLR8 also proved himself during most of the exercises minus the grip strength. His species isn't really built towards strength, just look at his thin arms. Izuku struggles the most as gray matter and ripjaws. One because of his tiny size and the other because they had to stop and hose him down with water in order for him to even breathe. Aizawa really didn't find it at all amusing to see a fishman flop around on the ground gasping for breath. While Izuku rests after nearly suffocating, Ochako continues to try and fail to summon All Might's Quirk. I can't do it. Ochako flops onto her back, trying to find solace amongst the clouds. She keeps trying to call upon the fear she felt and worry she felt when she took down the zero-pointer, but still nothing. Deciding to take a quick break for the 100th time, Ochako sits up cross-legged as Lodestar sprints the 50-meter dash. Well, more like he pulls himself forward by magnetizing the metal chain fence at the other end of the PE grounds. How does he do it? Her face scrunches up in irritation. He's quirkless, and yet he never seems to struggle with activating his powers. I have two and I can't even turn one on. She's missing something. But what is it? Maybe she's focusing on the wrong thing. She inhales and then exhales. Okay, Ochako, let's think back one last time. What was going on? There was a loud crash, then the ground shook, people were screaming, and she was scared. No. She shakes her head, her hair whipping around her face. That's not everything I saw Deku. He was trapped and he was going to die. And I was terrified. No. Stop it, Ochako. Fear and adrenaline wasn't the answer. But what is? Deku was trapped and going to die. He was in trouble. He was scared. He needed saving. That's it. Ochako springs to her feet as Eureka strikes. I have been focusing on the wrong thing. She raises her fists, readying another attempt. I need to focus on that, the need I felt to do something, to take action, to save the day. She didn't force one for all out, it surged through her. She unknowingly willed it forward. That's what she must do, not force it but releases it. She takes a fighting stance, her fist reeling behind her. A look of focus and determination adorns her features. All Might continues to observe. It's all he really can do other than ponder on and on about what she's going to do. There it is, the flow. The rushing wave of immense power coursed her arm in the form of a pink illuminating aura. Now! She launches her fist upward, and in spectacular fashion a whirlwind blasts forward into the air like a beam of light. The blast of wind kicks up the earth around her, launching dust and grass at her. Teacher and Lodestar both were caught off guard by the sudden display of power. Ochako stares in wonder of her great feat. Her eyes drift down to her arm that's encased in a heavenly glow. I did it! She cries out in pure blissful joy. She's really done it. Ow! But it hurts. The pink aura evaporates as she gently grabs her arm. It's red, bruised, and swelling. HGN. I really need to dial it back. Well done. Aizawa approaches, although she does notice that his voice remains as indifferent as ever. Although it took you longer than expected. Yeah, nearly 2 hours. Did you figure it out? I think so, although it seems I need to work on the output though. She raises her arm, wincing in pain, so he could take a look for himself. It appears so. Aizawa pulls out a little piece of paper and a pen, before jotting something down. Here, go see Recovery Girl and get that fixed up. She takes the note, reading it over. It's an injury notice for the school's nurse. Right? An exhausted Lodestar joins the two. He slouches over as he regains his breath. Nice job, Uraraka. In a flash of red light, Izuku takes Lodestar's place. Thanks, Deku. But are you okay? Izuku nods his head, his hair sticking to his sweaty forehead. Man, he's really sweating like a pig, understandable considering he had to perform the Quirk apprehension test multiple times. Aizawa doesn't even offer the boy a sympathetic look, as if he's expected to work himself to the bone. Well, when you consider the school's motto then, that just may be the case. We really need to see if we can change that time limit of yours. He pulls out his phone before a large holographic display projects itself above them. Names, ranks, for arms first, feedback second, water hazard third, XLR 8 fourth, Terraspin 5th, Lodestar 6th, Izuku Midoriya 7th, Ditto 8th, Ripjaws 9th, Gray Matter 10th. Izuku smiles, proud of the results. Don't look so smug, but good job nonetheless. Now I have a good base to work with. However, I hope you know what this means. Izuku leans his head to the side. What, sir? Ochako wonders the same thing. She might as well listen up as well. Their teacher releases an exasperated breath. Even with your quirk, especially because of your quirk, you have to work even more than anyone else here. What do you mean? Even Ochako looks a bit taken back. Their teacher is really confusing. Since your quirk allows you access to multiple quirks, that means you have to train yourself to use each and every one of them to their full potential. He's right. The alien transforming human peers back up at the scoreboard looking over all of his scores. Just because I have access to all these aliens doesn't mean I can slack off. If anything, right now I have to work 10 times harder, not only for my aliens but for myself as well. He views his own results as in his normal weak human form results. 7th place, not that impressive when you think about it. Heck, it should be 8th considering Ripjaws did so poorly because they had to stop and get him water the entire time. Compared to my aliens, I'm actually pretty weak and fragile in comparison, even with 13th's physical training. And there will definitely be times where he can't rely on the omnitrix. What if it were to malfunction or run out of power while he was confronting a villain or performing a rescue? He needs to make sure that he's efficient with all of his transformations, he needs to be adaptable, and he can't ignore his own capabilities. I'll work hard, sir. His teacher approves, although he gives no indication of showing it. Ochako, still cradling her injury, considers her own progress or lack thereof. She too has a lot of hard work ahead of her, starting with her power output. Well, anyway, I say that's enough for the day. Midoriya, do you mind seeing Uraraka to the infirmary? I rather she not get injured any further. You got it. After a farewell nod of their heads, Izuku leads the way to the infirmary. Besides, hopefully this little side quest will give him some time to relax. Aizawa watches as his students enter the building before he decides to call out his somewhat incompetent colleagues. Did you two enjoy the show? He doesn't even turn to look at them, and after what they've been doing, there's no need to show them that much respect. Don't bother hiding, honestly. It's amazing none of the students noticed, especially you. He is of course referring to All Might and his magnificent glory that is only out completed by the sun itself. The number 1 hero steps away from behind his hideaway and approaches the less than friendly pro hero. That was a pretty nasty prank you pulled. Threatening expulsion. Seriously. What makes you think it was a prank? Nanny. That remark makes All Might a bit wary. I was being completely serious. If any of those students at any point demonstrated that they don't have what it takes to become heroes, then there's no point in keeping them around. All Might grimaces. Isn't that a bit harsh though? But anyway, care to explain why you were watching? 13 appears from behind All Might's muscular form. We were curious about Class 1A since they'll be both of our first classes this semester. All right. Aizawa eyes his colleagues, try to gauge if they're lying or not. If that's the case, I'll send you the results of the quirk apprehension test. The number 1 hero gives him a big thumbs up. Much appreciated. Aizawa eyes All Might for a moment, silently coming to some sort of conclusion, before turning away to leave. All Might, since I'm technically your senior when it comes to teaching, how about some free advice? Lay it on me. As a teacher, it's your job to prepare your students for any and all situations. He shifts his head ever so slightly, making sure that the big buffoon is listening to his words. Fail to do that, and it could spell disaster for everyone. With nothing left to do, Aizawa takes his leave, probably to find a quiet place to nap. As they watch him lurk away, 13 pats All Might's arm, gaining his attention. He's right, you know. You have to make sure you're giving each student the proper amount of time and effort to help them succeed. That includes considering their feelings and even circumstances. What do you mean? Every student is different, and I don't just mean their personalities and quirks, but their values, ambitions, and circumstances. It's good when you keep yourself open to those kinds of things as to better understand them, allowing you to better teach them. All Might considers the advice, eyeing his much shorter colleague. He really can't tell if they're serious or not thanks to the large black helmet. 13 sighs, waving his hand as if to say not to take things too seriously. Other than that, just be yourself. Their phone rumbles in their pocket. 13 slides it out of his pocket to find a message requesting for their presence. Ah, that would be our boss. I better get going and see what he wants. 13 pockets their phone before jogging away for the main UA building. They wave All Might goodbye. Take care, All Might. See ya. He returns the wave, keeping it up until All Might is the only one left on the PE grounds. I need to take their advice too hard. He sighs, looking up to the once clear sky. It looks like clouds have started rolling in, and maybe it's a sign of a storm occurring in the future. I need to do better for young Uraraka. He recalls watching with festering anguish as Ochako struggled to summon One for All. I should have better prepared her. Then again, I never really had that much trouble with One for All. I guess that's what 13 means by everyone being different. All Might coughs into his hand as a splatter of blood appears on his hand. Realizing he's been buffed out for far too long today, he poofs back into his much weaker form. Tomorrow is a new day, so I'll just have to make sure I do things right. Hashtag. Ochako lets out one big yawn as both her and Izuku exited through the main UA doors. How's the arm? Ochako flexes said arm. It's in tip-top shape. Her smile wavers slightly. For now, at least. It's more likely I'm going to experience even more pain in the future if I want to master All Might's quirk. So, this new power of yours, are you finally going to tell me about it? In a flash, Izuku has his quirk analysis notebook out and ready. He sure is quick with that thing. Ochako offers a worried smile. Yeah, about that. She claps her hands together. I'm so sorry, but they haven't given me permission to talk about it yet.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, I understand. There's no rush. Despite his smile, his mind can't help but be disappointed. Although I really want to know about this transferring quirk and what it can do. So, what do you think of our teacher, Mr. Aizawa? Oh, he's strict. That may be an understatement. Ochako holds a finger to her chin. You said he was the pro-hero Eraserhead, right? Yeah, he can cancel quirks just by looking at you. Ochako's eyes widen in amazement. Oh wow, then you must have been really lucky. Ochako points at her own eyes with one hand and pulls up her hair with the other. Well, if he used his quirk on you, then there's a pretty good chance that it wouldn't work, right? She releases her hair. 'Cause you don't really have a quirk. Aya! Izuku collapses right then and there, holding his head as he presses it against the ground. Deku, are you okay? Oh, my GG god. He could he end up exposing me. He totally overlooked this. If Eraserhead decides to use his quirk on Izuku, then it won't work and he may discover the truth. What is he supposed to do then? Play oblivious? Beg him to keep a world-shattering secret? Oh man, this could be a disaster.
Ochako pals.
I am sure we can find a workaround like. Ochako presses her fist into her palm. I got it. We'll throw a blanket over you every time we think he's going to use it on you. Izuku presses his head onto the ground further, wishing he could bury it into the dirt as he releases a painstaking moan. What is this? You are a student of UA, you should not be laying in the dirt like some boar. You have to represent this great establishment at all times. As Izuku stops moaning and lifts his head up, Ochako smiles, worried at the newcomers, hoping they didn't hear their conversation. Oh, hi Ida, Shoji. Ida and Shoji are both hanging around the main gate of UA. They're both in their school uniforms with their bags slinged over their shoulders. Ida's arm shoots up quickly like a robot trying to mimic waving. Hello, Uraraka. What are you two doing here still? She looks between the both of them, waiting for an answer. Shoji is the one to reply. Well, after we were sent back to the classroom, the principal came by to give us our own welcome speech and guidance sessions. since Mr. Aizawa didn't let us attend the real one. Ida decides to cut in on this. Yes, it was quite the warm welcome like that one would expect from such a prestigious academy that is UA. Although, I did think the principal was a rather odd man, but even so he held himself with such professionalism. It was really quite inspiring. Shoji gives his classmate an odd and somewhat concerned look. You must have been the only one to enjoy it, since it was nearly 2 hours long. As Ida continues to ramble on about the level of grandeur here, Izuku gets back on his feet and listens on to his fellow classmate. You know, I thought he was mean at first, but really he just has a lot of respect for heroes in school. Ida cups his chin as if to consider something critical. Although, I don't think that can be said for everyone here. Ida grimaces, shaking his head from side to side. Our own homeroom teacher isn't above pulling dirty tricks. And what's up with that Bakugo character? He outright tried to attack a fellow student. Unforgivable. Izuku sheepishly chuckles, mostly to himself, at that remark. To be honest, Kaken's reaction may have been justified, for once. Excuse me, Karo? Ochako turns around as Izuku peeks around her. Standing behind her is the frog-like girl who must have approached them while they were talking. She must have been hiding out somewhere nearby and waiting to talk to them. She's short with a relatively slender build. Her hands are notably large, with a very wide yet somewhat cute mouth and oval-shaped eyes. Her hair is a dark sea-green color and is very long, reaching all the way to her waist, the ends tied together at the bottom in a bow of hair. Nice to meet you. I'm Tsuyu Azui, but please call me Tsu. Everyone is quick to greet her with friendly smiles. Nice to meet you, Tsu/Azui. Izuku offers a smile. Is there something we can help you with? In a way. I just wanted to talk to you. She points a large finger at the only other greenette of Class 1A. Specifically you, Midoriya. What is she talking about? Oh, about what? It's about that form you took, the blue dinosaur one, the one that can move really fast, Karo. If anyone was paying attention, they would have noticed Ida in the background clutching at his chest as if it was stabbed. Izuku takes a moment to think. Oh, you mean XLR8? He asks with a smile. Tsuyu nods. Yes. Do you mind changing into it real quick, Karo? Izuku shrugs his shoulders. Sure, I don't see the harm. With little to no hesitation, Izuku transforms himself into the requested form. The iridescent light is quick to disappear, allowing XLR8 to appear. Well, here I am. Tsuyu eyes scan the creature from head to tail, before coming to a conclusion. I knew it. XLR8 slowly lowers his hands. Pardon. You probably don't remember, but you saved me once. I did. Now that's a shock. Where and when did he save her? The mall, maybe? Yes. But I understand if you forget, it was a rather quick thing. It's really hard to gauge whether or not she's offended by his forgetfulness, but her voice doesn't seem to hint at an animosity. It was a runaway truck. It was going to crash into me and my little siblings, but you used your speed to save us. Siblings? XLR8 scratches his chin, trying to remember such an incident. Oh, I remember now. It was a month before the entrance exam. The driver had lost control over the truck and was screaming like a madman. He did save her, so those little kids were her siblings, and she's in the hero course, too. What are the odds? Well, that explains a lot. After all, she did look like she was calm and ready to jump over the truck, so she must be really good with her quirk if she's here. That's the one. Oh. I never even recognized you. XLR8 bows repeated at such a fast speed that Tsuyu can almost use him as a fan. I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? XLR8 stops to peer up at her. You saved me, and for that. She bows her long green hair flips over her head as she does so. Thank you. You saved not only my life but the lives of my precious siblings. Thank you. XLR8 is left speechless. The last thing he honestly expected was a thank you. It's not like he did it for the recognition. Even so, he can't stop the sense of pride in his heart. He feels light, yet like he could take on anything. Maybe he can. With all his aliens, there's no situation that he can't handle. He can save the day. Well done, Midoriya. Thanks, Ida, you killed the moment. XLR8 flinches in response. He was not mentally prepared for Ida's loud and stern voice. With a mischievous grin, like one of a cat playing with its prey. Ochako coyly elbows Izuku's side. Look at you already saving damsels in distress. It feels like XLR8's face is boiling with scalding hot water. He's pretty sure that steam is emitting from his mouth as if his soul has withdrawn from his own body. Ochako laughs at the sight of a blue reptile's face turning into a complete shade of red. It's so bad XLR8 has his visor shut close as to help hide his face. But despite that, he still uses his claw's hands to hide behind as he begs Ochako to stop mocking him. While XLR8 tries to calm down, Shoji approaches Tsuyu and introduces himself. Afterwards, they watch on as Ida continues to praise XLR8 for his chivalry and Ochako enjoys his reactions. You know, the first time I met him, he was trying to save Uraraka then, too. That doesn't surprise me, Karo. Tsuyu looks up to the giant of a teen. He looks down and finds a kind, friendly smile on her face. And despite her mostly unreadable expression, it is clear that she is smiling. It is nice to know that we have such amazing people in our class, huh? Absolutely. Ida once again cuts the moment short. Come on now. Let's not dawdle, we all need to be at our respective homes before dusk. He begins marching past the main gates. Let's go. Everyone else salutes simultaneously before following along. Aye. A thought pops into XLR8's mind. He unnecessarily zips himself to Ochako's side. Speaking of which, you live in Endori, correct? That's pretty far from here. I could give you a ride if you want. I mean? He gestures to himself, knowing that she would understand what he's offering. Ochako gasps, but not of worry but of a simple mistake. Oh, I didn't tell you. XLR8 blinks. Tell me what? My folks were so proud of me for getting into the hero course that they got me my own apartment here in Mizudafu. Really? That's great. Yup. It's a tiny little thing. It's a studio apartment. It's basically one big room with enough space for a makeshift kitchen. But since I'm the only one using it, I don't really need a whole lot of space. Her eyes drift away as she considers something else. But I've been thinking of getting a part-time job to help pay for necessities. This way my folks don't have to pay for everything. That'd be nice. Any ideas what you would do? She smiles softly. I have one idea. As the newly group of 5 make their way to the train station, a certain ash-blonde bastard with a penchant to violence glares at their retreating forms. Damn it, Deku. Just what the hell is going on? You're supposed to be quirkless. Have you been lying all this time just so humiliate me? Well, guess what? You better not get comfortable, shitty Deku. Because the first chance I get to put you back in your place, I can guarantee. There's a maddening glint in his crimson eyes. I'll fucking kill you. The following morning, Class 1 took part in their normal everyday classes, with many of them wishing that they were doing anything else. Such classes include English with Present Mike, who is way too enthusiastic and loud for that early in the morning. Present Mike stands at the front of the class holding a standard English textbook. Present Mike is a tall, slim man with long blonde hair, which he wears spiked upwards in a huge tuft behind his head, and a small mustache. He has rectangular eyes with concentric greenish-yellow pupils, which are hidden behind a pair of orange-tinted shades. His hero costume consists of a black jacket with a very tall collar with studs, matching black pants, and knee-high boots. Around his neck is a large directional speaker which is clearly used to assist his quirk. He turns to the class and notices their dulled expressions. Now, which of these sentences contains a mistake? So boring. What's with those bored expressions? He swings his arm into the air with too much energy that is physically possible that early in the morning. All right, everybody. Hands up and show me some spirit. Too loud. Ochako has to press her textbook around her ears in order to even muffle his voice. He's so loud, in fact, that it's actually making her head spin. Next up for them is Midnight's modern hero art history. Midnight is a tall, curvaceous woman with sky-blue eyes and red painted nails. She has abundant spiky dark purple hair with strands reaching down below her waist. Her hero costume is very similar to one of a traditional dominatrix. She wears a black leather breastless leotard over a white bodysuit, which emphasizes her assets. The leotard possessing red gemstone-like accessories in a vertical pattern from the collar to the midriff. She also wears translucent black thigh-high stockings and black knee boots. She has a small, red mask outlining her eyes, a handcuff on each wrist, and a red utility belt decorated with gold studs around her hips, a matching pentagonal buckle in its center. And for some reason she's constantly whipping around a flogger-style whip. Izuku is furiously blushing in his seat as Midnight trots between the aisles as if she's modeling for a fashion show. Why the heck did someone let her become a teacher? He's not the only one being affected. Even some of the girls look a little hot and bothered by her antics. But whether Midnight is aware or not of her effect on them is unclear. Midnight swings around to face the class. The Sokovia Accords were signed in 2016 to further regulate superpowered and enhanced individuals. However, the Accords resulted in the split of one of the most prominent hero organizations of the 21st century. She cracks her flogger-style whip. Can anyone tell me why they split up? The dark-haired girl sitting a seat behind Izuku raises her hand. I can, ma'am. Yaoyorozu. Momo Yaoyorozu is a fairly tall teenage girl with a rather mature physique, considering her age. She has long black hair that's tied into a spiky ponytail with onyx eyes. Yaoyorozu stands clearing her throat before she speaks. You see, one side believed that those with quirks should be placed in check and overseen by the government, while the opposite side believed that everyone had the freedom to choose how and when they can use their quirks. Wow, she's smart. Did she have that memorized already? That's how their morning went until it was lunchtime, where they discovered that the food is to die for, even the cheap stuff. It's like it came straight out of a 5-star restaurant. Although that's thanks to the cook hero, Lunch Rush's master craftsmanship. Afterwards, Class 1A find themselves back in their homeroom class waiting in anticipation for what's bound to be their first ever true class of the hero course. A girl with earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes leans forward in her seat as to talk to Shoji, who is sitting directly in front of her. I wonder who our teacher is going to be. Her name is Kyokujiro, and she's a petite, slender-built girl with triangular, lazy-looking onyx eyes. Her hair is short, about chin length, and is dark purple in color with an asymmetrical fringe, and 2 reflections shaped like sound waves on either side of her head. Her most prominent features are, of course, the earphone jacks that act like extra limbs. Shoji turns to address her. I heard they got someone new this year, but I'm not sure who it is. Suyu overhears them. Maybe Mr. Aizawa will be in charge of it, Karo? I hope not. A pink-skinned girl leans back in her seat. He's a total downer. Listening in, Ochako internally gasps. Wait, didn't All Might mention something about working here? So that must mean... A wide, smug smile spreads on her face. No way. He is... Oh, I can't wait. Her eyes gleam with anticipation. She can't wait. This class is so going to be awesome. I bet Deku's reaction will be the best. He's going to be so surprised I wouldn't doubt if he started cheering like Present Mike. She giggles at the thought, although she would much prefer it if he didn't scream out like their loudmouth teacher. I am here. That's the signal. Before the class door swings open and a glorious titan of a figure presents himself, his cape bellowing forward emphasizing his entrance. Walking through the door like a normal person. It's All Might. Incredible, he's really gonna teach us. That his Silver Age costume. His text is even different from ours. Hello students, are you ready for? He pauses for effect. Hero basic training? Yeah. The class roars in excitement. Their hearts are racing, making them even more pumped for what's to come. All Might lets out a full-hearted laugh as the students decide to bask in his greatness. Izuku's eyes immediately light up like that of a child waking up on Christmas and discovering a mountain of gifts under the tree. It's All Might. It's really All Might. His grin is huge and full of pure joy, almost as if he won the lottery. I can't believe it. He's here. He's really here. And as a teacher, Ochako, who's gotten used to All Might more than dramatic entrances, is busy observing Izuku's reaction, finding his shining grin a sight to behold. Somehow his grin becomes even wider and brighter. Amazing. With the number 1 hero teaching us, there's no doubt we'll become outstanding heroes. A brilliantly light bulb pops into his mind. Wait, I should ask him about different techniques to apply to my transformations. Izuku hurriedly digs through his backpack looking for his quirk analysis notebook. This'll be great. I can ask him all sorts of things about his quirk, how to best apply myself, and, oh no. Izuku's grin and previously bright demeanor falls apart. Wait. Izuku shakily looks up toward the symbol of peace who is trying and failing to calm the class. He knows. I told him I was quirkless. Izuku grips his head before smashing it down onto the hard surface of his desk, in an attempt to hide himself for as long as he can. What do I do? Should I call 13? Should I fake being sick? Oh, this is terrible. It really is. With all the excitement of his idol being his teacher, he had temporarily forgotten that he already encountered All Might once before. Not exactly his fondest memory for him. It's not every day when your own personal hero tells you to give up on your dreams. What do I tell him? Maybe he doesn't recognize me. Oh, but what if he does? If I'm not careful, he could end up finding out the truth. Izuku grumbles to himself as he stews in self-agony. Ochako notices and she is not liking what she's seeing. Deku, are you all right? She's not the only one who's noticed the boy's state of mind. All Might glances over towards Izuku, trying to gauge his reaction. It's too soon to outright confront you. For now, I'll wait and see what you can do. And maybe some things will come to light. All Might claps his hands. The class still hasn't settled down, but he needs to get things moving. As I was saying, this class will put you through all sorts of special training to mold you into fine heroes, not to mention a ton of credits. No time to dally. Today's activity is this. He flashes out a large laminated card with the word battle written out on it in big bold lettering. Battle training. Bakugo grins like a feral dog, as Izuku finally pops his head up, a worried expression having fallen over his face. Meanwhile, Ochako balls her fists, raising one up as to show how ready she is for this. And for that, you need these. All Might clicks on a remote that he must have been hiding away somewhere. For slots begin to rumble out of the left wall nearest the board, revealing rows of silver suitcases with bolded numbers on them. Inside are undoubtedly their costumes that they specifically requested. The thought of showing off their unique and creative designs gets some of them so excited that they're already leaping out of their seats. After you change, meet me in ground beta. While most of the class rush for their costumes, Izuku hesitantly grips his backpack. In other circumstances, he'd probably be just as pumped as everybody else, but how could he be excited when the man, the hero, the legend that is All Might is right there? The very same All Might that turned his back on him and told him to give it all up. Bakugo grabs his briefcase before his red eyes trace back to Izuku. Seeing Izuku's hopeless expression is enough to make the ash-blonde grin. Damn. Right, you better be scared, Deku. Because today's the day I show all these losers, including All Might, how much better I am than all of them. He swings the case over his shoulder before stomping off for the locker rooms. And I'll do it by destroying your weak and useless ass. ####. Wow. Just check out your bod. The pink-skinned girl stands way too close for Ochako's liking. Currently, the girls of Class 1A find themselves in the girls' locker room changing into their bright and colorful hero costumes. Ochako had just unbuttoned and removed her uniform top when suddenly her shameless classmate, who's already ditched the UA jacket, started admiring her muscles. The pink-skinned girl with fluffy hair boldly pokes at Ochako's stomach, admiring her abs. You must work out like crazy. Mina Ashido is a girl of medium height. And probably due to her quirk, her skin is a light shade of pink with rather square eyes. They're scarab black and their irises bright yellow. Her face is framed by fluffy, unruly hair, which is a pleasant pink color, slightly darker than that of her skin. She has two thin, pale yellow horns protruding from her head, hooked squarely and leaning diagonally to opposite sides. Ochako's cheeks blush even more than they already are. I guess you could say that, but they're nothing special. Yeah, right. Thanks to the All-American Dream Plan, the Lady Liberty version, Ochako's muscles and body have really developed. At first, she was afraid that she would become a bit too buff, not exactly the best look for her in her own opinion, but her body is like that of an Olympic swimmer. Well-toned, slim, and it easily makes her probably the most physically able female of Class 1A. Unless that invisible girl, Toru Hagakure, is secretly muscular as well. Either way, she should be a bit prouder. It took a lot of hard work and discipline to gain these results. Mina backs off slightly, looking very unconvinced. Ah, geez, you gotta be kidding me. Your muscles are so awesome. With an annoyed expression, Mina raises her fist into the air in protest. Don't be scared to show off your goods, girl. Hagakure joins in too. Presumably, she raises her fist into the air too. The only indication of her is her shirt. Yeah. Oh, the irony. As Mina and Hagakure continue to howl on about being proud of one's body, Ochako tries whatever she can to redirect the conversation. She fails. Standing nearby in front of her own locker, Jiro recoils at the sudden declarations, becoming extremely flustered all of a sudden. A slight blush forms on her face as she holds her leather jacket closer. What? Her gaze drifts to Yaoyorozu, specifically towards her more impressive features. The purple-haired girl's expression darkness with despair as she admires the taller female's body. Yaoyorozu pulls up her large utility belt around her sleeveless crimson leotard that is way less modest than it has any right to be. Said girl notices Jiro staring. Is something the matter? Jiro's entire face floods with blood as she spins away. And no. Suyu smiles softly from the bench, enjoying the sight of her classmates interacting. Karo. But fun can come later. Right now they must prepare for hero basic training. Mina and Hagakure end their tirades so they could get their own costumes on, finally allowing Ochako a moment to breathe. Combat training, huh? Ochako opens up her silver briefcase and gazes upon her own hero costume. Today I'll show everyone, and All Might, what I'm capable of. She grips her costume. I will make you proud. Hashtag. Izuku waits along with the rest of Class 1 as male population. He's so glad he brought his quirk analysis notebook with him. Everyone's costumes are so cool. He scribbles away, doodling each and every costume that he's presented with, from Ida's knight-like armor to a tailed male's basic karate gi attire. Everyone's designs are so different with their own unique styles, colors, and functions. It all makes Izuku a bit self-conscious of his own. His costume is really nothing all that special when you look at it. The main centerpiece is of course the omnitrix on his left wrist. Thankfully his mother had the foresight to make his left sleeve a bit shorter as to not cover his watch. Other than that, his costume is a green full-body jumpsuit with a red belt, elbow pads, knee pads, and gloves, all of which match his signature red boots. He also has a mesh respirator with a makeshift smile as to mimic All Might's own immortal smile, and hanging down behind his neck is a mask with long ear-like protrusions that are meant to resemble All Might's hair of all things. Izuku regrets that part greatly, hence why he's decided not to put it on. But he's not sure if he should have it removed altogether yet. After all, his own mother made it for him as to show him that she fully supports his dream. It's a symbol for him and him alone, so that he always remembers that his mother is always cheering him on. How could I wear anything else? Who cares if it's not efficient or cutting edge? This is my hero costume, and he's going to wear it proudly, minus the mask of course. But honestly, he's actually struggling with throwing that thing on anyway. At the very least it'll cover his face, especially from the man himself, All Might. Just because Izuku's been going along with everything doesn't mean he's any less worried about All Might's reaction to him getting into UA. A quirkless kid somehow gains a quirk and enters into UA of all places should be impossible. And it is, at least in his case, he is technically still quirkless. Now that I think about it, I'm actually the first and only quirkless student in the hero course. Rather than feeling like his self-worth is in question, Izuku's heart swells with a bit of pride instead. I guess I unintentionally proved All Might wrong. That still doesn't change the ever-growing storm of worry in his stomach. Because when this is all over, there's a good chance that if, by chance, All Might recognizes him, then he needs a proper way to explain himself. Sure, he can fall back on being a late bloomer, but that would seem suspiciously convenient to the hero. Also, 13 said that not all heroes are or should be made aware of aliens, so he can't outright tell the man the truth. But then again, does he really owe him an answer? He was the one that nearly sent Izuku down a spiraling path, Thankfully the omnitrix arrived just in time to prevent it, but his heart still aches. Yet it makes sense why All Might said what he said. He's the #1 hero yet even he gets injured and has weaknesses. So, it makes sense why he would tell a quirkless defenseless kid to not pursue their dream of becoming a hero. He was looking out for him. That still doesn't make him feel any better. But he understands if the symbol of peace could be weakened, then that is especially true for someone quirkless. Maybe that's why All Might is teaching at UA. This way he can cover up his time limit from the public by saying he's using his time to teach. Izuku nods. Yeah, that must be it. I mean, why else would he be here? Looking good, Deku. That was Ochako's voice. Izuku spins around to greet her. Thanks, Uraraka? His face flushes red. Ochako looks so amazing in her hero costume. It's a black full bodysuit with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso with 2 black circles over her chest. She has circular wrist guards, a dark pink handle on the back of each one, wide knee-high boots with magenta soles and a 2-piece belt around her waist. A pale pink helmet with a tinted visor. Ochako manages a smile, albeit a shy one, as she rubs the back of her head. I wish I'd been more specific on my request form. This suit's so revealing. It's embarrassing. But she could probably get used to it. Even she has to admit that it looks really good on her. And she's not the only one to think the same thing. Especially as all the other girls of the hero course join the rest of their class, who can't help but admire their choices in costumes. Especially 2 of the class's male students, a blonde-haired guy by the name of Denki Kaminari and Mineta. The 2 smile smugly, each holding up a pair of thumbs up. Being in the hero course rocks. Denki Kaminari is on the skinny side, at least compared to his other classmates. He has relatively short blonde hair with a black lightning-shaped streak on the left of his side fringe. His hero costume consists of a black jacket with a white lightning pattern across his back, and matching pants with 2 lines running down his legs. He has a single, square-shaped earphone over his right ear with something resembling a radio antenna sticking out of the top. His fellow pervert, Minoru Mineta, is the shortest student in their entire class with a large, round head and rather large cheeks. His most notable features are his 4 large purple and black balls in something resembling a mohawk where his hair should be. His hero costume is very simplistic, consisting only of a purple shirt and mask with a yellow cape, boots, and gloves. His pants are white with a lighter purple trim. It kinda looks like a fruit bowl, but it could also look like a diaper to others. Perverts. Izuku is embarrassed for the 2 of them. With a quick shake of his head in attempt to rid himself of his own red cheeks, he decides to change the subject. So, you excited for combat training? Oh heck, yeah. She pumps her fist forward in a display of her coolness. I can't wait. Me too. Do you plan on showing off your quirk today? Ochako needs a second to realize what he means. Yeah, I sure hope so. She rubs her arm. I still need to work on properly summoning it, but I'm hoping that I can accomplish that with today's training. That's great. And Izuku raises up his quirk analysis notebook. I can't wait to witness your power again, and this time I'll be ready with my own notes. He leans in close for the next part. By the way, I don't mean to be a bother, but he scans the area making sure nobody is listening in. Did you get permission yet? Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. Ochako smiles, tilting to the side with her hands behind her back. I should have an answer for you by the end of the day. While Izuku is unclear by what she's getting at, he is nonetheless satisfied by that answer. Unbeknownst to him, All Might happen to notice Ochako's smile and subtle glance towards him. Even if he didn't hear her, something tells him that she's reminding him of what they discussed a while back, telling Izuku Midoriya about One for All. He's not so sure about that. Now that everyone is present, he decides now is the time to begin. All Might clears his throat before speaking. Shall we begin, my wards? That draws everyone's attention. It's time for battle training. Ida steps forward with an inquiry. Sir, this appears to be the same field used in the entrance exam. Will we once again be performing cityscape maneuvers? Ochako cups her hand over her mouth, whispering into Deku's ear. Ida's costume is so cool. Izuku cups his mouth too. I know, right? Ida's costume consists of a black one-piece suit with a high collar, over which he wears various pieces of armor, all a pale silver in color. He wears a helmet covering his entire face with two curved horns just behind and a single spike sticking out of the back of his head. On his feet, he wears silver knee-high boots with gold accessories, and around his torso, he has 3 thick metal pipes. All Might continues his explanation. Nope. You'll be moving on to step 2. Indoor anti-personnel battle training. He eyes his students, ensuring they don't miss his words. Villain battles are most commonly seen outdoors, but his tone falls slightly, taking a more serious vibe. Statistically, the most heinous villains are more likely to appear indoors. Both Izuku's and Ochako's minds flash back to how they fought off the villain Rojo in a store, coming to the conclusion that All Might knows what he's talking about. Between confinement, house arrest, and black market deals, in this hero-filled society of ours, the cleverest villains out there lurk indoors. Now it's time for him to explain the exercise. You'll now be split into villain teams and hero teams and face off in 2-on-2 battles. Battles already? Now this is a surprise for the class. Most of them thought there would be more directional lessons before they moved on to actual combat. Heck, some of them have never really fought another living being before. Human, alien, or otherwise. Tsuyu decides to voice what's on everybody's mind. So, no basic training? Her hero costume consists of a bright green bodysuit, tan-colored gloves, and 2 matching belts, one above her chest, and one around her waist. 2 black lines run all the way down her suit, each framed with yellow, and she wears tight black boots with green webbed flippers resembling frogs' toes on her feet. She wears a tan headband with goggles that have dark green-tinted lenses attached on either side. Practical experience teaches you the basics. The distinction here is that you won't be fighting disposable robots. Sir, what determines victory? Can I just blast everyone away? Are you threatening to expel someone, like Mr. Aizawa did? How do we proceed to divide ourselves into teams? How fabulous is my cape? All Might points finger from one student to the next as he replies to each of their questions. I'll answer that in a minute. No. Also no. You'll see. And it's dazzling. Izuku is gobsmacked. He was able to get all that. All Might pulls out and flips open a little piece of paper. A cheat sheet. Now that's a surprise to Izuku. The same cannot be said for Ochako. I'm honestly not surprised. All Might then begins to read off his cheat sheet, which apparently has his entire script written onto it. He explains that the villain team will hide and protect a fake nuclear weapon in the building, and it will be the hero team's job to find the bomb and secure it. There is a time limit. The heroes have to either capture both villains or secure the bomb within the time limit, while the villains have to protect the bomb until time is up, or they too can capture the heroes. Throwing away his cheat sheet, All Might pulls out 2 separate boxes with holes cut out of them. Your battle partners will be decided by drawing lots. That doesn't seem right to Ida. Is that really the best way? Izuku unwittingly speaks up, his hero nerd side temporarily revealing itself. Makes sense because pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot during emergencies. Shoji also chimes in. In other words, in a real villain situation we won't really get a say on who we get to team up with. So we have to get used to adapting and cooperating with others. I see. Ida turns back to their teacher, putting up a hand in solace. I apologize for getting ahead of myself. My mistake. It's fine. Let's just get to it. And so began the team pairs. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Mizo Shoji. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Hanta Siro. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Eijiro Kirishima. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Tenya Ida. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Ajui. Team I, Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ochako Uraraka and Mina Ashido. Shoji places his large hand onto the smaller teen's shoulder. It looks like we'll be teaming up for this one. Yeah. Looking forward to it. By the way, I like your costume. It's a very simple design. Thanks. Back at ya. Shoji's hero costume consists of a tight blue tank top, 6 white markings resembling eyes decorating it like a dice, connected at the top to a darker, more indigo-colored mask. He has a belt with another, larger eye shape embedded into its center, this time yellow, below which he wears slightly baggy trousers to match his shirt, and indigo boots. Meanwhile, Ochako and Mina are having their own interaction. Mina squats down before fisting her hand into the air. Check it out, Team Pink is ready for some action. Ochako raises an eyebrow. Team Pink. Yeah. Because of our colors. Mina points to her skin and then to Ochako's suit. She then rubs a finger on her chin. That or we could do Team Astro. Team Astro. Yeah, because your costume is like an astronaut. And I'm an alien. She proclaims as if it was the most obvious thing in this world. Ochako gasps as the blood drains from her face. Are you serious? How could she say that out into the open so carelessly? What if someone else heard her? There could be worldwide panic. Nah, I'm just kidding. Mina grins amusedly at Ochako's reaction. Ochako releases one of the biggest sighs of her life. Thank goodness. It's not like aliens actually exist. You'd be surprised, Mina. Heck, she could probably pass for one. Even her costume helps to sell the whole alien vibe she has going on. Her hero costume consists of a plain white eye mask and a purple and turquoise skin-tight bodysuit with a camouflage pattern, ending just above her breasts. Over this, she wears a cropped, sleeveless tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar, which she leaves unbuttoned. She is also wearing custom-made plum violet and beige acid-proof boots with holes in the soles. After the rest of the class have gotten acquainted with their own partners, All Might continues the lesson. Moving on, the first ones up are, he sticks his giant meaty hands into 2 separate boxes, one labeled as Hero and the other as Villain. These guys. He withdraws 2 large bingo balls, one labeled with the letter A and the other with the letter D. The heroes are Team A, and the villains will be Team D. Both Izuku and Bakugo are stunned for a moment, neither of them expecting a confrontation so soon after just starting at UA. All Might gestures to the nearby faux office building. The villains will enter first. The timer starts in 5 minutes, at which point the heroes will be allowed to enter. The rest of US will watch via CCTV. Kirishima. Bakugo. You boys need to adopt a villain mindset. This is practical experience, so make sure to go all out. Don't hold back. He decides last minute to throw in this next part. Though I will stop you if you take things too far. After his explanation, All Might hands both pairs a rough blueprint of the building before he starts herding the rest of the class to the monitor room. As All Might turns away, Izuku and Bakugo do their best not to acknowledge the other. They just stand there in festering silence. Izuku glances over to his former friend, taking in his costume. Bakugo's costume is composed of a tight, black, sleeveless tank top with an orange X across the middle. There are 2 dots along the left line of his collar, much like Ochako's. He also has a metallic neck brace worn with rectangular ends that have 3 holes on each side. His sleeves reach from within his large grenade-like gauntlets to his biceps. His belt, which also carries grenades, holds up his baggy pants, and he has knee-high combat boots. His mask is jagged and black with orange-rimmed flare-shaped protrusions at each side. Eventually, Bakugo decides to head inside with a boisterous Kirishima following alongside him, trying to get Bakugo to get pumped up for the exercise too. As the class begins to clear the field, Ochako looks back in worry for her friend. Out of everyone else there, she's the only one who's somewhat aware of the two's relationship. Plus, there was Bakugo's rather explosive reaction from yesterday, so there's no doubt in her mind that this exercise may take a turn for the worst. But what can she do? She is not Izuku's partner for the battle trial, and she doesn't want to step on All Might's toes either. So, for now, all she can do is remain silent and follow her classmates to survey the match. You got this, Deku. Show everyone what you got. ###. A few minutes later, Bakugo and Kirishima found the fake bomb in a large room full of crates and large concrete pillars decorated across the length of the room. Eijiro Kirishima is a muscular young man of average height, with a rather impressive physique and spiky, bright red hair. He has red eyes and a small scar just above his right eye. He also has small eyebrows and very pointed teeth. His hero costume has two gear-shaped shoulder pads, dark red in color, a jagged sash joining the one in his left to the right side of his belt, which has a red, are set into its center. Below this, he wears baggy black pants and half cape with a ripped hem and sporting black boots. His chest is bare, and he wears a wired guard around his face, reaching from just above his hairline to below his jaw with an extra piece going over the bridge of his nose. Overall, he has the look of an Oni. Kirishima stares up at the large faux nuclear bomb, taking note that it's simply papier-mâché. So, we're the villains, huh? Well, we better act the part. Kirishima grins, displaying his shark-like teeth. This is going to be awesome. What do you think? He is of course addressing Bakugo, who isn't bothering to even look at his partner. Instead, he stands with his back to Kirishima, his fists clutching in his hands, and his eyes cast down at his boots. Hey, do you really think Deku has a quirk? Who the hell is Deku? Kirishima takes a second to think before remembering that Bakugo is referring to the green-haired kid with the cool high-tech watch. Oh, you mean Midoriya? Yeah, of course he does. Actually, does he have more than one quirk or something?
Lucky.
More than one quirk? Oh, that is it. There will be no mercy for him no matter how much he begs. He's been punking me this whole time? A grin that ought to be on a crazed villain appears on Bakugo's face instead. That damned nerd. I'll murder him to hell. Kirishima isn't quite sure how he should react. Well, that's not very manly. But then again, they are supposed to act like villains, so maybe Bakugo is onto something. Bakugo's grin somehow becomes even more threatening as he waits for the battle to start. Despite the scary grin, Kirishima can't help but find it a bit amusing. Huh, that's a scary look. Do you have a plan or something? Yeah, I got a plan, all right. I'm gonna take on that shitty nerd and teach him his place. Sounds like you want a one-on-one fight. I'm not sure of your reasons, but he gives Bakugo a friendly thumbs up. A fated match between men sounds great. So good luck. He'll just stay out of the way and protect the bomb. He is built for defense anyway. Bakugo doesn't bother to acknowledge his teammate as mini explosions begin to spark within his hands. Get ready, shitty Deku, because I'm going to hurt you so badly that they'll have to scrape you off the floor. ####. We better memorize these since we're not allowed to use them when we start. Shoji is referring to the building blueprints that All Might handed them before he left. Currently, Shoji and Izuku stand outside the faux building reading through the building schematics. Shoji generates several extra eyes from his arms as to scan the blueprints thoroughly. Considering how my quirk is more surveillance-based and yours is so unpredictable, we should have no problem with this battle trial. But there is one major issue. But that Bakugo guy may be a problem. His explosions seemed powerful. What do you all right? He has a reason for concern because his much shorter partner is literally quaking in his boots.
Uye.
Fine. His grip tightens to the point that his nails are digging through his gloves and are beginning to tear into the paper. You're clearly not. Why yeah, I guess you got me. Izuku smiles humbly, accepting defeat. I guess you can say that I'm pretty nervous. That's stretching the truth. More like terrified, and it's not just because he has to face off against Kaken, but because of who's watching him fight Kaken. So far, All Might hasn't given any signals that he even remembers him. That kinda hurts, all things considered, especially after what he did. But hopefully that's for the best. Otherwise, he has no idea if the #1 hero will buy his alibi. And All Might must already be aware of his quirk. He is a teacher after all, so he really doesn't have a reason to hide the omnitrix during this exercise. But the fear and anxiousness are still there. Wanna talk about it? Izuku doesn't react to the question initially. Instead, he considers it. Sure, All Might being here could end up terrible. But the prospect of having to fight an ex-friend isn't any better. In fact, it feels a little bit like déjà vu for him. Wow, Ochako was right, he really does have the worst taste in friends. Even so, it doesn't help to swallow down his fear. It's Kaken. Kaken? Is he referring to Bakugo? Noticing Shoji's confused expression, Izuku clarifies whom he's referring to. He's the one that can explode. Ah, gotcha. Well, you see, should he really continue? Yes, it was 13 who told him it's better to share one's worries with someone rather than let them build up and implode on you. We've known each other our entire lives, and well, things have never exactly been good between us. Ever since he got his quirk. Ever since then, he's always viewed himself as the be-all end-all, as number one, as the best thing to ever inhabit the earth. And his goals of surpassing even All Might. He may be a jerk, but he's amazing. His goals, his confidence, his strength, his quirk. He's so much better than me in every way. Izuku drops his hands, slouching forward, staring into the ground, hoping it would swallow him up. So, I guess I don't think I can actually beat him. Shoji gives his partner a deadpan glare. Are you serious? Ha! Shoji sighs, face-palming himself. The first time I met you, you were running headfirst to a villain that captured your friend. Then you jumped right in to save the very same friend when they were in danger. And to top it all off, you have such a powerful and versatile quirk. And yet you don't think you stand a chance against a guy with angerment issues. He's right. Everything he said was right. He did do all those things and more. He fought killer robots way before the UA entrance exam. He fended off literal monsters and saved an entire prefecture from a mutant invasion. Hell, he even fought the very same sludge villain that attacked him in Kaken, and that was something even All Might failed to complete. In general, he has the most combat experience out of everybody in his entire class, and that includes the prone-to-violence Kaken. Yeah, you're right. With a newfound resolve, Izuku gazes up at the building in front of them, ready to take on this fight head-on. I can't just roll over for him and give up right before we even start. He raises his fists with purpose. I don't want to lose. No, I won't lose. Not to him. That's what I like to hear. Nothing like a spirited fight between rivals. ####. All Might and the rest of Class 1A find themselves in a large dark room filled with monitors, each one displaying a different part of the building where the first battle trial is to take place. Ochiko's eyes never leave the screen that's displaying Izuku and Shoji. She can't hear anything, but she can tell that they're discussing their game plan. And judging from the expression on Izuku's face, he's dead serious about something. I wonder what he's planning. So you must be wondering the same thing. How do you think this will go, Karo? I don't know, replies Ochako, still not looking away from the screen. Kaminari speaks up, letting his opinion be heard. I bet that Bakugo has this in the bag. He's like crazy strong. His classmate who has odd round elbows responds. I don't know, I think that Midoriya guy is going to surprise us. His name is Hantasiro. He's a tall, lean young man with black hair and a wide, straight-toothed grin. His elbows have the shape of cylindrical tape dispensers. His hero costume consists of a black, skin-tight bodysuit with a white design on his mid-torso area and 2 yellow trimmings. He wears white boots, lined with yellow, and a yellow helmet, shaped similarly to that of a tape dispenser, which has a large black visor obscuring his face. Masahiro Ojiro's tail droops down with disappointment. He's a young man of a muscular build with short blonde hair, swept to the front of his head. He has thin eyes and a long tail with a hairy tip. Ojiro folds his arm together. It's kind of unfair, his quirk is really amazing. I mean, a quirk that grants you access to even more quirks has got to be impossible. If anyone was paying attention, they would have noticed All Might's smile falter for a second. A student with a crow-like head speaks in an ominous tone. And yet such is the mystery of this world. We have witnessed it for ourselves. The student's name is Fumikage Tokoyami, and other than having a head of a black bird, his body is that of a normal human. His costume is rather simple too, consisting of a black cloak that covers his entire body, only stopping halfway down his shins, and knee-high black boots. Jiro looks to Yaoyorozu for her opinion. What do you think? Jiro's costume resembles that of a punk rocker. Black leather jacket, long salmon-colored shirt with several rips at the collar and hem, black pants, and boots with stereos built into their shafts. She also has two small, triangular red paint marks just below her eyes, a plain black choker, and white fingerless gloves. Yaoyorozu cups her chin, observing the two teams on the screens. I believe the one with the most strategic prowess will win. I agree, chimes Ida. That doesn't answer Jiro's question though. So, who then would win? I'm afraid I cannot say. Yaoyorozu points at the first screen, which is displaying Bakugo's terrifying grin for some reason. From what I can tell, Bakugo is far too violent. Kirishima seems a bit too straightforward. Shoji is a bit of an enigma to me, and Midoriya's Quirk is far too unpredictable. So, it's anybody's game. All Might has to agree with the young woman's last observation. Yes, his quirk is unpredictable. Although from what he saw yesterday, Izuku has about 9 different quirks, but for some reason he's got a time limit for how long he can use them. Curious. I'll be watching, young man. But not out of suspicion, but as your teacher. Even so. But who knows, maybe some things will come to light during today's lesson. And hopefully I can find out if my suspicions are truly unfounded. All Might turns to address the class, readying his own personal clipboard as to take notes and give scores. Watch closely and try to learn something, everyone. Yes, sir. Ochako grips her hands together. Hope resonates within her at the sight of Izuku's determined expression. It's obvious to anyone that knows Izuku and his relationship with Bakugo that there's only one true goal on his mind. Kick his ass, Deku. ####. Infiltration is a success. Izuku whispers out loud, pressing his back against the cold tiled wall, scanning his current environment as he gently shuts the window behind him. Lots of blind corners, I better be careful. The interior of the building seems to be comprised of narrow hallways leading to a number of doors, and evenly distributed across the outer walls are rows and rows of windows. In fact, most if not all the light in the building is thanks to the natural sunlight filtering through said windows. He cautiously moves forward, his eyes constantly scanning ahead and behind him. Maybe he shouldn't have split up from Shoji. Having him here would probably help ease the tension. The micro-transceiver in Izuku's ear buzzes, alerting him on an incoming message. He holds the micro-transceiver close as to not miss a word. On the other side is Shoji's voice. Izuku nods even though Shoji isn't there to see it. He presses on the micro-transceiver so he could respond back. Got it. Keep to the plan and locate the bomb. He continues forward, no point in delaying the inevitable, and if his instincts are right, Bakugo will come for him. His micro-transceivers buzzes with an alert. Izuku instantly leaps backward, and at the same time Bakugo leaps out from behind a corner. The mad bomber releases a booming explosion that destroys the spot Izuku was just occupying. As rubble and dust cloud the hallway, Izuku takes note of his lack of any visible damage. He missed. Nice dodging, Deku. Bakugo has his hand lodged into the broken wall. A quick tug removes it from its confinement. Izuku readies himself, his instincts telling him to flee, but his heart, his spirit makes him hold his ground. I knew you would come straight at me. Did ya? Well, do you know what I'm going to do to you? Bakugo releases a massive maniacal grin as he swings his right arm backwards, readying one hell of an explosion. I'll mess you up so bad that they'll have to stop the match. Before he can fully swing his palm forward, Izuku latches onto arm, halting its movement and taking Bakugo by surprise. With his opponent temporarily stunned, Izuku spins around quickly. What the? Did he just read my moves? Is the horrifying question in Bakugo's mind as Izuku wrenches his body up and over himself. Rah! Izuku roars out in defiance as he slams his tormentor against the ground. Hard. Irk! The hit knocks the wind out of Bakugo, his eyes dazed over in disbelief, as if he just experienced something that should have never occurred, not in a million years. Izuku is breathing heavily. For a moment their pure adrenaline had taken over, making his heart race faster than ever before. Kaken, you almost always lead with a big right hook. I've seen it. I've experienced it enough to know. Izuku begins to straighten himself back up, as Bakugo props forward. Now time to drop the bomb on the literal living bomb. You see, I've analyzed heroes I think are awesome. In that notebook of mine, the same one you blew up and chucked out the window. Bakugo reels back his head with a nasty scowl adorning his features. He can't believe that shitty Deku had something like that written away in the piece of junk book. From the monitor room, All Might's mind rewinds to the day he met the young man. Specifically, he remembers the contents of the boy's notebook. Guess he now knows why the notebook was in such poor condition. Izuku glares down at his longtime tormentor, ready to set things straight. I'm not gonna be your worthless punching bag anymore. I'm the Deku that will always do his best. Just like Ochako said that what the name Deku should mean. Bakugo snarls. He actually recognizes this side of Izuku. The side that either too stupid or too brave to back down from him. The side of him that always gets in his way. You spout that crap. All while scared out of your mind. Bakugo roars like a monster that's been released from its cage. It pisses me off. As both Izuku and Bakugo ready themselves, the Ashblonde's microtransceiver receives a message.
Yo, Bakugo.
How's it going, man? Did you find them? Shut up. I'm going to wreck this damned nerd. Okay? I guess. Meanwhile, a bored and oblivious Kirishima stretches his arms waiting patiently for someone to arrive. I kinda wish one of them would get here. His arms harden just before he clangs them together. I really want to fight. Sorry, Kirishima, you'll just have to wait. Because it's their turn to fight it out. Bakugo launches himself forward much like he did during the Quirk apprehension test. But this time he only uses a single hand to do it. Take this, Deku. Bakugo aims a nasty kick at the side of Izuku's head, who takes the kick at full force, only using his arms to help disperse the blow. Zwip. There's something thin wrapping around Bakugo's leg. Darting his head down, he discovers what it is. The capture tape? Yup, Izuku isn't dumb enough to not dodge such an obvious attack. Instead, he'll try to finish this as quickly as he can. As he tries to bind it around his foe's legs, he recalls the strategy he had written up in one of his older notebooks. But Bakugo's movement is changing. Sensing an oncoming attack, Izuku releases the tape before scrambling forward, just narrowly avoiding being cooked alive. Back at the monitor room, Ochako is grinning widely. She really shouldn't be surprised. Izuku has always been good at this kind of stuff, making plans on the fly. And with all the experience he's gathered up to this point, there's no way he's going to take any blast just sitting down. So, the capture tape failed. Fine. Then it's time to show everyone what I'm made of. Izuku rises back up, his aim locked on to Bakugo. Like I said, Kaesi Bakugo, I'm not going to be your punching bag anymore. It's time for the big guns. By which Izuku means the omnitrix and an alien that's more than capable to take on Bakugo. The sudden change in how Izuku refers to him strikes an odd chord within him, but it's easily wiped away. Bakugo releases smoking explosions from his palms. Bring it on. Even with a quirk, I'll still crush you. That's enough talk. He charges forward just as Izuku slams down onto his watch's faceplate. The living nuke releases a giant explosion, and this time his attack makes its mark. Izuku's form is launched backward, crashing into the wall in a cloud of smoke and ash which completely conceal his condition. And it's over. Bakugo's glare lightens, not a lot, but it's clearly over to him. No way someone, especially Deku, survived that. This is how things should be, Deku. You're nothing but a fucking pebble. A useless, quirkless waste of space. His mind replays every memory he has of Deku. From being weak, unskilled, meek, but most importantly, how defiant he's been, especially in more recent memories. Whereas he, Bakugo, has been anything but what Deku is. He's strong, he's nowhere near useless, he's skilled at everything, and he has the best quirk. Why can't you understand that? Why don't you understand how much, he howls, better I am than you? There is no response, and why should there be? Deku is down for the count. Or is he? Bakugo has no idea what hits him until it's too late. From within the cloud of smoke, a highly pressurized stream of water crashes into him, pushing him backwards until he slams into the wall, his form going limp as he drops to the floor. Groaning, Bakugo is left in shock and in disbelief of what just occurred. Sorry to rain on your parade. The smoke clears, revealing Izuku's condition. But we're just getting started. Water Hazard makes a swipe with his hand, clearing away the smoke, revealing his unscathed inhuman transformation. Most of the class, including Bakugo, have the same reaction. Another form? How many transformations does he have? Bakugo pushes himself back up. He's completely drenched, but that does nothing to cool his raging hot temper. You think a little water can stop me? I don't know. Water Hazard replies matter-of-factly as he raises his fists. Let's find out. Shall we? D. Shouting is Bakugo's reply, followed by a swift blast to the Orishan's face. Ha! Got you. From within the smoke, Water Hazard's claw springs out, latching onto Bakugo's forehead. I think you mean I got you. He slams Bakugo's down. The back of his head smashes into the ground. Gah! The room spins for a second and his vision temporarily blurry. How did he withstand that? He doesn't have time to think because Water Hazard is towering over him, ready to deliver one hell of a punch. Bakugo quickly rolls to the side, avoiding his head getting smashed in by the powerful punch. It's so strong, in fact, Water Hazard's fist cracks the hard floor underneath. Rah! Bakugo unleashes a flurry of smaller blasts while Water Hazard is leaned forward, but not one seems to do any damage other than cover Izuku's transformed body in soot. The only thing they seem to have done was push the taller being back a bit. What the hell is going on? A powerful water stream to his chest sends the ash blonde into the air. He expertly blasts himself away from the torrent and redirects himself back down at his foe with another well-timed explosion. He's coming way too quick for Water Hazard to dodge or block, allowing Bakugo to deliver a strong axe kick that could break any of his opponents. Unfortunately, for him, he isn't fighting against any normal opponent. The back of his foot strikes the top of Water Hazard's hood-like shell, and sure, the force makes the alien slouch forward. Water Hazard doesn't actually feel any pain. The same could not be said for his adversary. After delivering the kick, Bakugo had enough acrobatics to leap back, but when he landed, his foot instantly inflamed with pain. God damn. Just how strong is that fucking shell? Luckily, for him, his foot doesn't seem to be seriously injured, probably because of his thick combat boots. My shell is too thick to crack. Water Hazard knocks his hand onto his red hood-like shell, as Bakugo regains his composure and stands back up. Fitting, because I won't let you hurt me anymore. Bakugo does something that Water Hazard is not expecting. He smiles. We'll see about that, Deku. Bakugo raises his right hand, keeping it outstretched in front of him. Specifically, he has his grenade-shaped gauntlet at the ready. Guessing you know this from all your stalking, but the sweat glands on my palms secrete a nitroglycerin-like liquid. That's how I make my explosions. Being the Quirk nerd that he is, the morphed Izuku can't help but be a little curious. What is he getting at? Assuming they honored my design request, Bakugo sticks a single finger into the pin of his grenade gauntlet. This gauntlet's been storing my sweat. Water Hazard instantly understands where things are going. He raises his own palms, readying to counter with his own powerful attack. All Might's voice comes through the microtransceiver. Young Bakugo, stop this now. You'll kill him. He'll be fine as long as it's not a direct hit. And with a maddening look that should only be reserved for a villain, Bakugo pulls the pin. The effect is almost immediate. A powerful searing explosion booms outward like a beam of energy and charges straight for Bakugo's potential burn victim. With a deep breath, Water Hazard releases his own blast of torrential water. The two opposing elemental beams collide head-on with each other, generating a powerful shockwave as they do, the shockwave demolishing the surrounding walls and floor, and the two forces ended up releasing a giant burst of steam that rushes through the entire building. What the hell? I got gypped. Bakugo is steaming mad. That attack was supposed to be way more powerful than that weak shit. The support company must have fucked up. No time to consider faulty gear. He needs to find Deku and finish this. That's easier said than done because the entire hallway has been encroached by a thick mist of steam, making it difficult to tell Deku's position. Typical Deku. He really shouldn't be surprised that he'd pull such a wimpy-ass move as to run and hide in this mist. Quite mocking me. His voice echoes through the hall. Ever since we were kids. ever since Deku tried to help him out of that stream. You've been looking down on me. A moment passes and there's no sign of Deku. Not a peep, or any movement. Eventually Water Hazard's voice echoes out from within the mist. That's not true. I never looked down on you. Bullshit. You're doing it right now. Bakugo is hysterically darting his eyes around trying to pinpoint Izuku's location. No, in truth I always looked up to you. You've always been so amazing. The tone shifts in Water Hazard's voice. And because of that, like a ghost, Water Hazard seemingly materializes out of the fog and behind the hysterical Bakugo. I'm gonna beat you. You idiot. Before Bakugo can even process what's happening, Water Hazard delivers a fierce sucker punch into the side of the human's face. The single strike knocks Bakugo away. He crashes hard onto the ground, groaning in pain. With a newfound fury, he leaps up to deliver a quick barrage of explosions, but they are smaller than what he's expecting. The Orishan counters with his own stream of water, generating even more steam to add to the mist before he disappears back into the fog. Bakugo pounces forward to where Deku should be, but he just ends up kissing the wall. Having some performance issues, are we? Bakugo swings around attempting to backhand the annoying fuck, but there's nothing. You did something, didn't you? There's a light chuckle before Water Hazard's voice responds. I did, but I thought you would have solved it by now. Shut up and show yourself, you coward. Haven't you figured it out yet? What? Why your explosion quirk is so useless against me? Now that strikes a chord with the living nuke, turning his fury into a silent anger, as disbelief washes over him. What the hell are you talking about? As you stated before, you secret nitroglycerin from your palms, the root of your explosions. But do you know what happens when nitroglycerin mixes with water? Bakugo's eyes widen with pure shock as the answer crosses his mind. It dissolves. Water Hazard must be able to make out Bakugo's expression, probably because his species lives in such dark oceans. That's right, nitroglycerin is soluble to water. Basically, Izuku figured early on, it was actually one of his first quirk analysis that he discovered this, that water and cold temperatures were Bakugo's main weaknesses. So, by having Water Hazard constantly drenching Bakugo in water, he knew the water would soak his palms and thus weaken his explosion quirk. That's also why Bakugo's grenade gauntlet was weaker than he thought it would be, although that was just an accidental bonus. You could have seen this coming, but why even consider that I had a brain? That was your mistake. Bakugo, the mist is finally thin enough to make out what's around them. In other words, this match is mine. There he is. Water Hazard has positioned himself at the end of the narrow hallway, his arms poised behind him as his palms absorb the water vapor in the air. And with a plentiful water supply, he is ready to finish this match once and for all. The morphed Izuku fires out a highly pressurized stream of water onto the wall behind him. The force of the blasts are enough to rocket him forward, just like how Bakugo uses his explosions. Bakugo is absolutely stunned. Deku is using his moves against him. With actual fear in his eyes, Bakugo scrambles to ready his other grenade gauntlet in an attempt to defend himself. Deku! With no time to waste, he pulls the pin, unleashing a second long-range explosion. With adrenaline rushing through his veins, Water Hazard begins to spin, generating a whirlpool-like jet stream behind him, making him spin faster and faster like a flying torpedo. Improvised special attack. Deep 6 torpedo. The two special attacks collide, but unlike last time, they are not evenly matched. The force and water generated by Water Hazard's Deep 6 torpedo completely overwhelms Bakugo's explosion. Thanks to the combination of Water Hazard's thick shell, spinning momentum, and gushing water, he easily breaks through the fiery attack like an arrow piercing through paper. Bakugo's eyes flash with despair, disbelief, and confusion just before Water Hazard's spinning form crashes right into him. The powerful impact smashes both opponents right through the outer wall of the faux building, launching debris and rubble into the air as a tidal wave of water floods the street below. Bakugo lays limp on the ground, his prone form lying atop a pile of rubble as water pools around him. He moans in agony as his eyes shakily peer open. When his vision clears, he discovers an out-of-breath Water Hazard towering over him, casting a shadow over his form. I win, Bakugo. I beat you. And with that, Izuku has won the match. ####. Holy shit. Class 1A is in a complete uproar over the outcome of the first battle trial. Tears of excitement leak out from Kaminari's eyes. He beat him. He really beat him. That was so epic.
Proclaims Mina.
It was absolutely dazzling. Take a guess which student said this. Most impressive, concludes Tokoyami. However, none of their reactions can compare to the bright, relieved smile adorning Ochako. Way to go, Deku. While the class continues to praise Izuku's efforts, All Might is one of the few to not speak up. I guess I was right. Some things did come too light. Although it wasn't what he was expecting, not at all. ####. With Bakugo clearly down for the count, Water Hazard turns holding his aching arm as he limps away back to the building. He still has an exercise to complete and he's already wasted too much time. Unfortunately, the impact of that last attack did more of a number on him than he thought it would. Then again, he wasn't really thinking when he decided to go through with it, but he's not going to argue with the results. As he limps away, Bakugo is left to fester in the aftermath of his defeat. I lost. I lost to Deku. To fucking Deku? Oh, hell no. There's no way he can expect this as the outcome. He's supposed to be the best, the cream of the crop, the one that's going to surpass All Might and become the #1 hero in the entire world. He will not lose to Deku no matter what. Bakugo's entire body screams in pain as he shakily lifts himself off the ground, his eyes never leaving Water Hazard's retreating form. I'll fucking kill you. He raises his palm, readying one final blast. You bastard. He never gets the chance as something large and muscular slams into him from behind. Several pairs of muscular arms wrap around him, binding him in capture tape, and all before he even hits the ground face first. A strong, large hand presses down on his back, keeping him there. You heard him, didn't you? Asks Shoji as he peers down at his defeated classmate. It's already over for you. There's no point in resisting any longer. All Might's voice rings out through the microtransceivers. Bakugo is captured. He is out for the rest of the exercise. Water Hazard turns around, not at all surprised to see Shoji standing there pinning Bakugo down. Shoji eyes his partner. Make sure to use the capture tape before you decide to walk away next time. Water Hazard nods. All right. Bakugo struggles in his bonds. They're not that tight. But what's the point? He's not even allowed to continue anymore. Where the hell did you come from? Shoji looks down, deciding to indulge the faux villain. I'll tell you. ###flashback ###. Back before the start of the match, Izuku and Shoji continue to plan out how they'll approach this exercise. Kaken will come for me. I can guarantee it. All right. So I'll sneak in and find the bomb while you distract him. Izuku shakes his head. No, he looks up, but not to the target building, but the one standing next to it. Like you said, your quirk is built more towards surveillance, so let's use that. If you climb up to these buildings, instead you could peer into the windows and act as sort of our eyes in the sky. Shoji understands what he's getting at. Oh, I see. I can not only locate the bomb, but I could also locate both Bakugo and Kirishima and warn you when they're nearby. Izuku grins at his partner. Exactly. His smile drops. But could you let me fight Kaken one-on-one first? He has a faraway look in his eyes. I need to settle something between us. Shoji considers the options. He sighs when he comes to a conclusion. All right, I won't interfere until after you're done. But I will step in when things get out of hand. Izuku smiles gratefully. Fair enough. ###end flashback ###. When I saw that you were going to attack while Midoriya's back was turned, I figured that enough was enough. He actually used his limbs as makeshift wings to glide his way down, thanks to a genius suggestion from Midoriya. Bakugo glances between the crustacean and octopus, his mind still unable to process how he could have lost to Deku of all people. Confident that he won't do anything, Shoji releases Bakugo before approaching his now taller than him partner. Shall we finish this? I did locate Kirishima and the bomb a while ago. Water Hazard nods. Sure. The two enter the target building, leaving behind the distraught Bakugo to fester in his grueling failure. He remains there for several minutes, his mind constantly questioning and replaying everything that's occurred. From Deku having a quirk that he's been hiding all this time, to what he said to him after they were both accepted into the hero course, to how he had the gall to spout in his face during their fight, and even to how seemingly weak Deku was back when they were just mere children. It just doesn't make sense. Bakugo whispers mostly to himself. Is Deku stronger than me? That just can't be possible. And yet he lost to Deku. Deku was able to predict his every move. Deku was able to pinpoint an actual flaw in his explosion quirk. Deku was the one to humiliate him in front of the entire class. Deku was the one he lost to. And if it wasn't clear to him, then it sure is now as All Might's rings through the microtransceiver one last time. The bomb has been secured.
No.
Then that means the hero team wins. Bakugo is captured. He is out for the rest of the exercise. Seriously? Kirishima gaps in surprise. Shit, after all that shaking and weird mist he up and loses? He cups his chin. I wonder what happened. A single tear escapes his eye as he balls his fist in frustration. I bet it was a super manly fight. Ah! I can't believe I missed it. He takes a breath, deciding now's not the time to worry about that. Fine then. His arms harden before he slams his knuckles together. Then it's all up to me. Bring it on, fellas, I'm ready for ya. Kirishima grins in excitement. He is really gearing up for a fight, and one that will no doubt get his blood pumping and his spirit roaring. He'll defend the bomb until time runs out, and he'll win it all for his team. With him positioned in front of the fake bomb furthest from the entranceway, now that's left for him to do is to wait for Team A to show themselves. And it looks like he doesn't have to wait long. At the opposite end of the large pillared room, the door handle jiggles slightly. Kirishima's entire body hardens up, his arms becoming edged as he straightens them up like blunt blades. The doorknob stops moving as the door creaks open just a crack. The red-haired faux villain doesn't see any apparent movement, although he is rather a fair distance away. Nothing occurs for a few painstaking seconds that feel like they're dragging on for hours. Nothing but silence across the entire building. Only the sound of Kirishima's own beating heart keeps him aware as the anticipation grows. And just when it seems the wait has become unbearably painful, suddenly, just like that, everything is in an uproar. Shoji bursts through the door, smashing it to pieces, as a stream of water propels him forward like a bullet flying at its target. He's moving way too fast. Kirishima doesn't have enough time to defend himself as Shoji crosses the width of the room in less than a second, thanks to the mysterious geyser of water rocketing him forward. The multi-limbed hero slams into Kirishima, grappling him to the ground. Irk! Kirishima flails in his muscular binds, his arms pressed against his chest. Gore! It's not over yet. If Shoji wasn't wearing his mask, Kirishima would have noticed him smirking, assuming that there is a mouth underneath. Yes, it is. Ha! That's when he notices it. Not all of Shoji's arms are being used to bind him. His upper right arm is extended upward. Following his arm upward, Kirishima is in for another surprise. Out of Shoji's hand is a second arm, and at the end of that second arm is a firm hand tagging the bomb. Kirishima gasps. Oh no! All Might's voice rings through the microtransceiver one last time. The bomb has been secured. The hero team wins. Kirishima deactivates his hardened skin. Ah, man. I really wanted to show off what I can do. An unrecognizable voice, at least to Kirishima, calls out from the hallway. Sorry, that's my bad. A slightly limping water hazard enters through the doorway as water drips from its frame. Even though he's on his feet, he's a little worse for wear. Besides the limp, his right arm is aching, and his frame is slightly singed, probably due to Bakugo's last attempt at victory. Midoriya. Water hazard nods, confirming his identity. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to get this over with. He's way more exhausted than he had first thought. Shoji releases Kirishima. He even provides a helping hand to get the redhead back on his feet. I wouldn't let this get to you. In all honesty, you just got the short straw when it came to partners today. Kirishima is oblivious to Shoji's comment. What do you mean? Neither Shoji nor Water Hazard have the heart to tell him figuring it might be better if he wasn't made aware. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. After a quick message from All Might to head to the monitor room, Team A and Team D have rejoined their classmates. Except for a disturbingly silent Bakugo who was carried away on a stretcher by mini conveyor bots. Well done everyone, greets All Might. Way to start this class off with a bang. It was excellent. An embarrassed Izuku shyly rubs the back of his head, while Shoji seems indifferent to the praise, and Kirishima seems depressed about missing out on all the action. A round of cheers and praise erupt from class, making Izuku's cheeks blush. Ochako's cheer is the loudest among the crowd. Way to go, Deku! She runs up to him, pumping her arms into the air. That was so cool. Thanks. Izuku's entire face turns bright red, so red that Shoji eyes him with concern. From the side, Jiro can't help but chuckle at the sight of Izuku's red face because it reminds her of a tomato. He's not so confident when he's back to normal, is he? A muscular guy with big lips replies. Maybe it's a side effect or something. Rikito Sato is a very muscular young man with a wide build. His brown hair is short and spiked upwards away from his head. He has very full lips which are slightly darker in color than the rest of his skin, and a notably large, round nose. His costume consists of a yellow full-body suit, covering the entirety of his body, the only exceptions being the holes around his mouth, eyes, and hair. He wears white gloves and boots, and a utility belt around his waist. As Ochako continues to praise the blushing brunette, she finally takes note of Izuku's condition. Ochako gasps in concern. Deku, are you okay? You're all burnt up. He really is. He looks like he just came from a disaster of a cookout. He's covered in soot from head to toe. His hair is somehow even messier and darker than usual thanks to all the ash. Heck, some of the ends of his are even smoking. Should they be considered about that? And the same could be said for his costume. Hell, it's in even worse condition. Not only is it covered in ash and dust, but it's torn and covered in burn marks. Not even his hood survived the battle. Izuku is already aware of all of this. I'm all good. Promise. You sure? Yeah. Just some minor burns and scrapes, nothing too serious. All things considered, he's used to it. After all, being Bakugo's personal victim for the last decade will do that to you. At least now he actually stood up for himself, so now the burns aren't so much a reminder of how weak he is, but badges of honor that are proof that he overcame Bakugo. As for his leg and arm, they aren't as bad as they seem. At least that's what he tells himself. He really doesn't want to give All Might a reason to send him away. He'd rather not miss out on everyone else's matches. Although there is a reason to be concerned, it appears the damage received while in alien form transfers over to his regular human form. And in this case, although Water Hazard's shell protected him from most of the physical damage and pain, his shell still took the brunt of Bakugo's explosions, and thus the damage caused by the flames carried over to his costume. Wait, what happens to his clothes when he transforms? Do they transform with him? Do they get sent to a pocket dimension or something? Guess it's just another mystery to add to the enigma that is the omnitrix. Mina rushes up as well, practically leaping onto Ochako and bouncing off of her. That was amazing. Hey, what was with that fire hydrant transformation? Oh, I call it him Water Hazard. Izuku assumes that's what she's talking about. In that form, I can launch pressurized blasts of water through the portholes in my hands, as well as absorb moisture from the air through the same portholes. Water Hazard's armored exoskeleton protects my body from most physical damage, although it's clear to me now that he has a slight vulnerability to heat attacks. Ironically, Water Hazard also has a bit of enhanced strength and dash. The class backs away, feeling just a little bit disturbed by their classmates' unnatural muttering. Creepy. Oops. Sorry. As Izuku suffers from the traumatic embarrassment, Ochako laughs awkwardly at his side. While the rest of the class continue to awe in the aftermath of the first match, All Might's thoughts wander to what he overheard over the microphones that are strewn about the building during the battle. Well, that match certainly revealed quite a few things, although none of it was exactly expected. Even though he read that both Bakugo and Midoriya are from the same middle school, he never expected that they had such a troubled relationship. although relationship probably isn't the right word. His mind wanders to the ash-blonde boy that got hauled away to the infirmary. Young Bakugo, from what I saw, your ego is far too inflated for your own good. Take heart. Hopefully today has taught you a valuable lesson. It's just as 13 said, he has to consider each student's feelings and circumstances in order to better understand them and to better lead them onto the path of becoming heroes. Speaking of which, it's time to continue their education. Yes, Midoriya had a great showing out there. But let us break down the match even further. For starters, I name the VIP of this match as Shoji. Everyone stares at All Might like he grew a second head. Ha! Tsuyu holds a finger to her chin. Not Midoriya? Even though he did most of the fighting. Excellent point. Does anyone care to guess why? I do. Yairozu's hand shoots up at attention. It's because Shoji was the most adept to the scenario. Without any indication to stop speaking, she explains her reasoning. From what I saw, Bakugo's every action was motivated by an obvious personal grudge. From charging head first into a fight to rejecting help from his teammate. And his destructive attack indoors was extremely foolish. Such destructive power is counterintuitive both as a hero and in this case as a villain. It went completely against the objective of the exercise. If his powerful last attack was any more destructive, there could have been a chance that he'd destroy the bomb. Such an attack would be unthinkable if the nuclear weapon was real. Yairozu moves on to the other combatant of the battle. The same can be said for Midoriya's performance. He too upright abandoned the main goal of the exercise to pursue a fight with Bakugo. Izuku winces. She's right, she's absolutely right. Honestly, I totally disregarded the exercise and my attacks. Especially since Deep Six Torpedo was far too destructive for indoor use. I need to keep that in mind. I definitely don't want to cause unnecessary destruction. Yeah, could you imagine? An omnitrix wielder causing unwarranted destruction wherever they went? Ridiculous. As for Kirishima, he was too complacent. He allowed Bakugo to face the enemy alone, and then he did no prep work for Team A's arrival. And thus, was completely overwhelmed. Kirishima grimaces in anguish. Why don't you tell me how you really feel? Yairozu frowns, trying not to react to Kirishima's reaction. But as for Shoji, he cooperated with his teammate even though Midoriya was pursuing a personal goal. He made fine use of the surrounding area to scout out and pinpoint the enemy and the bomb. He's proven himself well as not only a supporting role, but as a key player in any given scenario. He did an amazing job as a surveillance and a scout, as well as when he was used as a living cannonball. He was the only one to remain focused on the task at hand, even saving Midoriya from an attack more than once. He did warn Midoriya about Bakugo's sneak attack, and not to mention he saved him when Bakugo tried to attack him from behind. The hero team won, not because of Midoriya's fighting abilities, but because Shoji's adaptability to the situation at hand. A harsh silence befalls the class. Even All Might is a little put off by the overwhelming explanation. She said it better than I could. Hell, I have nothing to even add to that. With a shaky smile, All Might gives her a big thumbs up. Why yes, you're correct. Yairozu stands proud with her hands on her hips. We've got to start at the bottom and work up. And if we don't earnestly cheer each other on, we'll never be top heroes. Well, she certainly earned that #1 recommended spot amongst the first years. All Might swings his arm, drawing in everyone's attention. All right, let's keep this momentum going and get on with our second pairs that will duke it out. Say it with me now. Go beyond. The entire class joins All Might in one mighty cheer.
Plus ultra.
Next up is Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Tenya Ida as the heroes. Ida waves his arm about stiffly. Aoyama, let's give this all we got. Aoyama nods, swerving around to show off his glittering cape. Yes, we will show everyone our style and flair. And the villains will be Team I, Mashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. I'm going all out, Ojiro. The gloves and boots are coming off. Hagakure proceeds to remove said gloves and boot. Why yeah, cool. The plain-looking boy averts his gaze in an attempt to preserve his innocence and Hagakure's purity. Hagakure is using her quirk to our advantage, but it's kind of weird to know that there's a naked girl standing by me. What exactly am I supposed to do here? Hagakure must have realized this as well. Aha! Just don't look okay. What's the difference? The rest of Class 1A remain in the monitor room watching the two teams prepare from the screens. Sato eyes the screens. Who do you think is going to win? Zero leans back a bit with his hands at his sides. I think Ida. Mina is quick to refute. Nah. I bet it's Hagakure, she can just sneak right up on them. Ochako looks to see if Izuku has a guess. What do you think, Deku? Her voice trails off as she's drowned out by Izuku's own muttering aided by the sound of a scribbling pencil. Aoyama definitely has the advantage since he's the only one that can attack from long range. But then again, from what I've seen, he can't fire repeated shots for too long without repercussions. As for Ida, he's without a doubt the fastest, but Ojiro seems to know how to put up a fight thanks to his clear martial arts background, so he may just be able to counter Ida's attacks. I think the real one to look out for is ironically Hagakure, since no one participating has any sensory-type quirks. She can easily sneak up on any of them and take them out. There's also the fact that Jiro deadpants. Does he have a mute button or something? Ah! Izuku nearly drops his pencil in surprise. While Izuku tries to compose himself and hide his embarrassment, Yaoyorozu thinks about what he had to say. Midoriya brings up some very good points. Ultimately, the ones that are able to pull off the best teamwork will win. And without any further ado, All Might begins the second battle trial. And sure enough, both Izuku and Yaoyorozu were right about how the match would go. After Ida and Aoyama snuck into the building, Hagakure snuck up behind them and managed to bind Aoyama's hands while he was busy posing with his hands over his head. He was quickly declared captured and thus out of the battle. Ida was swift to retaliate, since he was standing directly in front of his partner. He can only assume that Hagakure is positioned right behind Aoyama, since she'd have to be close enough to cuff him. So, with a quick shove to move Aoyama out of the way, he delivers a swift kick that crashes into Hagakure. Looks like his hunch was correct, and the kick slams Hagakure against the wall. Hagakure shoves herself off the wall to try and get away as to prepare another sneak attack. But it appears Ida was ready for that. He takes his capture tape and runs through the hallway and right past the invisible girl. When he feels a tug on the tape, he knows that it's snared her, so he expertly turns around and sprints in the opposite direction until the tape bends and he knows for sure where his target is. With a quick run around, he has Hagakure bound with capture tape, taking her out of the match as well. It's at this point that Izuku becomes aware that no one else can hear what the combatants are saying to each other, because it looks like Ida is apologizing, possibly for attacking a woman. After of which, Ida moves on to continue his search for the fake bomb and for the last faux villain. He is of course fast at tracking down the bomb and by extension Ojiro. The tailed teen actually tries to ambush Ida with a tail slap from above. He was hanging from the ceiling just above the door. The strike lands, knocking away Ida's helmet, but it doesn't seem to faze the speedster because the very next second, he spins around, landing a strong kick to Ojiro's side. The hit knocks the tailed boy away, allowing Ida just enough time to speed away and grab the bomb. Winning the entire match for the hero team, the two teams rejoin the class where once again Yaoyorozu is quick to praise Ida for being the VIP of the match. And this is the general trend for the rest of the battles. Next up are Team H. Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui versus Team F. Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Koda is wide with a muscular build with peach-colored skin. His head is like that of a rock, which is unevenly shaped, and he has a square-shaped jaw. His hero costume is a tight yellow suit with large red markings over his torso and sleeves. On his chest, there's a symbol resembling an open mouth. The match goes in Team H's favor, but not at first. They were actually attacked by a horde of rats and pigeons brought on by Koda's quirk. Tokoyami's dark shadow easily dispelled the swarm while Tsuyu calmly and expertly leaped around the wide hallway to avoid the pests. Eventually the duo arrived at the bomb, where they clashed with Team F. Sato's sugar rush looked to be strong enough to repel dark shadow for a time, but Tsuyu's frog quirk allowed her to achieve victory. Combined with her great jumping skills, acrobatics, and long tongue, she swiftly claimed the bomb, bringing an end to the battle. The following match consisted of Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyokujiro versus Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. And despite Team G's best efforts, it was actually Team C that pulled away with the victory, although it was mainly thanks to Yaoyorozu's competence and Kaminari's lack thereof. After Jiro used her earphone jacks to locate Team G, the electric teen tried to electrify them. But thanks to Yaoyorozu's preparedness, the dumbass ended up frying his own brain, making it very easy to capture him. After that, it was a simple matter for Mineta to glue Jiro in place and Yaoyorozu to launch a net at her, and thus winning the match for the villain team. While the class waits for the four to return, Mina excitedly jogs over to Ochako. It looks like we're up next. Ochako smiles nervously while nodding her head. Humph. So, who are we facing? Izuku, who is standing next to Ochako, points across the room without looking up from his notebook. Them. Mina and Ochako follow his finger, and it leads them to Team B's Zero and his teammate, Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki is well built for his age with dual-colored hair that's evenly split between two colors, white on his right side and crimson red on his left. His eyes also possess heterochromia iridium. The left eye's iris is turquoise, and his right is a dark gray. The other standout feature is the large burn scar on the left side of his face, although they cannot see it thanks to the ice-like material shrouding the left side of his body. That last part might actually be a piece of his hero costume. It's a plain off-white shirt with matching pants and boots. As for the material resembling ice, it not only covers his entire left half of his body, but a single red lens covers his left eye. It really enhances his intimidation factor. Said glowing red eye seems to trail towards Mina and Ochako as if he can sense them watching him. Mina holds her hands up. We may be in trouble. No kidding. If the gravity girl wasn't nervous before, she sure is now. But I can't afford to get nervous. Not now. Her fist balls up at her side. Hey Deku. Yeah. He refuses to lift his head up and away from his journal. Do you have any info on Team B? Now that makes him think. Izuku actually stops writing as to skim through his notebook until he finds what he's looking for. I have a few notes from what I saw yesterday. I think Zero can shoot out tape from his elbows and Todoroki can create ice. Yeah, that part was obvious. Not gonna lie, she was kind of hoping for something more. Do you have anything else? No. Sorry. He's actually disappointed in himself for not knowing more. Ochako sighs in defeat. Well, that's no good. We have little to no intel on them, and I can't use one for all properly. And wasn't Todoroki one of the recommended students? We're so screwed. She shakes her head of those bad thoughts. Come on, Ochako. If I accept defeat now, then we'll surely lose. Izuku's instincts tell him that something is bothering her. Is something else the matter? Ochako blinks, having been caught off guard by the question. At first, she is unsure on how to answer before deciding to let Izuku hear her out. Yeah, it's about my quirk. I'm still having trouble controlling it and summoning it for that matter. She rubs the back of her head and pushes her hair up, exposing her neck and ears. It's kind of frustrating, you know. I mean, you have no trouble using your transformations powers considering you're, Yeah, he knows. He's quirkless. Why is that exactly? She means, why is Izuku seemingly so good at using his alien's powers? Izuku thinks on it for a minute. I never really thought about it. I guess I just let it go, you know? Ochako deadpanned look says it all. No, I don't. What I mean is, I don't force those powers out, I just let them loose. It's like a dam. I just open the gates and let the water flow. Let the water flow? Ochako shudders, worried about what that could mean for her. Not sure if I can really do that without getting seriously injured. Yeah, well, to be fair, my transformations are evolved around their powers, so they are much more adapted to use them naturally. Makes sense. A loud, overly excited and bubbly voice cuts itself into their conversation. What you talking about? Mina demands with a happy-go-lucky smile on her face. Both teens freeze in place, looking like they were just caught committing a crime. Nothing. Oh, really? Mina asks teasingly, leaning in with a mischievous and knowing smirk. You sure it wasn't anything a little more intimate? Both teens' faces turn several shades of red. Ochako flails her hands about as if she can bat this problem away. No 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 no. Izuku's reaction is just as bad. We WRJ just tea-talking strategy. Right? Why yeah. Absolutely. Mina can't help but laugh at their reactions. All Might observes the trio from afar. Do your best, young Uraraka. As your teacher, I cannot show favoritism, but just know that I wish you the best during this exercise. Give it all you got. All Might turns to face the class just as teams G and C arrive back at the monitor room. All right, you newbies. Now that grabs their attention. Let's get started, shall we? The final match is on its way. ####. The final match, it's Team J, Ochako Uraraka and Mina Ashido versus Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Hantasiro. Just which one of these teams will come out on top? Ochako scans the building schematics. The building they're entering is a 15-story office building with a surprisingly small number of windows and only one main entrance. Ochako eyes the building, her heart pounding with anticipation for what lies ahead. I have so much more work to do. Not only do I have to work on One for All but also my own zero-gravity quirk. This will be the perfect testing ground. I'll do my best to take everything I've learned up to this point and make it into reality. Mina puts down her copy of the blueprints after noticing how intense Ochako seems to be. You look so serious. Are you all right? Yeah. I'm just ready to get started. Now that puts a smile on the pink girl's face. Then let's show these boys what we're made of. She shoots her fist into the air. Team Pink is on the case. Yeah. She's still not so sure about that team name. Team Astro was probably the better choice, although both are still more on point than anyone would realize. Okay. Partner, here's the plan. Mina jabs a finger at the towering building as if it itself is their opponent. We go in there guns blazing, take them out and win this whole thing. Ochako unceremoniously falls over. That's your plan. Well, do you have anything better? Not really. Then we go with my plan. Ochako slouches over in defeat. Sure, I guess. Maybe she should have asked Deku for a plan before she left. He is good at this kind of stuff after all. Oh well, she's just gonna have to think on her feet for this one. No problem. I mean, how strong could these guys really be? ####. Meanwhile, inside the 15-story building, Team B is stationed in a wide room with a low ceiling, no windows, and a lot of concrete pillars. There appears to be only one entrance, which is perfect for them since in the center of the room is the fake nuke that they are assigned to protect. Todoroki speaks out, his tone as cold as the ice he wields. Listen to me. Zero continues stretching his arms while Todoroki stands a few feet ahead of him with his back towards the nuke. What was that? Use your tape to lift yourself off the ground. Sure. Zero aims his elbow up and fires a single strand of tape onto the ceiling before he reels himself up into the air like a fishing line. But why? Before Todoroki could answer, assuming he was going to, All Might's voice booms through their microtransceivers. Okay. The final match of the battle trial begins now. Todoroki inhales, and as he exhales a wave of ice rushes forward like a crawling wave, freezing the entire room. His power doesn't stop there as the ice rushes outward until it floods into the hallways and through the windows of the building until the entire 15-story building is suddenly a tower of ice. Every square inch is covered with solid ice. Glaciers gauge their way through the windows, curving up like horns. An ice wall blocks the entrance, and the surrounding air around the building is so cold that there are pockets of snowfall in and around the pillars of ice. Everyone, as in Class 1A, watch in shock and awe at the sight. Just how powerful is this guy? There are pieces of frost clinging to Zero's body and costume as he dangles in the air on a frozen piece of tape. SSSO cold. Todoroki doesn't even pause to take in his handiwork or to even apologize to his partner before he makes his way to the exit, the ice cracking under the weight of his boots. Let's go. Right. ####. I'm freezing. Mina cries as she presses her hand against another ice wall, melting it with her acid until it becomes so weak that it finally shatters into pieces. Then Ochako releases her zero gravity and the ice falls to the ground. I can't believe he made a freaking ice castle. She grabs at her arms, rubbing them in an attempt to warm up. It's so cold. Ice castle. Ochako thinks back to how the building looked to her before they entered. Huh. It does kinda look like that. Their progress has not exactly been efficient. Thanks to Todoroki's ice, he not only made an ice castle, but every entrance was blocked off by ice walls, and nearly every hallway entrance is blocked by walls of ice as well. And so far, they haven't even made it to the 3rd floor without arriving at an 8th ice wall. To break through, Ochako would use zero gravity to release the pressure and strength of the ice, and then with Mina's acid to melt it. It becomes easy enough for them to break through. Ochako would then make herself weightless and hold on to Mina's shoulders while the pink girl skates across the ice using her acid to slip and slide their way through. But they never seem to make it far before another barrier blocks their way. Plus, the cold is really getting to them, considering that neither of their costumes are geared to handle such frigid temperatures. After each ice wall, Ochako silently thinks to herself that she wishes she could properly use one for all, then she could just smash her way through each ice wall without having to stop. Then again, that would probably give away their location way too soon. This is so annoying, complains Mina as they arrive at another ice wall. Ochako gently falls back to the ground. There's not much else we can do. They do need to step it up though. At this rate, they're gonna run out of time before they even encounter Todoroki and Zero. Besides, I don't think we need to worry too much, at least for now. I bet those two are guarding the bomb, hoping the ice slows us down enough for time to run out. Yeah, maybe, but I'm not so sure. Mina's horn twitched slightly like ears that have picked up on something in the distance. Ochako presses a hand to the ice, the tips of her fingers glow pink as her quirk activates. The alarm bells are practically roaring in Mina's head as she watches the ice lose its strength. Wait, no! With no warning, Zero's body crashes through the weakened ice like a maniac breaking through a window. With proficient acrobatics, he whips out 2 tape whips that lash out at his sides. One of the tape whips wraps around Ochako while the other whips past Mina's head. Luckily, she leaned back with excellent flexibility and reaction time that she avoided capture. The tape binds Ochako's arms to her sides before she's hoisted into the air, and she's left dangling there. I'm freezing, Mina cries as she presses her hand against another ice wall, melting it with her acid until it becomes so weak that it finally shatters into pieces. Then Ochako releases her zero gravity and the ice falls to the ground. I can't believe he made a freaking ice castle. She grabs at her arms, rubbing them in an attempt to warm up. It's so cold. Ice castle. Ochako thinks back to how the building looked to her before they entered. Huh. It does kinda look like that. Their progress has not exactly been efficient. Thanks to Todoroki's ice, he not only made an ice castle, but every entrance was blocked off by ice walls, and nearly every hallway entrance is blocked by walls of ice as well. And so far, they haven't even made it to the 3rd floor without arriving at an 8th ice wall. To break through, Ochako would use zero gravity to release the pressure and strength of the ice, and then with Mina's acid to melt it. It becomes easy enough for them to break through. Ochako would then make herself weightless and hold on to Mina's shoulders while the pink girl skates across the ice using her acid to slip and slide their way through. But they never seem to make it far before another barrier blocks their way. Plus, the cold is really getting to them, considering that neither of their costumes are geared to handle such frigid temperatures. After each ice wall, Ochako silently thinks to herself that she wishes she could properly use one for all, then she could just smash her way through each ice wall without having to stop. Then again, that would probably give away their location way too soon. This is so annoying, complains Mina as they arrive at another ice wall. Ochako gently falls back to the ground. There's not much else we can do. They do need to step it up though. At this rate, they're gonna run out of time before they even encounter Todoroki and Zero. Besides, I don't think we need to worry too much, at least for now. I bet those two are guarding the bomb, hoping the ice slows us down enough for time to run out. Yeah, maybe, but I'm not so sure. Mina's horn twitched slightly like ears that have picked up on something in the distance. Ochako presses a hand to the ice, the tips of her fingers glow pink as her quirk activates. The alarm bells are practically roaring in Mina's head as she watches the ice lose its strength. Wait, no! With no warning, Zero's body crashes through the weakened ice like a maniac breaking through a window. With proficient acrobatics, he whips out 2 tape whips that lash out at his sides. One of the tape whips wraps around Ochako while the other whips past Mina's head. Luckily, She leaned back with excellent flexibility and reaction time that she avoided capture. The tape binds Ochako's arms to her sides before she's hoisted into the air, and she's left dangling there. From behind his helmet, Ciro's grin widens. You know, I've always sort of dreamed of having a girl all tied up, but I never thought it would happen so soon. Mina rushes in, spraying acid at the tape. Don't be a pervert. The acid dissolves the tape, holding Ochako up. It snaps before she falls to the cold floor. You all right, Uraraka? Why yeah, I'm fine. Ochako rips away the last of the tape as she squats up on one knee. The same can't be said for my dignity, though. A shiver runs down her spine, almost like she can sense that Mineta was getting off on that. You sure are. Ciro comments cockingly as he backs away, putting a good distance between himself and his opponents. He'd rather not get involved in a 2-on-1 fight. But it doesn't seem like he'll be alone for long as the sound of boots breaking ice approaches. Todoroki rounds the corner, his glowing red lens pierces through the dark, cold air. With absolutely no sense of urgency, he walks past Ciro. Don't get cocky. If you had gotten them both, this would be over already. Come on, man. You shouldn't be so cold towards your teammate. Ignoring him, Todoroki eventually stops a few feet ahead of him. He leans his right side forward, readying an attack. Mina instantly picks up on his hostile intent, her horns twitching in response. We have to move. She grabs Ochako's arm and begins to sprint towards the end of the hall where the frozen door leading to the staircase lies. Ochako stumbles at first, but she quickly gains her footing as she runs at Mina's side. With a deep exhale, Todoroki unleashes an ice blast. The ice rushes towards them like a giant lance. Ochako gazes back with horror in her eye. The ice is nearly upon them. If it hits, this match is over before they could even get started. As if on instinct, Ochako whips her arm out of Mina's grip, spinning around to face the oncoming attack of frozen water. Her left hand glows pink as an aura illuminates around it. It's like Deku said, I just need to let it go. She swings her fist towards the oncoming wave. Smash! Just as the ice is upon both her and Mina, she thrusts her fist forward and a powerful gale of pressurized wind smashes right through the ice. The strike is so strong that the ice is not only obliterated but everything is launched right back at its creator. As well as tears away Ochako's sleeve, but somehow her arm brace survives, although it's partially dented. Todoroki is more than surprised, his eyes widening in shock. Thankfully, he reacts fast enough to create a barrier for him and Ciro to hide behind as a whirlwind of broken ice and rubble blast right past them. Mina gaps in awe at the sight before her. Ochako stands in the middle of the narrow hallway, her bleeding fist and bare arm are stretched out in front of her towards an open passage with a long stretching crater that reaches to Team B's shield. Ochako is breathing heavily as she drops her hand. Her heart is racing. She begins to move quickly, grabbing Mina's hand before she body checks the door leading into a staircase. With no time to waste, she drags her partner up the staircase, sprinting as fast as she can. Mina struggles to keep pace as she's pulled behind her partner. What was that? Ochako doesn't respond. Instead, she leaps through the 5th floor's doorway and begins sprinting her way through, searching for the next staircase. Todoroki peers out from his barrier. He doesn't see either Mina nor Ochako. The only sign of them is the large stretching crater and the smashed-in door at the end of the hall. He glares at the doorway, knowing full well that those two are heading straight for the bomb. The air around him seemingly becomes even colder than it was before, producing a soft mist from his left side. ####. Sato jabs his hand towards the screen. Did you see that? He is referring to Ochako's sudden display of overwhelming power. I saw it, responds Kirishima. I just can't believe it. Ida cups his chin, although his face is still hidden behind his helmet. That looks like the power Uraraka used during the entrance exam. Shoji nods. Yeah. But did you notice her hand? I think it's injured. Well, that would explain why she didn't use it during Mr. Aizawa's test. Aoyama can't help but butt in. It was far from elegant, but it certainly was just as magnificent as last time. Way to go, Uraraka. Izuku internally cheers. You're getting better at summoning your new quirk. Now you can really show everyone what you got. Also, A stupid, excited grin adorns his face as he scribbles away madly into his notebook. You're providing me with some amazing notes right now. Not only on her quirk but also Shiro's, Todoroki's, and Mina's quirks. They're also just so amazing and different he really couldn't have asked for anything better. All Might's feelings of glee are nearly on par with Izuku's. Well done, Uraraka. I knew you had it in you. We'll have to work on your power output it seems, but for now I'm just so proud on the progress you're making. They can work on that later. For now he must be not only her mentor but a teacher to the rest of the entire class. So he watches as Ochako and Mina arrive at the 6th floor. Hashtag. Ochako arrives on the 6th floor where she quickly finds a small secluded room. It's the best place for her to catch her breath and to assess the damage of her hand. She sits down to check, her knuckles are bloodied, her hands red, and her sleeve is all but gone, but it could be worse. At least she's still got her dominant hand and she can still move her fingers so she can still use zero gravity. Mina plops down beside her, throwing her head back, allowing the adrenaline to wash away. Sheesh, when were you going to tell me you had that kind of power? You could have led with that from the beginning. Ochako answers between breaths. I can't control it. She lifts her hand, showing Mina what she means. It's too much power for me. That's why I can only rely on one aspect of my quirk. Really? Mina raises an eyebrow, silently questioning if Ochako is lying to her. But she sees no reason why she would have to lie, so she quickly lets it go. Well, I guess that makes sense. Mina jumps up onto her feet. She's ready to get a move on. All right. I think it's obvious that we need a plan. Ochako nearly snaps at her partner. You don't say? She is of course oblivious to Ochako's irritation. So, since my plan didn't work, I need you to come up with one. I'll get right on that. The brunette takes a moment to think. She peers at the ice encasing the room. There's a light mist, and she can't help but notice that the temperature has actually dropped since they moved upward. That's when a light bulb goes off in her head. I got it. Got what? Ochako gives her teammate a reassuring and confident smile. I got a plan. Mina holds her breath in anticipation with a stupid excited grin plastered onto her face as she waits for Ochako to go into details. Nearly a minute passes between the two of them as they both grin at each other. So, are you going to tell me? Oh, right. Hashtag. Shiro arrives at the 6th floor with Todoroki in tow. Wow. I can't believe she was hiding that kind of power. The girl can really pack a punch.
No kidding.
Although, Todoroki thinks back to the 5th floor hallway when they left to chase after the heroes. He noticed a splatter of blood on the ground. She probably can't control that power of hers. That's why she didn't use it during the quirk apprehension test. Still though, if she's strong enough to break through my ice, then I can't afford to underestimate her again. I will defeat her and show that old man that I can be a hero with just my mother's quirk. But they need to find Team J first, and it's not like they're just gonna walk right up to them looking for a fight. More likely they're going after the bomb. How's it going, boys? Then of course he could be wrong. The two spin around to spot which one of the heroes has snuck up on them. Shiro gaps. Ashido? Mina leans against a nearby corner, her hand on her hip and her tongue sticking out of the side of her smirk. The one and only. Now let's dance. She whips her hand out, spraying a splash of acid at Team B. Todoroki makes an ice shield while Shiro leaps back, avoiding the acid. Shiro shakes his fist in anger. Hey, watch it. You could really hurt someone with that. Well, if you're that upset about it. Mina turns and winks before using her acid to skate her way across the jagged frozen floor. She goes back the way she came down the narrow frozen hallway. Then why not come and get me? Shiro whips out a strand of tape to pull himself over the iced floor. Hey, get back here. He continues to launch himself through the hallway using his tapes to reel himself in as he chases after the slippery acid-producing girl. Todoroki follows on foot. He turns the corner just in time to watch as Mina rounds another corner with Shiro hot on her heels. You won't escape. Then you better hurry and catch me. Todoroki runs a few paces before he slowly comes to a stop. His expression remaining indifferent as he slowly turns away from where Mina and Shiro took off for. He can tell that something is up, and he will not fall for it. Where are you, Uraraka? Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Come on. Where is it? Ochako breaks her way through another ice wall, having used her zero gravity to weaken it before she slams her way through it. She is currently on the 8th floor, and if her hunch is correct, then the bomb should be here. If logic serves, Todoroki essentially made a giant freezer, and from what she's seen, he is all about making ice barriers for them to block their path. Now, with all this ice, he cannot constantly be regulating the temperature to keep the ice from melting. That means Team B must have put the bomb where Todoroki wouldn't have to keep an eye on it, since he probably blocked it off with nothing but ice walls. But what does this all mean? It means that Team B must be keeping the bomb in the coldest part of the building, the center of the building where it's the most insulated with the freezing cold temperatures. So, her plan is a simple one. Mina distracts the boys with her feminine wiles, as Mina put it, while Ochako goes after and captures the bomb. Simple. She locates another ice wall. This one is much larger, but she can almost make out the telltale signs of a doorway behind it. She presses her fingertips against the ice, making it weightless. She then takes a few steps back, ice crunching under her feet, before she charges right through the ice wall like she just jumped through a window. Her landing is less than graceful, as when she lands her foot slips and she ends up kissing the floor. Ow! She groans. She lifts her head up and a loud pop sound is made as her face is peeled off the floor. Her cheeks are even redder, either because of the embarrassment or the fact that the floor is super cold. Not my finest moment. She rubs her cheeks as she kneels up and scans the new area. Her eyes become wide circles as she spots the very thing she's been looking for. The bomb. It's just sitting there unintended, surrounded by pillars of ice and even a few small mounds of snow. I knew it! Ochako cheers in delight as she springs up into the air. She jogs forward as fast she can, but the slippery icy floor is of no help. A rumbling and the sound ice shards scraping against each other grows increasingly louder until a column of ice intercepts her path. Ah! Ochako's arms flail at her side as her foot slides across the ice until she eventually comes to a stop just before she hits the ice column. I knew you were up to something. Todoroki steps forward, blocking the direct path between Ochako and the bomb. It was very predictable on your part. Shit. Ochako backs off, her arms poised for a fight. Looks like Mina's distraction didn't work. Before we begin, I think it's fair to give you a chance to surrender. Ha! Todoroki stares blankly at Ochako like he doesn't perceive her as a threat. You're not going to win against me. From what I've seen, your quirk mostly involves close quarters combat. Except for what you did earlier. He gestures to Ochako's left fist. But judging from your hand, there's some major whiplash for when you use that strange quirk of yours. Am I right? It feels like a bolt of lightning has struck her. He read me like a book. So, this is your last chance. Todoroki holds a hand out as to represent her to accept his offer. Surrender. What do I? Ochako scowls. He's right. Realistically speaking, he's better than I am. He's a recommended student, has a powerful and versatile quirk, and he's smart, able to analyze his opponents, just like Deku. But then again, she's not exactly a pushover either. But I've actually faced real villains before. I've worked hard to get this far. I am All Might's successor, and I refuse to give up. She peers at her hands, the very source of her quirks, before she peers up at Todoroki. Just from her expression, Todoroki pieces together her answer. So, that is your choice? With a frown and newfound resolve, Ochako nods, refusing to look away from her opponent. Todoroki sighs in annoyance. Very well. He raises his right arm, readying to swing it forward at a moment's notice. Don't be too disappointed when you lose. All right? I think you have it backwards, Todoroki. Because I'm going to win this. With no hesitation, Ochako jumps over the column of ice and charges straight towards her enemy. You fool. Todoroki swings his arm to the side and a cluster of ice rushes towards her. His plan is to freeze her legs in place. But Ochako isn't as predictable as he thinks. Because just before the ice can reach her, she jumps into the air, launching herself up and towards the ceiling, having made herself weightless. Not so fast. Todoroki slams his foot against the ground, generating a large ice spear that rushes towards the gravity-defying girl. Reacting quickly, Ochako spins around and kicks herself off the ceiling and towards a pillar of ice, effectively avoiding the giant icicle. Todoroki follows it up with another icicle, but she's too quick in the air. She bounces herself off the ice pillar just in time to avoid being skewered. This goes on and on, with Todoroki trying and failing to land a strike on his agile target, and she's only getting faster. She just keeps building more and more momentum until she's practically buzzing about the pillared room like a ricocheting ball. She's even using Todoroki's icicles as jumping boards. Hold still, damn it! Todoroki launches another ice missile, which only adds onto the already large amount of them in the wide room. Ochako practically runs on the ceiling, easily evading the icicle. She jumps down, launching herself over Todoroki and right at the faux bomb, while also releasing her quirk to let gravity pull her down. Victory is mine. I don't think so. The ice wielder fires off a large wave of ice. Not towards Ochako, but towards the bomb itself. Ochako gasps in horror as the bomb is completely buried in a wave of ice. The ice is like a glacier that formed itself around the bomb. Ochako crashes hard into the side of the glacier before falling to the frozen floor below. I got you. There's no time to think as Ochako takes off towards the other side of the room, just as a wave of ice crashes after her. The crashing wave is on her heels, so much so that the cold frost forms at the ends of her hair. Acting fast and using the iced floor to her advantage, Ochako drops down, sliding across the ice towards a pre-existing ice pillar. She grabs the end of the pillar, swinging herself around it for cover, and just in time too as the wave catches up to her. The ice crashes into the opposite side of the pillar as jagged icicles surround it around her at all sides, but luckily none of them strike her. Todoroki stomps his way around the glaciered bomb. He scans the area, but he doesn't seem to spot Ochako. He wasn't really looking when he generated that wave of ice. He was just trying to make a wide-ranged attack in the hopes of trapping her. You've done well so far, but that ends now. You still have no way of winning against me. Ochako covers her mouth in order to muffle her heavy breathing. She's really not in the best condition right now. She's exhausted from all the jumping around. The cold certainly doesn't help whatsoever. Her hand is injured, and add in the fact that she's starting to feel nauseous after using her quirk so much she's not doing too hot. It's not over yet, Todoroki. I can still pull this off. The gravity manipulator considers all of her options. Zero gravity isn't enough, I need to use one for all. It's my only chance. Only one for all has the power to get her past Todoroki, but also the glacier surrounding the bomb. It's way too thick for her to just use zero gravity on it. I need to go in fast while he's still looking for me. She stands up, still hidden behind the frozen pillar. She holds her arms at her side and to her fists out front, as she concentrates on summoning All Might's quirk. It's like Deku said, I can't force one for all out, I need to let it flow freely. To open the gates and let it free. She breathes in and out, and before long her arms and legs glow pink as one for all flows through her limbs. This is it. She can already feel the strain on her body. She needs to make this quick before it becomes too much. She races out, moving at an incredible rate. Trailing behind her are broken shards of ice and rubble as she sprints across the frozen floor. The power surging through her legs tears away at her boots, shattering them to pieces. But that doesn't matter as she charges forward. Todoroki is completely taken by surprise. In less than a few seconds she's already upon him, her eyes leering at him as they glow with a pink hue. Without thinking, the snow-like material on the left side of his body seemingly crumbles away as an eruption of flames burst out in response to Ochako's attack. In a blink of an eye, Ochako leaps backward to avoid the flames. Unfortunately, the jump was a bit too strong, and she ends up smashing into the ceiling before bouncing off of it and landing hard onto the melting floor. She's in too much shock to register the pain. Fire! He can shoot out fire too? That would be so cool if it wasn't so unfair. Not to mention those flames are really strong. They've already melting away most of the ice surrounding her dual elemental classmate. Todoroki's heart is filled with instant regret as apparent shock adorns his features. No! He gazes in horror as his flames roar from his left side. His mind is so disturbed that he fails to cut it off. Ochako scrambles back onto her feet as the flames continue to dance across her path to victory. I won't let this stop me. I will win. Her entire body glows with a heavenly pink aura. I'll go beyond. She clenches her fists, and from within her grip, her fingertips glow brighter and brighter as zero gravity activates. Plus ultra. She releases all that she has, letting one for all flow through her. And that's when something unexpected takes place. The pink aura begins to grow outward from her fists in large spheres. The spheres expand slowly before encompassing around Ochako, encasing her in a sphere of pink light. What's happening? What's going on? Did one for all combine with my zero gravity? This may work out in her favor, so she lets one for all pour out like a crashing waterfall. The orb bursts outward. The entire room shakes and rumbles as the pink light rushes forward. As the light absorbs everything in its path, anything and everything that is swallowed up by it suddenly finds itself weightless. Water droplets rise and dance in the air, rubble and shards of ice float upward, steam from the rising flames and ice seem to freeze in place, and yet there is an overwhelming pressure despite the weightlessness, as if anything inside will and can be crushed in a moment's notice. And neither Todoroki nor his flames are immune to the effects of the strange expanding space. His feet leave the ground, making him lose his balance. It's finally enough to snap him out of his daze, and he releases his quirk by swinging his arm. What is this? Is she manipulating the gravity around her? The force of the swing makes his body rotate in midair until his back is towards the ceiling, and he watches as he rises further into the air. This is the moment she's been waiting for. Now's my chance. With a mighty kick, she propels herself forward, rocketing herself straight towards the bomb, and thanks to the zero gravity, she breezes through the air. As she rushes by, ice shards and rubble are blown away as she zooms by. I won't let you. Todoroki shoves his hand forward, and a giant icicle ejects itself outward directly into Ochako's path. The icicle crashes into the ground, and with the combination of the force and the weightlessness, Todoroki is pushed backwards, his back slamming into the ceiling. As for the giant ice spear, it doesn't do anything to stop the charging gravity wielder. That won't stop me. Ochako charges right through the icicle, obliterating it into 1,000 pieces as Todoroki looks on in shock. Hero visor shatters and breaks as she crashes through it. Now there's only one obstacle left between her and her goal. The glacier that's protecting the fake bomb. She reels back her strained fist. She can feel pain surging through it, especially as her sleeve is torn apart from all the power being released, and the nausea in her stomach is a clear sign that she's pushed herself far beyond her limit. Special move! But despite that, she refuses to give in. She will win this match and show All Might just how far she's willing to go. Venus Smash! Although her momentum stops right when her fist collides with the glacier, thanks to the zero-gravity field, the power of her attack does not. The entire glacier discharges into shards of ice as a powerful gale force bursts out between Ochako's fist and the glacier's side. The powerful whirlwind floods the entire space, taking everything along with it. The walls are smashed apart as a barrage of ice shards and rubble rocket into them. Todoroki covers his body in ice in order to defend himself from oncoming debris, and the ice pillars are easily blown away as if made of paper mache. I did it. She sure did, and with that she shuts down one for all. The zero-gravity field seemingly dissipates as it phases out of existence. As it does, everything returns to its normal hue before they collapse onto the ground. The floor shakes as the numerous amounts of ice and rubble crash down under their own weight, and that includes Todoroki, who lands on the ground with a loud thud. Ochako's breathing is shaky and her balance is faltering as she remains poised with her fist out in front of her. Her arm is completely exposed, colored red as it swells in pain, and her knuckle bleeds. Her bare feet are numb from the pain, good thing too because the cold ID probably biting at the bottom of her feet. She lets her right arm fall, and not too soon, because the very next second, she lets out a lurching belch just before she barfs up a rainbow. Literally. Todoroki groans as he pushes his upper body off the ground. He winces but fights through the slight aching pain. What the hell is she? How could someone like her wield such power? And more importantly, how could he have lost? There's no way, and worst of all, she made me use that bastard's quirk. He stares at his left hand like it personally betrayed his trust. It's the first real day of hero training, and I already broke my promise. His steely cold gaze leers up towards his opponent, who is struggling to keep herself on her feet. What was that power of yours? Kind of. His gaze falls as if he realizes something. It's kind of like All Might's power, or at least what he's seen on the news. All Might's voice calls out through their microtransceivers. I have the results. Todoroki's eyes shoot upwards. Is it really over already? From her hunched-over form, Ochako raises her head, unsure what All Might's getting at. After all, she hasn't captured the bomb yet. But what if? She hurriedly scans the room, her head swiveling from side to side as she tries to locate the bomb. It's nowhere in sight. It isn't where the glacier used to be. And then it hits her. She fully understands the predicament almost instantly. It's a draw. Ochako falls to her knees, her eyes wide and full of defeat as she realizes the truth of the matter. She accidentally destroyed the fake bomb with her last all-out attack. ####. This is so not right. Mina whines for all to hear. I demand a rematch. There's no way we can just call it a draw. Herself and Team B are standing outside the melting ice castle as the rest of their classmates group up with them with their teacher in tow. All Might practically sprints to the front of the group. Have heart Ishido, you each gave us a fine showing. And irked Mina's cheeks puff out. Don't patronize me. From the side, Todoroki gaze drifts away, avoiding eye contact with any of his peers. A robotic voice cuts through the crowd. Bring to nurse's office, proclaims a mini conveyor bot. Latched behind it is a stretcher with an injured Ochako laying on top of it, and at the opposite end is a second mini conveyor bot. I know, responds the second mini conveyor bot. Uraraka, are you all right? Mina runs up to her partner. The robots stop to allow her access, and Deku follows close behind the acid girl with his notebook held close to his chest. Ochako peers up at them, grateful for their concern. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just a little worse for wear. If you call swollen limbs, bleeding knuckles, and a torn costume a little worse for wear. Ida literally cuts himself into the conversation. Uraraka, it is irresponsible to downplay your injuries. His arms rapidly shake up and down in a robotic-like manner. The display is so awkward-looking that Ochako has to look away to prevent herself from laughing. Mina's horns twitch before she too looks away, holding her gut as she tries to hold back her chuckles. A brief jolt of nervousness courses through the new wielder of One for All as she lies there injured and helpless. She failed the exercise. Is he upset? Did she disappoint him? And she was really giving it her all, too. A big thumbs up is all she receives from her predecessor, but it's enough to ease her worries. You did very well. I can't wait to see what you have in store for us in the future. The message is clear. They have much more work to do, but there's no doubt that he's proud. Despite his towering form, he somehow looks like he's standing taller with his chest out as if in pride. But not pride in himself, but pride in his student. A light blush of gratitude rises on her cheeks. Thanks, All Might. Hey, no sweat. Now away to the nurse's office with you. He swings his arm to the side as to emphasize the order. Both bots respond simultaneously before they cart her away. We know. And with that they will away, a light buzzing noise following them as they leave the arena. Zero removes his helmet, sticking it under his arm. Who knew she had that kind of firepower? He is of course referring to the attack she pulled when he and Todoroki first encountered her. Jiro raises her hands behind her head. It's kinda scary. Her mind thinks back on the strange pink field she had generated. It was so manly, proclaims Kirishima. Just watching her stand up to the ice and fire master was more than enough to get his blood pumping. Hagakure, presumably, tilts her head as she places a finger on her cheek. Was that a compliment? A smiling Kaminari lets his own thoughts known. She wasn't the only one full of surprises, though. Mina's not completely sure what he's talking about. What do you mean? Zero leans in, unsure what Kaminari is talking about as well. Kaminari pauses for effect before giving his answer. He can also generate fire. He holds his hands out like it's a big surprise. Zero's jaw drops. Really? If that's the case, then why didn't he ever witness him using it? Then again, he never really told him his full plan, so guess it's not that of a surprise. Ojiro's tail sways as he confirms Zero's question. Oh yeah, it was really something. He smiles sheepishly as a troubling thought crosses his mind. Honestly, if it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Oh, how right he really is. Mina gushes in awe of the new information. Wow! He's handsome and has such an amazing quirk too. She swivels around before rushing up to the downcasted Todoroki, whom at this point has been avoiding interacting with any of his classmates at this point, not wanting to discuss those wretched flames. You gotta show me. If he's put off by Mina's overbearing enthusiasm, then he doesn't show it. Instead, he keeps his calm and indifferent demeanor. I'd rather not. Ah, but why? And just like that, Todoroki's apathy is gone and replaced with a flash of an intense inner rage that threatens to spill outward like a violent storm. Mina's cheerful and excited smile vanishes as a look of concern appears on her face. She backs up, holding her head down in shame, bowing her head apologetically. Everyone else seems to notice Todoroki's change, but they don't press the matter, chalking it up to the fact that he's unsatisfied with the results of the battle trial. Izuku watches on, worried at his classmates' reaction to being questioned. Silently, he flips open his notebook, searching for the page he set aside for one Shoto Todoroki. He locates the page. It has a rough sketch of Todoroki's overall appearance while in costume, a general height and weight estimates, and of course extensive notes on his quirk, half cold and, apparently, half hot. His quirk, half cold, half hot, is definitely one of the most multifaceted powers here, other than my own. His gaze rises up to the ice castle. Chunks of ice shatter and fall as water pools around it as the frozen liquid melts away. And it's an impressive quirk. A very impressive quirk. He did freeze an entire building, and he was still able to use his quirk effectively afterwards. But those flames, his fire, now that was the real surprise. He eyes the few notes he has on those flames. I wonder why he didn't use them sooner. He decides not to ponder on it for too long before he flips through the pages until he comes across the page that's dedicated to his friend, Ochako Uraraka. This single page alone is already filled to the brim with notes, observations, and uses for her quirks. He's probably going to need to dedicate a new page or two so he can draw up her costume and of course jot down the amazing phenomena he had just witnessed. He finds a clean page and begins writing away. Just what was that pink sphere she made? And why did it expand the way it did? It had to be some sort of weird zero-gravity field that makes anything inside of it weightless. But I thought Uraraka's quirk only worked when she makes physical contact with her hands. So, was that an effect of her second quirk? Like they combined or something? Unknown to the analytical nerd, the only pro-hero in the room is having similar thoughts. Just what the heck was that? Did One for All boost her original quirk? A part of him is admittedly a bit apprehensive about this. We'll definitely need to discuss this, but for now I need to continue with being a teacher. All Might raises his hand in the air. That's enough talk. Let's discuss the results. He pulls his hand down, looking at the students expectantly. Now who can tell me which one of these fine classmates yours was the MVP? Yaoyorozu doesn't even wait to begin. By this point it's almost expected of her to have the answer. Looking at everything at face value, I would say Todoroki was the most valuable player of the match. Most of the class have looks of agreement, although they can't help but feel that her deduction is not quite right. And Yaoyorozu must feel the same way. But that being said, Todoroki's performance was far from efficient. The very teen in question eyes the other recommended student with a wary gaze, unsure by what she means. Although Todoroki's quirk is powerful as demonstrated by his defensive strategy to protect the target, he however clearly underestimated his opponents. And in doing so it allowed for them to gain a proper plan of attack, thanks to Uraraka's efforts. That was further evident when he confronted Uraraka. During their confrontation he was surprised by her skill and capabilities, and thus he lost his composure, using large-scale attacks that are far too destructive for such an exercise. And even if it was declared a draw, he ultimately failed in protecting the bomb and was completely overwhelmed by Uraraka's last attack. As you've shown us, you are right on the money. Well, said Yaoyorozu. All Might turns to the rest of the class. Does anyone else have anything to add? No one seems to be willing to speak up, but a shy, timid voice nervously wiggles its way through. Izuku shakily rotates his pen between his fingers, trying to keep his composure. During the match, both Ishido and Shiro did their parts for their individual teams. Izuku jolts in place for a second when he realizes that everyone's attention is on him, and that includes All Might's. Both kept their composers and kept with their respective goals, to capture the other or the bomb. And as for Uraraka, she lacked a clear plan when they initially entered the building. And although she was able to deduce the location of the bomb, her powerful attack, admittedly much like my own, caused far too much collateral damage. She was probably far too focused on defeating her opponent that she didn't hold back, and thus the bomb being destroyed was the end result. He finally takes a moment to breath. At least that's my take on it. Ha! He grimaces as his nerves return. Everyone is staring at him like he's grown a second pair of eyes. His muttering must have really thrown them off. All Might tries to brush off the odd display by coughing. And nicely said. Why, young Midoriya, you've brought up some excellent points. The pro-hero swings his arms in attempt to wash the feelings of discomfort away. As Midoriya just explained, it is important to work together and support each other, especially as you all grow and learn with each other. Not only that, it is important to never underestimate those around you because they can be hiding all sorts of surprises. Izuku almost wants to laugh at that. You have no idea. Well, I think that's enough for the day. So well done on a hard day's work. Ha! He stands tall and proud with his fists at his sides. With the exception of 2 serious injuries, you all did extremely well for your first training exercise. Suyu smiles up at their teacher. Coming after Mr. Aizawa's class. It's nice having such a straightforward class. You're welcome. We teachers are free to hold no-nonsense classes if we choose. Now, I'm off to go check on our injured companions. With a swoosh, he spins around, turning towards the exit. Change out of those costumes and head back to the classroom. He swings back his arms and his leg like he's ready to take off in a mad sprint. Now watch as a hero makes an exit. He takes off like a race car jacked on rocket boosters. Like he's got somewhere to be. He's so fast, shouts Mina. Ojiro feels dejected. There's no way I can get to that speed. Kaminari's smiling like an idiot. So cool. Izuku watches on in fascination as his pen fidgets about in his notebook as he estimates All Might's possible top speed. Meanwhile, one dual-haired teen leers into the distance where All Might disappeared towards. There's a dark, almost suspicious look in his eye as if he's in serious thought. I underestimated her. And she made me use his quirk. He grips his left wrist like it's a direct insult to his pride. Even after I told myself that I would never use it, I go right ahead and break my own promise. At this rate, I'll never surpass him, and he'll win. He exhales a breath of cold, frigid air. I won't let that happen again. And next time, I won't underestimate my opponents. ####. Recovery girl waves as a fully recovered Bakugo trudges towards the infirmary's exit. Currently, he's all healed up. Not a scratch to be seen. The only thing out of place is his regular school uniform, especially his baggy school pants. Enjoy the rest of your day, dearie. He brushes her off as he approaches the door. Whatever. Well, someone is clearly in a bad mood. And why wouldn't he? He just got his ass handed to him by the very person he's towered over for years. And it was in front of all those loser nobodies he has for classmates. How the hell is he supposed to show off his superiority if he lost to Deku? To fucking Deku? The nurse's office door swings open. We have arrived at the nurse's office. I know. Bakugo reels back in surprise at the sudden appearance of the mini conveyor bots. What the hell, oof? He holds his gut after taking a direct hit from Recovery Girl's cane. Watch your volume, young man. You need to be quiet when in the nurse's office. Think about the other patients. Shut up. Whether he snapped at her out of anger or pain is unclear. Ochako groans as she attempts to cover her ears, but her arms refuse to move. So loud. That when he finally notices that the mini conveyor bots are in fact carrying an injured Ochako into the infirmary. He takes note of her shredded arm and pant sleeves and more importantly her swollen and red limbs. What the hell happened to you? You get the crap beaten out of you? Despite the pain, she can't help but bite back at the jerkwad. Like you're one to talk? Bakugo winces, a flash of anger courses through him. That was just a fluke. The stupid nerd tricked me. No, he didn't. Ochako is not trying to be malicious. She's just trying to speak the truth. He beat the living shit out of you. Okay, maybe she should have been a little more considerate about how she worded that. Bakugo looks like he is ready to explode, but a quick look from Recovery Girl holds him back. What's it matter to you? I'm his friend, and I've seen the way you treat him. And it's terrible. Now that throws Bakugo a bit for a loop. You're his friend? I thought that stupid nerd only had one friend, Wichi. Ochako eyes Bakugo warily, unsure if he's messing with her or not. Wichi? You mean you don't know? She probably shouldn't be surprised, all things considered. From what she's seen, he could care less about anything that concerns Deku. They had a falling out. And I guess so did you. His glare softens. It's not much of a difference, though. What are you getting at? You're strong, Bakugo. You earned your top ranking in the entrance exam. But she gives him the most deadpanned look that she can muster from laying on the stretcher. Your personality is crap. His entire body is shaking in silent rage in response. But he somehow bites back his tongue. Deku is not helpless or useless. He's brave and willing to do what's right. And today he stood up to you. I don't know what you said to each other, but Deku doesn't hate you. He's too nice like that. But the two lock eyes, helping to assert the seriousness of what she has to say. He's more than what you give him credit for. Bakugo is honestly not sure how to respond to that. So he doesn't. Instead, he turns away, brushing her off like she's lost her goddamn mind. Whatever, you're clearly delusional from all the pain. He stomps through the exit. See ya later, Roundface. Ochako gasps. Roundface. Meanwhile, Recovery Girl chuckles to herself at her reaction. The mini conveyor bots finally move her to a bed and softly help her onto it. And after a quick reprimand from Recovery Girl about her lack of self-preservation, she kisses her cheek and her limbs quickly begin to heal themselves. As Recovery Girl does her magic, Ochako thinks back on what she's observed from Bakugo so far. His ego is so inflated, but who knows, maybe this will calm him down a bit, although the look on his face when he lost was oddly satisfying to witness. She smiles smugly to herself as she reminisces in the memory of Bakugo taking on Deku's last attack. Her recovery goes smoothly enough, although the exhaustion hits her hard and she's struggling to keep her eyes open, and the bed is starting to feel very comfortable right about now. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take a quick nap, would it? I am here. Well, she'll have to put that nap on hold. Quiet! Recovery Girl is quick to swing her syringe like Cain into the number one hero's frail stomach. Gah! Toshinori wheezes in pain, grabbing his gut as Recovery Girl fumes in annoyance. All Might? That wakes her right up. Why is he here? What's going on? Wait! Oh no. She shakily turns towards Recovery Girl, who is busy reprimanding the injured All Might about being more considerate when in a place of healing. Oh no. I accidentally gave away his identity. Toshinori notices the worried look in her eyes. He smiles, gently trying to put her at ease. Oh, don't worry. Recovery Girl knows all about me and my power. Recovery Girl offers a friendly smile in confirmation. It's true, and might I add that I think All Might has chosen a fine young lady to be his successor. That makes her blush slightly more than she always does. Thank you, ma'am. Recovery Girl nods before strolling off to sort through her medicine cabinet, allowing Toshinori and Ochako a moment to themselves. Toshinori takes a seat in an open chair next to her bed. Hey kid, how you holding up? I've been better. Yeah, I guess it could have been worse. Worse. Recovery Girl wheels around, shaking her cane in a threatening manner. Are you implying that this is the best case scenario? Toshinori hastily shakes his hands in denial. No, of course not. It's just... He turns back to his successor. You did such a good job out there today. But I failed the exercise. It was a draw and you gave it your all. He pats her on the head gently. And as a teacher, how can I fail a student who is so willing to go beyond? Ochako smiles in gratitude as she takes in the praise from her mentor, until she remembers something very important. Oh, All Might. That thing. The strange light. She means the zero-gravity field. Toshinori understands what she's talking about. Ah yes, we need to discuss that. There's only one thing she can really ask. What was it? I think One for All somehow boosted your zero-gravity quirk. But I was still able to use One for All while emitting that weird effect. Maybe you were able to somehow use both quirks at once. That may explain why One for All boosted your quirk in the first place. It's definitely something we need to work on. Could be a huge asset for you in the future. Ochako suddenly becomes very shy thanks to All Might's praise. You think so? Toshinori gives her a grin. It's nothing like his signature smile, but it's just as strong in letting her know that everything is right with the world. Without a doubt. Recovery Girl can't help but let her opinion be known. Then you best not come back here with any more injuries. Both wielders of One for All cry out defensively. Yes, ma'am. Toshinori pushes himself off his seat. Well, I best be off. I just wanted to check in on you before I do some paperwork. Wait, All Might. She just remembered something very important. So, this is a quick change in topic, but... She fidgets in her bed trying to sit up, but her limbs won't allow her that privilege. Do you remember what I asked you before school started? She means, can she tell Deku about One for All? Recovery Girl observes silently from the side, curious about what Ochiko's getting at, but doesn't initially pry into it. About that, Toshinori rubs his neck. He's not that confident in how he should approach this from what I've seen. Midoriya is a fine young man, with a good head and his shoulders and a heroic spirit. Recovery Girl watches on, giggling to herself. He sounds like a father assessing his daughter's boyfriend. Toshinori is oblivious to Recovery Girl's comparison. He's smart, able to analyze his opponents and plan accordingly, and his quirk certainly makes him a force to be reckoned with. Ochako smiles with raising hope. She can finally tell Deku all about her and All Might. Oh, the look on his face is going to be amazing. But I think it's best if you don't involve Midoriya with the knowledge of One for All. Well, another dream dies. But why? All Might inhales before delving into his explanation. Allow me to explain a few things first. He holds a hand towards his chest. Number one, all the staff here know about this true form and my injury. However, only you, Recovery Girl, and the principal know about the true nature of my quirk. And it is a secret to all others. His eyes gaze pierces into Ochiko's, allowing the seriousness of the situation to take root. And it must remain that way. The underlining seriousness of the statement instantly resonates within her. She looks up with worry and surprise, hoping that he will continue to explain his reasoning. You must be aware of the responsibility that comes with this power. Should the world learn of our power, I have no doubt that all manner of scum would come and try to steal it away. This secret is all that prevents our society from falling into chaos. It's also meant to protect you and those around you. Understand? She does. She now understands the full weight of the situation. If villains found out about One for All and what it can do, then they would do anything in their power to get it. Even if that means threatening her life and those she loves. Her parents, her friends, or anybody that she has any connection to. And if she shares that info with Deku, then she essentially paints a giant target on his back, and she cannot willingly do that to him. He already has enough secrets to keep. There's no reason to make him worry about anything else. I understand. There's a hint of regret and sorrow in her voice. All Might. Yes. I'm sorry. He smiles down at her. A smile that reads that there is no need to worry about it. It's okay. I should have been clearer with you. And it's admirable of you to want to include your friend. But for his sake and yours, it's best to leave him ignorant to it all. Ah, yes, sir. He continues to smile as Ochiko's eyes begin to droop. She's been doing her best to stave off the exhaustion from Recovery Girl's quirk, but it's now a losing battle, and she is ready to call it in. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna sleep now. Toshinori chuckles. You do that. And with a soft, thankful smile, Ochako allows herself to be overcome by the overwhelming need to rest. A minute passes and already Ochako is out like a light, her chest rising ever so slightly with each breath she takes. When she thinks that the girl isn't going to wake back up anytime soon, Recovery Girl swivels around in her rotating seat. Tell me, why don't you want her to include her friend? Toshinori doesn't initially respond, so she continues. You have your own allies. Why not allow her to choose her own? Toshinori takes a moment to think about his response before he delivers it. It's not that she can't say anything, but it's more if she should. Recovery Girl tilts her head to the side. Toshinori sits back down. He slouches forward with something heavy weighing on his mind. That Midoriya boy. I had a run-in with him almost a year ago. Oh, now that is a surprise. Yes. His voice. It's different rather than full of hope and joy. It's now sown with sorrow and shame. And I did something that I am constantly regretting. His blue eyes peer up at the older heroine, seeking comfort for his mistake. I rejected his dream. I told him that someone quirkless couldn't be a hero. I don't quite follow. Her confusion is not unfounded. After all, that Midoriya boy does possess a quirk, and an impressive quirk at that. When I met him, he told me he was quirkless. Now that changes everything. If that's true, then how could he have gained his powers? Are you sure he wasn't just lying? I'm positive that it was the truth. Toshinori turns away, unable to look the heroine in the eye any longer. The look in his eyes told me all that I needed to know. What are you saying? Before Midoriya came to UA, he was in fact quirkless, and I denied him of his dream of becoming a hero. Yet here he is with a quirk that miraculously grants him access to other quirks. He slouches forward even more, his hands gripping his knees as he thinks about the horrible possibilities of what may have brought about the change in Midoriya's current statues. Recovery Girl pales at the mere thought as well. Are you saying he's somehow connected to that monster? Toshinori exhales. That is unclear. I hope it isn't the case and I'm just being a paranoid old man. But every fiber of my being is telling that something is amiss and that something is not right with that boy. He sighs, mostly to himself. Then again, it could be all my fault. Perhaps I was too harsh and as a result he sought help from others. Perhaps he came into contact with him, and he granted the boy a quirk that's on par with his own. But knowing how that devil operates, he's probably manipulating young Midoriya, making him a potential victim in all of this. You can't be serious? She worried now. If that were true, that would mean that the monster is alive and still operating from the shadows. I'm afraid I am. But it's crazy. He's been gone for over a decade now. You defeated him yourself. I am aware. But someone like him doesn't seem like the type to stay away forever. Recovery Girl leans back in her chair, trying to calm her old nerves. Have you told anyone else this?
No.
I don't want to bring it up to anyone else. Not until I have some standing evidence or proof. Like I said, if I'm wrong about this, I would have liked to not have involved anyone else in worrying about it. So, why tell me? Why make her worry about all this then? You're UA's head nurse, meaning you have access to personal files and information on everybody at this school and dash. Now hold it right there, All Might. He better not be suggesting what she thinks he's suggesting. I cannot willingly just hand you personal information about my patients, no matter who they are. I know that. He snaps defensively. All I'm saying is that if you find anything out of order for him, that you'd let me know about it. Recovery Girl sits back thinking about what All Might has just proposed. It's unethical, but it just might be necessary. Very well. I will keep an eye on things. But you should know that I don't agree with it, not one bit. I understand. HMPF. She swings in her seat, turning her back towards the number 1 hero and his successor. What do you plan on doing in the meantime? In the meantime, I will continue to teach and guide these youths on the path of heroism, especially for the two of them. He looks at the sleeping Ochako, thinking about her and her friend. If young Midoriya is being manipulated by him, then it's my fault and my responsibility to make things right. I will keep an eye on him and guide him on the right path. I just hope that it's not too late. I hope you know what you're doing. Toshinori continues to watch his successor resting peacefully in a calm sleep, blissfully unaware of the possible turmoil and evil brewing in the shadows. So do I. He truly hopes that he's wrong. But if he isn't, then it could spell catastrophic for all of UA and the world if that devil did survive the battle. Not only that he doesn't think his young successor would be able to handle the possibility that her friend is a villain and a traitor. It could potentially break her spirit if the one she trusts is the enemy. At times like this, he can't help but wonder how his old master would handle this situation. Just who are you, Midoriya? And what are you hiding? ####. What a day! Ojiro leans back in his desk chair as his classmates prepare themselves for the end of the day. Sato flops down into his seat. I'm exhausted. No kidding, agrees Zero. That battle trial was intense. Ida stands tall in between the rows of desks, his arm out in front of him. Everyone's efforts were exemplary. Kirishima groans in disappointment. Speak for yourselves. I never got to do anything. Mina slaps his shoulder repeatedly in a friendly manner. Cheer up. There will always be next time. Kaminari enters the room alongside Jiro. Both of them are carrying stacks of textbooks. All Might was so cool. I still can't believe we have him as a teacher. Jiro approaches the front desk and plops her stack on top of it. Yeah. It's pretty crazy to think about, isn't it? Izuku remains silent, listening from his desk behind his former friend who returned to the class not too long ago. But he's refused to even acknowledge him since his return. But Izuku isn't that concerned with him right now, because his thoughts are somewhere else. He's still hung up on All Might being their newest teacher, and he's not sure if he should be excited or terrified because of it. Sure, the #1 hero will be overseeing their education as heroes, but what happens if All Might discovers the omnitrix and aliens? But then again, maybe he doesn't have anything to worry about. It didn't seem like All Might remembers him or what they discussed. And that makes sense. It was a while ago, and he's sure that All Might meets all sorts of fans every single day, so there's no way he'd remember him amongst all those faces. A part of him wishes that it wasn't the case. Thinking you're just another forgettable face is not exactly comforting, especially considering how the pro-hero practically stepped on his dream. And in all honesty, it would have been nice to be able to show All Might how wrong he is. But there's no point in bringing up that depressing moment now. So, he might as well let it go and move on. Still hurts though. The school bell signaling the end of the day snaps him out of his thoughts as well as silence the rest of the class. Almost immediately, as soon as the bell finishes, Bakugo pushes out of his seat and sulks over towards the exit where he makes his leave without so much as acknowledging anybody. Zero sits atop a desk watching as Bakugo heads out for the day. That guy really needed an attitude adjustment. Mineta nods his head. No kidding. Izuku can't help but feel a little guilty about that. When he thinks back on it, he really did have Bakugo have it. And it's almost concerning how quiet he's been since then. It's just not like him. Tokoyami places a textbook into his bag. He's a tormented soul, one full of darkness and rage. Mina walks past, overhearing the crow-headed classmate. Yeah. But at least Midoriya was able to bring him down a peg or two. She flashes said boy a big thumbs up. Hagakure walks beside her. More like a whole staircase. Okay, if he was on the verge of feeling guilty, then he definitely does now. Sure, Bakugo is a jerk, but his desire to become a hero was always so grand and inspiring to him. He doesn't want Bakugo to lose his fiery passion. He just wanted to stop the torment that he constantly has to put him through. Tsuyu remains seated as she fills out her day planner. I don't know, it seems like his loss is really eating away at him. Shoji overhears as he gets up from his seat. I agree, but who knows, maybe this will be good for him. Will it though? Maybe it will be. Maybe he'll tone it down a bit. But that's not what he wants. Izuku grabs at his hair, trying to sort through his thoughts and emotions. Sure, Kaken is a jerk. He's crude, a potty mouth, and prone to violence and aggression. But his ambitions are great. He's not a terrible person, and he knows that he can become one of the greats. And if he's somehow responsible for making Bakugo feel insignificant, then that can compromise his own dream. He can't allow for that to happen. He has to make this right. Yes, Kaken hasn't exactly been the supportive type, but he can and will become a hero. And Izuku will make sure of that. Izuku leaps off his seat so fast that his chair falls backwards. It draws the attention of his classmates. But before they can voice their concerns, Greenette takes off, spring out of the classroom, leaving his confused and concerned classmates behind. Izuku runs as fast as he can. He has to get to Bakugo before he walks away, before his dream is compromised. He's so focused on chasing after his former friend that Izuku fails to catch Ida shouting at him to stop running in the halls. It doesn't take him long to reach the front entrance, and there he is, his back turned towards UA as he trudges his way to the main gates. Kaelin! Bakugo freezes in place. He had thought that Deku was done calling him that. He turns his head ever so slightly towards the offending target. What do you want? His voice is soft but gruff, just barely a whisper. I want to talk. Didn't you say enough already? Izuku's eyes cast downwards. Well, I did say what I wanted to say. There's still some things I need to say. He grips the omnitrix. Its smooth surface is a comfort, letting him know that it's still there, like it would be anywhere else. I can't say much, but you should know this at the very least. I never lied to you about having a quirk. That's partially true. He did never outright tell Bakugo that he has a quirk. My abilities didn't reveal themselves to me until nearly a year ago. I'm a late bloomer. While that's mostly true, he did only have the omnitrix for less than a year now, but it still leaves a bad taste in his mouth. But what else can he do? He can't tell Kaelin about the true nature of his powers. Who knows how he would take that information? Probably not that well. And hopefully with this explanation Kaelin won't pry any further into the cause of his powers. Hopefully. Bakugo's eyes are shadowed over by his ash-blonde hair. Through the strands he eyes at Izuku, assessing whether he's telling the truth or bullshitting with him. And that's not all. There's something I need to show you. Bakugo shifts his body so he doesn't have to crane his neck any longer. Izuku pinches the ends of the omnitrix. The face dial pops upward and he scans for the alien he wants to share with his former friend. Izuku finds it and peers back up at Bakugo, making sure that he's still there. He is. With a gulp, Izuku presses the faceplate down and a flash of green envelopes him. Bakugo, now expecting the green flash, was ready. He cast his eyes away so as to not be blinded. However, when he peers back up, he is in for a major surprise. His eyes widen as he silently gasps at the sight before him. Feedback stands tall with his tendrils curled downward as he grips his left wrist. Bakugo's eyes say it all. He clearly recognizes the offending figure. It was him. He was. Deku was the one that saved me? All this time he had just assumed that the electrical fucker was a random unpopular hero that ended up losing his credit to someone else. Feedback doesn't have to be a mind reader to tell what Bakugo is thinking. Yes, I was the one that saved you from that slime villain all those months ago. In fact, that was the day I gained these powers. Now that's the truth, and it's what sparked his own desire to become a hero. Feedback raises his black-skinned hands, taking a moment to observe the inhuman appendages. This power of mine, it's like nothing I've ever seen. I don't fully understand it myself, and ever since I gained it, my entire life has completely transformed. No pun intended, but it's the truth. Sure, he's still technically quirkless, but he's not useless or worthless. He is on his way to becoming a hero, not just for humanity but for all beings on this planet. And there's even more things I need to learn about it all. But with this power, I can finally be a hero. I am going to become a hero that saves everybody with a smile. Bakugo's eyes gloss over with a burning, frustrating rage, his teeth clenching as his hands clutch into themselves at his sides. Feedback's eye pops out like dinner plates after realizing how stupid he's being. Ah shit. I came to tell him that I wasn't tricking him, but I went on a tangent. Bakugo wobbles into place, adjusting himself so he's directly facing the one he had always thought of as inferior. What the hell? You're a late bloomer? Bullshit. You expect me to buy that shit? You're just trying to make a bigger fool out of me, right? I mean, what the hell? He's burning up on the inside. He just wants to lash out, but he holds himself back and instead let his emotions to burst out instead. I lost to you of all people today. I got my asses handed by you, the one I looked down on for so long. He grips his forehead, almost as if he's trying to hold back tears. It's as if everything he's ever known has been thrown into question. Deku was only meant to be an insignificant pebble on his path to becoming a hero. He's supposed to be quirkless, He's not supposed to even be here. And yet he is. But not only do I find out you have a badass quirk, but you also saved my ass, too. His hands are shaking in furious rage like he's trying to will out explosions. But something is holding them from igniting. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This is not how things were supposed to be. He was supposed to be number one here, the top hero candidate. He was supposed to be the very best. But who's to say that he still can't? Who has the right to tell him otherwise? Nobody can tell him that he isn't the best. It's been true all his life. And he is not going to let that change anytime soon. From here on in, I'm gonna beat you all. Feedback flinches, blinking in surprise. He was not expecting the sudden outcry from Kaelin. Bakugo rails around, stomping away for home. So, enjoy your win. It'll never happen again. Damn it. Feedback's eyebrows, nodding his head with a determined huff. If Bakugo is going to continue to push forward, then so will he. Bakugo stops just before gate. He swings his head back and proclaims out for the entire world to hear. I'll be a hero who surpasses even All Might. Feedback watches as Bakugo marches off. Sure that talk could have gone better. He certainly could have handled it differently. But he can't argue with the results. Perhaps now they can move on and better themselves. Their fuses have been lit and now they no longer have to hold back. They will turn their dreams into a reality. Unbeknownst to the transformed Izuku, there is someone else watching in on the two of them. From above them, within the UA building, a white-haired chimera observes as Feedback makes his way back into the building to gather his things. Fascinating, very fascinating. There's an almost mischievous glint in his eyes, as if they're plotting something maniacal. I'm excited to see just what kind of heroes you will become. ####. In a small rundown bar within the outskirts of Kamino, the pale-skinned man with an appreciation for hand-based wears skimming through the local newspaper. What has his attention is the main header. All Might To teach at UA. He sets the newspaper down onto the bar counter, allowing the black-misted bartender a look. You see this? He's officially a teacher now. He rotates in his chair to have a better look at the two beings behind him. One patron is big, really big, with bulging muscles and a terrifying shark-toothed grin. But most of his features are shrouded by the shadows casted by the deadlights he had decided to take shelter under. The other patron is someone that is a little more familiar. Nezu leans back against the cold wall, inspecting his hand that's been altered to have blue skin, and his fingers have become slick black claws. He's long foregone the torn student uniform. Instead, he opted more for a ragged black shirt that had its sleeves torn off, dark brown cargo shorts, and large black combat boots. His signature lock dangles from his neck. Tell me. The blue-gray-haired man slouches forward in his seat, eyeing Nezu with an almost irritated look. What do you think would happen if villains killed the symbol of peace? Nezu doesn't reply. Instead, he looks up at a poster of said symbol of peace hanging on the wall. In a blink of an eye, there's 3 slashes across the hero's image as shreds of paper drift downward. In response, the pale-skinned man smirks from under his hand mask. The bartender continues to polish and clean the counter, and the muscular monstrosity stares blankly ahead as a low growl rumbles through its core. Nezu's hand turns back to normal. He grins maliciously at his hand like it holds the key to their success. I think it would be a lot of fun. Repairs among the ship are now up to 80%, Master. A worker drone reads off the latest status report to the commander of the battlecruiser. The repairs have been slow, thanks to the lack of supplies and manpower to deal with the issues. Most of them were damaged or ejected into space when the ship undertook that last attack by their prey. So most of the parts have to be delivered to them from beyond this solar system, since the inhabitants of Earth have not achieved space travel. The commander could have his minions go down to the planet and seek out the materials they need from the alien inhabitants, but that could alert the plumbers of their presence. Fortunately, the ship's cloaking device and signal scrambler are intact and free of damage. It's also why it's taking so long for the supplies to reach them, since most of the ships have to be small, alone, and remain undetected by the plumbers. This irks the commander greatly. He would love nothing more than to tear through those plumbers. But those red spots are quick to retaliate when it comes to avenging their own. So for now he must show restraint. Besides, he is still healing himself, but at least now he can speak without having to stop and take deep breaths. His arms have nearly finished healing, but they remain weak and frail, and his legs are just starting to form. There's not much he can do thanks to his condition, but just because his body is damaged does not mean his mind is. For the past several months he's been studying, watching, and observing everything and anything he could. He has holographic displays of newsreels, magazines, newspapers, TV interviews, and website articles, and each one contains different content, whether that be about a pro-hero, villain attack, new support items, and any information he can gather about how the humans perceive alien life. All of this information, all of this data, is to answer one question: what opposition will he find on the planet, specifically Japan? And what he's found has been more than interesting. He's read and observed the one known as the planet's symbol of peace, All Might. Apparently, he is Earth's mightiest champion. Hell, the humans practically worship the lower life form as a god. Oh, how wrong they are. But All Might is not his only concern. The place known as Japan is infested with so-called heroes, warriors that defend the peace, and each one is unique with their own mutations, abilities, and fighting styles. More than what his drones are capable of handling. Drones lack subtlety, intelligence, and the skills to adapt to their situations. Then perhaps he shouldn't be using drones? Perhaps he should look towards other means of retrieving his desired prize? A monitor drone warily approaches the regeneration tank. Master! Its master shifts slightly away from his studies, eyeing his underling with vague annoyance. The omnitrix has been activated again, and it appears to be on the move. The ship's commander turns back to his displays, but he's not paying attention to them. Instead, his mind wanders in deep thoughts. The heroes and the plumbers are far too much of an annoyance. And the boy that has stolen my weapon, is far more adapting at keeping the omnitrix out of my reach than I had thought. I need something. No, someone that is proficient in combat, especially against beings with varying abilities. I need someone who can bypass and avoid the red spots, and I need someone who is merciless and will be willing to take back what is mine. The drone watches his master concernedly. Master! The commander eyes his hologram, specifically one of a newspaper article with the headline "All Might To Teach at UA. Prepare a transmission. There is an old ally whose assistance I require." ####13 shoves open the large heavy doors of the worn-down factory. The morning light pours in, shining down on the large amounts of dusty crates, heavy machinery, and broken conveyor belts. While 13 steps inside with light steps as to not make noise, Ochako, in her UA uniform, is a bit more casual and just strolls right in, peering at the equipment curiously. Feedback is close behind her, yawning into his hand. It's too early in the morning for 13 to just call them up and tell them to meet up halfway across town. And it's another to lead them to a deserted part of town filled with rundown factories and worn-out buildings. But then again, 13 did say it was plumber-related, or more accurately, this is their first real assignment as future plumbers. So he doesn't really have a reason to say no. Apparently 1-1 received a call from one of the resident aliens earlier that morning. The resident was reporting a sighting of another alien that was apparently causing trouble inside this very factory. 13 watches their plumber's badge carefully as it continues to blink red, while a sonar-like display appears inside of it. Midoriya, do you sense anything? Feedback gives his mentor a deadpanned leer that reads, "Are you serious?" 13 releases an exasperated sigh. Feedback, do you sense anything? Feedback grins in approval as his antennas reach forward, wiggling slightly like noses sniffing the air. "I am picking a small electrical field." The tendrils curve slightly to his right. "Over there." Feedback points a golden-tipped finger towards a stockpile of heavy machinery such as forklifts, trucks, and other machines. 13 eyes the machinery warily for any signs of life. "Great. Our foe is electrical-based, so your conductoid form will be perfect for this job." They then take a few cautious steps towards the large devices. The two trainees follow close behind, although they are less than cautious about it. Ochako tilts her head to the side. "So, what exactly are we dealing with?" 13 pauses, turning to look Ochako dead in the eye while continuing to step towards the stockpile of the machines. "We are dealing with a highly vivacious and an extremely destructive being. capable of sowing chaos into civilizations across the galaxies. They are a terror to all that they come across, putting their victims through unspeakable agony and trauma. A chill runs down the teen's spines. Is this being really all that powerful? Then why the hell are they here? Oh right, can't exactly bring in normal pro-heroes to take on an alien life form. 13 steps closer to an abandoned truck that's sitting next to one of the large machines that operates the conveyor belts. Prepare yourselves, young ones. This just may be the biggest battle of your lives. Rather than allow fear to take over, Feedback and Ochako ready themselves for battle. There's no way they are going to let such a monster run loose on their planet. Aware of their standing, 13 give them an approving and proud nod before turning away towards this monstrosity. Sparks of light are flashing from just beyond the large machine like something is tampering with its innards. Feedback's antennas raise forward so he can sense the electricity stored up just on the other side. The trio edge closer and closer, trying to get as close as possible before they spring into action. The plumber takes one last look at their underlings, giving them one last opportunity to back down. They don't. And with that, this band of Earth's defenders leap out to face their most terrifying foe yet. Nanny BZZZZZ? A tiny little megawatt stares up in confusion at the humans. It's currently floating in the air while it holds onto several wires of the nearby machine. Feedback and Ochako fall flat on their faces while 13 aims his finger out like a gun towards the tiny alien. Stay calm, you two. There's no telling what it's plotting. The megawatt blinks at the plumber, oblivious to the danger it's really in, before deciding to continue his breakfast of electricity courtesy of the heavy machinery and generators. Electricity sparks out of the wires, but the little being's body glows yellow as it absorbs its favorite meal. The megawatt is a tiny alien, about a foot tall. That would be the perfect example of a battery that grew 3-fingered arms, pointy legs, and a mouth. It has black skin with wide yellow lightning-shaped markings on its belly. Feedback pushes himself off the ground, feeling very dejected and almost betrayed by 13's build-up. 13. Is that the destructive being you were talking about? Please say no. With no indication of humor or sarcasm, 13 delivers their response. Yes. Seriously? A good amount of skepticism courses through Feedback's tone. Now that is not what 13 wants to hear. Are you doubting me? Feedback has to bite his tongue before he says something he knows that he will regret. 13 holds a hand out towards the very thing they came here to capture. That thing is a menace to society. It's nothing but pure evil. The megawatt stops the flow of electricity to release a small burp. I doubt that very much. 13 is so enraged by Feedback's lack of urgency that they're actually shaking. I can't believe this. We have a potential crisis on our hands, and you aren't taking it seriously. Ochako finally chimes in after observing the megawatt feed itself. No offense or anything, but aren't you just blowing this all out of proportion? 13 dramatically jabs their finger right at Ochako's face. You would think so, wouldn't you? They grab Ochako by the shoulders before literally shaking some sense into her. These things are the absolute worst. They are foul tricksters that just love pulling the worst kinds of pranks. Pranks that always result in destruction, chaos, and a huge amount of paperwork for me. 13 finally releases Ochako from her torment as she's shoved away before collapsing to the ground. Her eyes spinning and her breakfast threatening to spill out. Feedback watches as the megawatt releases the wires before turning to a nearby forklift where it demonstrates its surprising strength by prying open the hood to gain access to the battery inside. 13. What kind of alien is it? 13 glares towards the megawatt as it continues to feed. That is a Nosodinian, or better known as a megawatt. They're an electrical-based species that feed off electricity. They can even inhabit electrical devices by becoming electricity. Not to mention they just love pulling pranks. Those are also the main reason why they can be such a nuisance, especially to cities and worlds that are so dependent on technology. Part of that explanation explains a lot about the transformed Izuku. Oh, so that's why you wanted Feedback. Feedback can sense the electrical field around the alien, and if it can become electricity, then he should be able to track it with no sweat. They watch on as the megawatt pries out the forklift's battery. It holds the large battery over its head, before it loses its balance and falls over with the battery falling atop of it. It flails about underneath, struggling to break free. Ochako spit takes as she struggles not to laugh at the poor little guy. It's just so cute. How could anyone find it threatening? 13 hears Ochako's gasp, turning to watch as the megawatt finally breaks free from its prison. I know. It's hideous. Their eyes narrow at the sight of the Nosodinian. Ochako scowls in disapproval. Sure, that little guy is a bit odd-looking, but that's just part of its charm. Like a pug. Feedback draws back 13's attention. So, how exactly should we handle this? Oh, right. 13 pulls out a strange metallic device that kind of resembles a large narrow thermos with a cylindrical glass center as to peer inside the device, which is hollow. This is a special containment device specifically designed to handle megawatts. Oh, cool. Right, plus your conductoid form should be more than enough to handle this terror, since you can siphon off its own electricity. Feedback smiles, happy he could be of service. Great. I can actually do some real plumber work. Yup. I thought this would be good for you too. To get some experience. Feedback peers to the side, noticing something out of place. Speaking of the two of us, where's Uraraka? Nanny. 13 swivels their head. He's right, Uraraka's gone. They spin around and finally spot their missing student, who is crouched down in front of the foot-tall alien with a friendly smile on her face. 13 grabs at their head as they internally scream in pure horror at the sight before them. How could she be so stupid and naive? Feedback just stands back, currently more concerned about 13's obvious mental breakdown. Ochako scoots a little closer to the wary alien. Hey, little guy. The megawatt eyes her suspiciously, but it doesn't seem like it's going to panic. Sorry for disturbing you during your breakfast, but my friends, and I need you to come with us. She gestures towards herself and her compatriots, one of which gives the little alien the stink eye. Apparently someone like you is capable of causing messes, and we would like to make sure that doesn't happen. Is that all right with you? The megawatt considers Ochako's words before coming to a decision. The little guy smiles and sticks his puny hand out in friendship. Ochako lights up. Glad you agree. She sends a smug smirk in 13's direction, proud that diplomacy and some rational thinking has won the day. She reaches her hand out and claps it around the Nosodinian's tiny grip, sealing the deal. While Ochako smiles away towards her friends, the megawatt grins mischievously, and with an electrical obnoxious laugh it releases a current of electricity up and through Ochako's hand. Oh! Ochako screams out at the unexpected pain as she endures the alien's zapping. She manages to break her hand free of the little menace, accidentally throwing herself back so hard that she collapses. Feedback and 13 shout out in concern. Uraraka! Ha 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 bzzzzz. The megawatt's body seemingly flashes away into electricity before it speeds away, zipping over 13 and Feedback's heads. The two duck and cover as electricity crackles above them, but their main concern is Ochako. 13 helps prop Ochako up. Despite being electrocuted, she appears to be fine other than her hair being a bit fizzled up. Are you okay? Ochako shakes her head, trying to compose herself. Yeah, I'm fine. Good. Now I don't have to feel guilty about this. 13 takes a deep breath before smugly leering at their students. I warned you. Ochako gives the professional hero a deadpan look, but in all honesty, they did warn her about that alien. Yeah. Hey, where is that thing? 13 peers around, and sure enough the megawatt is nowhere in sight. It must have zipped away while they were tending to Ochako. Feedback. Are you picking up on the little demon's electrical field? Feedback's antennas rise upward. Give me a minute, I think I dash. Unanticipatedly, a runaway forklift crashes into 13, zooming by and taking the plumber with it. The teens call out in a panic. 13 groans as the forklift speeds away. The vehicle's engine roars as its lights glow brightly in a hue of yellow light as sparks of electricity dance across the forklift's frame. 13 immediately understands the situation. That menace is possessing the vehicle. 13 manages to hold on as the forklift swerves around and around the maze of machinery and conveyor belts. You accursed demon! I shall defeat you! 13's gloved finger opens up as their quirk, black hole, activates. Black hole immediately goes to work, sucking up the forklift like jello being sucked through a straw until there's nothing left. Before the machine could be fully absorbed, a small stream of electricity zips away, escaping into the maze of machines and dusty crates. As 13 finally comes to a stop, skidding across the hard floor, Feedback and Ochako are quick to catch up. Feedback sprints forward, reaching the hero first. 13. Are you alright? Bzzzzz. I'm fine. Just really ticked off. A tick mark appears on 13's forehead. Ochako peers upward, trying to spot the megawatt. Where is it? Feedback's antennas swiftly point upwards. There. The group look upwards, and to their surprise, the megawatt is sitting atop a large machine that operates a variety of conveyor belts. It's sitting down, its legs hanging off the side, as it smirks down at the trio like they are a source of entertainment. It's mine. Feedback leaps up, gripping the side of the machine before climbing upward like some sort of lizard. 13 cups their hands around their mouth as the conductoid continues to climb up. Careful, Feedback. Megawatts are a crafty bunch. Feedback arrives at a conveyor belt where he leaps up onto it. I think I can handle a living battery. He is a conductoid after all. He can not only track down the megawatt but use his electrical powers to drain its own energy. The megawatt suspiciously acts like nothing is wrong, allowing the much taller alien to climb closer and closer. Feedback grips the sides of the conveyor belt as he cautiously steps forward. Come here, little guy. He slowly reaches his hand out to snag the smaller creature, who looks way too calm in this situation. He's nearly there, just a few more inches and he'll have it. Too bad the little gremlin has a very different idea. The megawatt gives Feedback a wicked grin like that of a psycho forming a malicious plot. The megawatt laughs mischievously as it reels a bolt of electricity right through the conveyor belt. The impact is immediate, especially to Feedback, as the conveyor belt jolts backward before speeding him down the long track. Feedback holds on for dear life, his tendrils waving before his head as he's rocketed backwards. And unfortunately for him, his ride ends sooner than he would think. He quickly reaches the end where he's launched backwards, screaming in fear as he crashes into a crate, smashing it to bits. Ochako and 13 watch on in horror as Feedback groans in pain and possibly embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, bzzzzz. The megawatt laughs, hysterically rolling across the machine, its legs kicking into the air as it goes through a laughing fit. Its moment of laughter is cut short when it feels like gravity itself begins to pull in a different direction. The megawatt scowls at 13 as they try to swallow up the alien with their quirk. The megawatt growls before it zips away, leaving a trail of electricity behind it as it flies off and through a nearby window. It's getting away. 13 sprints off for the exit. Come on. Ochako follows, but she can't help but to look back to the downed Feedback. What about Deku? He'll catch up. Now let's move it. 13 practically tackles their way through the exit door, making sure to look upward for any sign of the Nosodinian. A trail of sparks flow through a nearby power cable that trails over a nearby back alley. There it goes. The duo sprint after it, making sure not to lose sight of the sparks as they run through the back alley. Although they are able to keep pace for the most part, the megawatt just seems to be toying with them, allowing them to keep up, but just so it can have fun watching them struggle to do so. Ochako is actually starting to break into a sweat from the early morning workout. It's way too fast. Not for me, it isn't. Ochako and 13 turn their heads, and they are delighted to see Feedback running across the power lines after the escaping megawatt. Thanks to the electrical boosts provided by the power lines, Feedback is able to gain just enough speed to catch up to the Nosodinian, who upon being caught up to zaps itself out of the power lines before trying to fly off to safety. Feedback comes to a halt as his tendrils lash out, whipping away at the tiny target, who manages to evade the attacks, those zigzagging motions. Without warning, it feels like a giant vacuum has been turned on as air begins to flow downward and begins to pull on the little alien. The worried and upset megawatt blows a raspberry at the pro hero, but its mocking is its mistake. As the megawatt struggles to break free from the pull of the black hole, 13 hands Ochako the containment unit. Deku! She throws the container as hard as she can upwards. As it flies upward, it begins to be veered off course by the black hole. Acting quickly, Feedback's tendril whips out, latching on to the container before reeling it back in. The tall alien eyes the struggling megawatt, which is now firing off bolts of electricity down at the pro-hero in one last-ditch effort to escape. Feedback eyes the distance between them. Because of its struggling, it's a bit too far out to just reach out and capture it. Looks like he's going to have to jump. With the capture unit tightly secured in his grasp, Feedback leaps out towards the very upset and very surprised Megawatt, who screams out in shock as Feedback opens the capture device. Feedback expertly scoops up the Megawatt with the device before shutting it closed. I got it! 13 cuts off their quirk as Ochako smiles on with relief. Unfortunately for the morphed Izuku, his part isn't over yet, as he remembers a very basic rule that governs this world. Gravity. With no support and way too far to grab onto something secure, Feedback begins to fall back down to earth, and even worse, he's too far for Ochako to try and get to him in time. The omnitrix beeps red as Feedback falls and crashes into an open dumpster that, with all the amount of trash inside it, is able to break his fall. Garbage flies out as Feedback crashes into the dumpster and a flash of red spills out. Izuku groans as he lays on his back on the mound of trash and garbage. He can smell the putrid stench that's definitely going to linger for the rest of the day. He slowly lifts his head up and looks around for the capture device. It must have landed into the dumpster. Before he did so, he, disgustingly, has to dig through the smelly garbage. The dumpster absolutely reeks of rotting food such as rotten eggs, spoiled milk, and bad fruit. 13 and Ochako jog up to him. Did you get it? Izuku groans, brushing away chunks of rotting food, shivering in disgust as he does so. Why yeah, I think so. His voice trails off as he finds the capture device. The glass in the center is broken and empty of any prisoners. And never mind. You lost it, snaps 13. Hey, I tried my best. Izuku can't help but feel a bit offended. He practically just dove into garbage to help ensure that they capture the thing. Ochako holds her nose, grimacing at the terrible smell. Why yeah, and that smell is proof. Izuku grumbles in response, not appreciating Ochako rubbing the salt on the wound. 13 sighs in irritation. They were really hoping to have this thing captured by now before it makes a mess of things. Damn it, this is going to be so much more paperwork. Alright, you two best be off for school. Izuku climbs out of the dumpster as Ochako eyes 13. What are you going to do? I'm going to continue the search for that thing. Can't have it running around on its own. They eye the back alley warily as if the megawatt is going to appear at any moment. Well, good luck. Ochako adjusts her backpack. Sorry we couldn't be of any help. Nah, you guys did plenty. Despite sounding nonchalantly, 13's eyes narrow, glaring at the teens. But next time you think I'm over-exaggerating, just know that I'm being dead serious for next time. Got it. Izuku and Ochako stiffen. Yes. Good. Now get going, you don't want to be late. Right? Ochako turns and begins making her way to the main street. Come on, Deku. See coming. Izuku speeds up, making sure to catch up to his friend. 13 waves them off until they round a corner and out of sight. Now where did that fiend get off to? Meanwhile, Izuku and Ochako hurriedly jog towards the station, hoping to catch the next train that'll get them to school. As they make a run for it, small yellow sparks flicker from Izuku's pants pocket. ####. During the entire train ride, Ochako fidgets around in her seat, and not from the terrible odor emitted by her friend. Poor Izuku sat a seat away from her, trying not to let the stench bother him. Even worse, he struggled to ignore the odd looks of disgust from the other passengers. Thankfully, it wasn't that long of a train ride, and the fresh morning air helped to alleviate the stench, but it's still very much present. But that's not important. What is important is that she needs to have a talk with Izuku. The sooner the better. Ochako, while continuing towards UA, turns to Izuku. She bites her lip before deciding that she might as well rip away this bandage. Hey, Deku. Yeah. He sounds really dejected, probably because of the foul odor that he's definitely going to be carrying around for the rest of the day. This may be a bad time, considering that we're not exactly having the best morning, but it's about my quirk that makes him light up instantly, and almost like magic his notebook and his pen are in his hands. Will he finally be able to know the full truth about Ochako's powers? This will be so great. There's so much he wants to know. And he could even help her develop her powers. Ochako's heart aches knowing she's about to crush the cinnamon bun's hopes. Yeah? She comes to a halt, bowing forward with her hands clapped together.
I'm sorry.
Izuku nearly stumbles forward, trying to stop himself from moving forward. What for? Her eyes drift to the side in shame. Well. She then explains to him as best as she can about the sensitivity of her new quirk. She doesn't outright mention or say all might nor one for all, but she thinks she gets the message across, nonetheless. One thing she makes clear is that this is actually for his own good, that it's for his safety, at least according to her mentor. Plus, the less people know about it, the better. They can't risk having her power exposed for what it truly is. It could cause some major chaos if villains were to find out about it. When she's finished with her explanation, she braces herself for the foreseeable outrage that inevitably will be targeted at her. There's no doubt that Deku is going to feel a bit betrayed by the lack of trust. Sure, it's not really her fault, but she can't stop herself from feeling responsible. Izuku, although disappointed, can tell that this is extremely important to her. And it's pretty obvious that she's already feeling enough guilt over this. I understand. Huh? Wow, he took that better than I had thought. Ochako feels a bit more at ease, but still. Again, I really am sorry. The greenette offers her a kind, sympathetic smile. It's okay, Uraraka. I for one understand what it's like to have such a sensitive secret. He is a kid with an alien device permanently attached to his arm. But that said, I am glad you decided to be honest with me. I really appreciate it. Sure. And with that, the two continue their trek to school, but at a much slower pace. Mainly because Ochako trudges forward with her head cast downward. Of course he's not upset about it. Deku wouldn't let something like this get to him. But it doesn't make it right. I really wanted to share one for all with him, and even show off that All Might is my mentor. I bet that would really make him jealous. He is a huge hero nerd after all. The UA building is just ahead. They can see the upper half of the building lying just above the roofs of the houses. I should try and make it up to him. Maybe I should get him a gift or something. Something useful and meaningful. As they get closer and closer to their destination, Ochako continues to mull over possible things to gift her friend and ally, but nothing really sticks out to her. Are you two part of the hero course? Izuku and Ochako jolt in surprise at the sudden outcry. Somehow they both failed to notice the large crowd of reporters swarming around UA's main gates. Before they know it, a number of microphones are pushed into their faces as reporters and journalists demand answers. What's it like learning from All Might? Tell us what the symbol of peace looks like in front of the class. Tell us about All Might, the teacher. Does All Might provide you with one-on-one lessons? How is All Might's approach to teaching? What is that smell? Don't you shower? That last one makes Izuku grimace in embarrassment, which just adds onto his already shy and nervous demeanor. He shakes as he slowly pushes his way through the swarm of vultures hoping to reach sanctuary. Ochako seems to be faring better than he is, all things considered, although she looks to be a bit put off by how forward some of these reporters are. Pardon me, but we're trying to get to class on time and dash. A young female reporter with dark hair wearing a blue business suit shoves her microphone against Ochako's cheek. Then just give us a brief comment. How does All Might compose himself when teaching? Ochako's mind instantly snaps back to how All Might overplayed his entrance. Enthusiastically, she deadpants in a hushed tone. Huh. Izuku's situation is even worse. These reporters must be able to sense a weak link when they smell one, and know it's not the foul odor that gives it away. Izuku's head spins in confusion as he's assaulted by a barrage of inquiries and demands. That's enough. Cuts in a drier, sleepless voice. Izuku and Ochako stare in awe of their savior, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Shota Aizawa stands just in front of the gates looking like he didn't get a wink of sleep at all last night. But somehow, he is not only able to stand but function like a normal human being. The crowd parts for him, allowing Aizawa a clear path towards his students. The young report who was just hounding Ochako is quick to push her aside. You're a teacher, right? She marches forward to get the pro-hero on record. Tell us what is All Might like as your newest co-worker. He's off today. Now leave. He waves his hand as if shooing away an insect. You're disturbing my students as is. Ochako eyes dart between the reporter and her teacher before she actually approaches his side. No one peeps a word as Izawa eyes each and every one of them like a hawk evaluating its next meal. When he's sure that none of them are going to pull anything, he grabs Izuku by the back of his collar and drags him forward and through the gate with Ochako in tow. Hey, wait! The young reporter chases after them, fearing that she's going to lose her chance at the next biggest scope. At least get us an interview with him, her coworker shouts out from behind her. No, don't. Asterisk beep. Asterisk. That's the only warning as thick metallic walls rise up from below the ground all around UA's campus. The female reporter, understandably, freaks out after nearly getting crushed by the terrifying gate. Wah! What the hell? Her coworker as well as the other reports gap at the sudden display. It's the UA barrier. This whole place locks down if someone without proper clearance approaches the gate. The nerve! Shutting us out like this without a single comment. For real. I've been here for 2 whole days and we don't even have a line to show for it. As the crowd of vultures continue to swarm around the school gates, hoping in vain for All Might himself to show up, an odd pair of characters watch on from the sidelines, having just arrived a moment ago. Nezu leans back, combing his hair to the side and away from his eyes. So that's UA. It's more impressive than he thought it would be. Beside him stands a tall, pale-skinned young man with dry skin and gray-blue hair. Yeah, it's a real shit show, isn't it? Nezu actually chuckles at the insult. Yeah. The man throws his head back in exasperation, eyeing Nezu with malice and contempt. Are you really up for this? If you screw up, his glare hardens. There's nothing to stop me from killing you. Oh, be quiet, handjob. The now nicknamed handjob ticks at the teenager's insult. Nezu eyes the gate as he adjusts his borrowed UA jacket. This is going to be fun. So, just stand back and watch the show. Whatever. Hashtag. It's too early to deal with this. How does All Might get anything done with those morons stepping on his cape? Izawa silently grumbles to himself as he leads both Izuku and Ochako to their homeroom class. The 2 students are more than grateful for their teacher's intervention. Thank you for saving us. Midoriya, Uraraka. They are startled before they calm down and respond in tandem.
Yes.
Izawa doesn't look back at them while he continues his way to class. Good work with yesterday's battle training. Both of the teens' eyes pop out in surprise, not expecting the conversation to head towards that particular topic. He continues, I've looked over your grades and evaluations. He shifts his head, peering through his locks of black hair towards Izuku. Midoriya. A shiver runs down Izuku's spine under his homeroom teacher's piercing gaze. You can't let personal grudges overshadow your true goals. I don't want to see that happen again. Got it. Why, yes, sir. He turns away. Other than that, your plan was well executed, and your battle strategy was sound. Izuku's heart warms up in pride. Well, other than all the unnecessary damage you caused. And just like that, his sense of pride is gone. Well, you know what they say, easy come, easy go. Ochako does not feel the least bit guilty about giggling at Izuku's misery, covering her mouth with her hand as she does so. Uraraka. Why, yes. She jolts up just as Izuku had. Speaking of, he sends a smug smirk right back at her, enjoying his little piece of revenge. Izawa stops just in front of Class 1 as homeroom door. It seems like you severely injured yourself again yesterday. He turns, this time facing the 2 students directly. Stop it. You need to control that aspect of your quirk. But seeing as you managed to properly summon it, I have to say a job well done. Ochako finds the complaint very gratifying. You're clearly making progress. Keep at it, Uraraka. Right. Good. Izawa grips the door's handle and is about to open it before he decides to mention one last thing. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku blinks, unsure what his teacher is going to say next. Try to do something about that smell. Izuku glowers in dejection as Izawa casually slides open the door and steps inside. Damn it. Maybe he should have stopped by the locker room for a quick shower or something. Ida shoots out of his seat as Izawa steps towards the front desk. Good morning, Mr. Izawa. The drowsy hero responds with a mere grumble, Probably something on the lines of how it is not a good morning. But he's nice enough not to say it out loud. Ochako makes her way to her seat, taking off her backpack and rotating it to her front so she can hold it. Mina leans to the side, offering a friendly wave to Ochako. Hey Uraraka. Ochako smiles warmly.
Ashidu.
How are you this morning? I'm doing swell. That's good. Ochiko's smile, although just as cheerful, wavers just a bit as her mind thinks back over the morning's events. A lot better than what I can say. Why's that? Suyu, who was listening in from behind Mina, presses a finger to her cheek. Did you have a run-in with the paparazzi, too? Ochako aims 2 finger guns at the frog girl. Yeah, we did. She spins around looking for Izuku to back her claim. Right, Deku? He doesn't respond. Instead, he's trying not to let the disgusted looks of his classmates get to him. They're plugging their noses and groaning at his terrible stench as he passes them by. Izuku smiles sheepishly at Ochako in an attempt to seem like everything is normal. Yeah. He pulls back his seat and sits down. So far it seems like only Bakugo is unaffected by his odor, but that just may be because he's outright ignoring him. Understandable after what happened yesterday. Mineta pinches his nose and backs away in his seat. Holy crap, dude. You stink. Izuku droops in his seat, wondering how this could possibly get worse. Ida shoots out from his seat, his arms waving up and down. Midoriya, it's bad form for a student of UA to not shower. Okay, now that straight up offends the greenette. BB but I dash. Shoji's chair creaks as he turns in his seat. No offense, but you reek. Izuku slouches in his seat in response. Kaminari decides to chime in, bringing up a good point. Maybe if he transforms, the smell will go away. Jiro props her head on her hand. Maybe. Yeah, that's it. Kirishima jumps up from his seat, having way too much energy for this early in the morning. Hey Midoriya. Go ahead and transform so we don't have to suffer. Izuku frowns at his way too chipper classmate. You could have been a bit gentler about it. Aizawa slams his hands against the front desk, drawing everyone's attention. Enough. A hushed silence falls over the entire room as every student suddenly finds themselves in their assigned seats. Now on to homeroom business. Aizawa eyes the class as they gaze right back at him. They're tensing up, readying themselves for a possible test of will, with the result of failure ending in expulsion. What is it? Is it another brutal test? You'll pick a class president. The class cheer in exhilaration. Such a normal school thing. And just like that, everyone's hands shoot upwards. They beg for the position of class president. Everyone has their hands up, from the boisterous Kirishima to the quiet and shy Koji Koda. I want to be president. Let me do it, shouts Kirishima. Jiro casually raises her hand. I'd like to do it. In my administration, girls will have to show 30 centimeters of thigh, shouts the diminutive pervert. The position was made for me, proclaims the calm and ever-glamorous Aoyama. I want to be a leader.
Declares Mina.
Pick me, goddammit. I'm your only choice, roars the explosive blonde. His shout makes Izuku jump in his seat. Izuku internally smiles, glad that Bakugo is back to his old self. Even if his old self is a bit too loud for his taste. As for Izuku himself, he is one of the only few that doesn't have his hand raised. I'm sure being class president will help boost future prospects for me, especially in hero work, but I feel like it would just be too much responsibility right now. I already have my responsibilities to help out 13 with their plumber work, and being class president will just interfere with that. So for now, he'll just sit back and let his classmates sort this all out, assuming that they'll stop demanding the job and come up with some sort of system. Quiet down, everyone. Everyone freezes in place, their arms raised and jaws open, as they turn to face their most strict classmate, Tenya Ida. Ambition does not equate to ability. He's dead serious, his eyebrows are furrowed, and his tone is low. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward the motion that our true leader must be chosen by election. His hand shoots up into the air, shaking in worry like he's silently begging for the position. The class responds in earnest. This is just a classroom, not a congress. Tsuyu turns in her seat. But Ida, we haven't known each other long enough to build trust. Her neighbor, Kirishima, adds in his opinion. And everyone'll just vote for themselves. Ida, however, has a response. That's precisely why anyone who manages to earn multiple votes will be the best-suited individual for the job. He turns to their homeroom teacher, who is currently squirming into his oversized sleeping bag. Will you allow this? Go ahead. Just make it quick. And with that, Aizawa collapses to enjoy a quick nap. Understood. And after a few minutes of getting sorted and counting votes, here are the results. Yuga Aoyama equals 0.
Mina Ashido lika med tecken 0.
Tsuyu Ajui equals 1. Tenya Ida equals 2. Ochako Uraraka equals 1. Mashareo Ojiro equals 1. Denki Kaminari equals 1. Ijuru Kirishima equals 1.
Koiko Darovnitko 1.
Rikidu Sato equals 1. Mezu Shoji equals 0. Kyukajiro equals 1. Antasiro equals 1. Fumikage Tokoyami equals 1. Shodo Todoroki equals 0. Toru Hagakure equals 1. Katsuki Bakugo equals 1. Izuku Midoriya equals 3. Minoru Mineta equals 1. Momo Yaoyorozu equals 2. Izuku gaps in shock at the results. I got 3 votes? How is that possible? Who in the world voted for him? Not even he voted for himself. And it seems that Bakugo is sharing some similar thoughts. Okay, losers. Who the hell voted for him? Hantasiro gives the explosive blonde an odd look. Did you think anyone was going to vote for you? Ochako quietly whistles to herself in the background, deciding that she better keep her vote to herself. She is curious about the one vote she did receive. I wonder who voted for me. Meanwhile, Ida is slouched forward on his desk as if he's been wounded. 2 votes. Perhaps I should have used my vote on myself. Don't get him wrong. He's somewhat happy that 2 of his classmates deem him worthy of being class president, but the loss still hurts. Yaoyorozu overhears him. So you voted for someone else? Although she is somewhat concerned with Ida's distress, she herself is also a bit disappointed with the results. Just one more vote and she too could have been president. Sato shakes his head in disapproval. You're the one who proposed an election. What exactly did you expect, Ida? While Ida deals with his own feelings of self-worth, Izuku is having his own doubts. Is he really up for this? Can he handle this? He didn't even want the job. Is it too late to decline? Kirishima pats Kaminari on the shoulder. I think Midoriya's got the right stuff to be president. Kirishima grins back at him, but he's definitely not as enthusiastic about the situation as Kirishima's. Maybe, although, I think I would have liked some with a bit more confidence. Mina is quick to reprimand him. Are you kidding? Didn't you see him during the battle training? If he can stand off against Bakugo, then I'm sure he can handle this. Izuku can't stop his face from turning a light shade of red. It's kind of nice to actually be complimented by his classmates rather than ridiculed. UA truly is an amazing place. Or perhaps this is all just a dream. Aizawa crawls out of his comfy cocoon. Looks like your president's Midoriya, however. We cannot have a tie for vice president. You will all need a tiebreaker later this afternoon. He finishes with his instructions just as the homeroom bell rings, signifying the start of the school day. ####. The morning classes eventually reach their end, and so begins the much-anticipated moment of relief. Lunchtime. Droves of students swarm and congregate in and around the cafeteria, bustling about with their friend while trying to enjoy lunch rushes out of this world cooking. Ochako is especially enjoying the delicious and affordable food. She continues to munch away along with Izuku, Ida, Shoji, and Mina. Izuku is sitting by himself opposite to the others. According to them, it's just how they ended up seated. But part of Izuku knows that they don't want to endure his terrible smell. But his hygiene isn't what's bothering him. Instead, he's a bit too preoccupied to eat his lunch. I'm just a little worried about whether or not I can really be class president. Ochako, her cheeks full of food, gives him a so-so answer. You can. One of Shoji's arms becomes a mouth as another pair of hands are scooping up and eating on his noodles. I agree. Midoriya. Ida takes a bite of his curry before continuing on. Your grit and decisiveness in a pinch makes you perfectly suited to lead us all. That's why I voted for you anyway. Although what he said was nice, Izuku's mind only processed the very last part. One of those votes was you. Shoji nods. I agree. Everything Ida said was true. You're quick on your feet and you don't skip over the details, yet you're straight to the point. The type of things we need in a leader. I'm starting to think you were my second vote. Even so, it's nice to know that his friends have such high views of him. Ochako, as she chews on even more food, nods her head happily in agreement. HMHM. Mina leans forward to peer around Ida and towards Ochako. So, who did you vote for? The gravity wielder spit takes, wasting all of her tasty morsels. Mina tilts her head, not bothered by her teammates' reaction. Well, I voted for you and you only had one vote, so that means you voted for someone else. You voted for me? Ochiko's mouth drops down in surprise. She was wondering who had voted for her and she honestly had no clue who it could have been. Looks like she got her answer. As for her answer to Mina's question, her eyes drift over to Deku before she returns to eating her meal. That doesn't really matter. Mina eyes Ochako suspiciously like she has a nice juicy secret to tell while the boys just watch on in silent curiosity. Ochako, sweating in response, decides that she needs to change the subject. Hey Ida, didn't you want to be president too? You've got glasses and everything. Okay, so that probably wasn't the best way to change topics, but it will have to do. Shoji eyes her oddly. That doesn't really justify anything. A sweat drop forms on Izuku's head. She really just says whatever pops into her head. Huh. Ida doesn't find the comment odd. Instead, he takes a sip of his drink before moving on. Again, ambition and suitability are different matters. I humbly made the choice I felt was correct. Ochako, with a bit of rice on her cheek, grins excitedly at Ida. The way you talk, Ida, are you a rich kid? Izuku gaps at her directness. So blunt. One of them stares at Ida, who shyly looks away, picking at his food in an attempt to ignore their inquiring gazes. I don't like people to know, so I try to hide it, but yes. He puts his spoon as to speak clearly and proudly. I'm part of a renowned hero family. Ochako awes. Who knew he was part of such a high-class family? Whoa, cool. Mina is just as much amazement as Ochako.
Sorat.
Ida begins to smile, a little bit glad about their reactions. Do you know of the turbo hero, Ingenium? Of course. Izuku practically springs out of his seat in nerdy excitement. He employs 65 sidekicks at his office in Tokyo. Shoji raises a grown mouth towards Izuku's ear. You didn't need to go into detail. Meanwhile, Mina gives Ida a curious look as her horns twitch. Ida, are you Dash? Yes. He is my elder brother. Ida shoots up in his seat, pushing his glasses upward, as he stands proudly with a missive grin on his face. He's so frank about it. Wow! Look at that smile. He's so proud. And why shouldn't he be proud? Ida's older brother is a true hero that leads those under him with unwavering adherence to the rules and regulations. Along with his cooperative and friendly personality, he is truly a beloved hero. It's my admiration for my brother that's inspired my own desire to become a hero. Ida's grin softens as he remembers how he lost the most recent election. Though I realize I'm not yet ready to lead anyone. He gestures his hand towards Izuku. As the superior candidate, it was right that the role should go to you, Midoriya. They all blink up at him in awe, amazed at his declaration. That's really admirable of you. That was beautiful. Don't worry, Ida. You sure got our votes during the tiebreaker. Ida offers his friends a grateful smile. Thank you. Izuku gets caught up in the kind atmosphere that he too pitches in. That's right, Ida. After all, you had my vote. Ida's composure break, but only for a second. Really? Whoa, no way. Mina points between Izuku and the gaping Ida. You each voted for the other? While Izuku tries to explain his own reasoning for voting for Ida, mostly because he just seems so responsible and reasonable, Ochako quietly watches on with a soft smile. He may be a bit strict, but it's just because he's inspired by his own personal hero, his brother. just like Deku and I are both inspired by All Might. Lunch continues as normal with the group of teens chatting about this ad that until Izuku's phone rudely bursts alive, ringing so loud that a few upperclassmates leer at Izuku to keep it down. Sorry. Izuku scrambles to slip his phone out of pocket. Midoriya, your phone should be silenced while at school. Ida's arms chop the air as he reprimands the embarrassed Greenette. Mina smirks tauntingly at the freckled boy. Way to set an example, class president. Izuku laughs sheepishly in response as he tries to shut off his ringing phone. But it appears that his phone really doesn't want to cooperate, as it not only continues ringing but the screen seems to jump from app to app and from website to website. Izuku eyes the phone, gingerly concerned if his phone's been hacked or infected with some sort of virus. Shoji notices Izuku's distress. Hey, Midoriya, is everything okay? Why yeah. I think my phone is just ow. His phone zapped him. It outright zapped him like a taser. He drops his phone. The screen lights up as yellow electricity sparks out from within the cellular device. The phone even jostles around on the table before a beam of electricity shoots upward, startling the group of students as the beam travels upward and into the fluorescent lights above. The fluorescent lights burst and shatter into pieces as the electricity courses through them. Sparks and broken glass shower down on the students below, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Amongst the screams and outcries, there's a faint sound of staticky laughter emitting from above. No one picks up on the eerie laugh, except for Izuku, who shoots up from his seat with fear in his eyes. Deku? They glare up at the alien as it mocks them before it decides to up the hilarity by showering them in bolts of electricity. Izuku and Ochako are forced to take cover under the nearby desks as the megawatt zooms about as it attempts to zap them. Sure, Ochako could just float the desk and use them as weapons, but the point is to not leave any evidence that an alien broke into the school. Luckily, the very desk she's hiding under has some items of interest, such as a few textbooks, a backpack, and other school items. So she begins to chuck whatever she can at the creep, who easily evades everything. The books, the bag, pens, and even the erasers. All this accomplishes for them are a few short moments of relief where they're not getting shot at. Nonetheless, she keeps at it until she grabs a metal ruler from within the desk. With nothing else to lose, she throws it as hard as she can at the megawatt, hoping this will at least knock the alien off balance. The ruler chops through the air like helicopter blades as it flies right at the laughing megawatt, and like a blade the metal ruler cuts right through the alien, cutting it right in half. And just like that, the teens forget all about capturing the alien and are more concerned about its well-being. They gasp in trepidation. Holy shit, what have they done? They just killed an innocent sort of creature. What do they do now? Do they just gather up the floating halves of a megaweight? The still floating. The two students are able to control their hyperventilation enough to witness something that's both amazing and disturbing. The two cut halves of the megawatt just sprout out the new halves of their own bodies, essentially creating two separate megawatts. The megawatts appear just as confused, but only for a second, before they begin to laugh hysterically at the outcome. Ochako cries out in anguish. What the hell? It can do that? Izuku's reaction is just as panicked. It looks like they should have kept their mouths shut, however, because the megawatts finally remember that they're there, grinning maniacally down at the helpless teens. Oh no! And with that, the two kids are at the mercy of the megawatts. They end up running around the room as an individual Nosodinian chases after them while zapping them from behind, laughing all the while they do it. Thankfully, the electrical fiends are not trying to lethally harm them, but just give them enough of a shock to register pain. In desperation, Izuku grabs a nearby backpack from atop a desk and swings it around, slamming it against the megawatt that's been chasing him. The electric alien is knocked away and slams against the wall. It shakes its head and glares at Izuku for interrupting its fun. But something catches its eye instead. In the upper corner of the classroom is a vent, a metallic vent with sharp, thin grates. And the huge grin on its face is enough to tell that it's plotting something maniacal. The alien dog whistles at his counterpart, who stops chasing a terrified Ochako. The first megawatt points to the vent and says something that neither Izuku nor Ochako can decipher, because the only sounds emanating from its tiny mouth sound like static and electrical interference. The other Nosodinian grins wickedly along with its partner in crime before they shoot up and towards the vent. They ready themselves, taking a running-like start before they both fly themselves right into the vent and through the grates, cutting themselves up like cheese through a shredder. Izuku and Ochako watch on in horror as laughter echoes out from within the vent as yellow light flashes from within. The laughter only seems to increase as several other megawatts suddenly throw themselves through the vent again, dividing themselves into even more pieces. Each piece sprouts into a newly formed Nosodinian, and each one is just as rambunctious as the last. As for the teens, they are far from a laughing mood as a swarm of 20 Nosodinians levitate above them. One of the megawatts, presumably the leader, whistles, gathering the others' attention. It says something intelligible before they all salute at each other. But that's the only hint of organization they have before each and every one of them takes off to who knows where. Ochako grasps at her hair, pulling at her hair.
Oh, no, 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 no.
This is absolutely terrible. That just goes without saying. But now they have an entire swarm of megawatts to deal with, and if one of them is enough to cause so much damage, then she doesn't want to imagine what 20 of them could do. We need to find them. They can't have the school up all in a panic over intruders. Just seeing the UA students get riled up back at the lunchroom is enough to confirm this. They'll all probably just panic and stampede out to the exits. Izuku is in just as bad a state as her, and not just because of his lingering odor. His hair is even more frazzled from him grabbing at it, and sweat beads down his face. I know, but what do we do? We need 13. That's obvious. But they're probably still by the factory looking for the megawatt. Well, the two of us aren't enough to hunt them down. She's right. She's absolutely right. There's literally no one else to turn to, not unless they want to expose alien life. Not the teachers, not their fellow classmates, they are literally on their own. But maybe they're not as alone as they think. A smile, a genuine smile, appears on Izuku's face. Then let's get some help. Ochako, still grabbing her head, gives Izuku a confused look. He doesn't bother to clarify as he grips the omnitrix and slams down onto the faceplate. Ochako fails to shield her eyes in time, but when her eyesight returns, she has her answer. Ditto? Yup. Ditto smiles up at the taller being. The megawatts aren't the only ones dash. A second Ditto splits away from the original. That can multiply. Ochako brushes her hair down with her fingers, trying to wash away her nervousness. She cups her chin as she thinks about this strategy. This could work. The original Ditto crosses his arms, feeling confident with this plan. I know. This clone is quick to agree. It's our plan after all. Even if it was technically himself that gave the compliment, the first Ditto still smiles in appreciation. Yeah, and like what could go wrong? Oh, the poor naive boy. He has no idea what he's in for. Starting with the sound of the school bell. Specifically the bell signifying the end of the lunch period. The second Ditto glares at his original. Seriously, dude? Ditto Prime is greatly offended by the accusation. Don't blame me. It's not like he's in charge when classes start. These kids just can't seem to catch a break. How in the hell are they supposed to go to class and hunt down little black and yellow aliens? And if neither of them show up, then they're really going to get it from Mr. Aizawa later. Ochako is really in a pickle here. Looks like there's only one thing they can do. Come on. She grabs one of the Dittos by the arm and drags it away. Where are we going? To class. The second Ditto follows along as they exit the classroom. But what about the megawatts? Ochako stops and turns to face the morphed Izuku. Your clones can go after them. She'll just have to trust Deku to handle this all on his own. She would like to be out here helping him in the search, but looks like his clones will have to handle this all on their own. With that, she pulls the original Ditto away, leaving behind the other one. The second Ditto flashes her a reassuring smile. Don't you worry. I'll have all of this wrapped up in no time. The Ditto steps back as several Dittos morph out of him until 20 of them are standing at attention. All right, men, now is not the time to falter or let fear take you down into the unforgiving abyss. Now is the time to step up and save our school. The squadron of Dittos let out a resounding cheer. Yeah, we got this. I have my reservations. Ignoring that last comment, each of them take off for different parts of UA in search of the enemy that UA itself is unaware of. One Ditto grins towards one of his counterparts as they make their way towards the second floor. I have a good feeling about this. Me too. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. The Ditto currently being towed along by Ochako gulps. I have a bad feeling about this. Ochako releases the little alien as they reach Class 1 as door. Quiet you. This will work. But everyone is going to wonder why I'm Ditto. Ochako grips the door handle. Well, you were the one that decided to transform, so you're going to have to deal with it. She flings open the door, silently hoping that they won't find a megawatt inside. They don't find a megawatt, instead they are greeted by the rest of their class, who must have just arrived because some of them are not in their own seats yet. Ida is of course the first one to notice the two of them. There you two are. He gives them a stern look for ditching them in the middle of lunch. You shouldn't run off. Mina looks just as upset about it as well. Yeah, why did you two run off on us? She eyes Ochako suspiciously as a sly smirk grows on her face. Where were you getting up to? She asks teasingly. Ochako jolts as she walks past Mina's desk. And nothing? Mina's horn twitches and the pink-skinned girl's smirk widens. Oh, it was something. While Ochako tries to ignore Mina's questioning, Ditto makes his way to his own seat. His other classmates look on with silent questions like if that really is Midoriya or if it's someone else completely. Or at least they are curious about this new form that they've never seen. Thankfully, Shoji recognizes the omnitrix symbol on the little guy's form. Why are you like that? Ditto sighs before continuing his way to his desk where his backpack and school supplies are waiting for him. My Quirk was acting a bit funny, so I'll be like this for a little while. He really hopes everyone buys that and doesn't try to dig for any more details. Bakugo, overhead his explanation, scoffs but doesn't say a word after that. He just glares off to the side, keeping his mouth shut. Ditto eyes him worriedly, but not out of his own concern but for Bakugo's. Usually he would be the first one to call him out, but he's not saying a word. Or even looking at him for that matter. He thinks about saying something, but he won't get the chance because at that moment Aizawa appears at the entranceway and everyone immediately goes silent. Good. You're all finally understanding how precious time is. He eyes the class and his gaze falls on Ditto. The Splixon nervously sinks into his seat, hoping that his stern and somewhat scary teacher won't decide to ask why he's not currently human. Eventually Aizawa turns away, choosing to ignore Izuku's current state. You all still need to decide on which of these two. He gestures to Ida and Yaoyorozu respectively. Will be your vice president. While the rest of class nods in understanding, Ditto lays his head onto his desk as one worry is replaced with another. Oh right, I forgot. I'm now the class president. Is there any way for him to get out of it? Maybe he should just ask or say he doesn't want the job. May he should. OW. He cries out in pain after a shocking sensation strikes his backside. But he's nowhere near Kaminari and there doesn't appear to be any megawatts running about. Aizawa's eye twitches in annoyance, not appreciating the interruption. Midoriya. And he's not the only one giving Ditto an odd look. The rest of the class are just as confused by his sudden outburst. Kirishima, bless his soul, is the only one to outright ask the morphed Izuku what's wrong. You okay, man? Ditto takes a quick breath, calming himself from the shocking pain that keeps registering across his body. Why yes, me fine. It's just a cramp. He internally prays that everyone buys that terrible excuse of a lie. It certainly doesn't help that he's clearly struggling to keep his composure despite the repeated jolts of pain. From across the room, Ochako sends Ditto a very worried look. A look that Ditto returns with a shaky smile and a not-so-reassuring thumbs up. She knows that he's lying and just doesn't want her to worry, but she can't help it. The poor guy is literally all on his own. And even though using a multiplying alien was a good idea at the time, they had forgotten one small detail. Splixons share a link, meaning if one feels pain then so do the others. That just leaves one question. What the hell are those Dittos doing? Hashtag hashtag hashtag. Meanwhile, somewhere else within the walls of UA. My baby! A female's voice screams out as the clanging sound of heavy metal stomps around within the support course classroom. Ah! Ditto screams out in terror as he flees from the scene. Less than a second later, a robotic monstrosity smashes through the doorway. It's a hulking mass of a juggernaut with white metallic armor and a black helmet structure similar to 13th's. Yellow sparks and a faint maniacal laughter resonate around the charging robot. The Iron Hulk takes a few swings at the fleeing Ditto, who manages, for the most part, to avoid being squashed by its giant hands. His luck runs out as the robot manages to grab him around his torso before tightening its grip, making the little alien squeak like a squeaky toy. At the same time, the original Ditto holds his gut while trying to stop himself from groaning out loud or else drawing more attention to himself to his class than he already has. In the teacher's lounge, a duo of Dittos are getting tazzed by a pair of megawatts as they run around the couch table and chairs. One Ditto takes cover under a chair, but one of the megawatts grins as it melds into a coffee machine. The coffee maker begins to levitate as sparks fly around it, and it spews out piping hot coffee onto its unsuspecting victim. Back in Class 1, a Ditto Prime's entire body shakes as he bites his own lip, trying not to scream out in agony. A little later, a single clone is chasing down one of the rogue megawatts outside the school building, specifically in the teacher's parking lot. There, the two aliens end up chasing each other between the vehicles. At times, Ditto is the one doing the chasing, but when the Nozadinian has had enough, it ends up firing bolts of lightning back at its pursuer. The Ditto takes cover under a canary yellow Nissan GTR. The megawatt raises its little arms and a ball of lightning begins to form and crackle just above its head before it throws its hands down, and a ray of lightning strikes down on the poor Nissan. The car doesn't stand a chance as it's fried to a crisp, turning the canary yellow paint to black and dark brown. Even the windows shatter under the large amounts of volts coursing through it. The megawatt, thinking its job is done, takes off, zipping across the sky and back towards the school building. Unbeknownst to it, the Ditto underneath is actually fine. There isn't a scratch on him. So there's no excuse for him not to chase after the Nozadinian, leaving the smoking car behind. A few seconds later, a whistling present Mike strolls up to his car. But what he finds is a crisped heap of metal that was once his car. He's stunned at what he finds, so much so that he screams out in misery. In the meantime, while all of these events are playing out, a lone figure sits back in their oversized chair, sipping on some tea, as several monitors record and play out all of these events. On one screen, a pitching machine in one of UA sports rooms are firing away at a group of helpless Dittos who are really getting nailed by the flying baseballs. On another screen, there's a large hulking robot that's come to a standstill with a traumatized Ditto laying before its frozen form. A pink-haired girl stands nearby inspecting the robot. It seems she hasn't even noticed the little alien laying on the floor. Another screen displays the image of a megawatt making faces at the hidden camera. The lone figure brings the tea cup up to his lips before taking a sip like they don't have a care in the world. Fascinating. ####. Back in Class 1 as classroom, the original Ditto is noiselessly suffering in his seat. All this time he's had to endure excruciating pain of shocks, beating, burns, and whatever other torment his clones are going through. And he's had to bite his lip, drawing blood a few times, all to keep quiet and not draw too much attention. That's definitely easier said than done. Aizawa counts up the last remaining votes. Looks like it's decided. Tenya Ida is your vice president. A round of applause goes out to the engine Quirk teen. Ida smiles gratefully as he rises up from his seat. Thank you, everyone. I promise to do my very best as your vice president. As the class give resounding comments of support, Yaoyorozu remains seated, slouched forward in her seat in disappointment over the outcome. Just a few seats ahead of her is Ditto, who is slowly building up his pain tolerance. Well done, Ida. I know I can rely on you. Maybe he can get Ida to take on more responsibility and allow himself some more free time to dedicate to plumber work. The omnitrix begins to beep and flash red. Good thing too, because the transformed Izuku isn't too sure if he can handle any more of this torture. But dread floods within him. Sure, his torment will be over. But what about the megawatts? They are still out there and doing who knows what. But there isn't much he can do as the alien watch continues to beep until his entire body is enveloped in glowing red light. The rest of the class attention are turned away from Ida and instead are given the confused Splixon sitting in Izuku's desk. What the? Ditto confusedly stares at his hands and stubby legs. He's not seeing things despite the omnitrix timing out. He is still Ditto. Aizawa sighs. He's clearly tired of this. Midoriya, these distractions are getting bothersome. Sorry, sir. Shoji, one the few who understands Izuku's quirk, wheels around in his seat. Hey, shouldn't you have changed back by now? Ditto nervously sweats, trying not to look too suspicious. I should have, but I'm not sure why I haven't. He peers to his right towards his fellow space cadet, who sends him a concerned look, silently asking if everything is okay. He shrugs his shoulders in response, not sure what exactly went wrong himself. Perhaps he can't turn back. Maybe all of his clones have to be near each other for him to turn back. Well, at least they can continue capturing the megawatts, but on the other hand, it looks like he's going to have to endure even more torment until then. And that's how the next class period goes, with Ditto fidgeting in his seat, and every 10 minutes or so the omnitrix flashes red. But Ditto never turns back into human. It didn't take long for his classmates and teacher to get annoyed by it, but all he'd say was that his quirk has been acting up all morning. Some point during the middle of the class, the intercom turns on and President Mick's voice rings through, but it's noticeably not as lively as it usually is. Ochako Uraraka sniff, please report to the principal's office sniff. I repeat, sniff Uraraka, please go to the principal's office sniff immediately. Ochako gasps in surprise. Me? Oh. Mina teasingly smiles at her. You're in trouble. Aizawa watches the intercom curiously. He sounds depressed. That's supposed to be my thing. Oh well, he'll just have to ask Hizashi later. Uraraka. Why yes. You're excused. So head on out to the principal's office. It's on the 4th floor. Right? She gets up and leaves as her classmates watch on, wondering why she's been summoned by their principal of all people. She looks back before she exits, specifically at Ditto, who waves her off before wincing in pain. With nothing else she can do, she leaves for the 4th floor. After a few minutes of wandering around, she eventually finds herself in front of the doorways of the principal's office. She's honestly a bit worried, mainly because she has no idea why she was called here. But here she is. So, with a shaky breath, she grips the door handle and slides the door open, ready to face the principal of UA. Welcome. Greets the principal with a cheery grin and a friendly wave from his oversized leather desk chair. He's a teddy bear? He sure is. The principal is a short man who appears to be a possible combination of several different animals, such as a dog, a mouse, and a bear, which would make him a chimera. He has the head of a mouse with circular black eyes, a large scar over the right one, relatively square-shaped ears with pale pink insides slanting outwards from the top of his head, and an elongated muzzle with a small round nose. His fur is white and has large, dog-like paws with pink pads and a thin tail like that of a cat. He sports a white dress shirt, a dark red tie around his neck, a black double-breasted waistcoat, and matching dress pants. He wears orange lace-up sneakers with incredibly thick soles which seem to be quite large on him. He puts his little paw down before placing it on his chest. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the principal of UA, Nezu. He looks so happy to declare his position of power, especially to a human. It's very nice to meet you, Ms. Uraraka. I've heard so much about you. Why you have? She nervously steps forward. She sort of finds the little creature's analytical gaze a bit uncomfortable. Why, of course. It's my job to know all that goes on in my school. He leans forward in his seat, and despite the friendly smile, a dark aura emanates from his little form. And I do mean everything. The gravity wielder gulps before speaking. Such as. Principal Nezu smiles softly before leaning back and gesturing to the seat across from him. Why don't you take a seat? We have much to discuss. ####. The class period finally ends, and Ditto is the first one out just as the omnitrix flashes red once again for the humpteenth time, but of course he remains the same. He really can't take this anymore. He just wants to scream out in pain, but he holds himself back. So instead he needs to wrangle up the electrical demons as soon as possible. He takes off looking for any sign of his clones or the megawatts, and it doesn't take long to find at least one of them as he rounds a corner. Ow! Ow! Both Dittos collide with each other so hard that they both fall backwards. The other clone rubs his head. Ow, watch where you're going. Me! You watch where you're going. The original Ditto picks himself up. What are you running from anyway? The clone's eyes widen in fear before he scrambles onto his feet and takes off down the hall. From them. Huh. He looks around the corner and what he sees instantly makes his heart plummet. A group of 5 or so megawatts are flying down the hall right at them, laughing the entire way as they approach their intended targets. Wait! For me! He takes off after his clone as the megawatts get closer and closer. The Nozadinians fire out bolt after bolt at the 2 Splixons who avoid the attacks for the most part. The 2 clones run up the staircase to the 2nd floor, and once they're through the doors there's a lone trash can standing off to the side. Acting on reflex, the 2 clones merge into one, and then the single Ditto dives right into the plastic can to take cover from the onslaught of invaders. The megawatts laugh and jeer at him as they circle above their victims, hiding whole, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Ditto prays for them to make it quick, otherwise this is going to be very painful. By some miracle, something big and quick grabs 2 of the 5 megawatts and swats them away. Get away from him! Ochako shouts as she lunges at the other aliens. On her hands are a pair of thick rubber gloves. Knowing that she has the advantage, the little menaces are quick to retreat down the hall and away from the odd duo. Ochako glares at their retreating forms before giving her attention to the one that needs it. Are you all right? The trash can tips over as Ditto crawls out of it. Urarika! He latches onto his savior's leg as tears of relief leak out from his eyes. I'm so glad to see you. He was sure that she'd be stuck in the principal's office for way longer. Good. Because we have a plan. Ditto sniffs, rubbing the tears and snot away. Yeah, we have to send word to your clones to lead the megawatts down to UA's basement. She then begins to run off as to get started. Ditto, unsure about all of this, chases after her. And then what? And then we win. And just like that, the duo are off to spread the message. They somehow manage to locate and find the other Dittos, although the original Ditto did end up making even more clones to help get the word out even faster. And like rumors that spread like wildfires in schools across the world, the plan of action gets around to every clone within the walls of UA. As the plan gets out, Ochako positions herself at the basement entrance. The door is like that of any other door within UA, the only difference is how it's labeled. A single Ditto sprints across the opposite end of the hall as a pair of megawatts chase him. Acting fast, Ochako catches the megawatts in the air just as the Ditto sprints by. I got you! The megawatts glare and struggle in her grasp, but the rubber gloves are enough to insult their electricity from firing out at their capturer. The Ditto huffs, trying to catch his breath. Is everything set? Ochako shrugs. I sure hope so. After all, the plan wasn't really all that detailed out to her in the first place. What? She hopes so? Wasn't this her plan? She shouldn't be hoping that it works. She should say that it will work. She must understand how non-reassuring she sounds because she can only provide a sheepish smile in response. Ditto doesn't have the chance to ask for clarification as a roar of screams and shouts echo from down the hall. The two watch on in surprise as a squadron of Dittos are being chased by a very angry swarm of megawatts. Looks like these little guys are really sensitive to being insulted. There's nowhere for Ochako or the original Ditto to go. There's no way they can get out of the way of this stampede. So they desperately wave their arms about trying to get the other Dittos to stop. The stampede doesn't even register their presence as they crash right into them, and every single one of them are flung down the tall set of stairs. Many cries and shouts of pain ring out as they all tumble all the way down until they finally collapse at the bottom of the steps. Ow! My leg! You reek, dude. Ochako's head pops out from within the pile of groaning Dittos. Is everyone okay? Almost every clone replies with the same answer.
No.
Thankfully, the omnitrix times out once and again, but this time with all of them gathered together, Izuku finally turns back to normal. Izuku groans as he props himself up next to Ochako. Oh, finally! He grabs at his face, making sure it actually worked. It appears his theory was correct that Ditto can't transform back unless every clone is within a certain range. No time for that. We need to move. Ochako shoots off the ground, grabs his arm, and pulls him up before she takes off into the large dark space that is the basement of UA. It appears to be a large storage area filled with boxes, odd machines, and decorations for any and all occasions. Why are we running? Look! Ochako jabs a finger towards the top of the staircase where about 20 or so megawatts are gathered. The electrical fiends spot the two feeling teens and immediately fly down to give chase. Quick, lead them to that thing. Ochako releases Izuku's arm and points to a large object hidden behind a large dusty sheet, standing from across the room. The object looks very bulky as it stands at a height of about 12 feet. And that's all Izuku is able to tell before he sprints right to it. It appears that the megawatts must have recognized his signature watch and have assumed that he was the one that has been chasing them all day. Oh, how the tables have turned. Izuku sprints as hard as he can away from the swarm, as just ahead of him Ochako actually makes it to the device first. She stands beside it holding onto a nearby lever protruding out of the side of whatever it is underneath. Quickly! Bring them this way. I'm trying! Izuku cries out as he makes a mad dash towards his fellow space cadet. He is so close now. The object is just barely a few meters away now. But just like everything seems to be out for him today, he doesn't make it. A few of the megawatts actually manage to stun him with high-energy bolts that make his entire body freeze up as his muscles scream in pain, and he collapses just a few feet away. And like flies to garbage, the megawatts are on him in an instant, dog piling on him, as to shock and torture him even further. They bounce on him and grab at his hair, shocking him all the while. Their laughter rings out across the room. A few of them even grab at the omnitrix, trying to absorb the electricity from within it. As for Ochako, she is not just going to stand by as her friend is assaulted by these little freaks. So with a mighty tug she pulls down the lever, and the effect is almost immediate. A loud engine roars to life and lights flash from behind the sheet as it begins to whip around from the wind being generated from the machine it's covering. The sheet is blown clean off and a large hulking machine stands tall above the surprised and confused megawatts. The machine is huge with a circular outer frame all wrapped around a cylindrical pillar of wires, pipes, and cables. Embedded into the outer frame are individual cylindrical bulbs. And at the base of the machine is a large metal shaft that appears to lead into the machine. The machine lights up as a powerful vacuum begins to suck everything into the large open shaft. The megawatts scream out in terror, knowing that this can't be anything good for them. So they try to escape the powerful vacuum. Unfortunately, for them they are far too close to the machine and there is little hope for escape, and each and every one of them are slowly sucked into the machine. A few noises of electricity being produced are heard, and the machine grows brighter with each alien that is captured. It appears after being transferred through the machine the megawatts are spit out within the large cylindrical bulbs themselves, acting as makeshift prisons for the already diminutive beings. It's not long before every single megawatt is sucked up and secured within an individual capsule. Ochako pushes up on the lever, effectively shutting off the vacuum. We did it! They really did it! Although she appears to be the only one happy about it as the megawatts themselves glare at her through their glass prisons. Some of them are even bashing themselves against them to break free, but they have no chance of accomplishing this. You sure did, calls out a calm, cheery voice. Ochako spins around towards the staircase. Principal Nezu, glad you could join us. Principal Nezu calmly approaches the girl, his arms tucked behind his back. In any normal circumstances he would have taken more of a direct role in all of this, but he really wanted to see how these two potential plumbers would overcome this trial. Likewise, and might I say that it was absolutely splendid to see you pull this off. He places a paw over his mouth as to whisper up to her ear. All Might really has chosen a fine successor. That makes Ochako smile. Thank you. She then jabs a thumb towards the machine. But hey, how'd you get this thing here so fast? Oh, it was always here. We often use this space for abandoned or failed inventions made by the support course. Nezu approaches the machine, gazing up at the alien inside as they make rather rude hand gestures at him. This particular machine was meant to collect energy from electrical-based quirks. So, I knew it would be more than enough to handle these little rascals. Oh, I see. Ochako blinks up at the machine. Internally she thanks whomever it was that was smart enough to build it. She then peers around the basement at all the other leftover inventions and junk. At least until she notices that something or someone specific is missing. Wait, Where's Deku? Ochako and Principal Nezu scan the room, and sure enough it looks as if Izuku has up and disappeared. Where could he have gone? There's really no sign of him. Not an article of clothing, a scrape of hair, or even the omnitrix for that matter. Nezu eventually gazes back up at the machine and he spots something rather unexpected. Oh my! What is it? I found him. Nezu gestures upward towards the machine. Ochako curiously looks up and she too is in for a bewildering surprise. Inside one of the capsules is a megawatt, but it's different from the others. Specifically, it has the omnitrix embedded into itself. Also, it appears to be desperately trying to communicate with them. It doesn't take long for Ochako to assume who that is. Deku? After a few moments of hyperventilation courtesy of Ochako, Nezu manages to release the single megawatt from his containment. The little creature stumbles out of his glass case, glad to be freed from his imprisonment. Thanks BZZZ. Nezu is glad to lend a helping hand or paw in his case. You're welcome. Ah, Principal Nezu. The morphed Izuku has finally registered who else is with them. He's only ever read or seen Nezu in magazines and newspapers, and now here he is right in front of him. The very one. What are you doing here? Ochako shyly steps forward. Well, I think I can explain. #flashback. Back when Ochako was called up into Nezu's office, the principal of UA sips a bit of his tea before speaking. Would you like some? He gestures to the pot of tea sitting atop his desk. No thank you. Ochako shifts in her seat. So, what did you want to see me about? Nezu takes another sip of his tea before putting it down onto his desk. There's just a few things that have gained my attention, and I'd like to get to know them better. Such as, what is All Might's successor like? Good thing she hadn't taken that tea because she definitely would have spat it out. All Might's SSS successor? She's breaking into a cold sweat now, as she hurriedly tries to fix the situation. I'm not sure what you mean. Ha ha ha. Not to worry, dear child. I know all about One for All. You do. Why didn't All Might tell her? That would have been nice to know. Why, yes. But I'm sure your mentor didn't want to bring it up just in case you ended up feeling like you're being unnecessarily evaluated. That makes sense. She wouldn't want to feel like she's getting unfair treatment, but then again maybe she already is. She is here after all. But there's another reason I called you here. Really? Yes, in fact I would have liked to call up one other student here today. But it seems he's a bit too preoccupied right now. Really? Who is it? Why, it's Izuku Midoriya, of course. He states rather bluntly. He's really having a hard time gathering up those Nosodinians. What? Ochako is completely dumbfounded, her brain unable to fully process what Nezu's just implied. Oh, did 13 not tell you either? He stands atop his chair holding his paw out proudly to declare the following. You see, young lady, I am not only the principal of UA, but I'm also ##and flashback ##. The Magister of the Plumber Japan branch BZZZZZ? Shouts the megawatt version of Izuku. Nezu nods in confirmation. Yup, isn't that wonderful? Ha 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 ha. Ochako's glad that it's all cleared up now, although she did leave out the parts involving All Might and One for All. And yeah, it was a bit of a shock for her as well when she found out. But apparently Nezu is in fact the head honcho of both UA and the plumbers here in Japan. Another way to look at it is that he is 13's boss for 2 different jobs. And now it appears he is also in charge of them both at school and when it comes to plumber work. Thankfully, being the principal and a plumber comes with benefits such as having access to alien technology or gadgets created here on Earth to help combat alien life, such as the makeshift megawatt catcher. Speaking of megawatts. Hey Deku. Yes, BZZZ? Why are you? She gestures to his tiny form. Oh, I'm not sure. He looks down and examines the new alien form. When those megawatts attacked me, I just sort of panicked and reached for the omnitrix, and the next thing I know I'm trapped inside this tiny little body. But I thought you could only transform into 9 aliens. So, did I? This new alien is really a surprise. He never even considered this a possibility. Although maybe it's the universe's way of giving him a break after making him go through all that pain and suffering today. Nezu cups his chin as he too examines Izuku's newest transformation. Fascinating. Simply fascinating. The Nozadinian Izuku moans. He really doesn't want to deal with any of this right now. I've had too long of a day to deal with this. Maybe they can address this later, after he's showered, and his aches and pains go away. Quick question BZZZ. Aren't your responsibilities too much for you BZZZ? I mean, shouldn't someone else be helping you out BZZZ? Nezu shakes his head, not at all offended by the question. Well, I wouldn't say my responsibilities are all that different from each other. Makes sense when you think about it. He's only in charge of a few staff members for each position, and his position as the head of UA allows him access and certain pull with certain individuals, making it easier for him to cover up alien activity in Japan. And besides, I'm more than capable of handling all the responsibilities of both tasks. Ochako blinks in awe of the chimera. Wow, that's impressive. Indeed it is BZZZ. The transformed Izuku peers around, noticing that someone else isn't there. By the way, where's 13 BZZZ? Nezu claps his paws together. Oh, I gave them a call already to notify them about the situation, but they got called away. Apparently 1-1 detected a transmission, but they weren't able to identify the source. So, they're both looking into it. Hopefully it's nothing serious. But that is nothing for either of you to be concerned about. Instead, you two should return to class. I may be a plumber, but I'm still a principal. Yes, sir. The space cadets salute before heading off for the exit. Ochako walks off at a normal pace while the megawatt Izuku has to jog to keep up, his legs tapping away underneath him at a fast pace. Nezu waves them off with an encouraging smile. And don't you worry about this lot. I'll handle things from here. He watches as the two climb the steps and exit through the doorway. They give him one last wave before they disappear from sight. I can't wait to see what the future holds for the two of you. One will grow to be the successor that surpasses All Might. That much is certain. As for the other, his future is a bit more uncertain, but one thing's for certain. He's just like you. Nezu whispers this to himself, thinking of an old ally that he hasn't had the pleasure of seeing in a long time now. In the meantime, Ochako and a jogging megawatt are approaching their homeroom class. What a day BZZZ. It really has been for the transformed Izuku. He's been zapped, burned, and attacked as well as dumpster dived twice now, meaning he still smells like a walking dump. And to add on to the humiliation, he knows for a fact that everyone's been weirded out by his constant fidgeting while enduring the pain as ditto. Ochako sighs. I know, right? At least the worst is over. Easy for you to say BZZZ. You're not the one with tiny legs BZZZ. Ochako blinks down at the little alien as it tries to keep pace with her. She probably should have just picked him up by now. Can't you fly? The small alien stops in his tracks, thinking about her suggestion. He grins, much like the other megawatts. Oh yeah, BZZZ. He tucks his arms in and concentrates, trying to allow his natural powers to reveal themselves. Electricity builds around him before his entire body seems to transform into an electrical beam that snakes its way into the air. But something's definitely off. The electrical beam swivels and zigzags in the air before it rockets away down the hall. Ochako watches on, her eyes popping out of her head, as Izuku zips around until the electricity stream phases right through the Class 1 door. The moment the entire beam of electricity enters, there is an explosion of noise. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. What the hell? What is that? Gah! That smell. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. Ow! Asterisk zap. Asterisk. Kaminari. It's not me. Watch out. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. As the gravity wielder approaches the door in a frenzy, the noise dies down a bit inside, but she doesn't even register the change as she flings the door aside. The entire classroom is in disarray with things scattered all across the floor. A few desks and chairs are turned over, scorch marks line the floor and walls, and many of the students are out of their seats. Some of them are even laying on the ground as if they had taken cover. What oh my gosh! She cuts herself off when her eyes trail towards the front of the class where a very pissed Aizawa is. His eyes are glowing red as his hair floats upward. He holds his scarf while attached to the end is a small bundle floating in the air. A pair of small non-human eyes peer out and cower under Mr. Aizawa's gaze. Ochako gulps. Aizawa examines the little being in his capture weapon, and he notices the omnitrix embedded into its body. Midoriya. It barely comes out as a whisper, and more like a soft-spoken threat. The megawatt manages to free his mouth from the binding. Why yes. Aizawa's gaze hardens and his eyes glow an even brighter crimson, making him even more imposing and menacing as he glares down at his victim, who screams out in terror. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. It's finally the end of the school day, or at least it is for most of the student body. Unfortunately, one of them has to stay behind and serve detention for the next week or so. What did I do to deserve this? Izuku plops his mop down onto the floor. Part of his detention is that he has to clean the school and all without his powers. It's Aizawa's orders. Apparently, despite his best efforts, some students reported spotting little battery-like beings causing mayhem across the school. And since Izuku's new megawatt form fit the bill, well, you can assume what occurred. He got blamed for the messes and destruction they caused, from the support course robot going haywire to the frying of present Mick's car. The pro hero literally yelled his ear off for that one, and now there's a constant ringing in his ears. Thankfully, the only reason he got off so lightly was that thanks to a quick intervention from Nezu himself. They lied and explained that his powers went haywire, probably as a side effect for gaining a new transformation. By some miracle, Mr. Aizawa bought it, probably from the quick display that he witnessed. It did seem like Izuku couldn't control his new form's flight path. But that doesn't mean he was outright forgiven. Mr. Aizawa also made him hand over his class president position. So in the end, Ida ended up as class president and Yaoyorozu, as the follow-up, got the vice president position. Both were more than happy to have the jobs, but they did feel a little sour about how it was achieved. But hey, Izuku's just glad he has one less responsibility to deal with, so he'll take this as a win. All in all, he did do his job, despite his own personal outcome. No one suspects a thing, and alien life remains a secret to the students and staff of UA. Also, he learned quite a bit today, like who would have guessed that Nezu was a magister for the plumbers. But maybe that's the point. After all, who would expect a school principal of taking part in covert operations? I'm very disappointed in you. Izuku stops moping and looks up and is greeted by the sight of a frowning Ida. He must be so ashamed to see someone he had seen as worthy of the position to cause such a mess across this prestigious school. Izuku sighs, not bothering to argue, and just accepts the reprimand. I know. His other classmates pass by either with looks of amusement or dismissal. Can you believe him? I thought he was so well behaved. I think he's the official problem child of our class. I heard he vandalized Present Mick's car. I even heard that he snuck into the teacher's lounge. I wonder if he went into the girls' locker room. There's something wrong with you. Izuku keeps his mouth shut as they all head home for the day. Then again, they did just step on his newly cleaned floor, so that irks him a bit, but he's too good-natured to say anything. So, he sucks it up and continues with his punishment. And all in the name of keeping an intergalactic secret. Hey! With his gaze turned down to the floor, a pair of thin brown dress shoes appear just in front of him. He peers up, and standing before him is Ochako holding a mop in her hands. Shouldn't you be heading home? I would, but... Ochako dunks her mop into the bucket. You already had to deal with the megawatts alone, and it just seems wrong to let go through this all by yourself too. Izuku gives her a grateful smile. Thanks. She returns the smile, and then they both get to work, moping their way across the school floors. They go at it for a few minutes, and Ochako's mind begins to wander. Or more accurately, her mind lingers on the feeling of guilt that's built up all throughout the day. Specifically, how she had to let Deku take on most of the work already, now this too. Life really is unfair at times. And not only that, but she couldn't even tell him about One for All. That really puts a sour taste in her mouth. Maybe there's something she can do for him other than help him clean. Maybe she should get him a gift or something. Yeah, that would do. Well, it may not make up for everything, but it'll be a start. How about a watch? No watch could compare to what he already has. An All Might poster? He definitely would love that, but she might not be able to afford it. Maybe a jacket or a hoodie would do? While mopping away, a funny thought crosses Izuku's mind. I guess 13 was right. Ochako dunks her mop into the bucket. About what? Megawatts really are the worst, aren't they? Ochako thinks back to how 13 was acting earlier that morning, specifically how overdramatic they were acting, but it seems like they knew what they were talking about all along. Ochako chuckles at the joke. Yeah, I guess you're right. Megawatts really are the worst. I told you so. 13 leaps out from a nearby classroom yelling at the top of their lungs. Ochako nearly tumbles backwards in surprise. 13? Izuku is just as surprised. What are you doing here? The UA teacher blinks. I work here. Oh, Izuku sighs, deciding not to pursue an argument. It's already been too long of a day for this. Never mind. Ochako, however, does pursue a conversation. What brings you here? Oh, I just wanted to see how you two were holding up. And also, the plumber places gentle hands onto their heads, ruffling up their hair with affectionate rubs. I wanted to say good job today. You really stepped up when we needed you. The two smile in appreciation. Thanks. 13 releases them and Izuku decides to bring up something important. Oh, 13, did you hear? Hear what? I got a new transformation today. Really? The plumber is genuinely surprised. They didn't think the omnitrix had more transformations for the boy, but it looks like they were wrong. But what alien did he gain access to? What is it? Decided to show rather than tell, Izuku activates his alien watch and in a flash of green light his new megawatt waves up at the taller hero. 13 doesn't allow a second to go by before they're in a complete panic. Oh, it's a megawatt. Ochako tries to refute them. No, it's dash. Quick, get it. 13 jabs their finger out and immediately activates their quirk. Aw, bzzzzz. The alien Izuku screams out in horror as he tries to escape the suction of 13's black hole, while Ochako grips 13's arm trying to aim their quirk away from her friend. Maybe outright displaying his new form to 13 wasn't the best idea. A part of Izuku and Ochako wonder what could have caused such a deep hatred for the species, but maybe it would be best to leave that topic alone. What matters now is not being sucked up and turned into dusk thanks to an endless void that is black hole. Hopefully things will start looking up for them, especially Izuku, but only time will tell whether or not that is the case. ####. Amongst the back alleys of Kamino Ward, a hidden bar is serving a small number of patrons. One of the patrons is scrolling through his laptop. Specifically, he's scanning through UA itinerary. The game is all set. Looks like that Nezu punk really pulled it off for them. Then again, Jiren was able to get a hold of a UA uniform so he wouldn't stick out while walking the halls. And with his combination of speed and intelligence quirks, he was able to hack and sneak his way into the school. The bartender turns towards the small television sitting atop a thin table at the corner of the room. Master, have all the preparations been made? Yes. Good. The pale-skinned man with a hand for a mask swivels in his seat, turning away from his laptop. You did well. Perhaps you're not complete trash. Nezu is seated at the opposite end of the counter. Glad I could make you happy, handjob. His voice is dripping with sarcasm. But in all honesty, he was actually thrilled to have snuck into one of the most secure places in the country. He kind of wishes he was spotted so that way he could take credit, but after what these guys have planned, it would upstage his own efforts. The young man scratches at his dry-skinned neck, growling in response to Nezu's tone. Nezu only smirks in response, finding the hostility somewhat entertaining. Whatever it is you have planned, I bet it's going to be a real riot. From nearby, a hulking muscular mass growls to itself in anticipation for what's to come. ####. Within the interior of the space cruiser, one of the robotic drones bows at his master's form. Master! The commander shifts away from his studies of news articles. What is it? The one you called for has arrived. In that moment, the metallic gates open wide and a large figure steps forward. Their feet stomps echo across the cold metal floor as they approach the ship commander's healing tank. The arrival gazes up at the commander awaiting their order. The commander takes a breath through his breathing apparatus before he goes into any details. I have a new task for you. The commander's eyes shift towards the holographic images, specifically to one of them. It's an image of Izuku gripping the omnitrix as he prepares to face off against one of the commander's assault drones from months ago. The commander would be smiling if it weren't for his breathing apparatus. Soon, very soon, he will have what rightfully belongs to him. And that's it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I see you guys next time.